You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novel Fire. Chapter 401, Dual Line Investigation. Chapter 401, Dual Line Investigation. In the endless wilderness shrouded by the gray sky, the curtain of rain descended from above, with indistinct information hidden within. This rain originated from Shuji. It fell from the real world, crossed the border between life and death, and sprinkled this illusion before Yu Sheng in the Soul Wilderness. But why? Yu Sheng watched the raindrops, constantly appearing and quickly dissipating in his hands, frowning slightly. Are you saying this rain appeared suddenly after my death? Yes, Luna nodded. The knights and I just patrolled the wilderness and found the rain's range isn't actually large, only covering the path from here to the Guardian Fire Cathedral. But curiously, as long as you're in its coverage, there's an illusion of endless rain. It's not an illusion. It's a sensation projection from the real world, because in Shuji this eternal rainy season does indeed cover the entire equator. Yu Sheng exhaled lightly, suppressing a heap of chaotic yet illogical guesses in his heart while speaking. Besides this rain, is there any other change in the wilderness? Does it affect other regions? No, Luna shook her head. We checked around and it's all calm outside as usual. Then let's not worry about it for now, Yu Sheng said. If its range suddenly expands or if there are any other changes, report to me. Luna nodded but then hesitated. Do you mean it's harmless here? Harmless, Yu Sheng said while sensing the range and impact of this illusionary rain through his connection with the wilderness. But as for how exactly this rain projected here, I still need to investigate. There's no rush in this matter. Okay, I understand. I'll follow your instructions. Yu Sheng nodded slightly, then relaxed his mind and took a step back. The next second, he fell into the world of the living. The instant weightlessness and sensory disorientation hit him like a tide, and then receded like one. After that familiar sensation faded, he opened his eyes to see himself walking in the rain curtain of Shuji in the real world. He passed through this rain curtain, seeing the abandoned factory building standing at the edge of his vision, and Luna, dressed as a nun, waving at him from the corner of the factory's side wall. Yu Sheng smiled and walked quickly over, immediately seeing the jade-faced golden fox waking up gently amidst the crowd, and the busy Hu Li and his nephew among others. Then he saw two little puppets bouncing up and down behind the crowd. One looked filthy as if it had just crawled out of a mud pit. The other was even more outrageous, sparking with electricity and bouncing like an RGB spirit, with everyone trying to keep their distance from her. Hu Li even dropped his three tails to the ground as grounded lines, acting on high alert every time Aaron approached. Although Luna had mentioned it in the Soul Wilderness before, Yu Sheng was still startled seeing Aaron's current state with his own eyes. And while he was in a daze, the little puppets inside the factory noticed the figure at the door, and the two midgets joyfully ran over, shouting as they ran. Hey, Yu Sheng is back! Yu Sheng is back! One puppet, like a mud ball, and the other sparking with electricity, rushed straight toward Yu Sheng. Seeing this, his blood ran cold on the spot, not knowing which one to dodge first. In those 2 seconds of hesitation, they both jumped on him. The mud ball only smudged a mark on his chest, but the sparking one clapped directly onto his face. In that instant, Yu Sheng almost felt like he was back in that post-mortem chaos, almost not living 5 minutes in this life. Don't mess with the new stuff. Yu Sheng's vision went black for 2 or 3 seconds before he struggled to pry Aaron Pika off his head from the thunderbolt impact. But he couldn't bring himself to toss her aside, mainly seeing her happily pouncing. It felt heartless to throw her, so he cautiously held her by the scruff to keep her away from his head. From now on, until the surplus energy in your body is vented, don't jump on me. Aaron seemed to not hear what Yu Sheng was saying at all, still bubbling with excitement in midair. Hey, I'm telling you I was amazing just now. I unleashed a light cannon. I already know the general situation. Heard from Luna before, Yu Sheng said, knowing if he let this little thing start talking, she could chirp for half an hour non-stop, so he interrupted her right away. No doubt you had the highest output this time. I'll buy you the monthly event skin when we get back. Aaron's eyes lit up literally with sparks too. Awesome. After carefully putting the two puppets down, Yu Sheng quickly walked over to Master Yuan Hao. Master Yuan Hao was momentarily lost in thought. In that very brief instant, he vaguely felt something amiss, but the next second he seemed to forget this sense of discord in his heart, merely feeling that Yu Sheng had never really been far away, only stepping out of his sight for a moment. The wounded can be moved now, right? Yu Sheng looked down at the Tibetan fox on the ground, breathing steadily as if just in deep sleep. I will open the door and send him to Qianfeng Ling Mountain. The last bit of doubt in Master Yuan Hao's mind about Yu Sheng's brief departure and sudden reappearance vanished entirely. Hearing this, he immediately nodded. The movement is no longer an issue. I have already contacted my junior brother and prepared everything on his side. You can open the door directly in front of Huayan Palace's main hall. At this moment, Yu Sheng already stretched his hand into the air. After confirming the size of the Tibetan fox once more, he took a light breath, and a door many times wider than usual gradually opened in his hand. On the other side of the door was the familiar scenery of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, with Yu Henling and Yuan He personally leading a team. It looked just like a medical path and vet master consulting jointly, perfectly matching the wounded situation. Master Yuan Hao raised his hand, and the still slumbering Tibetan fox was sent over through the door. Then Yu Sheng turned around again, and saw the golden fox Linglong standing not far away, staring with wide eyes. This local fox stared dumbfoundedly at the door Yu Sheng opened, as if the aftereffects of being stunned by Aaron hadn't worn off yet. At this moment, her eyes were still a little dazed, but there was clearly a hint of nervousness and worry in those wide-open eyes, evidently afraid something had happened to her kin. You should go over too, Yu Sheng gestured to the golden fox girl upon seeing this. You happen to have some injuries yourself. Let true man Yuan He take a look at them for you as well. Ah, all right. Linglong hesitated before nodding quickly, then hesitantly moving to the door but still peeking and not daring to step in directly. Clearly, she had never seen such immortal law, making her extremely nervous for a while. But Aaron Pika had no patience. Seeing Linglong hesitating, the little puppet ran over and poked one of Linglong's tails with a finger. Shhh. Sparks flew everywhere. Linglong yelped an ow and leaped to Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Yu Sheng then casually closed the door. All right, let them recuperate at Qianfeng Ling Mountain first. Yu Sheng clapped his hands. Let's check this place again before we leave to see if we missed any clues. Then let's see if Chuan Chi has made any progress. The rain has lightened, drizzling as if on the brink of stopping, yet it never truly ceased, merely fluctuating in intensity, sketching an elusive, seemingly real yet illusionary landscape outside the window. The sky remained as gloomy and dark as ever, even at the lightest rainfall, with heavy clouds draping over the city like a night curtain. Even when weak sunlight pierced through at times, casting patches of dubious light on the bases of clouds and some nearby high-rises, that sunlight seemed to be a false illusion in the night, disappearing in an instant. A woman with an extraordinary aura and radiant appearance stood silently before the window, gazing at the perpetually rainy Mo City outside. The woman wore a long black dress with golden patterns, her long, dark hair almost reaching her ankles. The hem of the dress was embroidered with ink cloud patterns like vortices, an exquisite craftsmanship, and those patterns were precisely the insignia of the distinguished Shuji Mo family. She was the city lord of Mo City, Mo Ran. It's always like this here. The rain seems never-ending, only occasionally lightening. 400 days of rain season in a year. The remaining 60 days aren't much clearer. After the rain stops, you can only sporadically glimpse the sunlight through the clouds. So to many outsiders, this is really not a good place for recovery. Mo Ran turned around to look at her guest in the room. So if you're not comfortable staying in the city, I can arrange a different place for you. At the top of number 7 Refining Tower, the Mo family has built a cloud villa which, though not vast, has at least some sunlight. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord, but I'm accustomed to appreciating all sorts of scenery while traveling for my master. This rain season of Mo City is a rather novel experience for me. Chuan Chi sat not far from the window, a slight smile on his face. And the City Lord need not trouble to make other arrangements. I merely came this time on Master's orders to conduct some private investigations under special circumstances, without wanting to alarm everyone, hoping for understanding. Mo Ran understands. Mo Ran faced Chuan Chi, bowing slightly in respect. The Mo family has benefited from the protection of Feng Ling Mountain, creating this foundation. Now the master has issued orders, and the Mo family will fully cooperate. Chapter 402 Hidden. Chapter 402 Hidden. These are records of cultivators turning demonic, and people disappearing in Mo City over the past few months. Mo Ran pointed at several scrolls with faint golden cloud patterns on the table as he spoke to Xuan Qi, then pulled another jade slip from the bookshelf beside him and placed it in front of Xuan Qi. This one pertains to the most recent incident, just a few days ago. Xuan Qi nodded slightly and took the jade slip, casually unfurling it. A swirling luminescence rose from the jade slip, projecting a series of images and written records compiled by investigators before him, details clearly depicted. As Xuan Qi perused the documents, he furrowed his brow slightly, then looked up, gazing across the holographic projection at the woman standing opposite him. Refining tower personnel? After finishing work and heading home, his personality abruptly changed, cultivation levels surged, and he caused wanton destruction. Yes, then during the City Patrol Department's pursuit, he broke through 3 barriers consecutively, as if he didn't care for his life. Mo Ran nodded slowly with a trace of gravity in his expression. Witnesses saw him last as he leapt into a geological fissure at the bottom of Refining Tower number 10, after which he vanished. We organized a team to investigate the fissure, but found no remains below. Xuan Qi remained silent, continuing to carefully go through the remaining documents, while Mo Ran continued to speak opposite him. Based on what we've gathered so far, victims in these incidents come from all walks of life, with varied identities, backgrounds, and sect lineages, with nothing in common in terms of identity. Moreover, it's not just humans. There are demon immortals, spirit immortals, and even registered spirit monster entities, indicating that the culprit causing them to turn demonic selects targets indiscriminately and seems to act randomly. Mo Ran paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, compiling these numerous cases, we're not without findings. There are indeed some commonalities among the cases. The biggest shared attribute is that the victims' cultivation levels are all at least spiritual and above, possessing abilities like divine sense separation and soul wandering outside." Xuan Qi immediately furrowed his brows, looking at Mo Ran. So, they may have been influenced and turned demonic during the process of projecting their divine sense and observing things with their mind. That's our most plausible guess at the moment, Mo Ran nodded. But we can't yet determine how exactly this demonic turn happens. After all, the first step in a cultivator mastering divine sense separation is learning various techniques to protect their mind. Although inevitably someone lacks skill or is careless, succumbing to bewitchment in the process, the occurrence of so many turning demonic simultaneously is indeed suspicious. Moreover, although we suspect the majority of victims were contaminated while projecting their divine sense, at least 20% of cases involved victims losing control without any cultivation or meditation activities. Some were merely asleep. Though these cases are extremely rare, they are the most unsettling. Even without divine sense separation, they were still corrupted. Xuan Qi's brows knit tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Indeed, cultivators know how to protect their minds, especially when there's been no divine sense projection involved. Theoretically, they shouldn't suffer contamination. But if they're confronted with a crazed, ancient, powerful being, that's another matter. Mo Ran's expression finally shifted slightly. A crazed, ancient, powerful being. Do not mention this to outsiders. Xuan Qi hesitated before cautioning before revealing the truth. Firstly, it may cause panic. Secondly, the person behind this may possess an incredibly high cultivation level, perhaps having reached the stage of heart-intent communication with God. If word spreads, ordinary people of lower cultivation levels dwelling on that person's name in fear might inadvertently attract their attention. It's that serious. Mo Ran's expression shook with disbelief but quickly understood. I understand, immortal envoy, please continue. Xuan Qi steadied himself and slowly began. This series of events likely involves an ancient powerful being named Yuan Tong, who might have already gone mad. The deep cavern connected to passageways, which further link with crisscrossing fissures, formed an intricate labyrinth intertwining man-made scars and primal geological structures. Located deep in the wilderness far from Mo City, This hidden underground sanctuary buried its secrets beneath thick layers of rock and soil. On this mining planet at the distant border, which has long declined over the years, countless corners are forgotten by time. Millennium ago, pioneers established innumerable outposts, harvesting stations, and environment-modifying facilities in the harsh alien planet environment. Over time, many of these pioneering sites transformed into history due to fulfilling their design missions or succumbing to unavoidable environmental changes. Whatever the reason, facilities abandoned over millennia became forgotten tombs, submerged in Shuji's eternal rainy season, growing moldy in the damp and cold. Now, within the depths of one such forgotten tomb, evidently something darker and more dangerous than mold has taken root. In what once was the central area of a base part dungeon, various facilities installed later replaced the defunct ancient arrays, mechanisms, and spiritual artifacts. Among the many sophisticated instruments, a dozen or so foreigners with non-native appearances bustled, while in the center of the hall a heavy black seat was placed. Around the chair, countless pipes and cables were connected, intertwining like roots spreading out, linking to various equipment in the underground palace, with some disappearing into the depths of the ceiling and floor as if they were going to even more distant places. And atop the chair sat a middle-aged man in a white robe, with a solemn face. The man had his eyes tightly closed, brows furrowed, numerous cables extending from beneath his white robe, connecting to many interfaces on the chair, with nerve-like biological structures growing directly from the back of his head, merging with an interface at the top of the chair's backrest, occasionally twitching lightly. After an unknown amount of time, when a high-ranking technomancer of the hidden monastery nearby glanced uneasily at the black seat for the third time, the middle-aged man seated on the chair finally slowly opened his eyes. The neural structures at the back of his head disconnected from the chair, then slowly retracted into his body, and in the not far distance behind the chair, several incubation containers akin to dormancy chambers emitted a low hum, with the surface of one gradually lighting up. Great Sage! The high-ranking technomancer in a hidden monastery robe immediately stepped forward 2 steps, slightly bowing. You've recovered. The middle-aged man, referred to as the Great Sage, nodded. Despite his dignified demeanor, there was still an unmistakable hint of fatigue in his eyes. I still need some time to return to peak condition and to sort out my memories. Saying this, he raised his head, looking at the believers of the hidden monastery busy in the hall. How is your progress? Have you been able to analyze anything useful from the feedback signal? Only some fragmented memories. The technomancer's tone carried a bit of helplessness as he operated the device in his hand. Your previous clone died too suddenly, too completely, without even the chance to completely copy and transmit memories back. Based on the limited signal analysis, the black box chip in the brain was vaporized in an instant. The protective casing around the chip almost didn't function. Additionally, there was strong spatial interference at the clone's death site, unlike any interference technology we've ever seen, significantly affecting the memory transmission of the clone. This is the cause of your current memory block and thought disjointment. These are the very few barely meaningful images we derived from the limited, final signals. The technomancer turned slightly, activating the holographic projection device in front of the Great Sage's seat. A flickering, chaotic blurring of light and shadow appeared in the air. Vaguely visible was a curtain of rain, lightning, and intense combat scenes. But the image was upended and chaotic, not only extremely blurry but also filled with lots of fantasy and hallucination that seemed irrational, like an uncontrollable nightmare. There were missiles skimming through the air, inexplicably imagined as having flaming tails, people sitting on those tails flying around, wielding peculiar and fierce sticks in their hands, webs of spider silk forming giant nets across the sky, with a colossal, terrifying figure crouched at the center of the net. Bizarre, chaotic, devoid of reason, like images outlined on the brink of awakening from a collapsing dream realm. Clearly, it was caused by the confusion of the mind and imagination when the clone's brain plunged into chaos at the moment of sudden death. And at the end of all these frenzied images was the final image transmitted by the black box chip. It was even more blurry than all the previous images, yet due to the extreme fear of the recorder at the time, it was overlaid with brilliantly complex colors, within which a figure lifting a hand could be discerned, seemingly a woman in a black and elegant dress. Eyes as red as blood, raising her hand in this direction, a bright light was forming at her fingertip, explosively spreading. This is from the final image. Judging by the timestamp, this should be the enemy that caused your clone's death, the technomancer beside said. But for some reason, the memory data extracted corresponding to this image shows that the enemy is small, physically, only a few dozen centimeters, like a doll. The middle-aged man on the black chair had a face like water, remaining silent for several seconds before slowly speaking. Are you saying I was killed once by a doll? This might also be an erroneous impression caused by death and transmission interference. The technomancer hastily lowered his head. You saw too. Earlier there were many chaotic and absurd aspects in those images. The confusion at the clone's end led to the distortion of many memories. The great sage made no explicit comment, merely continued to keep a stern face, staring fixedly at the holographic projection of that figure covered in a layer of wild colors, not saying a word for a long time. Chapter 403, Deep Underground. Chapter 403, Deep Underground. The silence of the great sage cast a stifling atmosphere over the palace hall, but the high-ranking tech monk standing closest detected a layer of complex emotion beyond the anger on the great sage's gloomy face, one interwoven with doubt and grave contemplation. This instinctively made the high-ranking tech monk turn around and gaze at the scene displayed in the holographic projection alongside the great sage. It was the last scene seen by the clone before its death. A woman in a black dress with red eyes hovering in the sky, fingertips brewing a light akin to annihilation. The entire scene was coated in intense and splendid colors, seemingly a rendering error caused by chaotic neurons at the moment of brain death by the recorder of the scene. The blurred female silhouette was sketched in large swaths of black and crimson, with circles of deep purple or dark red contours rippling in the sky as if a colossal shadow was cast from behind her onto the clouds, overlooking the viewpoint's direction. First, report everything that happened here to the Holy Land, including the raw data of these memory fragments, the great sage suddenly spoke. Continue to try to reconstruct the information from these fragments, especially that of this doll. The high-ranking tech monk bowed deeply. Yes. The great sage grunted in acknowledgement, then rose from the seat, a multitude of linking cables falling away from him like living tendrils. He turned and walked toward the depths of the palace hall, pausing as he passed by those cultivation chambers, glancing slightly downward at one of the containers. A low and subtle buzzing came from the tubular container fixed slantwise on the ground, its surface lights flickering rhythmically, indicating that a newly matured clone was slumbering within, its blank brain awaiting the transfer of a new persona, just as his current body had lain in such a cultivation chamber minutes ago. The sudden death of the previous shell had disrupted many plans, forcing him to hastily transfer his consciousness into this new body, an outcome more impactful than he had anticipated. The discomforts of the new body were secondary. More concerning were the intolerable barriers in memory and thought. He still couldn't fully recall what had previously transpired, only remembering the rain, the uncanny enemy, the renegade artificial saintess, and a blinding light. A stabbing pain and buzzing echoed once more in his mind, prompting the great sage to frown and instinctively rub his temples. Whether it was a delusion or not, he felt as if the edges of his vision were dim, like a thin shadow leaping at the fringe of his focus. The monitoring chip in his brain raised no alarm, nor did his spiritual intuition react. It's possible that the hasty consciousness transfer had impaired the nervous system of the current clone. If the situation remains unresolved henceforth, just replace this shell with a new one. Plans are at a critical stage, but unforeseen variables have emerged. Now's not the time to consider costs. Everything with potential risks, including his own shell, must be eliminated. Chaotic thoughts flashed through the great sage's mind, and he stepped over those cultivation containers, quickly leaving the palace hall and heading deeper into the vast underground labyrinth. He traversed the corridors and connecting passages surrounding the hall, and then passed through a cleft at the edge of the palace. It seemed to be caused by the outer wall's collapse, yet beyond the cleft connected to what looked like naturally formed caverns and tunnels, advancing in the dimness while cautiously observing changes in the surrounding environment. Occasionally, shadows appeared in the dark corners on either side, black-clad, eerily masked cultivators. These death warriors, controlled by Yuan Tong, guarded the passageways of the underground caves vigilantly, alert to any stirrings within. Their gazes fell on the great sage but quickly shifted indifferently elsewhere. Yet the great sage paid no heed to the gazes upon him, focusing mostly on monitoring environmental changes and safeguarding his mind. Because he knew awaiting him ahead was an ally, yet also a monster, whose recent self-control had been waning. As he proceeded deeper into the cave, the surroundings grew deathly silent. Soon, even those black-clad cultivators were gone, with only the echo of his own footsteps resounding in the seemingly endless tunnels, occasionally illuminated by glowing vines or bizarre crystals embedded along the walls, barely lighting the path ahead. Gradually, new faint glimmers appeared in his vision, with weak light seeping through the cave's ceiling ahead. The great sage lifted his head, glimpsing the distant starry sky through those rock fractures of various sizes. Here, deep underground, yet able to see stars invisible from the surface of Lionmo City. Accustomed to such sights, the great sage hurriedly traversed this star-spangled passageway, finally reaching the deepest part of the underground labyrinth, a vast primordial cave. Countless faint flowing luminescence penetrated the cave's walls and floor, coursing through the air like rivers, with dense crystal clusters piercing through the earth's surface, amassing and outgrowing throughout the cave. Under the dim glow from both the light flow and clusters, the cave's center ground protruded upwards, with a cross-shaped fissure breaking open. Simple stone tables, stone stools, and stone beds were seen around the fissure, alongside the pill furnace, sword platform, and other items commonly used by cultivators, yet all appeared abandoned long ago, collapsed, shattered, and covered in dust. The great sage stepped straight up to the cross-shaped fissure. An unsettling friction noise emerged from the fissure, and in the next instant, an unusual crystal cluster interspersed with gray and black abruptly grew out from the fissure. Rapidly sprouting and expanding in the air, it quickly amassed over a man's height. Then its surface began to writhe and reshape as if alive, with the seemingly hard crystal melting and recrafting into a smooth mirror, wherein the dignified figure of an elderly man materialized. "You encountered trouble?" The elder emerging from the crystal furrowed his brow and spoke casually. "It's trouble for all of us," the great sage said seriously. "A group of unknown individuals suddenly appeared in Mo City, and my previous clone died at their hands." "Oh, no wonder your body looks so fresh. It really is a new replacement," Yuan Tong laughed, as though not at all concerned by the other's grave tone. "And what does that have to do with me?" "They might have been drawn here because of you." The great sage's expression was displeased, evidently dissatisfied upon seeing the other's attitude. "You should know that because of your sudden loss of control last time, our risk of exposure has increased significantly. More and more people are being affected by you, even beyond Shuji. Now many eyes are already on this planet." "That wasn't a loss of control. It was a necessary means to search for the Emperor's legacy," Yuan Tong said calmly. "If I truly lost control, you should know what it would look like." The great sage frowned tightly. Though the other's attitude wasn't great, he knew these were truth, so after a moment he suppressed his unhappiness and spoke somewhat sullenly. "So what? With such a commotion did you find it?" "Of course I found it." "Where?" "The Taeksu Spirit Hub." Hearing Yuan Tong's reply, the great sage was silent for 2 seconds. Then his voice broke the silence in the cave. "That's it. We already know it's the Taeksu Spirit Hub. From the beginning, clues pointed to that planet, yet you caused such a big disturbance. The Taeksu Spirit Hub itself is the Emperor's legacy." The cave fell silent once more, and this time it was even quieter than before. The astonished expression on the great sage's face lasted for at least half a minute. "You mean that entire planet?" After a while, the great sage seemed to awaken suddenly, speaking with an incredulous expression. "Wait, if that's the case, doesn't it mean the Emperor's legacy isn't something that can be taken? So how do you plan to obtain it?" "You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. For now, that Emperor's legacy won't be of much use to you anyway," Yuan Tong said offhandedly. "Before acquiring the Emperor's legacy, my cooperation with you will continue as usual." The great sage silently watched the elderly figure projected in the crystal, then exhaled gently and nodded. "I understand. We will continue to help suppress the influence of the inferent star body, But in return, please at least notify us in advance if you plan any big moves in the future. We're already facing enough trouble as it is." "No problem," Yuan Tong laughed, then seemed to remember something suddenly, saying, "Ah, by the way, you mentioned an unknown group just now, and they killed you once. Do elaborate, I have time to listen now." "Great sage. What could be more anxiety-inducing than hearing about an ancient power that has gone insane with madness appearing? There is indeed something more. And that is, when you hear that this ancient power is likely right at your doorstep, or worse, already causing trouble in your home." Upon hearing Yuan Tong's account of Yuan Tong, and learning that recent major events at the Taixu Spirit Hub and disturbances in Shuji might be related to that, Yuan Tong, Mo Ran's expression was evidently uneasy. This elegant and dignified city lord was instantly engulfed in an aura of, "I've had enough of this damn job," akin to hearing from your superiors that a nationally notorious criminal has appeared in your jurisdiction just as you were about to report your work, yet you knew nothing about it. Of course, you could omit the akin. Chapter 404, The Rift, disappeared. Chapter 404, The Rift, disappeared. Yuan Tong naturally noticed the subtle changes in Mo Ran's expression. He understood the mood of the border city lord at this moment. The situation is roughly like this." He coughed lightly twice to draw the other's attention. "As far as I know, the recent cases of cultivators experiencing chi deviation and disappearances are all concentrated in Mo City. Reports are rare in other areas of Shuji, so if all this is truly the handiwork of Yuan Tong, then there must be something in this city that interests him. In any case, he must have a reason for targeting this place. But what in this Mo City could warrant the attention of such an ancient and powerful figure?" Mo Ran furrowed his brow, his tone heavy. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Although Mo City is the largest city in Shuji, it's only because it once had the largest spiritual ore mine on the planet, but now those veins have long since dried up. There's no special blessed land or spiritual treasure here. Could it be he's interested in the abandoned mine veins?" Yuan Tong also frowned. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. "This we're temporarily unable to ascertain, but Yuan Tong has grand ambitions and likely has been lurking and planning at the border for hundreds of years. So any actions he takes in the short term might just be a part of some larger, long-term plan, including the recent occurrences in Mo City." Mo Ran listened, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face, and Yuan Tong paused slightly before continued. "Rest assured, such a significant matter won't leave Mo City to face it alone. Taixu Spirit Hub is also making preparations, and once there's progress in this investigation or Yuan Tong shows himself, support from Capital Star will arrive instantly. Moreover, I will later contact the Star Guardian Elder of Shuji. It's strange that such a significant hidden threat lurks on the planet under his watch, and yet he remains unaware." Listening, Mo Ran seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. Yuan Tong seemed to recall something at this point and casually asked, "By the way, speaking of the Star Guardian Elder, the one guarding Shuji, if I'm not mistaken, should be Elder Daoheng. I don't know much about him, only that he was originally a master of the Heavenly Inference sect, later appointed here as Star Guardian by the Immortal Alliance, jointly recommended by Qianfeng Ling Mountain and Netherworld Valley. How has he been doing here?" "As you said, Elder Daoheng was appointed here by the Immortal Alliance 100 years ago to guard this star on behalf of Qianfeng Ling Mountain and Netherworld Valley." Mo Ran nodded and said, "Throughout the century, Elder Daoheng has been diligent, protecting the star, earning respect from all sides. Additionally, Elder Daoheng acts low-key. Besides duties as the Star Guardian, he doesn't interfere much in mundane affairs, nor does he often make public appearances, especially since the last 20 to 30 years in Shuji has been peaceful, with surrounding small cities and orbital satellite cities being stable. His appearances were even fewer. Of course, fewer appearances are only in public. He still attends regular meetings and planetary defense briefings in each city." No anomalies. Yuan Tong touched his chin, nodding slightly, a pensive look on his face. Just then, a slight buzzing noise suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He casually reached into his sleeve and pulled out the glowing Lynxy mirror. The mirror displayed a new message. The sender was Yu Sheng. Yuan Tong immediately straightened his expression, raised his hand, and tapped open the message. The content of the message made him serious in an instant. Beside him, Moran noticed and immediately grew tense. The immortal envoy seemed so serious. Could it be another incident? Xuan Qi finished reading the message, thought for a moment, then looked at the city lord opposite him. Sit tight first. Moran, the sky might be falling. But Xuan Qi didn't coddle her. Seeing the city lord sitting safely, he cleared his throat. My master-uncle went with others to investigate the outskirts of the city and encountered an attack by Yuan Kingzi's black-clothed cultivators at the edge of Mo City. The opponents were numerous, with a large number of demon beasts trained, and a mysterious outsider expert held sway, who is a cultist of the Venerate Saints Monastery. Additionally, a massive spatial anomaly was found at the scene, with its coverage range temporarily immeasurable, and there were 2 immortal foxes from Takesu's spirit hub attacked on site, one critically injured but fortunately rescued. He paused, noticing the city lord across from him was beginning to look vacant, so he retrieved a medicine gourd from his sleeve, flicked a pill into the other's mouth, and then continued. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. In truth, the rescue was indeed quite timely. Upon swallowing the pill, Moran immediately snapped out from the brink of shattering Dao heart. The sky fell. Xuan Qi could only sigh lightly at this, then again lowered his head to review the just-received message, adjusting his sitting posture in the chair. Now, let's talk about the Venerate Saints Monastery. The cultist appearing in the city outskirts is at least a sage, possibly even at the great sage level. Moran, it's still collapsing, sustainably so. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, the flash illuminating the rainy night, with the rumble echoing continuously between heaven and earth. Yu Sheng looked up at the sky, dense with dark clouds and blurred with rain, feeling 9/10 uneasy about the whole situation. At this moment, he was standing on a new fox tail, floating at the spot where he had previously clashed with the hidden monastery cultist, with Master Yuan Hao next to him. Yuan Hao was standing on a chainsaw sword, which buzzed gratingly in midair. I opened the door here before, Yu Sheng said while feeling the air in front of him with his hand and frowning as he looked back. But now that feel is gone. Master Yuan Hao was holding a bright white brick in his hand, looking like a demon-revealing mirror, checking back and forth in the air. Hearing this, he turned his head. The space here is very calm, and no hidden realm entrance or spatial layers have been found. Zheng Daoyu also observed the ground just now and found no anomalies. But it doesn't make sense. Previously, such a large passage was opened up here, Yu Sheng said in disbelief. You saw it, didn't you? The sky seemed to collapse, turning into a slanted mirror, full of cracks. The scene on the other side of the fissures looked like another world, quite spectacular. Yes, although I was busy treating Shang'an at the time, I did indeed see the strange scene in the sky, Master Yuan Hao nodded. Judging from what was seen, there should indeed be another space hidden here. And such a large-scale, secret realm, once breached by you with such a hole, should not easily be hidden again. Yu Sheng's brow remained furrowed, and he said nothing more. Instead, he continued to maneuver the fox tail beneath his feet, inspecting various areas in the sky. Master Yuan Hao followed him everywhere, riding on the chainsaw sword and continuing to shine the brick everywhere. Aaron, who was on the ground, looked up at the 2 figures flying back and forth in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in unison after a while. This scene is damn bizarre. Beside them, Zheng Zhai blinked, One's riding a fox tail and the other's on a chainsaw sword, flying in circles. Ah, you don't get it. Aaron Pika impatiently waved a hand halfway through speaking. I need to refresh my eyes by reading novel or watching drama when I get back. These 2 ruined my last fantasy about the immortal heroes. It's wrong to replace reality with fantasy, Hu Li seriously said to a little puppet beside him when he heard this. You should cut down on that chaotic stuff. It's bad for your mind. Aaron immediately put her hands on her hips and declared confidently, I don't even have a brain. What should I be afraid of? There was a moment of silence around them, with Hu Li unsure of how to respond. After a few seconds, Luna, who had been in standby mode, suddenly seemed to reboot and slowly added, right. Aaron pondered, thinking the Sealock might have had ill intentions this time. But before she could figure it out, 2 streaks of light flashed in front of her. Yu Sheng and Master Yuan Hao descended from the sky, the former on a fox tail and the latter on a chainsaw sword. The little puppet instantly forgot what she had been thinking earlier and ran happily towards Yu Sheng. You finally came down. Yu Sheng dodged Aaron's pica lightning tackle this time, casually grabbed the foxtail beside him to block the little electric ball that was sparking erratically, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. I'm down, but unfortunately I couldn't find where the previous fissure was. Aaron was initially upset about being intercepted in midair, but hearing his words, she was dumbfounded before any indignation could be voiced. There's a door you can't open. It's not the first time. There are always odd occurrences in this world. What can I do? Yu Sheng shrugged. And you saw the situation on the other side of those fissures. It clearly wasn't just a hidden space. Its scale was much larger than the space opened by the Venerate Saints' monasteries, Order Pillar. I suspect there's some new concealment or transfer mechanism that I haven't figured out. Aaron listened, slightly bewildered, though she felt quite at home with this kind of situation of having heard but not understanding. She scratched her chin, adopting a thoughtful pose, pretended to ponder for a few seconds, then looked up. Then what? Then of course we head back. There's no point in staying here in the rain. Yu Sheng waved it off and simultaneously turned his head, glancing at the overcast sky and the towering ancient refining tower in the distance. After a moment of silence, he exhaled. With all these newfound clues, the whole matter has become even more enigmatic. I'm going back to think it over, and besides. As he spoke, he drew back his gaze and took another look ahead. Aaron, reinforced steel, just ran out of a derelict factory and stood in front of him. The guy who had fallen into a mud puddle earlier now got rained on, and the mud on them wasn't washed off much, making them look even more disheveled, yet they seemed to have forgotten all about it, standing there looking all high-spirited. It seemed like she was always so high-spirited. By the way, clean yourself up, you're almost beyond help. Chapter 405, Yu Sheng Scheme Correct. Chapter 405, Yu Sheng Scheme Correct. After returning to the immortal gathering continent, the first thing Yu Sheng did was run to the bathroom to fill the tub with hot water for the little puppet. The mechanical doll won't catch a cold, but it will run all over the place, scratching and leaving muddy footprints everywhere. The sound of the rushing hot water echoed, creating ripples in the bathtub big enough for Aaron to use as a swimming pool. The rising steam dispelled the chill of the rainy night, and the sound of the water gradually calmed the slightly chaotic thoughts. Yu Sheng stood with his arms crossed beside the bathtub, a bit lost in thought as he watched the churning water. Dirty all over, Aaron, reinforced steel, lay beside the tub, trying hard to tiptoe and watch the water level rise. Steam wafted over the little puppet's face, and she laughed joyfully, reaching out to try to scoop up the hot water but couldn't quite reach. Is it ready yet? Aaron turned her head, looking up at Yu Sheng. It's been filling for ages now. Just a few more minutes, adding more hot water makes it easier to get clean, Yu Sheng replied absent-mindedly, then glanced at the trail of muddy footprints Aaron had left in the bathroom. Should I throw you in the shower first for a quick rinse? Aaron thought for a moment, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Seizing the chance while Yu Sheng was distracted, she suddenly pounced on him, her tiny paws grabbing onto his pants. Ha! Instantly, there were 2 small handprints on Yu Sheng's pants. Oh, come on! Yu Sheng jumped up on the spot, dodging backward while quickly grabbing Aaron by her waistband and lifting her into the air. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Ah ha ha! Aaron giggled as she dangled in the air, not feeling tense at all. Serves you right for zoning out so often. You always go brain-dead when you're distracted. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, glanced at the now-full hot water tub, and without a second thought, tossed the little puppet in. Aaron immediately flailed in the tub, sputtering angrily. Blub, 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 blub. Yu Sheng didn't understand a word she was saying. But his mood improved. He clapped his hands, ignoring the little puppet now dog-paddling in circles in the tub, turned, and headed toward the bathroom door, just as Hu Li pushed the door open and walked in. The demon fox girl was holding an armful of tails. Yu Sheng paused. What are you going to do with those? Got caught in the rain, need to wash them with hot water, or they'll get coarse and uncomfortable the next day, Hu Li said seriously, then noticed the 2 handprints on Yu Sheng's pants. Aaron causing trouble again. Yu Sheng waved his hand with a smile. No big deal, these pants needed washing anyway. Then just leave the pants outside the bathroom door after you change. I'll wash them for you, Hu Li laughed. I have lots to wash anyway. Sure. Yu Sheng walked out the door, while Hu Li, still holding her bundle of tails, spun around the bathroom twice, only to find there wasn't a suitable place to wash the tails. Suddenly, Erin, who was splashing in the tub, felt a chill run down her spine. She looked up reflexively to see a massive ball of fur made of tails approaching her. Silly fox, what are you doing? I'm warning you not to come any closer. This is my bathing spot. We have a washing machine at home. Go wash your tails there, ah. Seemingly oblivious to the protests coming from the tub, Hu Li raised her hand and tossed the mass of tails into the hot water, then brought over a stool and began scrubbing. At first, it was her own tails she was scrubbing, but soon enough she was scrubbing Erin, who had been caught in the fluffy tails. The main thing is to share the blessings of rain and dew. No matter what comes out of the pool today, it has to be squeaky clean. There seems to be a lively noise coming from the bathroom, but that doesn't really have anything to do with Yu Sheng. He pushed open the door and went straight into number 66 Wudong Road, went home to change into some clean and refreshing clothes, and then returned to the living room of the Immortal Gathering Continent Hotel Suite. At this time, Zheng Zhai was sitting behind the coffee table, holding a phone and writing his work report. Master Yuan Hao was communicating with Kaiyan Feng Ling Mountain through the Lingxi mirror, seeming to discuss the situation on Shuji's side. Luna, in her usual statue-like pose, stood motionless by the window. Actually, she was in the Soul Wilderness with her night order, continuing to work on the details of the great cathedral. Aside from these three, there was also a small puppet in the most open part of the living room. Erin Pika was still in a state with electricity buzzing all over her. No one dared to touch her, so she was sitting cross-legged in a non-obtrusive place. When Yu Sheng came out after changing clothes, this little thing was sulking and immediately started buzzing loudly upon seeing him. Yu Sheng, go deal with that silly fox. She's washing her tail in my bathtub and scrubbed me along with it. It's just because I zapped her a few times before. You do realize it's because you were mischievous beforehand, right? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow at her words, initially intending to walk over and give the little puppet a pat on the head to placate her, but seeing the zapping, electric state she was in, he stopped himself just in time. Keeping his distance, he slightly frowned. I mean, you haven't finished discharging yet. You can't keep buzzing like this afterward, right? I'm discharging. This kind of overcharged electricity definitely can't be stored. It's just discharging a bit slowly, Erin said while raising her hand, showing the steel cable she was holding, extending from the living room to the windowsill and hanging down the building's exterior wall outside. I even attached a grounding wire. But for some reason, it's still discharging so slowly even with the grounding wire. Yu Sheng couldn't help but frown. So you're basically a short circuit, aren't you? Is there a difference? The little puppet blinked her eyes and raised her other hand to rub it in the air, seemingly wanting to test the remaining electricity in her body. Just as she snapped her fingers, a nearly 2-meter-long arc of electricity shot from her fingertips, making everyone in the room feel their hair stand on end. Zheng Zhai was so startled that he immediately hid next to Master Yuan Hao. Let me borrow your shield. Stop. Seeing this, Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand. You might end up frying the hotel's stuff. If it really doesn't work, I can open a door to outer space for you. Find a place on the orbit with no people to discharge the extra energy, because you can't just keep buzzing like this. After considering Yu Sheng's suggestion, Erin actually thought about it seriously, her expression even a bit eager. Sounds kind of interesting. However, she soon shook her head. Better not, it seems too noisy, and if I lose control, this body might overload and burn out, which would be a big loss. I guess I'll just keep leaking like this, though slow, at least it's stable. Saying that, she looked down at herself and raised her arm to gesture at Yu Sheng. And look, actually the sparks leaking from my body are much less than before. No need for her to point it out. Yu Sheng also noticed that the electric light around the little puppet was much less than when she returned. Just as she said, the overcharged electricity can't be stored. In a way, a 400% charged light cannon to destroy the world sounds cool, but the side effect is that she has to keep leaking electricity for a while, and judging by the current rate, Yu Sheng estimates she'll be buzzing for at least 2 more days. Seeing it like this, I feel your body has a lot of room for improvement. With all sorts of creative ideas rolling in his mind, Yu Sheng muttered, rubbing his chin. Getting struck by lightning could charge you, even overcharge several times without damage, and yet you can't store the overcharge, continuously leaking electricity. Whether pros or cons, this was something completely unforeseen in the initial design. Erin rolled her eyes at his words. Honestly, did you really design when you first crafted this body for me? Weren't you just making it up as you went along? How is making it up not designing? Yu Sheng instantly retorted seriously, then rubbed his chin again. I'm being serious, though. What happened this time is quite enlightening. I have a feeling the traits of your body could be utilized. If we get the mechanism right, it could potentially lead to developing some powerful techniques. Erin looked up at Yu Sheng. Well, it's not like we can find someone to strike me with lightning every time we fight, right? Regular charging methods can't achieve this effect, and when I'm at home using that charging station you made, it just stops once it's full. Yu Sheng didn't answer, just looked at the little puppet in front of him with a contemplative expression, making her increasingly uneasy. Yu Sheng, your look is a bit dangerous. Let me tell you, what do you plan to do? I suddenly have an idea slowly brewing in Yu Sheng's mind, now ready to be shared. Up to now, every body I've made for you is unique. Each can be seen as different models with non-interchangeable abilities. But what if I made some mass-produced bodies for you based on a unified standard? Using the same materials and craftsmanship, creating shells of the same standard, would these bodies possibly cooperate with each other? Taking this idea further, your current body has the trait of storing and discharging energy. So if there were multiple such bodies, all fully charged. Yu Sheng paused, watching the little puppet go from bewildered to pensive and gradually widen her eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. How about trying to create an Erin matrix or something? He said, rubbing his chin and looking eager. After all, Li can mass-produce the core material, and other materials can just be soil from the valley. The main cost would be the essential oils for the ritual, which we can get from the Special Service Bureau. It turns out quite cheap that way. Erin listened in stunned silence for a while, finally clapping her hands. Although something about this feels off, your idea sounds really exciting. This chapter is updated by Free e-B-Novel. See Chapter 406, Their Target. Chapter 406, Their Target. Actually, Yu Sheng had long wanted to try mass-producing Erins. This idea had been lingering in his mind for at least half a month now. There wasn't really any reason. He just thought it was interesting. Like most of his ideas, it popped up without any reason. Of course, now there's a legitimate reason. To develop Erin's combat potential, to conveniently deal with troublesome enemies like that priest. And as the person involved in this plan, the little puppet obviously supported it. After all, Erin and Yu Sheng have always been on the same wavelength regarding these whimsical ideas. The former is the one who fears the world will not be chaotic enough, while the latter is responsible for ensuring it is completely chaotic. So the two of them discussed, immediately hitting it off, plotting together, getting along like partners in crime. There's just one problem, Yu Sheng pondered seriously, rubbing his chin as he began to think about the details of this plan. It's not hard to make a bunch of mass-produced bodies for you, but can you control them when the time comes? You're already managing 4 at once. I recall you were stumbling trying to control 2 at the start. Erin listened and also began to think seriously. After a moment, she started speaking while continuing to emit sparks. I think I can do it. Remember when I told you at first my body can actually operate on low bandwidth? Just give a few basic commands and she can move on her own. After all, speaking from the perspective of puppet alchemy, a puppet becomes a complete life after spirit injection, possessing basic spirituality. Even if left idle for long, it might develop spiritual wisdom on its own. Of course, given that I'll definitely establish a connection with those bodies, we might not need to consider this final possibility. After all, if it's just to get those shells to move and act as cannon fodder during a fight, I should be able to control them. She paused for a bit, thought seriously again for a while, and then continued. Moreover, even considering these factors, how many shells I can ultimately control is currently unknown. We'll have to wait for the mass-produced ones to be created for actual testing. Yu Sheng listened dumbfoundedly to Erin's serious analysis. Seeing her thoughtful expression now, he immediately felt a bit incredulous. He was used to this little puppet's usual carefree state and never thought she could actually think seriously about matters. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, one should specialize in their field. She knows her own situation best. This little thing can't even competently kill a minion in gameplay or manage to buy equipment outside the base without spending 3 minutes tinkering on high ground. Yet look at her professionalism in puppet control. It's practically a sacred body of innate split personality. Erin immediately keenly noticed the change in Yu Sheng's gaze on her. Swoosh, lifting her head. Why do I feel like you're thinking bad things about me? You're mistaken, Yu Sheng waved it off casually. I was just marveling at how amazing you are. Of course, Erin immediately beamed with pride, her slight suspicion not lasting even 2 seconds. I'm telling you, I've realized I'm absolutely talented at controlling clones. At first, indeed, managing 2 bodies was difficult, but now managing 4 is like child's play. Overall, it comes down to practice. Once you get the mass production going, I really want to try. I want to know how many clones I can manage at once. All right, I'll prepare properly, Yu Sheng smiled, then turned towards the coffee table. But for now, we need to research Yun Qingzi and the suddenly emerged Venerate Saints Monastery to figure out what's going on. Upon hearing this, the seasoned uncle and nephew across the coffee table immediately perked up their attention, and even Luna, who was spacing out by the window, took 2 steps closer. I just can't figure out how those mysterious cultists hooked up with someone like Yun Qingzi, Yu Sheng muttered, shaking his head as he sat down on the sofa. Logically, their styles and influence should be worlds apart. Indeed, the Venerate Saints Monastery rarely operates in the Feiyu Star domain, and that priest showing up so suddenly surprised me. Master Yuan Hao nodded, but then shifted his tone. But on the other hand, they indeed hadn't appeared before, but recently the Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain caught some of those heretical outsiders at the border. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, looking pensive. Of course, he remembered Xuan Qi had mentioned this to him before, and one of his original intentions for visiting the Feiyu Star domain was out of curiosity about those cultists. Suspicious activities here. Though once here, many unexpected incidents happened, postponing this matter. You mean, the hidden monastery nests you found in the border area back then? Yu Sheng asked, somewhat hesitantly but soon curious. But weren't you someone who didn't care much? How come you know these details? Master Yuan Hao's face was momentarily awkward. Over the years, indeed, due to certain reasons, I didn't personally oversee the affairs of Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain, but I still have access to information, and since returning, I've learned a lot from my junior brothers. Oh, Yu Sheng stroked his chin, opting not to delve further into the sensitive topic that embarrassed the veteran uncle, instead quickly returning to the main subject. But from what I know, those hidden monastery nests you discovered back then weren't even in this area. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Yuan Hao on the opposite side hadn't had a chance to respond when a familiar voice came from outside the window. That can only mean that those lairs we discovered earlier were just some marginal outposts, hovering outside, and the places those evil demons have rooted themselves in the Feiyu Star domain have always been in Shuji. Yu Sheng raised his head upon hearing this voice, and saw a ray of light piercing through the rain curtain outside the window. Accompanied by the voice, it suddenly slid through the window gap and flew inside. During this time, the steel wire rope Erin used for discharging and acting as a ground wire was still draped over the windowsill, which was also why the window was ajar. Everything happened too suddenly for Yu Sheng to manage a warning. As soon as he raised his hand, he saw the ray of light brush past the steel wire rope on the windowsill. In the next instant, there was a crisp pop, and everyone saw a nearly 7 or 8 meter long zigzagging electric arc with green-purple spiritual light puncture the air, connecting Erin's arm on one end and the ray of light flying in on the other. A blink later, the steel wire rope acting as a conductor vaporized, and Xuan Qi flew out from the light like a ball of lightning. With a shout, he soared over the entire hall and solidly smacked against the wall on the opposite side with a thump. However, truth be told, cultivating immortality does wonder for one's physique. Xuan Qi, pinned against the wall, sprung back up in just 1 second. In the blink of an eye, he shoved a handful of unknown pills into his mouth and turned abruptly as if facing a formidable enemy. Who unleashed divine thunder? As Xuan Qi uttered these words, residual electricity continually crackled around him, and his hair stood on end. His eyes glanced in different directions in the room before his gaze finally focused after several seconds. Then, he saw the small puppet sitting in the living room, staring at him in bewilderment and the electricity flowing around the puppet. The room was very quiet. Even Yu Sheng, who often dealt with strange individuals, couldn't quite figure out how to navigate this awkward moment. In the end, it was Erin who broke the silence. She looked down at her palm, then exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at Yu Sheng, "Hey, I've discharged half." The next second, she stood up quickly, staring straight at Xuan Qi. "Don't move there." Xuan Qi broke into a cold sweat instantly. His face turning pale, it was unclear whether it was from fright or the earlier electric shock. "Miss Erin, calm down." "Calm down my ass. I have this body just for gaming when it feels good. Now like this, I don't even dare touch my phone." Erin loudly babbled. "Bear with it, treat it as crossing a tribulation, a zap and it's over." Xuan Qi looked horrified and turned to Yu Sheng. "Mr. Yu, save me." "Erin, sit back down, don't cause trouble now." Finally, Yu Sheng couldn't take it anymore and spoke to calm Erin down, and when the small puppet muttered and sat back in the center of the living room, he then turned his gaze to Xuan Qi. "You. Hey, this interruption broke my train of thought. Where was I? Oh right, the Venerate Saints Monastery. You met the city lord of Mo City. Did you hear any intelligence related to those cultists?" By now, Xuan Qi also breathed a sigh of relief, and while carefully avoiding Erin as he walked over, tidied his hair and clothes. "I didn't gather any intelligence after all. Neither the evil demons of the hidden monastery nor those black-clothed cultivators are known by the city lord here. Though it's too early to draw conclusions now, in my opinion, whether it's the city lord of Mo City or Shuji's star guardian elder, they have indeed been somewhat neglectful over these years." He said this while sitting down beside Yu Sheng, simultaneously organizing his thoughts. "However, on my way back, I did ponder some things." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh. About why that hidden monastery would be entangled with Yuan Qingzi," Xuan Qi said slowly, "earlier. Before I came in, I heard you discussing, and like you said, the hidden monastery originally had nothing to do with someone like Yuan Qingzi, but if they have a common goal, wouldn't that be another matter?" "A common goal?" Yu Sheng repeated these words, his expression gradually turning solemn. Although it wasn't clear what Yuan Qingzi intended, Yu Sheng was aware of the goal of the Venerate Saints Monastery, or at least their biggest goal in the near future. Dark Angel. Chapter 407, Dusky Shadows. Chapter 407, Dusky Shadows. Upon hearing the words spoken by Yu Sheng, Xuan Qi slowly nodded, his face half heavy and half expressionless. The expressionless part was because half of his face was still numb. "Dark Angel, this is the only common interest that might connect these otherwise unrelated parties." Yu Sheng tried hard to ignore the occasional twitch on Xuan Qi's numb half-face, and made his tone as solemn as possible. "The Venerate Saints Monastery's move from years of low-profile hibernation to now causing trouble outside is directly because of this." Xuan Qi nodded along. "I have also heard from my master about this. It is said that those people of the evil path believe that by relying on the power of the angel catalyst, they can achieve healing of the universe, and apart from this thing, nothing else in this world could make this group of self-proclaimed saints deign to collaborate with other forces." When the clues suddenly linked together, the long-stuck lines of thought were instantly cleared, and Yu Sheng immediately followed Xuan Qi's words. On the other hand, Yuan Qingzi vanished for a millennium, and the last time he appeared before the world, it was to fiercely battle an unknown, formidable enemy near Shuji. The two of them looked at each other simultaneously, and in each other's eyes they saw the same answer. Even Zheng Zhai, who had been quietly listening at the side, reacted. "Are you saying that the one who fought Yuan Qingzi back then was a dark angel?" "Very likely," Xuan Qi said in a deep voice. "If it wasn't for such a powerful enemy, how could someone like Yuan Qingzi, an ancient power reforged by time, be so easily defeated? After all, someone investigated that battleground back then and even found remnants of a burned-out spirit body. In ordinary circumstances, how could a top-tier expert be defeated to such an extent even if they were to lose?" "But he didn't die," Yu Sheng frowned, quickly following up. "And judging by the current cooperation with the Venerate Saints Monastery, he must have done more than just survive back then." Zheng Zhai blinked, and after realizing it, he took a sharp breath. "He has the angel catalyst." "Is that possible?" Xuan Qi expressed disbelief with half his face. "There are cases of surviving an encounter with a dark angel, but to not only survive a close battle but also strip away fragments from it." As he spoke, his voice wavered slightly, and his gaze fell on Yu Sheng. "Don't look at me, my case isn't representative." Yu Sheng quickly gestured with his hands when he saw Xuan Qi's look. "And I've said many times, I really didn't fight with Anka Ayla. Ours was a talks therapy session, and she voluntarily chose to rest fully informed." I know," Xuan Qi coughed twice quickly. "I mean, since there's an example like Mr. Yu, it seems that stripping Angel Catalyst from a Dark Angel might not be entirely impossible. If Yuan Qingzi really fought a Dark Angel to a mutual destruction thousands of years ago, then he indeed has the capability to collaborate with the hidden monastery now, even getting their great sage to charge ahead for him. But we still don't know what conditions the Venerate Saints Monastery have laid out," Yu Sheng said, touching his chin in thought. "Collaborating is all about benefit exchange. If Yuan Qingzi could provide the Angel Catalyst to the hidden monastery, then what about the monastery? What can they offer Yuan Qingzi?" The room fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds before Master Yuan Hao's unhurried voice broke the silence. "For instance, resolving or suppressing the hidden threats left by the Dark Angel." Several pairs of eyes turned to the old handsome man. "It's very plausible," Master Yuan Hao said calmly. "Based on the traces found on that battlefield from thousands of years ago, the result of Yuan Qingzi's battle must have been extremely devastating. To survive such a fierce battle couldn't have been without a price. His millennia absence from the present world also indirectly confirms this point. As for the hidden monastery, having studied Dark Angels all these years, I've heard they even have an Angel's Corpse specimen. Surely, they've made considerable achievements in this area." "I agree with this hypothesis," Yu Sheng nodded slowly, quickly reorganizing the information gathered so far in his mind while sorting through other questions. "Then there's another issue. It's fairly clear how Yuan Qingzi and the Venerate Saints Monastery are collaborating, but what about Yuan Qingzi's other target? What exactly is the Emperor's legacy he's looking for? Why is he searching for it?" "I'm completely clueless about that," Master Yuan Hao shook his head. "Ultimately, we don't even know what this Emperor's legacy is, let alone its uses. Could it also be for resolving the hidden dangers left by the Dark Angel?" Xuan Qi pondered carefully, speaking with 3/4 of his face showing signs of intense thought. "The monastery's actions are deceitful and insidious, and their teachings are radical, showing no morality or integrity towards those of other faiths. Someone like Yuan Qingzi, who has faced great storms, surely sees this. Their cooperation probably isn't very sincere, so Yuan Qingzi definitely needs another method to solve his own issues. That Emperor's legacy might be a spell powerful enough to split heavens and earth, a divine weapon that cleaves time and space, or even a magic artifact that turns effects into causes. Otherwise, it doesn't deserve such a name. Yuan Qingzi probably intends to use its power to completely resolve the hidden dangers left from the battle with the Dark Angel back then." Xuan Qi's speculation was actually baseless, but the logic seemed sound. Although Yu Sheng felt the situation might not be so simple, he didn't question it directly. Instead, he reminded after a moment of thought, "All our guesses so far are based on the assumption that Yuan Qingzi fought the Dark Angel 1,000 years ago and left behind significant hidden dangers. So next we need to consider how to verify this assumption." He paused at this point, then continued after some thought. "Ultimately, if Yuan Qingzi did encounter a Dark Angel back then, which angel did he encounter? And after all these years, where is that angel now? Isn't there a possibility?" Zhang Zhai hesitantly suggested, looking back and forth between Yu Sheng, Xuan Qi, and Master Yuan Hao. "That Yuan Qingzi actually won back then? Maybe he completely destroyed that Dark Angel." No sooner had Zhang Zhai finished speaking than Xuan Qi and Master Yuan Hao fixed their gaze on him, making him instinctively shrink back. "I'm just suggesting a possibility. After all, I just finished training recently and haven't even officially started yet. I'm just thinking, Brother Yu has already caused an angel fall, which means the Dark Angel isn't invincible." "I get what you mean, but honestly, the possibility is low," Xuan Qi considered for a moment before seriously stating with 4/5 of his face showing. "The Dark Angel's strange danger aside, from the information we have, Angel Fall should be impossible to hide once it happens. When Anka Ayla died, it was accompanied by a massive release of energy, with spectacular phenomena illuminating the sky, and later leaving behind a large amount of strange remnants known as Ankala crystals. The shadowless skeleton in the monastery's possession, although already remains when found, was surrounded by a large amount of minerals, and its location was marked by a sinkhole visible from space. Its descent must have been just as spectacular. By this reasoning, the death of a dark angel is likely to be accompanied by large-scale, even world-changing phenomena, and will leave behind conspicuous remnants. But similar things were not found on the battlefield where Yuan Tong went missing. 1,000 years ago, Yu Sheng muttered with a frown. 1,000 years ago in the Shuji area are there recorded reports of abnormal natural phenomena, group mental pollution, and the like. Xuan Qi blinked. You mean? The Special Service Bureau has a wealth of characteristic data and citing records concerning dark angels. Perhaps they can analyze some clues from abnormal records 1,000 years ago in Shuji and figure out which dark angel appeared there, if it was indeed a dark angel. Yu Sheng said solemnly. The disturbances caused by a dark angel's death can't be hidden, nor can those at its descent. Large-scale mental pollution, supernatural phenomena, even exotic realm loss of control. If a dark angel did appear in the area back then, it would definitely be accompanied by these events. Xuan Qi pondered in silence, slowly speaking after a moment. Though your words make sense. But Shuji was still in the early stages of development 1,000 years ago, and besides a few fortified posts and settlement towns on the home planet, only simple mechanical outposts were on the surrounding satellites and planet orbits. The battle between Yuan Tong and an unknown formidable enemy took place on an uninhabited planet near Shuji, which was more of a monitoring blind spot 1,000 years ago. I'm afraid no useful data is left. An uninhabited planet near Shuji? Yu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. How far is it from here? A regular immortal boat can round trip in a day, Xuan Qi thought aloud. You want to go there and take a look, but to be blunt, you probably won't find any clues now. It's been 1,000 years, even if some aura remained on the battlefield back then and hasn't been discovered, it's likely dissipated by now. Besides, if there really was something left there, Yuan Tong and his followers surely would have cleaned it up by now and wouldn't leave it just lying around. We can go have a look anyway. After all, it's no loss to take the trip, Yu Sheng remarked casually. If this really has to do with the Dark Angel, then we absolutely can't miss any possible leads. Intelligence gathering is the most crucial step in dealing with such mysterious threats. Chapter 408, Ripples in the Calm. Chapter 408, Ripples in the Calm. Yu Sheng's opinion was supported by everyone. After all, everyone generally believed that someone who could talk a dark angel to death was indeed a professional in opposing the realm of the dark angel. When do you plan to set off? Xuan Qi curiously looked into Yu Sheng's eyes. If you're only heading to a nearby planet, there's no need to use the other world in ship. I can ask the city lord here to arrange an immortal boat. No rush, we just had a fight with those guys in black and gained a lot of intelligence. We should rest for a day. Besides, I have some other arrangements. Yu Sheng waved his hand. As for the immortal boat, I think we should just have Hu Li run over. Let's not involve that city lord in this matter. Xuan Qi nodded, then suddenly realized. You think there's something wrong with that city lord? Not necessarily something wrong, but I find them somewhat unreliable. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and said earnestly, since landing on this planet, I've always felt many things were off. Maybe, like you said, Mo City's city lord and this planet's star guardian elder were negligent, which is why they didn't notice the shadows under their noses, but I always feel. There's another reason for their slow response. Could they have already defected? Zheng Zhai became nervous upon hearing this. Could that city lord already be one of Yuan Tong's people? Wouldn't that be dangerous for us? Shouldn't be that severe. Before I approached City Lord Moran, I set up the Heart Inquiry mysterious array around her and constantly monitored her aura and divine sense during our interaction, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Xuan Qi shook his head. Mr. Yu's concerns were something I had considered in advance, but from my observation, the City Lord's cultivation level is not high. Even if she's good at hiding, it's unlikely she could conceal herself flawlessly in front of me. In any case, we must be as cautious as possible here. Who knows how deeply Yuan Tong has infiltrated this planet? Not to mention we've discovered that Venerate Saints monastery members have also infiltrated. Yu Sheng said slowly. There can't be just one priest from the hidden monastery lurking in Shuji. Today we dealt with the leader, and the remaining cultists will surely react. Xuan Qi nodded solemnly. Yu Sheng's gaze turned to the surroundings. I've already reported the situation here to the Bureau. Zhang Zhai spoke up proactively before Yu Sheng could say a word. Later, I'll add another report, including the situation with the Dark Angel. I've informed my junior brothers to check the recent personnel movements leaving Taixu's spirit hub for Shuji. Master Yuan Hao spoke next. The situation with those two immortal foxes is likely not an isolated case. If Yun Kingzi's pollution did indeed project onto Taixu's star when the demon suppression tower lost control, those affected at that time are probably numerous. If necessary, we can issue an emergency order for the 5 sects to intercept all immortal boats headed for Shuji to prevent the situation from worsening. Yu Sheng nodded lightly, feeling more at ease upon hearing the others' arrangements. Then let's call it a day, he exhaled softly and stood up from the sofa. Everyone's tired, let's rest first and talk about it tomorrow. Several people got up to return to their rooms, and Aaron, who was sitting idly in the middle of the room, finally saw that Yu Sheng's side had finished the boring business talk. She happily stood up and walked over. Oh, you guys finally finished talking. I almost fell asleep listening over here. Xuan Qi was just walking around the coffee table to return to his room. He didn't watch his step, and with a 66.6 cm high puppet that looked like a short, round doll coming in, she just happened to step into a visual blind spot beside the coffee table. So the next second, Yu Sheng watched as senior brother stretched his leg out and tripped over Aaron's head. Oh! He barely managed to raise his hand to block, and the next moment there was a flash of light. In fact, the entire room lit up. A glaring arc filled with purple spiritual light exploded in the room with a bang, and the powerful electric field that suddenly spread through the air made everyone's hair stand on end. A divine thunder, strong enough to knock even an immortal off their feet, erupted out of nowhere, sending Xuan Qi flying vertically. Yu Sheng watched as a silhouette flashed in the bright light, and when he reacted, senior brother was already on the ceiling. Half a second later, Xuan Qi crashed to the ground. Aaron also rolled on the ground from the huge recoil but quickly flipped up, sitting and looking around blankly. Only then did she realize what had happened, and happily pounced towards Yu Sheng. Oh, Yu Sheng, I discharged. Don't worry about your discharging. Yu Sheng's hair was still standing on end at this point. He reached out to catch the small puppet jumping at him, and then turned with cold sweat to look at the spot where Xuan Qi landed. Hey, are you okay? Xuan Qi struggled to get up from the ground, still looking dazed. Yu Sheng called out twice before he blinked and looked half bewildered at the puppet in Yu Sheng's hand, taking a while before muttering, Why did this happen? I'm curious too. Yu Sheng was even more bewildered. When she touches us, it's just a zap, but with you, it nearly blasted half your life away. At this moment, Master Yuan Hao, who had been watching seriously from the side, finally spoke up. The old handsome man thoughtfully looked at his nephew, who had just recovered, but now had half his face numb again. Chair, what is your current cultivation level now? Xuan Qi's mind was still a bit clouded, and he instinctively replied, Spiritually complete, but haven't glimpsed the realm of seeking Tao. Oh, then it's some time before your next major tribulation. Master Yuan Hao rubbed his chin. But start preparing early, ask your master to get some heavenly thunder guiding, physique-enhancing pills, and magic treasures for you. With your constitution, it's almost certain you will face a lightning tribulation during seeking Tao. Xuan Qi was surprised, but my master said that I was likely to face a spiritual tribulation. Master Yuan Hao immediately widened his eyes. Your master once confidently judged that he'd face a red dust tribulation, but he prepared for 10 years, only to be struck by lightning for 3 days and nights on the way down the mountain. Do you trust him or me? Xuan Qi subconsciously wanted to say that he trusted his master, but after glancing at Master Uncle, who had gone through many romantic tribulations yet maintained a good mindset, he swallowed his words again, perhaps also because he saw the puppet Yu Sheng was holding, and lowered his head with half an embarrassed face. I understand. Yu Sheng stood by, dumbfounded, though he didn't understand the ways of these immortal cultivators at all. He still felt that this matter was impressive, but felt it inappropriate to ask more. After all, even true man Yuanling's dark past was brought out. It would be impolite to inquire further at this moment. The above is the recent work situation of the second team. Recently, no major cases have occurred, the order within Boundary City is good, and the key-controlled exotic realms are quite stable. In Boundary City, within the depths of the Special Service Bureau's director's office, Song Cheng was standing in front of Bailey Ching's desk, reporting the situation, secretly observing the director's expression as he spoke. Still expressionless, the director sat behind the desk with a poker face as usual, meticulous like a perfectly sculpted statue, only occasionally nodding to show a hint of human warmth. But as a seasoned old employee of the Special Service Bureau, having dealt with Bailey Ching for so many years, Song Cheng still discerned a bit of relaxation and joy in the director's taut appearance. "How is Miss City?" Bailey Ching suddenly asked. Song Cheng quickly adjusted his gaze and swiftly replied, "The exploration is still ongoing, progressing steadily. We've generally grasped the law of Mist City's entity formation and most dangerous entities, activity range. We have now set up 46 safe houses and corresponding exit points within Mist City and have installed semi-permanent communication devices. The next step will be to open exploration permissions for a few heavy mist areas and most light mist areas as planned, allowing more spirit realm detectives and investigators to assist in exploration or collect mist materials." Ahem. Bailey Ching lightly nodded. Then the office fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Song Cheng heard the director exhale gently. "Recently, it's very peaceful," Bailey Ching said softly. "Yes, it's been quite peaceful recently," Song Cheng laughed, "especially compared to a while ago. The only noteworthy event seems to be the recent action at the Dark House, right?" "Yes, after all, it involved the ancient people," Song Cheng nodded. "Other than that, there hasn't been any major case." The two chatted idly for a couple of sentences, then fell silent again, as if enjoying this moment of tranquility. It's nice to have peace, without anyone suddenly opening a door through the boundary land or a dark angel falling from the sky. "How is that newcomer Zheng Zhai doing?" Bailey Ching asked casually, leaning back in the chair, appearing somewhat relaxed. "He's been regularly reporting his work, seems to be growing fast," Song Cheng smiled. "To be brought to the distant Feiyu Star domain out of the blue, this should count as quite a remarkable internship experience among all past newcomers." "Newcomer," Bailey Ching muttered softly to himself. "That's good too." Song Cheng blinked, seemingly wanting to say something, but at that moment, a vibration from his phone interrupted his words. He took out the phone and looked at it. His expression changed the next second. Bailey Ching immediately noticed the change in expression. Zheng Zhai has sent a message." Song Cheng raised his head slowly, his tone very complicated, over at Yu Sheng's side. Bailey Ching almost instantly changed posture. "Is he coming back?" "They are experiencing another Dark Angel incident over there." Bailey Ching. Chapter 409, The First Mass-Produced Machine. Chapter 409, Chapter 409, The First Mass-Produced Machine. Lodge Valley, Teleportation Hub, on the terrace connected to the external corridor of the second floor of the Great Pyramid. The bustling city of No Night amidst the eternal rain and night of Shuji is indeed a novel alien planet landscape, but staying too long in such a perpetually rainy place inevitably makes one feel somewhat oppressed. After returning to this sunny and bright valley, Yu Sheng felt his mood greatly relaxed. Standing at the edge of the terrace outside the hub pyramid, Yu Sheng took a deep breath of the valley's unique fresh air and looked around with a sense of joy and relaxation. Not far away, the fairy tale town was basking in daylight, with various imaginative wonderful buildings seemingly having added a few new ones since before. The king's knights were patrolling between the town and the forest, while Little Red Riding Hood's wolf pack was chasing and running in the fields. Sleeping Beauty was pruning the lush rose bushes in front of her house, and suddenly a silver-gray drone flew straight over the town, carrying a basket full of snacks and a brand new axe, clearly intending to deliver these gifts to the hunters and squirrels in the forest. In the farmlands between the town and the teleportation hub, Luna was leading a group of children to identify crops in the fields. She was still wearing the nun's habit she got from Shuji, looking as if she quite liked this new outfit, while the children around her obviously had become familiar with this strangely-looking sister, running around her with great joy. On the terrace nearby, Hu Li had just set up a long drying rack, and now basking in the sunny days of the valley and a gentle breeze, the demon fox girl was humming an unknown tune, happily hanging her freshly washed tails neatly on the rack. 8 fluffy fox tails gently swaying in the wind, with a puppet's dress in between them. Erin, reinforced steel, having just finished her bath, was sitting cross-legged on the railing post of the terrace, wearing new clothes, her hair still slightly wet. When the breeze blew, she tilted her head into the wind, closed her eyes enjoying the moment, and a silly smile appeared on her face. "I still prefer sunny days." The little puppet suddenly turned around and said earnestly to Yu Sheng, "Over at Shuji, the rain never stops. I always feel like my joints will get moldy in such an environment sooner or later." Yu Sheng laughed and walked over to ruffle Erin's hair. "We've rested enough, time to get to work." "All right," Erin immediately said happily, and then jumped from the railing post onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, turning around to wave vigorously at Hu Li, silly fox. Hu Li had just finished hanging the tails and was standing in front of the drying rack, happily admiring her handiwork. Upon hearing Erin's shout, she immediately perked up and gleefully ran over to Yu Sheng. Coming. Are we making a new body for Erin?" "Let's go," Yu Sheng nodded and beckoned with his hand. "Let's go and stock up some combat power for our travel agency." The 3 of them left the terrace and entered the hub pyramid through the external corridor, then quickly passed through a short hallway, arriving at the alchemy laboratory that Yu Sheng specifically established inside this wonder structure. Of course, considering Yu Sheng did not know any alchemy beyond making puppets, this place could easily be considered a dedicated puppet workshop for making Erin. The alchemy laboratory was located on the 2nd floor of the hub pyramid, and even when disregarding facilities like the hallway storage prep rooms, the remaining lab space was astonishingly spacious, with its large alchemy operation area resembling an indoor plaza. When Yu Sheng initially built this place, he actually regretted a little, thinking that a space this large dedicated solely to making puppets might be a bit wasteful, but now it seemed he had inadvertently made it just right. The lab was brightly lit, and the 3 of them went straight to an alchemy table at the center of the operation area. Yu Sheng steadied himself and began the preparations for puppet manufacturing with practiced ease. First, he laid out various ritual materials he had procured from the Special Service Bureau, then directly controlled the alchemy table to generate an alchemy array for spirit injection, while simultaneously gathering rocks and soil from near the teleportation hub to bring to the lab for use. While Yu Sheng was making these preparations, Hu Li had also started preparing a new skeleton for Erin. The demon fox girl extended her hand and pulled out a lump of spiritual fox mysterious iron from her tail, then ignited a dazzling flame at the tip of her tail, beginning to cut and cast the metal using argon fox welding. Yu Sheng casually created a mold for casting the skeleton on the ground next to the alchemy table, then pondered for a moment, making some adjustments to the mold, while reminding Hu Li, "Cut a bit less, don't make it as sturdy as last time. This is for mass production, let's keep the costs down as much as possible." Erin, watching wide-eyed from the side, couldn't help herself when she saw Yu Sheng had reduced the size of the skeleton mold on the ground 3 times, exclaiming, "Stop shrinking it. The femur is going to be reduced to a wire. It's supposed to be part of the combat power, keep some basic strength at least." Hu Li also reminded, "Savior, if the spiritual fox mysterious iron usage is too low, it might affect the energy storage effect. It might run out of power after a dozen beams during a fight." Yu Sheng thought about it, initially thinking that for a production model, it wouldn't last long in battle anyway, being able to fire a few rounds of beams with the main unit or act as a power bank for the main unit would be good enough. But seeing Erin's distressed expression and considering that firepower should be sufficient, he reluctantly adjusted it back a bit. "Let's first make a sample." Watching Hu Li pouring the skeleton, Yu Sheng said while stroking his chin. "Then we'll have Erin control it in her so-called low bandwidth mode to test how well this production model body functions independently if it only receives simple commands. If it works, we can start mass-producing the final products." Erin had already climbed onto the nearby alchemy table by now, resting her chin on her hands while watching Yu Sheng and Hu Li busy themselves, sporting a contemplative expression. Who knows what was going through that little head of hers? After a few minutes, her eyes suddenly lit up. How about adding a self-destruct feature? Yu Sheng was pondering where else he could cut costs for the mass-produced machines and didn't immediately react upon hearing the puppet's words. When he realized what she meant, he was shocked. "Are you serious?" After all, it's a mass-produced machine. If it gets smashed, it's not a big deal. Considering its limited performance, if it gets caught during a solo exploration mission, it might not be able to escape. Why not add a self-destruct feature to surprise the enemy? Erin continued, still resting her chin while analytically explaining. Plus, I think it's kind of thrilling. Yu Sheng was utterly amazed by the puppet's idea, but a second later he became very interested in the concept. Suddenly, any sense of incongruity disappeared from his mind, and he leaned over to Erin to discuss. How would it explode? Stuff 2 bombs in its stomach. We could ask Dorothy, she has a bunch of ammunition over there. Or borrow some incendiary bombs from the fire stick. Set up a self-destruct with arson capability. Doesn't seem quite right. How much can you fit there anyway? It feels like the firepower wouldn't be enough. Should we ask Master Yuan how? He's into artifact refining, and those celestial beings have a bunch of black technology. Lots of them are pretty powerful. I really don't want to stuff bricks in my stomach. Then we'll need some innovation in the body's structure itself, Yu Sheng mused. See if it's possible to integrate an overload mechanism directly inside, releasing all the energy stored in the spiritual fox mysterious iron at once. I've got an idea, Erin said excitedly, her eyes shining. Based on my experience making electric light balls lately, if they aren't done well, they really do explode. Their train of thought opened up on the spot, and they enthusiastically started discussing back and forth, analyzing how they could stuff a big bang into Erin's mass-produced body. No one felt this topic was out of place, and they continued the discussion for quite a while before they both stopped simultaneously and pondered. Yu Sheng broke the silence first, thoughtfully. I kind of feel this topic is a bit too twisted. Erin, mimicking Yu Sheng's thoughtful chin-stroking, seems like it. No, I still feel that the self-destruct plan is unreliable. Yu Sheng pondered carefully for a long time and finally shook his head. These mass-produced machines are usually active in the valley, which is our main base. Having a bunch of mass-produced puppets with bombs running around here, one accidentally exploding would be quite the spectacle. And besides, there are a lot of kids here. Seems like it. But you really did remind me, Yu Sheng said after a moment of thought very seriously. We can indeed add some features to these mass-produced machines. Previously, I made a body for you solely as a shell without considering this approach, but now I have an idea. Erin blinked, looking at Yu Sheng with some suspicion. What's your idea? Do you still remember my portable number 66 Wudong Road? Erin, this thing, it might be built into mass-produced machines. A moment later, a newly adjusted puppet skeleton was transferred to the alchemy platform. For Yu Sheng, the upcoming operation was practically second nature. Rocks and soil in his hands were granted a brief false life, rapidly squirming to envelop the skeleton on the platform, forming the puppet's shell. A drop of blood was mixed into the shell, becoming the key medium for carrying spirituality. The incense used in the spirit injection ceremony was thrown into the candle flame, and in the suddenly rising flames, real vitality gradually emerged. The rock and soil-formed body took on a hint of blood color, turning false life into genuine breathing and simulated heartbeat. And then, at a suitable moment, Yu Sheng bestowed a name upon this empty shell. Erin. The spirit injection ceremony was completed in the blink of an eye, and the Erin, mass-produced, on the alchemy platform sluggishly opened her eyes. Chapter 410, New Function. Chapter 410, New Function. The 66.6 cm tall puppet sat up from the alchemy platform, blinking somewhat sluggishly. After a long while, it seemed to successfully start up, and blankly stared at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng originally wanted to ask Erin if this mass-produced shell was using low-bandwidth mode at the moment. But seeing the dull and clueless eyes of the new puppet, he realized he didn't need to ask. Judging by this sluggish yet wise appearance, the bandwidth couldn't be high. Even Huli couldn't help but murmur, "This doesn't look very smart." "Nonsense. Low bandwidth. Do you understand what low bandwidth means?" Erin, reinforced steel, standing next to Yu Sheng, rolled her eyes instantly, then began trying to issue a command to the mass-produced self on the platform. "I'll first let her get down and walk around." Just as the little puppet finished speaking, the mass-produced Erin on the platform swayed her body back and forth. Just like a machine starting up and doing a self-check, she slowly checked her limbs, and after 2 to 3 seconds, this mass-produced model awkwardly got up and crawled down from the alchemy platform backward, only to fall with a thud on the ground. Yu Sheng. Hu Li. What's with those looks? It's normal for the body to not adapt just after waking. Aaron, reinforced steel, temporarily serving as the host, looked a bit embarrassed but still tried to justify herself with a stiff neck. Normally, I directly take over the new body, which is why it's steady. Now trying to let the new body move instinctively is quite. Before she could finish, the mass-produced Aaron that just climbed up from the ground fell again with a thud and started crawling in a weird position. Yu Sheng couldn't bear it anymore, stepped forward to support the mass-produced Aaron crawling around. I think the first thing you should do is take over a bit, at least explain to this body what walking upright means. Aaron paused. Is that so? Then came another round of scrambling. A completely inexperienced Hu Li added to a half-baked Yu Sheng, along with the not-so-reliable puppet. The trio of unreliable guys gathered together to study how to get a living doll that has life, but no brain to move according to simple commands. Through countless failures, Aaron finally seemed to grasp a bit of the trick and successfully activated the slumbering spirit in this completely blank mass-produced shell. Yu Sheng found it hard to describe what happened at that moment, but he truly felt the change. He felt that the hollow puppet shell in his hand suddenly had a tangible sense of life, as if the originally empty shell with a semblance of life suddenly became a true, living being with a spirit. Then, this small body slowly turned its head, its slightly stiff eyes blankly staring this way. Yu Sheng hesitated as he placed the mass-produced Aaron on the ground, watching her sway a few times before standing firmly. She lacked self-awareness, let alone any hint of intelligence. In essence, she was still a container directly controlled by Aaron, but now this container possessed the most basic spirituality. It was something between a soul and a shell. Is this the mechanical soul? Yu Sheng asked thoughtfully, observing the slowly turning head of the mass-produced puppet, or according to Xu Wenqi's terminology, artifact spirit. Come, walk over here. Aaron gestured towards the mass-produced puppet, attempting for the first time to move her shell, using a command instead of direct control. The mass-produced puppet immediately responded, determined Aaron's position and stepped towards her. Oh, it worked. Yu Sheng, look, it worked. Aaron instantly became excited, turning her head to shout happily at Yu Sheng, then turned back, carefully examining her mass-produced self standing in front of her. Wow, seeing my shell in this way for the first time feels quite incredible. It's just you who can adapt this quickly. Anyone else would find having another self swaying in front of them awkward. Yu Sheng remarked with a hint of admiration, then waved his hand. All right, try some more complex commands and then test the new features. Aaron immediately responded and began a series of tests on the mass-produced puppet. Basic running and jumping, then more refined climbing and grabbing actions, and finally the high-difficulty task of mimicking writing movements. The mass-produced puppet silently executed a series of commands from the host. Even though it looked perpetually stiff, nearly every command was completed flawlessly. Yu Sheng watched with a tinge of amazement as Aaron conducted various tests. Now the two little puppets were lying on the ground, with Aaron holding a ritual knife carving a set of complicated alchemy runes on the ground, while the mass-produced puppet mimicked Aaron's movements with another knife, perfectly replicating the runes. In all honesty, watching the two little figures lying there carving runes is quite amusing. No problem with basic actions, no issue with execution capacity. Tasks that have been executed or referred to once can easily be completed, and it can understand human speech, Aaron said as she climbed up from the ground, patting her hands and then turning around to pat the mass-produced puppet's skirt. Just that sometimes the response can be a bit slow, and it can't handle complex and sudden situations, but in case of difficulties, it should seek assistance. I think I've successfully taught her the concept of help-seeking. The mass-produced puppet stood dazedly aside, seemingly listening to Aaron or perhaps just silently observing Aaron's movements, and after a while she suddenly clapped her hands, then went to pat Aaron's skirt. The ability to learn and imitate is impressive, Aaron added. Hu Li was a bit curious. Will every mass-produced doll in the future need to be taught by you like this? No need for that. They can learn from each other afterward, Aaron waved her hand. Mass-produced dolls aren't very flexible, but sharing knowledge and experiences among them is even easier than for humans. Any new thing only needs to be taught to one of them, and the rest will quickly learn it as well. Huli thought about it and quickly understood what the other meant. Are they networked? It's we, Aaron corrected earnestly. All errands are connected, whether mass-produced or not, but right now there's only this one prototype for mass production, so I can't say what it will be like when the scale of the mass production comes. We'll see then. The little doll may not be big in size, but she has a broad heart, though to be fair, she's always had such a broad heart. After the basic tests were completed, it was time to test the new functions. Next, let's see how well the special ability of the mass-produced model works. Yu Sheng gently exhaled, his gaze falling on the dazed mass-produced doll. You should step back a little. The mass-produced doll seemed to process for a moment, as if confirming whether she should follow Yu Sheng's command, but soon she nodded, turned around, and walked toward a corner of the laboratory. Will it really work? Aaron looked at Yu Sheng a little nervous. Don't break my first mass-produced model. Don't you trust my work? Yu Sheng glanced at the little doll, then turned his attention to the not-too-distant, mass-produced model. Strictly speaking, it was focused on the pre-made door inside her. He gently exhaled, calmed himself slightly, and raised his hand towards the air beside him. By imitating the principle of the portable number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng left an imprint of a door in the framework of the mass production model. But at the same time, it wasn't the same as the door he usually used. During the manufacturing process, each Aaron has Yu Sheng's blood in her body. That portion of blood equates to granting each Aaron equivalent door-opening permissions and an activation key. The combination of blood and door was a complete system. Yu Sheng lightly pushed the space beside him. Standing at the end of the laboratory, the mass-produced doll suddenly blurred and turned illusory. Her small figure rippled in place, and in the next second she seemed to turn into a constantly inverting rift, instantly disappeared, and reappeared next to Yu Sheng. Huli stood dumbfounded, watching this scene unfold, then immediately realized this process was identical to how the Otherworld Inn transported in and out of the valley. Yu Sheng smiled. Just as he anticipated, the transportation method of the Otherworld Inn could be replicated. Back then, he transported that massive ship from outer space to this valley by integrating the door. He opened with the ship's phase engine, treating the entire ship as a large door. That's how he could flip the coordinates of the ship to the other side of the door in an instant during the door opening, thus sending it to the destination, Black Forest. This process differed from his usual method of opening doors, but the principle remained essentially the same. At least in Yu Sheng's eyes, the essence behind it was identical. The door symbolized separation and connection. It was a link connecting two isolated places. The opening of the door was the fusion and coexistence of two spaces. You pass through the door, or the door passes through you. You step into the other side of the door, or the space on the other side of the door comes to your feet. It is all the same. As long as the outcome is consistent, the form and process of door opening do not matter at all. Even the form of the door itself doesn't matter. Yu Sheng pondered, and then looked down, smiling at the mass-produced doll still standing beside him, who looked a bit dazed, unsure if it was because she was startled by the sudden teleportation, or if she always looked like this. Aaron strolled over, looking up. Come to think of it, the new function of the mass-produced model isn't just about being summoned to you at any time, right? If that's all, then you might as well just open a door and bring someone over casually. Of course, it's not that simple, Yu Sheng laughed upon hearing this. These mass-produced dolls with pre-made doors can play a very significant role. Aaron blinked, beginning to ponder. Chapter 411, The Proliferation. Chapter 411, The Proliferation. What can a group of mass-produced living dolls with pre-installed gates inside their bodies do? Aaron couldn't help but ponder. Her small head seemed to be filled with many thoughts all of a sudden. She vaguely felt that this feature had many uses, but she couldn't think of anything specific for the moment. After a while, a vague idea gradually took shape. Let me think. Can they be summoned and also teleported away? She tilted her head, looking curiously at Yu Sheng. Can you directly teleport them to places you have been? That's one of them. Besides, these mass-produced dolls can also serve as mobile beacons. Yu Sheng nodded, casually explaining. As you know, the prerequisite for me to open a door is that there has to be a beacon, either a place I've been to or a place I've marked during a random door opening. But I can't be everywhere at once. However, with these mass-produced dolls, it's different. The gate built inside them is a complete beacon in itself. Wherever the mass-produced dolls go, it's like my door is there. Additionally, because they have full blood permissions, these dolls can also activate the gate inside themselves on their own. You can add this feature to their shelter knowledge, so if they face a fatal danger while outside, they can instantly teleport back to the valley. Lastly, theoretically, mass-produced dolls can interlink summon each other. One mass-produced doll can summon others nearby. Although this is possible hardware-wise, I'm not sure if the software will keep up. It depends on how high the autonomous judgment ability of these dolls is. After all, they don't really have the ability to think. Performing such complex operations is still a bit challenging. "Oh, that's not a big deal," said Erin, waving her hand confidently with her hands on her hips. "Even when their brains aren't enough, they've still got me. Normally, I'm controlling these mass-produced machines in low-bandwidth mode, but in crucial moments I can log in myself." "That makes sense," Yu Sheng rubbed his chin. He almost forgot Erin had the option to log in herself, which suddenly sparked his thoughts. But then he became a bit worried. "So, if your main consciousness can transfer among a bunch of mass-produced dolls at will, won't transferring too much cause a mental split?" He said it offhandedly, but the little doll actually gave it some serious thought. Should not. I'm currently controlling 4 hosts and I haven't gone crazy. Honestly, the longer I operate on 4 threads, the more spirited I feel. Recently, I've been researching whether I can have one body sleep while the other 3 pull an all-nighter, and there's already been some progress. One body can sleep while the other 3 sleepwalk around the house. So the reason you're crawling around the room like a ghost in the middle of the night is because of this. Yeah. Yu Sheng. He stared at the little doll for a long time, and she didn't have any particular reaction. In the end, he could only helplessly wave his hand, while his curiosity about her mental structure grew again. How did this person, who doesn't even have a brain, not only manage to think but even think in 4 threads? Although strictly speaking, her usual thinking is quite limited. Yu Sheng shook his head, throwing out the unrelated thoughts in his mind, and refocused his attention on the mass-produced machines in front of him. He knew that the pre-made doors within the mass-produced dolls had more potential uses than just the few he and Erin had thought of. As long as one's imagination kept pace, the things these specialized mass-produced dolls could achieve were expansive. Even if you didn't consider the additional features, these mass-produced machines themselves still had some combat capabilities. Although their skeletons had been produced at a much reduced cost, they still counted as a youth version of Spiritual Fox Mysterious Iron. Normally, Erin's beam still zipped along as it could, killing enemies and sent solo on exploration missions. They're capable of defending themselves. Thinking of this, Yu Sheng couldn't help but stroke his chin and mutter. Able to explore when heading out, fight when encountering enemies, run if need be, considered as born scout's sacred body. The little doll beside him instantly lit up. "What's this go fight retreat? Stop playing those things that are too high-level for you." Yu Sheng glanced at the small figure by his feet, turned and walked toward the alchemy table. "Do you even understand what you're playing?" Erin immediately turned to follow while pumping her short legs and babbling loudly. "Hey, with those words, I'm quite powerful, you know? The enemy can't even kill me when I play. Hey, why aren't you listening? I'm really formid. Hey, what are you going to do next?" "The first test machine has passed. Of course, I'm going to keep on crafting." Yu Sheng glanced back at the little doll. Mass production machines, how can they be called mass production if the output doesn't go up?" Saying this, he generated a dozen molds for shaping doll skeletons on the ground in an instant, then raised rows of operation platforms within the broad alchemy laboratory, and began continuously transporting soil from the valley to the platforms, clearly aiming to immediately expand production. Erin seemed to remember the mass production thing at this point, but then frowned slightly, feeling something wasn't quite right as she watched Yu Sheng's operation. "So next you're just going to be here handcrafting dolls. This isn't quite what I imagined." "Who said I have to keep handcrafting?" Yu Sheng chuckled, getting the preparations more or less done before pointing at the mass-produced doll standing nearby, looking a bit dazed. "Next, let her learn." Aaron blinked and quickly responded, 6. The mass-produced puppet received the command and swiftly climbed onto the alchemy platform, staring intently at Yu Sheng. Next, Yu Sheng began instructing the fox to prepare the youthful framework, while demonstrating to the mass-produced puppet how to engrave the spiritual array, arrange ritual materials, and shape the clay. He managed a quick explanation to Aaron. The mass-produced model can't instantly shape the soil and rocks in the valley like I can, so we must prepare these materials for them, and the shaping process will be slower. However, once we have enough of them, the lack of individual efficiency will quickly be compensated by scale. While speaking, Hu Li was already busy smelting mysterious iron and casting the framework, whereas Yu Sheng completed the engraving and material configuration on the first alchemy platform. He then handed the engraving knife to the mass-produced puppet, instructing it to repeat the process on other platforms. The small mass-produced puppet, holding a penknife akin to a short stick in her hands, scampered to the nearest alchemy platform and clumsily began replicating the operations she had just learned. Initially slow, she quickly picked up the pace, improving noticeably. Watching the little one busily engaged and becoming increasingly adept on the platform, Yu Sheng momentarily wondered if Aaron might be secretly controlling it, only to dismiss the thought shortly. Because Aaron couldn't manage something like this herself, she doesn't have the patience to repeat such mundane tasks over and over. This could indeed be considered a true delight of the mechanical soul. Yu Sheng couldn't help but muse. Then he found a cup to begin collecting blood, another crucial material needed for creating a living doll. Arguably the most crucial material. The skeleton, simply tempered and cooled with a spell by Hu Li, was placed on the alchemy platform. Yu Sheng demonstrated to the mass-produced puppet how to mix a tiny amount of blood into the soil, and then wrap the soil around the skeleton to form a crude humanoid shape. This step was quite challenging for a mass-produced puppet, just 66.6 centimeters tall. When we have more mass-produced models, they can collaborate in groups of 3 to 4 to craft new puppets, Yu Sheng said, watching the little one diligently kneading the clay. After a moment's pause, he turned to Aaron and Hu Li. The materials could also be switched to normal lightweight clay, which is easier to work with and isn't expensive in large quantities. As Hu Li cast another batch of puppet frameworks, he pondered Yu Sheng's words. It seems now that these mass-produced puppets can carry out the spirit injection ceremony and shape the puppets on their own. We could even set up a simple casting room with a furnace, allowing them to do the framework casting themselves, just adapting things according to their height. Currently, the only limit on production seems to be the 2 vital materials. Vital materials, huh? Yu Sheng muttered, folding his arms deep in thought. One was Hu Li's spiritual fox mysterious iron, which granted spirituality to the mass-produced puppets. The other was his own blood. It granted the puppets life. Honestly, that silly fox's iron block production is quite high, Aaron casually commented. She pulls out large chunks every so often, sells some to the Special Service Bureau, and still has leftovers. And the amount needed for a puppet framework is minimal since to cut costs, you've reduced it almost to wires. With those words, her gaze shifted to Yu Sheng. Aaron pondered for a moment. Hey, Yu Sheng, it seems like your blood production is also pretty high. If you drain completely, I reckon you could make at least a few hundred, and if rationed, potentially 1,000 of them. Seeing the puppet's little eyes spinning mischievously, Yu Sheng knew she was up to no good and reacted. Do you even hear yourself? True, if you actually died, your blood would disappear by itself after a while, so there wouldn't be time to use it, Aaron thoughtfully continued, with a serious expression. So maybe just go half dead. Yu Sheng, is that really the point? Chapter 412, The Manpower Issue is Solved. Chapter 412, The Manpower Issue is Solved. To say the unsaid, with Aaron's analysis, Yu Sheng did realize that among all the special materials used for mass-producing the human-like automata, his own blood seemed to be the least valuable, costing at most some time, about 30 minutes per production cycle. But the good news is that he seems to temporarily not have to worry about the production volume of Aaron, even though this output seems to have a natural bottleneck. Yu Sheng reckoned that in the short term, he shouldn't need to form an army of hundreds of thousands of puppets. Just take it slow. When the third mass-produced automaton sat up from the alchemy platform, Yu Sheng discovered that even the final step of the spirit injection ceremony, assigning a name, could be handed over to the mass-produced machines in charge of the operations. When the two mass-produced automata clumsily shaped the body of their new sister and mimicked Yu Sheng's previous operations, stuttering Aaron on the alchemy table, the cold mass of soil and metal suddenly came to life. Yu Sheng hadn't even reacted before he saw that rough shell quickly covered with a layer of blood. The blood and spirit, parts within the soil merging into vitality in the blink of an eye, opening the eyes of the new automaton. Is this possible? Yu Sheng looked somewhat startled as the two mass-produced automata helped their newly awakened sister down from the alchemy table. He watched the new automaton quickly learn the experience of other automatons through the connection between their mechanical souls, and rushed to another platform to prepare to create the next mass-produced machine, leaving him bewildered. So the assigning a name step doesn't even require human involvement. This time even Aaron was baffled. I don't know either. I never thought about using puppets to create puppets before. I'm exploring just like you. Maybe it's because every mass-produced automaton has my blood, so they also have a way to assign a name to other newly born automatons. Yu Sheng frowned, his thoughts quickly fluid. Or is this some form of resonance? Or, because all the mass-produced automata are connected, once a name is assigned to the first one, that's enough. I think it surely has something to do with your bizarre blood. Aaron thought for a moment and looked seriously into Yu Sheng's eyes. After all, even such a large spaceship got stuck just because it touched your blood. Yu Sheng neither confirmed nor denied, only gazing thoughtfully at the errands, running to and fro between alchemy platforms, and the small cups of blood in their hands without speaking for a long time. After quite a while, he abruptly said, I think I should store more of it regularly. Aaron didn't react immediately. Store more of what? Blood, of course, Yu Sheng said casually. Since this stuff is regenerative and now has new uses, the usual consumption will obviously increase. I think it wouldn't hurt to occasionally draw some and store it. As long as I'm not bled to death on the spot, the blood won't disappear. Feels like letting it just flow in my body is a waste. Aaron was dumbfounded, then suddenly shouted, What you're saying sounds even less human than what I said earlier. Nonsense, can what I say and what you say be the same? Yu Sheng immediately glared at the little puppet. Besides, you sound like you want me dead with your words, while I'm at least trying to live on. Aaron was momentarily dazed, blinking her eyes. Is that how you use the words living on? Of course, I'm an author after all. My words are precise. Is that so? Hu Li just watched Yu Sheng fool Aaron from the side, not saying anything, solely focusing on pouring molten iron into the skeleton parts. And that's how the mass-produced automatons began their proliferation. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 multiplied into a swarm. A large swarm of black-skirted, black-haired, red-eyed Gothic dolls scurried around the vast alchemy laboratory, busily producing more automatons, awakening more sisters. They would continue executing this instruction until the materials for this round were exhausted. Yu Sheng found a spot where he wouldn't be in the way, watching the magnificent scene of the laboratory full of errands running everywhere with a mix of amazement and perplexity. In a haze, he shivered slightly, accidentally recalling a nightmare he once imagined. Hundreds, thousands of errands crawling around him, scampering, making noise incessantly, stirring up a fuss, unsettling him. But he soon shook his head, casting aside this terrible association. The scene of hundreds, thousands of errands crawling around seemed quickly reachable, but these mass-produced errands were far more quiet than he imagined. Most of the time, they merely followed orders earnestly. Even when temporarily unable to execute a task, they would simply exchange some words, which no outsider could understand. Then find a place where they wouldn't be in the way and stand by, besides which these mass-produced automatons rarely spoke, although they did indeed have this function. Watching these quiet yet busy little creatures, Yu Sheng found himself somewhat uncomfortable, especially when Aaron, with the same face, was beside him chattering non-stop. This discordance was even more intense. At this time, Hu Li had finished casting the last batch of skeleton parts. She puffed the blue smoke from her tail and walked over, curiously looking at Yu Sheng and Aaron. Savior, we're making so many mass-produced puppets. What will they do when they're not fighting? Oh, they have plenty of uses. Our base camp here has shortages everywhere, Yu Sheng replied with a smile. clearly having a plan, daily maintenance at the starport, caring for children in the town, cleaning and watching over the hub, and many facilities built by the Special Service Bureau are understaffed. Currently, these places are mostly managed by manpower supported by the Special Service Bureau, but that's relying on favors, and it can't continue forever. Initially, I thought that once Fairy Tales expanded its recruitment, we could have them send people to take over some facilities in the valley, but then considering it would have a hint of child labor, now it's better. With the mass-produced puppets, half of the problem can be solved. No sooner had Yu Sheng finished speaking than Aaron started chirping immediately. So, you can't hire child labor, but you want me to do it all? I'm just a mass-produced machine at 66 centimeters. I'm shorter than those little brats by at least half okay. Now you want to emphasize that you're only 66 centimeters tall, huh? Yu Sheng chuckled, poking the little puppet. Who was it that said this valley is all our family's property, so excited about it that you were running around the room at midnight without sleeping, sitting on the bed giggling? Isn't it right to manage your own family property yourself? Aaron, now that you mention it again. Hu Li felt slightly uneasy after hearing Yu Sheng's words. Are these tasks really doable by the mass-produced puppets? Simple work is fine, but letting them maintain large equipment. I doubt they won't fall into the machinery. As she spoke, she turned around, glancing at those little guys running around the alchemy platforms, occasionally bumping into each other, her brow furrowing instinctively. They seem really clumsy. The mechanical soul can grow. Yu Sheng was confident about the mass-produced puppets. Haven't you noticed they're already more agile now compared to the start? Plus, these puppets share knowledge and experiences, knowing basic cooperation and learning. I'm optimistic about their growth. Besides, I wouldn't assign really complicated tasks to them. Hu Li thought for a moment, her furry big ears twitching. That's reassuring. Okay, no need to worry about these trivial matters anymore. They'll at least manage the daily cleaning here at the hub later. Yu Sheng cheerfully waved his hand, getting up from the alchemy platform. We've been busy enough here. Let's take some of the mass-produced puppets out to get some fresh air and greet others. Aaron, arrange it. Keep half here to continue producing mass machines. The other half goes outside. Okay. 30 minutes later, the long-haired princess sat on a rooftop at Fairy Tale Town, dumbfounded as she watched Yu Sheng leading a procession of dozens of errands swaggering down the street. A long line of mass-produced puppets marched neatly, following behind Aaron, reinforced steel, acting as the master, all sharing the same design in every sense, a scene that astonished not just the long-haired princess, but even the always mature Little Red Riding Hood flipped when she saw it. Hey, Red Hat, did you see that? Aaron has multiplied, all at once multiplied into a whole group, holy cow. The long-haired princess almost rolled off the rooftop, running to Little Red Riding Hood, exclaiming, "What's going on here?" I don't know. Little Red Riding Hood was just as confused. I thought I'd gotten eye strain from brushing the driving test questions too much. While the two were talking, Yu Sheng had already led the group of errands along the street. Little Red Riding Hood immediately came up, then wordlessly stared directly at the dozen little puppets, holding back for half a minute before speaking. You didn't accidentally make too many, right? Do hands slip that much? Yu Sheng laughed, raising his hand to introduce. Let me introduce you, these are Aaron mass-produced models. Little Red Riding Hood. The red-clad girl looked numbly at Yu Sheng, then at Aaron, the only one in the group with shining eyes, clearly the master. After a while, she finally blurted out. Wait, what were you thinking? Young imagination can't lag behind. Yu Sheng laughed again, casually explaining to the other. Just consider it a travel agency's new technology. Didn't they say the power station over there is short-staffed? This group is allocated to watch over the generators. Later, I'll teach you how to communicate with them. There will be another batch coming out from the hub pyramid to be sent to the Starport and Black Forest logging camp. Moreover, there will likely be errands emerging from the hub every now and then. If you see any lost or wandering around the town, just lead them to the castle to gather. These mass-produced puppets haven't gone through much testing yet. Instability might occur. Little Red Riding Hood, Tch. Chapter 413, The New Residents of the Valley. Chapter 413, Chapter 413, The New Residents of the Valley. The valley welcomed new residents, and foreseeable, it would be a large group of long-term residents. Mass-produced Aaron dolls. Swarms of Gothic dolls appeared around the teleportation hub and in Fairy Tale Town, familiarizing themselves with the new home's environment according to the orders from the host, and their numbers were continuously increasing. These little creatures, who looked a bit silly, quickly caught the attention of a large group of kid leaders in the town, even causing a small-scale chaos. Fortunately, Little Red Riding Hood asserted parental authority in time to shoo the rowdy kids back, avoiding a spectacle of dozens of human brats chasing dozens of errand dolls throughout the town. The first batch of dolls was quickly sent to the power plant, followed by 2 more batches sent to the Black Forest logging camp and Starport, of course, as this was quite sudden. And since the mass-produced dolls had just stepped off the production line and were far from ready to take over complex tasks, Yu Sheng was not sending them directly for work, but to familiarize themselves with the environment and inform the current maintenance staff at each facility. The replacement of maintenance staff at each facility is a complex and gradual task. Considering the height limitations of the errand dolls, these little fellows could hardly replace human work entirely in a short time. So initially, Yu Sheng only planned for the mass-produced dolls to handle the most basic tasks: cleaning, warehouse management, assisting people, and so on. Once they were skilled enough, he would consider letting them tackle more intricate tasks. You really are something. On the rooftop of the castle at the end of Fairy Tale Town, Little Red Riding Hood sat on the eaves and looked at those mass-produced dolls walking back and forth in the town, saying somewhat helplessly to Yu Sheng beside her, "Shouldn't this kind of thing be planned long in advance, involving lots of coordination before implementation?" Yu Sheng's face showed some embarrassment as he listened, but before he could speak, Aaron sitting on his shoulder chirped up, "Oh, you'll get used to it. Yu Sheng can't hold back his ideas once they come up. When he dragged a spaceship down next to the Black Forest without giving any notice, that was a big deal. I even suspect he only knew about the mass-produced dolls 1 day earlier than you guys." The long-haired princess sitting on the other side of Little Red Riding Hood suddenly brightened her eyes. Oh, I've heard that saying, most authors only know the plot 1 day earlier than the readers. No wonder he writes books. Even Yu Sheng, with his usual composure, found himself struggling to maintain it amid the back-and-forth chatter next to his ears. "Well, it's not to that extent. I usually have well-thought-out plans for things." But no one was listening to him. After observing those mass-produced dolls for a good while, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly asked curiously, "Where do the mass-produced Aaron usually live?" "I instructed them to return to the hub pyramid to standby when there are no tasks. The top 4 floors of that great pyramid are empty, with plenty of space," Aaron replied casually. "Yu Sheng made it so big purely for the excitement, and now it's proved useful. If the pyramid can't accommodate them in the future, we'll set up a puppet town near the hub or on the edge of the town for them," Yu Sheng added promptly. "After all, those little guys don't take up much space. Building a bunch of small houses for them is way easier than constructing a pyramid." "I can hardly imagine what that would look like." Little Red Riding Hood, hugging her knees, tried to picture a puppet town filled with 66.6 cm tall mass-produced dolls. But after thinking for a long time, she could only scratch her head. "Anyway, I think it's great. The valley's going to become livelier again. With such a vast place only inhabited by us, sometimes it feels empty." Listening to the girls muttering beside him, Yu Sheng just gave a slight smile, said nothing, and stretched long before lying down on the castle roof, squinting his eyes slightly. As he lay down, Aaron agilely climbed onto his chest, found a comfortable posture, and laid down as well. Hu Li, who was sitting beside and gnawing on half a roast chicken, glanced back, tilted her head in thought, then scooted over to Yu Sheng's side and covered him and Aaron with a pile of tails. Meanwhile, a bit further away, outside the town, Luna had just finished her work in the fields, looked up, and saw 6 Aarons standing in a row on the path, staring at her blankly. Knight Saintess Miss was a bit bewildered. At the starport beside the Black Forest, Sun, with a cigarette in his hand, stared dazedly at a group of errand dolls running chaotically beneath the antenna tower, unaware that the cigarette was almost burning to his fingers. In the common room at the southwest corner of Fairy Tale Town, Teacher Sue looked at several volunteers who came to help clean up with a wry smile. After searching for ages, he couldn't find brooms and mops that suited their size. It seemed more crucial to create appropriately sized tools for these mass-produced dolls before putting them to work. At the edge of the Black Forest, The loggers summoned by the king stood confused on the clearing, while the hunter stood among them, a squirrel perched on the hunter's shoulder. Everyone's eyes were on those Gothic dolls running around with massive axes. They didn't understand what logging meant, which seemed to require a bit of guidance over time. "They are quite strong," the squirrel murmured on the hunter's shoulder. "But their bodies aren't even as tall as an axe," the hunter murmured softly. "I think they're not suited for logging. Let's teach them how to pick mushrooms and berries later." The squirrel's eyes lit up, "And collecting hazelnuts and acorns." "Yes, and collecting hazelnuts and acorns." The squirrel laughed happily, hopping around on the shoulders and heads of the hunters and loggers. Meanwhile, in the distant hub pyramid, more mass-produced dolls were opening their eyes on the alchemy platform. Knowledge and skills from early individuals flowed through their collective minds, as the Aaron matrix in its nascent chaos and obscurity tentatively reached out to understand the world. Then, one by one, the small figures stepped out of the pyramid into the bright daylight, Aarons all opening their eyes wide with curiosity. The initial message from the Aaron host resounded in the simple minds of each doll, even if they could not fully grasp its meaning. It was Aaron's first words to every mass-produced individual, known only to Aaron and the Aarons. "Welcome to your home, this is a great place." The newly born mass-produced dolls had a long way to go in adapting to their work. But in any case, it was foreseeable that this valley was indeed going to become lively. Regrettably, Yu Sheng didn't have much time to continue enjoying his rural life in the valley. Luna took care of the farm, and he took care of the joy, which was also a kind of rural life. On Feiyu 13b, there were more important matters. Beyond the high orbital path of Shuji Planet, a silver-white glow silently cut across the dark space. Hu Li deftly bypassed the stations and satellites on those paths, avoiding the monitored airspace, and accelerated all the way beyond Shuji. Yu Sheng was carrying Aaron reinforced steel on his shoulders, with Luna sitting beside him. The three of them sat on the back of a giant nine-tailed demon fox, embarking on a journey to a nearby planet. Considering that there might still be more black-clothed cultivators or hidden monastery informants lurking on Shuji, they secretly left Mo City. The method was quite simple and straightforward. Yu Sheng directly opened a gate to outer space, with its landing point at a nearby stellar coordinate recorded during the approach of the Otherworld into Shuji. Ren Yunqingzi and those hidden monastery believers, no matter how powerful, could not detect this trick. Meanwhile, Chuan Qi and Master Yuan Hao stayed in Mo City, continuing their investigation while also being ready to inform Yu Sheng of any developments on Shuji Planet at any time. Zheng Zhai was also temporarily left by Chuan Qi's side, for safety reasons. After all, even though the nephew had a strong, observational ability, his physique was quite fragile. Before understanding the basic situation of the destination, it's best for him to remain in the rear awaiting orders. "The place you're heading to is officially called Guard 3, the third planet orbiting the sun here." Chuan Qi's voice came through the phone, explaining the basic situation of the destination to Yu Sheng. Compared to Shuji, Guard 3 is even more desolate with no valuable minerals, and it is itself a deserted star without any geomantic response, making it unsuitable for development or habitation. Apart from a few heavenly inquiry pavilions, at the poles used to enhance superluminal communication signals, the entire planet is devoid of human presence, maintaining a wild appearance. The place where Yuan Qingzi once battled fiercely with an unknown enemy, located in the southern hemisphere of Guard 3, has an impact crater visible from space, which is quite easy to find. No one has been there for many years, and no one knows what the situation is. You must be extremely careful when you go there. Listening to Xuan Qi's careful instructions on the other end, Yu Sheng suddenly felt curious. Shouldn't the place where a great being once fought and fell with an unknown powerful enemy be very important, just leaving it unmanaged? Xuan Qi seemed taken aback by Yu Sheng's question. Manage what? Shouldn't it be designated as a protected or isolated area? Yu Sheng casually remarked. Or turned into a famous forbidden zone. That's how it's arranged in novels. A fallen great one would surely create an opportunity, whether a blessed land or a dire place. There should be something similar with a hidden sect guarding it for generations, testing anyone who comes across, and during the test, not speaking human language. As he spoke, he couldn't help but succumb to professional habits, letting his thoughts wander, while Xuan Qi on the other end was momentarily dumbfounded. After a while, Xuan Qi responded with a tone half amused, half exasperated. "What you're describing sounds like something from ancient records, but that's because in ancient times our pollution treatment technology was underdeveloped. When a great one fell, the lingering effects and remnants would pollute the world, and without proper isolation, they might endanger passers-by. It's no longer a concern now, as all sects have very refined funerary techniques. Even 1,000 years ago, when Yuan Qingzi died, special personnel were sent to Guard 3 to handle the aftermath. Otherwise, if every time a great one fell, it created a forbidden zone. Considering the countless fallen powerful ones throughout history, even if the Feiyu star domain were vast, how many habitable planets would be left here?" Yu Sheng. Chapter 414 Impending. Chapter 414. Chapter 414 Impending. True man Yuanling had his brows furrowed, looking at the many words and images projected from the jade tablet before him. These were reports just received from various locations within the Qianfeng Ling Mountain sphere of influence, concerning the abnormal movement of personnel from Taixu Spirit Hub to Shuji recently, and some suspicious phenomena occurring at Taixu Spirit Hub and surrounding planets following the loss of control at the Demon Suppression Tower event. True man Yuan he stood beside him, likewise watching the ethereal projection with a serious expression. Behind him floated another hazy illusion, which seemed to be a hidden beast leisurely curled up beside its master. According to the reports from various locations, indeed many people have suddenly set off towards the border these past few days, a flow nearly 20% more than usual, True man Yuanling said solemnly. Although we can't directly say these people are all influenced by Yuan Qingzi, there are certainly situations similar to Linglong and Shang'an among them. Those who could be stopped have been stopped, and for those immortal boats that need to dock at the surrounding planets of Shuji for transit, I have already notified the local control authorities to temporarily detain them under reasons of route risk or facility malfunction. True man Yuan he slowly spoke. The other side is now carefully inspecting the passengers on the immortal boats. Any updates should come soon. True man Yuanling nodded lightly. Fortunately, Shuji is remote, with most routes not directly accessible. Ordinary civilian immortal boats need to transit on planets like Yao Gate and 10 Courts. Unlike the otherworld in which can go directly, this has given us much time to react. Yet even so, there are those who reached there before our reaction. True man Yuan he sighed. Ultimately, we were a bit slow. Who knows how many victims like Linglong and Shang'an are already trapped in Shuji at this moment. True man Yuanling stroked his beard. Xuan Qi and the others have critical tasks now, cannot move rashly. The local situation of Shuji is unclear. Even the disciples on duty there and the Star Guardians could be influenced by Yuan Qingzi. In the worst case, the whole planet may have an issue. I have already dispatched disciples from Yao Gate Star to assist Xuan Qi and the others, and at the same time to track those travelers mentioned on the list who might have been influenced by Yuan Qingzi. We cannot let Yuan Qingzi's power grow further. Let's hope it's not too late, and that those heading to Shuji under influence can still regain their senses like Linglong and Shang'an. If we can save a few more, perhaps we may uncover the details behind Yuan Qingzi. As he spoke, another sound of the air being torn came from outside the hall, followed by True Man Qianji, a being driven entirely by machinery and looking no different from a mechanical man, striding in briskly from outside the door. Yuanling, I've arranged everything here, True Man Qianji hurriedly shouted from afar. The Lying Cloud 10 halls and Hengsu have already sealed off all routes to Shuji, you controlling only that part outside of Qianfeng Ling Mountains area. Now unless another, you, opens the door from there, not even a fly can get close to Shuji. True Man Qianji suddenly paused at this point, then sharply raised his head to look at True Man Yuanhe, asking with caution amidst the latter's slightly bemused gaze. Your mountain doesn't have flies that can shatter the void, right? True Man Yuanhe's face turned green. No. That's good, True Man Qianji put down the cylinder and continued. Fairy Yun Yao from Yaolan Sect just replied, and she will later send a batch of materials regarding the exploration and mining situation over the past century in Shuji. Netherworld Valley also promises to send early development records from Shuji. If Yuan Qingzi has been lurking there for a millennium, There might be traces left in those records. Listening to True Man Kainji's words, True Man Yuanling's countenance finally eased somewhat, and he slowly nodded. Among the 5 prominent sects of Taixu's spirit hub, Yalan sect and Netherworld Valley are most proficient in mining and alien planet development, even though Shuji's mining industry has declined nowadays. Several hundred years back, the planet was filled with mining stations and fortresses established by them. In fact, even now, 8 out of the 12 giant refining towers reaching the cloud tops around Mo City were built by Yalan sect. These 2 sects possess a wealth of data on Shuji's geology, environment, and development history, and now they are willing to share this, partly due to the mutual trust and consensus built over many years of governance by the 5 sects, but also because they sense the pressure brought by the Yun Qingzi situation. True Man Yuanling's expression was serious, his gaze drifting past True Man Kainji, through the hall's roof and the array dome of Feng Ling Mountain, seeming to look toward the vast starry sky beyond the planet. A sense of invisible, ineffable, ominous peril hung over Taixu Star, something unseen, untouchable yet dense as ink in the spiritual sense of cultivators, like it threatens to engulf the whole planet. True Man Yuanling couldn't define what it was, but he felt. Merely a maddened Yun Qingzi shouldn't bring such an eerie shadow. Even adding a group of sinister cultists isn't enough. Since he could sense it, then surely the other 4 sect leaders would have felt it too. What exactly is that thing? One by one, enormous demon suppression stone pillars stood within the spacious underground cavern, with the pathways of the earth light intersecting and spreading across the cave walls, silently streaming over the cave's roof. Reinforced and spiritually tempered chains subtly swayed, making a rustling sound as they rubbed against each other, and among this friction sound, a gigantic stone sphere with a horrifying appearance, lazily turned over, gazing toward a corner of the stone cavern. A strange 7-headed snake coiled around a nearby demon suppression stone pillar, wrapped in a much smaller demon binding rope than what bound the Omen wandering star, was soundly asleep. The stone sphere slowly cracked a smile, its jagged stone teeth slowly opening. It floated up, its eyes 2 hollow black pits, seemingly reflecting chaotic shadows, and then it floated in front of the strange snake, baring its teeth in a grin at the latter, deliberately shaking the chains on its body. The snake awoke with a start, its 7 heads opening their eyes simultaneously, with all 14 eyes reflecting the terrifying form of the Omen wandering star. Oh crap, awu. The snake let out a chaotic scream that not even 3 or 5 people together could make, immediately leaping down from the demon suppression stone pillar, only to get tangled up because its multiple heads were pulling in different directions, mainly because the dog head clearly wasn't on the same page as the others, ultimately tying itself up among the chains and rolling around in confusion. Omen Wandering Star let out a raspy, terrifying laugh. You damned thing, scaring me, a protected species. The snake princess struggled to free one head from the ball formed by her body, glaring at the stone sphere. I've already been unfortunate enough to be banished here. I'm curious, how did you end up being banished to this lowest level? The Omen Wandering Star floated leisurely to the snake princess, looking down at this creature it viewed as weak and inferior. With your abilities, you shouldn't qualify for suppression in the lower layer, let alone here. Look around at these pillars, you sleep on them, and they don't react at all. Of course, it's because that Yuan he bastard abused his power for personal vendetta. Snake Princess immediately cursed loudly. That pus-filled scoundrel cleric. I merely cursed at him a few times when being brought in, and he overheard, resulting in me being thrown here, saying I needed to reflect. Reflect my ass. Was what I said that harsh? The worst I didn't even get to say. Omen Wandering Star listened to Snake Princess's ranting, but its terrifying face showed no discernible reaction that human logic could interpret. After a while, a raspy voice came from its jagged mouth. I have the feeling you volunteered to come down. Snake Princess's head suddenly shrank back into her snake ball. Why do you say that? You used to curse Yuan he often. Sometimes I could hear you from the bottom level here. He wouldn't throw you down for such a reason unless you asked him to. I asked him to. Snake Princess's face turned red, but as she spoke under the terrifying gaze of Omen Wandering Star, her words trailed off, mumbling. All right, mainly I was afraid of being beaten to death up there by some fools who think they were caught due to my tattling. saying if I hadn't, they would have escaped the mountain. Did you tattle? I did. For the first time, Omen Wandering Star understood what humans meant by speechless. What was I supposed to do? Snake Princess defended herself. In that situation, whoever didn't yield was an idiot. The Cayenne Feng Ling mountain clerics were indeed ruthless. I saw with my own eyes that Yuan He bastard setting a giant cauldron at the foot of the mountain, with samadhi true fire underneath, filled with 5-spice spicy beef oil, throwing captured beasts into the cauldron, some sliced, some tied as butterfly knots, even some flattened out with cross cuts and thrown in. Was my tattling. It was helping others to recognize the situation. Snake Princess cursed incoherently, her ranting filled with half-baked conglomerations from several muddled brains. Continuing, she suddenly stopped, as if it wasn't her who had been ranting, now cautiously observing the stone sphere in front. Why did you suddenly come to talk to me? Boredom and curiosity. Omen Wandering Star slowly cracked its mouth, as if smiling. You know, little creature, this planet's ominous star is approaching. I can feel it. The long-awaited day of liberation is near. I always enjoy observing the so-called intelligent species on the planet during such times, and you are an interesting entity. Snake Princess gawked at the giant stone sphere floating before her. After a long while, her eyes slowly widened. So what? Omen Wandering Star. A moment later, the stone sphere suddenly turned, floating upward. It stopped at a critical point that provoked intense reactions from the demon suppression chains and pillars, shouting loudly up to the cave. Yuanling, Yuan He, whoever you are, get this fool out of here. Swap it with something that has brains. Did you hear me? Swap it with something that has brains. Yet no one paid attention to it at all. Chapter 415, Guard 3. Chapter 415, Guard 3. True Man Yuan waved away the floating illusion in front of him, and the last scene before the illusion dissipated showed exactly the appearance of the Omen Wandering Star from the Snake Princess's perspective. The thing at the bottom of the demon suppression tower has been very restless these past 2 days, True Man Yuan said somewhat seriously. Today I had the Snake Princess go probe it, and it seems like it has indeed learned something. Omen Wandering Star. This demon, besides devouring the earth's veins, also possesses some power of prophecy. True Man Yuanling, standing to the side, nodded slightly upon hearing this. Or more precisely, it has the ability to foresee omens. During the several centuries it has been suppressed in the Takesu Spirit Hub. It accurately predicted several major disasters on this planet. Its words can't be fully believed, but they can't be ignored either. The two brothers stood under the corridor outside the main hall of Qian Palace facing the cloud sea, watching the distant clouds rise and fall, each lost in thought. Actually, I have often wondered, the Omen Wandering Star has no goodwill towards us. Yet every time a major disaster is about to occur on this planet, it insists on issuing a warning, even though it always uses harsh words. True Man Yuan opened with some confusion. If it truly wanted to mock the world's people, wouldn't it be better to keep silent? That's precisely what I can't figure out either. True Man Yuanling shook his head. I once asked it, and its attitude was apparently evasive. Clearly, this warning is intentional, yet also somewhat unwilling. It led me to speculate that this might be the path that the demon is bound to, but the specifics of this path are unclear to me. The Omen Wandering Star also follows a path. That's interesting. I've never considered it from that angle before. It's merely idle speculation and can't be taken as fact. That outer heaven demon has wandered the Star River for countless years. Who knows the details about it? True Man Yuanling said casually, then shifted the topic. But back to business, I still think sending the Snake Princess over is not prudent. She's not exactly easy to handle. I actually know that demon's nature is not bad. Yuan shook his head lightly. I know you all think she's mad and irredeemable, but she's been improving over the years. She understands reason but just can't control herself. This time I had her help. She cursed fiercely, but in reality she was very happy, and dealing with the Omen Wandering Star requires her kind of seemingly mad and carefree demeanor. I really didn't see her happiness and clarity of mind. But since you say so, it might indeed be so. True Man Yuanling stroked his beard, with a slight sense of emotion creeping into his tone. Over these years, you've poured so much effort into treating her, almost like she's become half a daughter to you, a demon locked in the demon suppression tower. 70 years ago, 540 households from White Spring Village knelt by the roadside begging me to spare that snake demon's life. So I had no choice, knowing right then I got myself into this trouble, True Man Yuan said with a somewhat helpless sigh. After all, who could have imagined in the interstellar era one could still find such a simple village on the Taeksu star and within it? Such an honest mountain god. Didn't know how people in Netherworld Valley did census and immortal records in those years. True Man Yuanling laughed but said nothing, just continued to stroke his beard while looking at the cloud sea, a thoughtful expression on his face. One wonders how things are on the experts' side, and whether all is going well with Xu and Qi. From space, Guard 3 appeared to be an unremarkable gray-black rocky planet with large, dark reddish patches, possessing a dusty quality against the pitch-black space backdrop, drifting alone in a cold orbit. This planet had no large natural satellites, only a few small rocky satellites, more like big rocks, orbiting in several rather unstable paths around it. And among them, 2 satellites' orbits had already been noticeably shifted due to gravitational perturbations from surrounding celestial bodies, very likely to completely break away from Guard 3 and be flung into deep space to become comets or possibly captured by the sun someday in the future. Combining the information reviewed before departure with the sights now before him, Yu Sheng's first impression of Guard 3 was a veritable backwater, even in today's interstellar era, where colonized stars and expansion points were omnipresent in the Feiyu star domain. It still hasn't been included in any development plans, remaining a barren star. The silver-white demon fox slowed its speed in space, drawing an elegant fox line as it began orbiting above the equator of Guard 3, seeking a target landing point and observing the planet. Ugly as sin, Erin popped out her head from under Yu Sheng's arm, peeking over the edge of the silver fox's back, muttering, "No wonder no one lives on this planet." Whether a planet is inhabited has nothing to do with its ugliness. As long as the ecological dome is up, people can live on it. This planet hasn't been developed purely because it lacks Earth veins, making it a deserted star. And for the immortals of Feiyu star domain, it's not worth the cost to terraform, Yu Sheng explained to Erin, knowing she likely had no patience for such explanations. Planets without Earth veins generally have thin spiritual energy, and their ecosystems are prone to mutation and pollution. Erin thought for a moment and reached an important conclusion. At any rate, it's ugly as sin. Luna silently watched the little puppet for a few seconds, then suddenly remarked, "Erin, shallow." Erin considered this. "C-type buckle, your accent is really heavy, I must say." Luna ignored her, only continuing to observe the planet's surface alongside Yu Sheng as if pondering something deeply, then after a while she broke the silence. Dead air. Erin tilted her head up. "What?" Luna remained silent, just pointing to the dull gray barren planet below. "She says this planet is shrouded in a layer of death," Yu Sheng said, although he often couldn't directly understand Luna's slow and succinct sentences. Through the connection established via blood, he could often hear the thoughts Luna conveyed along with her words. At this moment, upon understanding Luna's meaning, a hint of seriousness appeared in his expression. Erin didn't understand the meaning of what Yu Sheng and Luna were saying for a moment, and she scratched her head. "Of course, it looks just deathly still." "No, deathly still and shrouded with an air of death are 2 different things." Yu Sheng shook his head. "Luna means there's a kind of deathly atmosphere on this planet." "Is there a difference?" "Yes," Yu Sheng said slowly. "In most cases, the prerequisite for death is having been alive." Hu Li began to slowly lower her altitude. She had already found the battlefield ruins mentioned by Xu and Qi. It was a dark impact crater clearly visible from space, with a vast area permanently reshaped by an astonishing force. The edges of the crater were jagged, showing folds and fractures formed by the intense compression and uplift of the stratum in a short time. The center of the crater had a gray-black glassy texture, with large crystals that formed after melting and cooling, retaining a rippled surface during solidification. Distant sunlight shone on that glass body, giving off a fragmented halo. During this process, Yu Sheng actually never saw the dead air that Luna mentioned. Somehow, many of Luna's new skills seemed to stem from his influence, yet he himself didn't possess the corresponding abilities, like dragging people into the soul wilderness to beat them up, or using his gaze to scan for the presence of death. He couldn't figure out how any of this worked. But even so, he still vaguely felt the strangeness of this planet. He indeed felt as if he was gradually approaching a gigantic corpse. In a daze, Yu Sheng felt that he was connecting this to something else, and after trying to recall for a moment, he realized where this familiarity came from. It was when he first approached Shuji. At that time, he felt Shuji's weakness, felt that the planet was in some strange, sub-healthy state. Aaron felt Yu Sheng hold her arm a bit tighter, and she curiously looked up, scrutinizing his expression. "You have a blood calamity," the small puppet suddenly blurted out loudly. Yu Sheng was startled by the sudden shout of the puppet and quickly lowered his head. "Why are you making such a fuss?" "You have a blood calamity again?" The small puppet proudly repeated again, though it was unclear what she had to be proud about. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, laughed. "You say that as if I don't often have blood calamities. But can you only predict my blood calamities and not say something good, like predicting when I'll hit the jackpot on my first try?" "I can't do that. If I could predict that, I'd surely do it for myself first," Aaron said righteously. "I can only predict unlucky things, especially your unlucky things." Yu Sheng. And at that moment, a layer of scorching glow appeared around Hu Li. The nine-tailed fox began to enter the atmosphere. Although Guard 3 was desolate, it had a not-too-thin atmosphere which was toxic to ordinary carbon-based life forms. However, for Yu Sheng, who could hold his breath in a vacuum, Aaron, who didn't need to breathe, and Hu Li, who could traverse space with her flesh body, it was not a problem. The silver fox, like a meteor, cut a burning crimson track through the atmosphere and finally landed on the inner side of the ring mountain at the edge of the impact crater. "We have landed." Yu Sheng casually sent a message to Xuan Qi and then patted the back of the nine-tailed fox, signaling her to head towards the center of the impact crater. Meanwhile, his gaze slowly swept the surroundings once more. Could there be traces of some dark angel lingering here? Chapter 416, Long Time No See. Chapter 416, Long Time No See. The bizarre pale purple sky covers the desolate land of the alien planet. The sunlight, distant and cold, renders the massive impact area with a pale and chilling hue. Standing within the circumference of the crater and looking towards the center point, one's visual experience is as if the entire Earth is slightly concave towards a point ahead. The weak sunlight shines on the center of this basin, creating a hallucination-like aura on the fused glassy Earth. Aside from that, this desolate alien planet remains almost silent. Even the occasional breeze seems so faint that one might doubt whether it has truly brushed past their ears. Before we came, Xuan Qi mentioned that a deserted star without geospatial veins is like this, Yu Sheng whispered to Aaron in his arms. Geological activities are almost non-existent. Even if there's an atmosphere, it often remains stagnant. All material cycles are very slow, which is why corpse stars with ecosystems seem even more peculiar amid deserted stars. "This area is so vast," Aaron whispered. "It's hard to imagine this was caused by a mortal fight. Even for those immortals, it's quite ridiculous for them to self-destruct and create such a geological spectacle, right?" "This indirectly illustrates the kind of formidable enemies Yun Qingzi faced back then," Yu Sheng slowly said. "What's terrifying is not the fact that he caused such a vast crater, but that after such a shocking self-destruction, he still might not have defeated the enemy." Uli remained in her nine-tailed silver fox form, cautiously sniffing the surrounding scents, then proceeded along the impact folds on the crater's edge, circling forward. Sometimes she moved slowly, sometimes briskly leaped over large fractured rocks. As she walked, she spoke to Yu Sheng. "Savior, there's still some spiritual power remaining here. Its aura permeated the rock layers below. Seemingly the part cleanup personnel could not completely remove, but I can only sense this spiritual power. Without any other extraordinary aura. No remnants of the dark angel found. Well, that's normal, can't be that easy." Yu Sheng gently nodded, then turned to Luna beside him. "Anything detected on radar?" "No," Luna slowly responded. "Currently scanning underground, complex structure hard to manage." "Is the dead energy still present?" Yu Sheng asked again. "It is," Luna pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "It's everywhere." Yu Sheng said nothing, only tightly furrowing his brow, thoughtfully surveying the surroundings. After roughly exploring a small area of the periphery, Hu Li directly crossed the broad and barren flatland of the crater and arrived at the special, glassy region in the center. This was the energy explosion point during the final phase of Yun Qingzi's battle with a powerful enemy. The terrifying explosion directly fused the earth here, refining it into a whole piece of glass. As the molten ground rapidly cooled afterward, it underwent compression and cracking, ultimately leaving a landscape of ripples and fractures intermixed together. Even after 1,000 years, explorers can still imagine the earth-shattering impact of that battle long ago. Yu Sheng's attention quickly gravitated toward certain materials among the ripples and fractures. They were curious crystal clusters, pale and mixed with gray-black, emerging from the earth's folds and crevices like some living substance, jumbled and layered in stacks. They weren't conspicuous from afar, but up close, they almost covered the entire central region. Yu Sheng and his group jumped off Hu Li's back. Aaron curiously looked at the pervasive pale crystal clusters. "What is this?" Yu looks and feels somewhat nauseating. "Nauseating?" Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "I don't feel that, but it certainly looks unpleasant, unlike material that would naturally emerge from the ground." Luna silently approached, equipping her fingertip blade from a thigh compartment, cautiously poking and knocking at the crystal clusters, then broke off a piece of the crystal. "Very brittle," she raised her head and slowly said, "and light." Yu Sheng took the crystal shard Luna offered, weighing it gently in his hand. The thing was incredibly light, almost, giving him a sense of missing mass. The weightless feel sharply contrasted with the crystal's seemingly solid and dense appearance. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, and in the next moment he suddenly experienced a slight feeling of daze. He felt the crystal tremble slightly in his hand. A false warmth seemed to spread from his palm. He seemed to hear some kind of indistinct whisper. The sound came from the crystal, from all directions, from beneath his feet, from the depths of the earth. He sensed some kind of connection, some undefinable direction guiding him to look up. Yu Sheng blinked, instinctively lifting his head following the connection feeling from nowhere, looking towards a corner of the sky. That was the direction where Shuji was located. Yu Sheng was not an expert in recognizing stars, nor could he remember which stars inhabited this distant and unfamiliar starry sky. Moreover, he had changed planets now, and the sky scene from Guard 3 should be utterly different from that of Shuji or the Takesu spirit hub, but he recognized Shuji instantly. That planet released a strong sense of presence in his view. A point of bright starlight seemed to magnify rapidly, even effortlessly overshadowing the distant and faint sunlight in the sky. He blinked again, and the already dim sunlight in the sky further weakened. The night's curtain in a corner of the sky spread madly like a rapidly pulled-up stage curtain, and his vision grew dimmer, while Shuji in the rapidly darkening sky became increasingly brighter, increasingly obvious. Countless stars wobbled in a corner of the sky, swirling around Shuji, like countless large and small vortices, spinning frantically around the entire sky. And Shuji, the most intensely present star, resided at the center of this vortex-like frantic sky, beginning to emit a strong, ominous red glow, the edge of the red light pulsating like a heart, swelling and contracting violently, as if a creature about to undergo feather transformation was brewing within. Guard 3 resonated from afar with Shuji in the dead silence of space, like a depleted nest cheering towards another nest about to be depleted. Yu Sheng felt his spirit seem to peel away from his flesh, as though attracted by this tightly linked death across the star sea, to rush towards that star about to feather transform. But just then, a voice came from the depth of his daze, a very familiar one. "Sheng, Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, you damn it, don't just gaze at an alien stone and drop dead." A sharp pain hit his calf immediately afterward, a sour sensation from the reinforced steel puppet kicking his shin bone directly. Yu Sheng instantly awoke from his daze, howling loudly, nearly kicking the puppet away. The next second he retreated several steps on one foot, grimacing in pain from his leg while glaring fiercely at Aaron. "Your shouting woke me up. That last kick was definitely on purpose." "How did I know how you'd wake up?" Aaron placed her hands on her hips assertively. "You were practically brain-dead just now." Yu Sheng instinctively began to speak, but as soon as he uttered a few words, he felt a slight prickling pain in his palm. He looked down to see his palm had unknowingly been pierced by the pale crystal fragment, leaving a small wound from which blood was uncontrollably dripping along the crystal's edges. This sight dazed Yu Sheng. Because the crystal's structural strength was not high, although it had an exceptionally sharp edge, it theoretically shouldn't have pierced his skin. He knew how tough his body was now. An ordinary kitchen knife might not even break his skin, so how did this piece of stone cut him? Was it a coincidence? Or was there something tricky about this crystal? Or was he subconsciously, instinctively transferring blood to this pale crystal? Was the hallucination he saw just now related to the blood that was unknowingly seeping out? Many questions suddenly rose in Yu Sheng's mind, but before he could figure anything out, a continuous crack sound suddenly came from around, interrupting his thoughts. Everyone instinctively looked towards the nearest source of the sound, and Aaron was the first to notice where it came from. The puppet widened its eyes and pointed to a nearby crystal cluster. Yu Sheng, this thing is growing, damn it. They've come alive. The crystal clusters were growing, like some kind of organism in a state of suspended animation suddenly awakening. All the crystal clusters within the impact crater plane came alive at once, the large and small pale crystalline substances swaying violently in the rock's crevices, growing, emitting spine-chilling crackling sounds, then surging out from the ground in sheets, and during the growth, they reassembled again to form more complex and chaotic crystal structures, starting to surge like a tide, spreading. Hu Li's fur stood on end instantly, a bunch of tails fluffing like a peacock displaying its feathers. Savior, something drilling up from underground. No reminder was needed from Hu Li. Yu Sheng also saw the thing emerging from underground. He saw a section of the ground in the central area of the plane arching, rapidly rising at a speed far exceeding the surrounding crystal clusters. Growth, and the glassy surface of the ground burst open with a bang, revealing a huge fissure from which countless pale crystals gushed out like frantically multiplying flesh, forming an astonishing conglomerate amidst teeth-gritting scraping sounds. Holy shit! Yu Sheng instinctively exclaimed, and almost simultaneously, the crystalline conglomerate that had emerged from the earth also turned its body toward him. The chaotic mass, dozens of meters tall, formed the outline of a human upper body, vaguely resembling an elder among the tendrils of hair, and countless flat mirrors on the surface of the crystalline conglomerate reflected myriad images of Yuan Tong, each looking at Yu Sheng. And then, a hoarse and chaotic voice entered Yu Sheng's ears. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Chapter 417, Yuan Tong. Chapter 417, Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong. At the moment Yu Sheng saw that bizarre, gigantic crystal mass vaguely take on a humanoid shape, the name echoed thunderously in his mind. The voice that followed, along with the images surfacing on the crystal surface, confirmed his suspicion, yet what surged from the depths of his heart was immense astonishment. Yuan Tong, how could he be here? Isn't this just a battlefield ruin? Yuan Tong's hiding place should be a secret realm with constant torrential rain, just like Shuji's. Shouldn't he be hiding behind those black-clothed cultivators and hidden monastery believers? Why is he at Guard 3? And why in this form? Countless questions surged abruptly in his heart, but Yu Sheng's physical response was not a bit slow. The moment that massive crystal mass formed, he raised his hand and swung, first opening the door to retrieve his tetanus wand, though he had no idea how effective it would be against Yuan Tong, while simultaneously preparing to summon the mass-produced Aaron Legion at any moment. Beside him, Hu Li, in a gigantic demon fox state, had already summoned an overwhelming wave of ghostly blue flames, crouching slightly and issuing a threatening growl. Luna poised for battle, her figure becoming increasingly illusory in shadow state, while Aaron half-lifted her arm, the faint spider silk starting to manifest around her. Everyone was on high alert, hurriedly searching for possible weak points, flaws, or sources of power in the crystal mass. Yu Sheng and company had frequently dealt with all sorts of bizarre creatures, long accustomed to facing enemies without even a hint of human form, yet even compared to the oddest foes they'd encountered. This crystal mass, barely forming a Yuan Tong shape, was still exceptionally strange. But to Yu Sheng's surprise, that Yuan Tong did not attack immediately as expected. The massive crystal mass still surged at the crack like some kind of perpetually changing, crystallized fluid, continuously altering its surface shape. The elderly figure formed by the crystallized material persisted in a state of disintegration and reformation. The figure of Yuan Tong, roamed across countless crystal surfaces, appearing somewhat clueless. The whole, composed of numerous individuals, wobbled, with many voices overlapping as if mumbling to itself. Am I alive? Am I dead? Have I returned? I am not here. Somewhat familiar, who me? Strange, evil demons, what nonsense with me, utterly boring. Emperor's legacy, such power, yes, it requires such power. No, this isn't my thought, not right, can't go there. Yuan Tong continued his muttering, seemingly soon forgetting the nearby Yu Sheng and his party. His voice grew increasingly chaotic and intense, as though suddenly plunged into anxiety and rage. The state of the person immediately became more unstable, the crystal material surging wildly across his surface, emitting sounds of friction, shattering, and reassembly akin to tides, with similar changes also beginning to occur in the crystal clusters visible throughout the impact crater, the process of collapse and reformation pervasive. Even if Yu Sheng didn't understand what was happening, he could instantly judge that the opponent's state seemed on the verge of loss of control. He immediately raised his hand to signal the others to retreat, to avoid provoking the mad and disjointed Yuan Tong, cautiously speaking. Elder Yuan Tong, can you hear me? Yuan Tong abruptly stopped his mutterings, as if something suddenly halted his disjointed thoughts, then slowly turned his head. The gigantic crystal mass and every image presented on its surfaces began glaring intensely at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng abruptly felt as if he shouldn't have engaged the other in conversation. And just as this thought emerged, he heard a low, resonant voice rise from deep within those crystals. Threat detected. The next second, his sense of alarm skyrocketed, and crystals exploded in growth all around, a bizarre howl splitting the air. Crystals swarmed from the crevices in the earth, in the blink of an eye transforming into towering forms like giant trees, while the figure of Yuan Tong doubled in size in an instant, then swung a massive fist towards Yu Sheng. A deluge of crystal shards transformed into blades, crashing onto the ground, with countless pale purple electric arcs leaping between the crystal fragments, descending upon Yu Sheng's group. The entire impact crater became a sea of crystal clusters, a synchronized tremor emanating from the depths of the crystal sea. Eliminate the threat. WTF? Yu Sheng's scalp went numb instantly, and without a second thought he bolted, his body almost a mere afterimage escaping the deluge of crystal blades, then raised his hand to make a sign. Hundreds of distorted fissures appeared around him in an instant, and then one after another, figures revealed themselves, flipping into existence around those fissures. They were hundreds of errands. Almost simultaneously, a sharp piercing sound rang out from Hu Li's direction. A barrage of 8 Fox radish missiles sliced through the air, soaring upward amidst dazzling flames, crashing violently against the expansive surface of Yuan Tong's enormous body. The massive impact of the exploding missiles shattered a large section of the crystal surface, causing Yuan Tong's body to sway immediately, tilting slightly backward. Then hundreds of blinding, scorching rays mercilessly swept towards the enormous body that was losing its balance. A group of mass-produced puppets stood around Yu Sheng, and the massive explosions echoing around and the rapidly growing crystal clusters did not cause these newly born little guys to fall into chaos. The battle knowledge, inherited from the mainframe, taught them how to exert their power. After just a few seconds of cooldown, the puppets once again raised their right hands, forefingers pointing distantly at the enemy. Hundreds of scorching rays were almost fired simultaneously, and the sound of layers of beams triggering overlapped, transforming into a low, terrifying hum. With a buzz, Yu Sheng's vision was filled with a dazzling glare. The body of Yuan Tong exploded again. The energy accumulated from 2 consecutive rounds of ray bombardment finally erupted inside the crystal clusters, shattering the slowly falling body in the massive explosion, flinging countless crystal shards into the sky, which then fell like torrential rain. However, Yu Sheng's face only showed astonishment and vigilance. Solved just like that? Was that colossal enemy, which looked particularly intimidating, taken down with just a round of missiles and 2 rounds of ray shots? Was it really that simple? As if to validate the unease rising in his heart, almost in the next second, Yu Sheng heard the sound of crystals growing crazily nearby once again. He jerked his head up. The entire impact area had turned into a crystal jungle. Countless bizarre crystals, white with black and gray streaks, were wantonly growing from the ground and transforming into giant tree-like branch structures in the air. The countless crystalline trees formed a dense forest, and deep within this uncontrollably proliferating jungle, a tree was rapidly taking on the shape of Yuan Tong. Eliminate the threat. The crystals resonated and trembled, then attacked once more. This quickly turned into a bitter struggle. What the heck is all this? Erin, while commanding her mass-produced army to keep bombarding the Yuan Tong's emerging from the crystalline giant trees with scorching rays, shouted aloud. This thing couldn't possibly be the Yuan Tong that Chuan-Chi mentioned, right? With this much humanity content, it wouldn't even count as a person in our team. Even at a time like this, you can still come up with trash talk. Impressive, Yu Sheng fought as he retreated strategically. Of course, this can't be Yuan Tong. Something's wrong. This might be more troublesome than anyone could imagine. While speaking, another sharp whistle cut through the air. Several crystalline bodies pierced through the firepower net of the mass-produced Erin's and Hu Li's barrage, heading straight for Yu Sheng. The latter reacted quickly, immediately swinging the Wolf Fang Club to shatter unavoidable crystal clusters. Yet still, one crystal cluster, after breaking, left a horrifying wound on his shoulder with its lingering force. And before this, many shattered crystal fragments had already left various sizes of cuts on his arms and thighs. Yu Sheng felt a growing buzz echoing in his mind. He saw his blood seeping into this crystal jungle, yet this time, the connection established through the blood was different from before. He could hardly extract any rational or logical information from that connection, replaced by vague buzzes, meaningless whispers, and a sense of connection that seemed to transcend across the stars, perpetually pointing towards Shuji. A shadow flashed across the edge of his vision. Luna swept past like the wind, intercepting the successive stream of crystal clusters directed at Yu Sheng. The fingertip blade shattered the crystals, and small crystal fragments clattered against her alloy shell, but they couldn't leave any mark on her battleship armor-grade body. The buzzing in Yu Sheng's mind grew increasingly chaotic. He shook his head, and in the corner of his vision he saw several mass-produced puppets, figures being covered by the crystal shards raining down like a storm. The little puppets couldn't dodge the dense bombardment. But before their bodies were destroyed by the crystal shards, their figures would suddenly become a twisting, continuously inverting rift, disappearing from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. At this moment, nearly a third of the mass-produced puppets had retreated back to the valley, and the remaining two-thirds of the puppets were rapidly exhausting their energy. But in fact, their endurance in this battle had already exceeded Yu Sheng's expectations. It's just that Yuan Tong, or should I say, the thorny nature of this crystal jungle, exceeded everyone's expectations. What the hell are all these crystals that look like Yuan Tong? Chapter 418, Hu Li Goes All Out. Chapter 418, Hu Li Goes All Out. Yu Sheng and his team fought and retreated, and in the process, they once again destroyed a colossal body of Yuan Tong. The crystal mass, dozens of meters high, emitted a dazzling gleam under the concentrated heat rays of the puppet soldiers. The accumulated energy shredded the crystal pile, resembling an elderly human, and the gray-black crystals exploded into countless fragments, scattering like torrential rain over the crystalline forest. Yet, just as before, moments later, another Yuan Tong emerged from the cracks in the distant ground. Every crystal tree here, every cluster of crystals, every fissure underground is just a small part extended from the massive entity. "We can't fight this, Yu Sheng," Erin screamed while flailing her arms to command the remaining mass-produced puppets to maintain suppressive fire as quickly as possible. "This is way more ridiculous than giving the Giant King a pedicure with a burning stick, okay?" Yu Sheng's brow furrowed as he realized that the entire crystalline forest was a massive living body, and Yuan Tong might just be a mimic limb extending from this body. He had to start considering whether to retreat, yet for some reason, a vague unease lingered in his heart, making him feel like he had overlooked some detail and hesitated to make the retreat decision. At that moment, whether due to the loss of too much blood or the connection established by the blood building up again, the constant haze and indistinct murmurs once again surged into his mind, even stronger than before, and amidst the haze and murmurs something else appeared. Yu Sheng instinctively raised his head, looking towards the sky above the crystalline forest. A bizarre paleness covered everything in sight, as though everything around had lost its color. The distant starry sky once again turned into that twisted vortex state. Distant Shuji throbbed intensely in the center of the stellar vortex like a heart, seemingly calling to this crystalline forest at Guard 3. At the edge of this crystalline forest, a translucent limb, like a spiritual body, rose bit by bit into the sky, as if responding to Shuji's call. He bowed his head again, looking at his feet, and in the haze, his gaze seemed to penetrate through thick rock and soil, seeing the intertwining crystal branches, fissures, and voids buried deep within the crust, seeing a heart like a crystal deeply buried underground. The heart had withered, yet there was something else, clinging to the heart's surface. The heart, or maybe the alien substance, attached to the heart was speaking to him. "It noticed you. Don't let it transmit the message back." "Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng." A shout came from beside his ear, followed by a pain from his head, and Yu Sheng awoke sharply to find Aaron was chomping vigorously on his head. "How about we retreat?" Aaron shouted loudly, this time not even bothering to initially mock Yu Sheng's daydreaming unto death. "With only what's been freshly produced, we couldn't outlast this whole forest even with that." The ringing in his ears buzzed loudly. The information glimpsed through the blood connection seemed to drill around his mind like living creatures, seemingly actively spreading some contamination. But Yu Sheng only found the noise annoying, shook his head firmly to snap out of it, and quickly spoke. "No, we need to find a way to block this thing here." Block what?" Aaron didn't understand for a moment. "Is something about to leave?" "This forest, it's trying to transmit signals to Shuji," Yu Sheng hurriedly explained. "But something is still suppressing this process. It's just that it won't be able to suppress it for much longer. We have to come up with a way to stop this transmission process, or else there will be big trouble on Shuji's side." Aaron was almost in tears. "That's easy to say, but how do you fight this? I feel like it hasn't even shown its health bar." Yu Sheng quickly pondered over this issue, then spoke. "These crystal cluster structures aren't very strong. We tried earlier, even the largest structure can be shattered by brute force. It's just that the forest is too wide in scope. Once a part is broken, other parts can immediately regenerate the damaged structures. I've now established some contact with this thing. I can feel that its regeneration is limited. As long as we find a way to destroy most of its surface structures in a short time, this thing won't be able to keep up with regeneration. It's already in a weakened state. If its regeneration can't keep up, its cycle will collapse on its own." The whistling of crystal cluster sweeping came from the sky, and the mass-produced puppets intercepted another bombardment with the Foxfire barrage. As the number of surrounding puppets decreased again, Aaron's tone grew increasingly anxious. "You're talking like you haven't said anything at all. What effort we've spent to break one Yun Kingzi, and you want to blow up the whole forest at once. What are you going to blow it up with?" Yu Sheng raised his head to glance at the center direction of this forest, his brows twisted into knots. After a moment of thinking, he clenched his teeth. "Otherworld in." "But isn't the weapon of that thing disabled?" "I'll smash down that bunch of subsystems on top of it," Yu Sheng said as he felt a pang of heartache. "Anyway, they're all unusable now." Aaron was instantly shocked. "Wow, such a waste." Yu Sheng could only smile bitterly and sigh. However, just as he was contemplating which subsystems of the Otherworld in to smash down, a furry tail tip suddenly brushed against his back. Yu Sheng raised his head to see the massive nine-tailed silver fox lowering its head toward him. Savior, Hu Li was surrounded by a faint foxfire, the gold-red eyes gleaming ominously in the firelight. "How about I give it a try?" "Will you try?" Yu Sheng paused. "How to try?" With a myriad of tails blasting simultaneously, saturating the entire forest at once. Even then, it might not be enough. "I have one more trick," Hu Li tilted her head. "Taught by my mother, but I've never had a chance to use it. Only when very full can it be used once, and it can only be used in open areas with sky." Yu Sheng listened in surprise, as Hu Li seemed unable to clearly describe what her trick was exactly, but looking at the nine-tailed demon fox's serious demeanor, though it wasn't very clear since her face was now furry, Yu Sheng decided to trust the girl's judgment. "Then give it a try. What should we be cautious about? Is there anything we need to do?" "After using this trick, I'll be very hungry and temporarily unable to move, and later I might need help escaping," Hu Li nodded. "But before that, you all should run far away. As far as possible." Yu Sheng instinctively exchanged glances with Aaron and Luna. "All right." Almost as soon as Yu Sheng finished speaking, the flames around Hu Li surged fiercely. It was more intense and vigorous than ever, more intense than at any other time. In the blink of an eye, the huge nine-tailed silver fox was completely engulfed by this foxfire, as if forged from flames, and then she nodded at Yu Sheng, slowly retreated a few steps, then suddenly leapt into the sky. The demon fox began rushing towards the sky, like an inverted flying meteor, swirling, enveloped with increasingly intense foxfire, swiftly carving a bright trail like a sword cutting through the atmosphere of Guard 3. Aaron stared in shock at the sky. "Whoa, what's this silly fox's trick I can't understand?" But the little puppet hadn't finished speaking when Yu Sheng picked her up and directly opened the door and tossed her inside. The other side of the door was the edge of the impact crater, the place where the group had landed on Guard 3. Immediately, the remaining mass-produced puppets on the scene were also sent back to the valley by Yu Sheng's reverse summoning. "Let's retreat too." Yu Sheng glanced at Luna, then stepped back through the door. Upon reaching the edge of the crater, Yu Sheng realized the astonishing extent of this crystal jungle. The area initially covered by crystal clusters was only on the small plain at the center of the crater. But in this short time, the crystals that had emerged from the ground now covered nearly every inch within the crater's range. Now the entire battlefield ruins were completely covered by a crystal forest mixed with gray-black markings amidst the pale. As far as the eye could see, were them. Strange, malevolent, unsettling, yet exuding an indescribable power and beauty. Yu Sheng raised his head and saw that bright spot in the sky continued to ascend. Hu Li was racing freely through the sky, in the blink of an eye breaking through the clouds, then further up, continuing to accelerate until it was invisible to the naked eye. The crystal forest in the crater seemed to sense something. A certain deadly threat from the sky. A chaotic resonance abruptly echoed in Yu Sheng's mind. He saw the crystal forest suddenly tremble, as if each individual was frantically writhing in an attempt to break free. Then, he saw deep underground in the forest there was something violently swelling and wriggling, seemingly trying to immediately break free from the layered constraints wrapped around the crystal heart. And in the next second his gaze was drawn to the sky. In the crystal forest's view, he suddenly saw Hu Li's figure. The enormous silver-white demon fox had already reached near-Earth orbit. Hu Li's body expanded several times over. A demon fox completely condensed from foxfire stretched her 9 tails in an angered expression like a fire lotus blossoming in space. Intricate and mystical runes appeared at the end of each tail, with countless flames like living creatures swirling around her, ascending in the space beside her. Then the 9-tailed celestial fox slowly adjusted its posture. 9 tails were gathered, foxfire condensed into an energy shell. The eerie radiance illuminated space, pointing to the planetary surface. Re-enter the atmosphere. Immortal technique in thousands of forms. This for orbital heavenly fox a myriad of methods. This for heavenly base bombardment technique. Chapter 419. Hu Li standing firm on the Earth down arrow. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. Hu Li standing firm on the Earth down arrow. The sky-based bombardment from near-Earth orbit has begun. Before Hu Li's true form crashes down, the first to hit the planet's surface is the suppressive barrage composed of numerous foxfire meteors. The countless flames entwined around Hu Li split the moment they entered the atmosphere, transforming into thousands of small light clusters showering towards the ground. The dense fire meteors burned vigorously in the atmosphere, instantly evaporating all the clouds along their re-entry path. Thousands of bright lines turned into a torrential downpour, triggering an astounding chain explosion the moment they touched the crystal jungle. The entire crystal jungle began to quake violently, with a thunderous roar emanating from deep underground, interspersed with unsettling cracking sounds and eerie resonances. Yu Sheng immediately sensed the chaotic roar and the change in the crystal jungle within his mind. He turned his head abruptly to look at the depths of the forest, only to see the center of the crystal sea rapidly rising. Innumerable giant trees were merging as they grew rapidly, forming a crystal mass more massive than all previous Yuan Kingzi combined. As it rose, it continued to change shape, sometimes appearing as an old man with hair and beard bristling, sometimes as a towering giant tree, and sometimes as an illogical structure resembling a living crystal cluster in a constant state of collapse. Deep within this swiftly rising crystal mass, there was an enormous energy reaction. Oh no, Yu Sheng's face changed the instant he sensed the energy reaction. Without a second thought, he opened a door leading back to the center of the forest, leaving Aaron with just one phrase before rushing through. "I'll go shut down its air defenses." Before Aaron could react, Yu Sheng's figure had already vanished, leaving her staring blankly in the direction where the door disappeared. Huh. Then she felt a sudden tug at her collar, as Luna bent down beside her and casually picked her up. The little puppet exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, C-type buckle, what are you doing suddenly picking me up?" Luna seemed not to hear, grabbing Aaron and running even further away from the crystal jungle. High energy reaction, need further retreat. And so Aaron was whisked away by Luna, exclaiming all the way. Yu Sheng returned to the center of the crystal jungle. He looked up to see the massive crystal mass at the center of the jungle had risen as tall as a mountain, with intense streams of light filling its body. In the sky, a bright spot was rapidly expanding, concentric fiery rings rippling and spreading across the atmosphere, burning, and unleashing an even denser suppressive barrage. The blood calamity over here really is. Yu Sheng shook his head ruefully, glancing in the direction of Aaron and Luna, then fell straight back. Before his body hit the ground, it began to disintegrate, scattering into swirling ashes drifting among the innumerable crystal giant trees. The next second, the entire crystal jungle fell into a deathly silence. All the accumulated energy was temporarily suppressed, all activities of the crystal branches forcibly halted, and a certain cycle deep within the earth once again forcibly confined, leaving the crystal jungle powerless to resist. Though it lasted only a brief moment, it was enough for a sky-based fox bomb from near-Earth orbit to smash onto the crystal mountain. The descending nine-tailed fox crashed down heavily, the highly compressed fox fire instantly released. At first, the world was silent for less than a second, as if even the molecules in the air were momentarily frozen in place, stopping their vibration. Then a fireball brighter than the sun began to expand from the center of the crater at what seemed like a slow speed. The sky was illuminated, even the entire plain was lit up, a glaring daylight briefly appearing on this desolate planet far from the sun. After a while, Aaron, who had been carried far away by Luna, heard the rumbling thunder-like roar coming from behind. She even felt her whole body trembling along with the rolling thunder. Yu Sheng is down again. The little puppet shaded her eyes with her hand, mumbling towards the direction of the crater. By now, the intense light was rapidly diminishing, reaching a level where it could be looked at. But soon she shook her head. Or maybe it's very hot, could be several million degrees. Luna casually dropped Aaron to the ground. Aaron, C-type buckle. Yu Sheng felt groggy. The sudden cessation of consciousness from his abrupt demise took him a few minutes to recall why he was in this darkness, and the last scene he saw before entering this darkness. He only remembered the fox head engulfed in flames charging down. It was a move akin to a diving headbutt from the sky. That silly girl nailed me with a headbutt again. He muttered somewhat helplessly in the darkness. But this time, instead of waiting slowly for the resurrection timer in the chaotic darkness as usual, he directly transferred his consciousness to the Otherworld Inn, which could serve as a temporary vessel from his posthumous world. He needed to quickly ascertain Hu Li's current condition and determine whether that crystal jungle had indeed gone quiet, as planned after the strike. The core module of the Otherworld Inn, currently docked at the high orbit of Shuji, suddenly lit up, the main system waking promptly from its dormant state. Aaron, who was hurriedly on her way back with Luna, heard the call from within her mind, startled. Yu Sheng, you're not dead, or did you revive again, this time so quickly? I'm dead, my body will take a while to regenerate. Right now, I'm speaking to you through the Otherworld Inn, Yu Sheng said casually. Where are you and Luna now? We're running back right now. Didn't Hu Li say someone needs to help after using that move? Aaron was once again shamelessly clinging onto Luna, mainly because her short legs just couldn't run fast. I'm telling you, that was spectacular just now. Of course, I saw it clearer than you did, Yu Sheng quickly said. What's the state of that crystal jungle now? Is it still active? Crystal jungle, there's no crystal jungle anymore. Aaron looked up at the distance and responded in her mind. Just a steaming big pit. Oh, I can see Hu Li, he's stuck in the pit. Yu Sheng. The next second, he received a real-time feed directly transmitted to the Otherworld Inn from Luna via the internal channel of the artificial saintess. The nine-tailed fox stood on the ground, head down. With Luna's astonishing speed, she and Aaron returned to the center area of the impact crater almost immediately. By this time, the crystal jungle that originally covered the entire ring mountain had long been wiped out. A large amount of fragmented and inactive residue material piled up in the center area of the ring mountain, with heat waves radiating from the surface, dust swirling in the weak pale sunlight, forming an apocalyptic scene. Aaron looked up, seeing the massive nine-tailed silver fox poking head down into the ground, with 4 legs and a bunch of tails exposed, twitching occasionally with the wind. She finally understood what Hu Li meant by needing someone to help him get out of trouble. At this moment, she deeply regretted not shamelessly asking Yu Sheng for a phone. Even a little genius kid's phone would do, as long as it could take pictures. Then the little puppet jumped off from Luna, carefully avoiding the various sizes of debris on the ground while coming to Hu Li's side, and poked the soft fur on the silver fox's back. Hey, silly fox, still alive. The nine-tailed fox, whose head was buried in the ground, instantly shook its body, the 4 legs kicking wildly outside. Need help? Aaron asked again. Duh, Hu Li's muffled voice came from underground. I'm out of strength. Quickly help dig me out. Can't you just turn back into human form and come out? I already said I don't have the strength. Shape-shifting consumes mana. Hu Li's 4 legs kicked wildly in the air again. Don't mess around, hurry and call your batch-produced puppets over to help. All right, Aaron immediately laughed, agreeing as she retreated a few steps while chuckling. Just wait a moment, Yu Sheng made you bury your head. Now I have to figure out a way to summon the batch-produced units from the valley. I haven't tried it before. Oh right, first have them fetch some small shovels. Hu Li's 2 hind legs kicked twice again, and he sighed helplessly into the soil and rocks, staying still to conserve energy. A rumbling sound came from her stomach. Moments later, Aaron finally succeeded in her first independent summoning, calling the first batch of batch-produced puppets from the valley to the vicinity. These were the batch-produced puppets that had returned to the valley due to insufficient power during the earlier battle. Although the remaining energy wasn't enough to support combat, they still retained their mobility. A large group of 66.6 cm tall little puppets, holding small shovels and hoes they found from who knows where, they even looked like they had been stolen from the doll's horticulture class, quickly gathered around Hu Li. After a brief exchange, they started digging enthusiastically. In the faraway, desolate alien planet, the 9-tailed demon fox, having just completed a sky-based bombardment, was stuck headfirst in the ground, and a group of gothic dolls holding gardening shovels was actively digging out their teammate amidst the crystal debris. Even Aaron felt this might be a bit too surreal, and she whispered to Luna, "C-Clamp, I'm telling you, this scene is really abstract." Luna thought for a moment, then nodded. Indeed. But honestly, although the little puppets were digging eagerly, their work efficiency was rather subtle. By the time Yu Sheng was resurrected, they were still digging here. Watching Aaron organize the batch-produced puppets to dig out Hu Li, he was also struck speechless for a long time, eventually shaking his head with a mix of laughter and helplessness. How long do you intend to let them dig? Well, what can I do? Aaron shrugged. You have no idea how hard the ground around here is. The silly fox's head is stuck in a bunch of rocks. I even suspect he cast himself in. Yu Sheng's eye twitched, turning around to look up at the 9-tailed demon fox stuck in the ground. Hu Li kicked her legs, and a thunderous rumble came from her stomach. Savior, I'm hungry. Yu Sheng. After 2 seconds of silence, Yu Sheng sighed and reached for his phone. He had a contact saved, whose owner claimed to take on any engineering projects, from building a toilet in the city center to dropping an orbital defense fortress on an alien planet. This matter needs to be handed over to our almighty sun. Chapter 420, Unveiling. Chapter 420, Unveiling. Even the mighty sun was a bit overwhelmed. He was originally leading a group repairing roads near the Black Forest border when suddenly he received a call from Yu Sheng. There was a special, small job from out of town that needed help. The straightforward civil engineering guy didn't think much about it and led his team and equipment through a door that mysteriously appeared at the edge of the Black Forest, only to find out this small job involved digging out a 9-tailed demon fox from a bunch of molten crystals. Moreover, this 9-tailed demon fox got stuck in the ground due to celestial bombardment. "I'm not kidding," Sun's voice came from the power armor's speaker, sounding somewhat muffled. "I've dug trenches on a planet near disintegration, paved roads in bizarre spaces contaminated by entities, and even hammered bunkers on wastelands ravaged by swarms. But this scene before me I've truly never seen. Tagging along with you, one really gets to broaden their horizons." "Not just you, I find it pretty eye-opening too." Yu Sheng laughed and turned to glance at Sun. "Just say whether you can handle it or not. If not, I'll look for some civil engineering immortals from Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain to figure out a solution." "You're underestimating me now. I may have never done this task before, but there's nothing difficult about it." Sun immediately shot Yu Sheng a look. The pride of a civil engineer made him take on the job without hesitation. "You keep the door open. I'll have the guys go back and grab some suitable tools. The ones we have now are not fit for the job." In no time, the workers brought by Sun switched to appropriate gear and began bustling around Huli. The pneumatic drills in the civil engineer's hands roared. The cutting machines rumbled, and sparks flew on the ground around Huli, with crystal dust dancing in the air. Yu Sheng stood watching with Aaron and Luna from the side. Sun was standing next to him, also curiously observing the place. The environment at Guard 3 is not suitable for human survival, with severe radiation and toxic atmosphere. Thus, Sun and his team of civil engineers wore thick, alien planet-specific engineering power armor. Though this attire wasn't as imposing as Su Jiali's armor, it carried the unique heaviness and tactile strength of engineering machinery. The only thing sneer-worthy was that Sun had covered his armor with plenty of chaotic graffiti. The most prominent was the big letters on the chest armor plate, "AAA Civil Construction Brother Sun." He was clearly quite proud of his gear, frequently releasing a small drone from his arm for selfies of himself and the desolate alien backdrop behind him, flaunting his power armor with each action. After taking photos for half a day, he finally turned his gaze to Yu Sheng, his expression subtly hesitant before he couldn't help but speak. "To be honest, I know you're special, but I really didn't expect you wouldn't need a protective suit in a place like this. Don't you feel suffocated?" "Well, the place indeed smells bad, so I haven't been breathing for quite a while." Yu Sheng thought for a moment, sincerely waving his hand. "I'm pretty adaptable. I can breathe or not breathe too." "I think this isn't really about adaptability." Sun's eye twitched, but after dealing with Yu Sheng numerous times and being a veteran in the Special Service Bureau, he quickly glossed over this trivial matter. "Let's not talk about that. Tell me about this place. What have you been fighting against here to make such a big fuss?" "We still aren't sure what exactly it is, but I suspect it's related to the Dark Angel." Yu Sheng noticed Sun's face changing and quickly waved his hand. "Don't worry, the Dark Angel's body definitely isn't here. If that thing's body was here, this fight wouldn't have been so simply done." Sun's face remained stiff. After a while, he forced out a word. "Damn. We haven't figured out the state of the enemy yet, so there will be more work for you later." Yu Sheng continued speaking as he recalled various illusions he saw during the process of establishing contact with the crystal jungle. "Once Huli is dug out, I'd like you to continue digging around. There should be some remaining crystal branch structures beneath the ground here. Samples need to be collected and sent to the Special Service Bureau. Before this, Zhang Zhai reported to his superiors, your director knows how to handle it." Listening to Yu Sheng discuss business, Sun's expression had become very serious. He nodded solemnly. "No problem, we've done this sort of work before. However, during sample recovery, we'll need people from the Bureau to come over. We're only good at rough work. High-risk sample sealing, containment, and transfer are fine operations. That's the job of specialized recovery teams." Yu Sheng already took out his phone. "I know, I'll send a message to your director now." During the conversation, a sudden sound of cracking soil and stones interrupted the exchange between Yu Sheng and Sun. Yu Sheng looked up to find the civil engineers around Huli backing away, some even shouting as they retreated. "We're through. Avoid her paws, back off." Once the civil engineers had retreated to a safe distance, Hu Li shook herself where she stood, carefully placing her 4 paws on the ground, then pushed back and pulled her head out of the ground. The gray-headed 9-tailed silver fox sat there dumbfounded, with her 2 front paws supporting herself, a band of stones not fully dislodged still around her neck. Her eyes looked a bit befuddled, and after a while she moved her head from side to shake off the stones around her neck, causing another flurry of debris and rocks. Yu Sheng dodged falling stones while looking up at the somewhat dazed big fox, shouting at her. "Hu Li, how do you feel?" "My head's buzzing," Hu Li said honestly, her gaze still unfocused, yet she quickly lowered her head, rubbing Yu Sheng with her nose. "There's a constant rumbling noise around my ears." Yu Sheng chuckled. He certainly knew why Hu Li's head was buzzing. After all, a group of civil engineers in power armor had drilled around her head for half an hour. Anyone would be dazed. No choice, it was quite a task to dig you out. The stones and crystals around your head had fused into one complete block. Hu Li shook her head again, scattering loose fragments off, finally seeming to be getting over it. She displayed a happy expression, stuck out her tongue to lick Yu Sheng, an action that almost sent the latter flying, followed by a thunderous rumble from her stomach. "Save your hungry food." Yu Sheng first felt his head buzzing from a smack by Hu Li's tail, and upon hearing those words, cold sweat broke out. But he managed to react and quickly opened a door wide enough for Hu Li in her demon fox form to enter. "Time to eat. I've already contacted the Special Service Bureau. Their canteen is ready for you." Hu Li looked up and immediately saw the canteen of the Special Service Bureau on the other side of the door, and those familiar faces of the food servers, and her eyes lit up at once. Yu Sheng just felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and by the time he reacted, Hu Li had already darted into the canteen opposite. Aaron perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, peeking at the scene across the door, and commented, "That was a tough battle." "Yu Sheng, it's fine. The people at the Special Service Bureau are seasoned and experienced." Sun, standing next to him, wiped cold sweat from his brow. He glanced at the scene of chaos on the other side of the door and shook his head in sympathy for his colleagues at the Bureau, before focusing his attention back on the task at hand. "So shall we start digging?" "Let's start," Yu Sheng nodded, pointing at the large pit made by Hu Li's head, and at the same time he carefully sensed the weak reactions deep underground through the connection established by his blood. "From here, I'll tell you the general structure below." Xiuji Mo City. The rain had not stopped. Xuan Qi had come to the City Lord's mansion again, this time at the invitation of City Lord Mo Ran. Following the immortal envoy Xuan Qi's request, Mo Ran had contacted Xiuji's Star Guardian Elder yesterday and had invited him to the city today, calculating the time he should arrive soon. Now Xuan Qi was waiting in the drawing room for the Star Guardian Elder, and while waiting, he also learned about the events far away at Guard 3 through the information sent by Yu Sheng. The strange crystal jungle, Yun Qingzi appearing in the crystal cluster, the bizarre signal coming from deep underground, and the resonance across the stars between Guard 3 and Xiuji. Xuan Qi stood by the window with a furrowed brow, gravely watching the curtain of rain outside. His divine sense slowly expanded, currently covering the entire City Lord's mansion and meticulously extending further out, cautiously probing the rain-shrouded border city. Everything in the city seemed normal, with people coming and going on the streets, and the central district still bustling. Even though the city's former mining industry had declined, as the planet's largest city, Mo City was still flourishing. But he still felt something was off, a strange sense of discord, a cold feeling as if submerged by something peculiar, just like the incessant rain outside, enveloping everything and disturbing the mind. Especially after receiving the message from Guard 3, this discomfort and sense of discord became even more pronounced. A presence was approaching. Xuan Qi immediately adjusted his expression, restraining his spirit, and turned to look at the entrance of the drawing room. The door opened, and Mo Ran, the City Lord of Mo City, appeared at the entrance. This dignified-looking woman with a steady demeanor bowed to Xuan Qi. "Immortal Envoy, sorry for the wait, Elder Dao Heng has arrived." As she spoke, she withdrew half a step to the side, gesturing for entry, and then introduced. "This is the Star Guardian of Xiuji, Elder Dao Heng." She then pointed to Xuan. Elder Dao Heng, this is the immortal envoy from the Taixu Spirit Hub, immortal Xuan, representing Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain. The room was silent for 2 seconds, and Mo Ran bowed slightly. I'll leave you two to it. Xuan stood by the window, his expression as calm as water, gazing at Mo Ran and beside her. There were only him and Mo Ran in the room, and no one at the door. Chapter 421, Su Jiali and his Spiritual Servant. Chapter 421, Su Jiali and his Spiritual Servant. Xuan controlled the expression on his face, not allowing any abnormality to show. He quickly gathered his divine sense and once again carefully scanned the entire City Lord mansion, looking around the entire room. Indeed, there were only him and Mo Ran here, and there was no third-party mental probe lurking, nor was there any external magic creating some sort of blinding technique. The expression on Mo Ran's face was also completely normal, her aura steady, and her spiritual wisdom without any abnormalities. But she clearly believed that she had brought the Elder Dao Heng here, and that Elder Dao Heng was currently standing beside her. With an unchanged expression, Xuan nodded lightly, not preventing Mo Ran from leaving, and she departed the room without any suspicion, simply bowing out. The room fell into silence. Xuan quietly stood before the window, maintaining an outward flow of divine sense, facing this voice and silence, while his mind was not as calm as his face. He quickly thought, and for a moment, he even had a bit of absurd self-doubt, wondering if the Elder Dao Heng was really standing in the room, and it was just his observation that went wrong, causing him not to see the other. But he quickly shook his head, casting aside this bit of self-doubt that arose for no apparent reason, while secretly raising his guard against the heart demon, and quietly took out the Lynxy mirror to begin contacting various places. At the surface of Guard 3, Sun led the engineering team in digging through thick layers of soil, under Yu Sheng's guidance. The large equipment temporarily brought over from the Black Forest was extremely efficient, quickly doubling the size of the large hole created when Hu Li fell, then continuing to dig down. Near this main excavation pit, there were several other smaller collection points. These were places Sun's team found where it was suitable for sampling crystal clusters. They were dormant crystal branches wedged depressingly between soil and rock, fortunately not smashed to dust by Hu Li's impact when she fell, preserving the shallow crystal material form below, unpolluted. The civil engineers in yellow heavy engineering power armor carefully expanded the cracks around those crystal branches with small digging arms, then removed the entire crystallized block as completely as possible, and sent it to a temporary storage platform at the edge of the excavation area, around which was a just-arrived recovery team from the Special Service Bureau. These hazardous materials experts, processing paranormal materials, wore white protective armor, with conspicuous Special Service Bureau insignia on their armor. They worked in teams of 3, 2 always handling samples while the other monitored the operators' mental states, led by a team leader with red markings on their armor who directed operations and verified all team interactions. Nearby these recovery teams stood several deep diver in heavy combat armor, each deep diver fully equipped, followed by their walking tactical robots, each tense and ready as if facing a great enemy. Among the deep divers was a familiar face. Su Jiali opened the outer metallic armor of his helmet, revealing his bearded face. Among all the deep divers, he seemed the most relaxed, the only one casually chatting with Yu Sheng without the urgency typical when handling suspected angel material. They're all rookies, nervous like anything, just hearing the samples this time might be connected to the Dark Angel. Su Jiali glanced back at the deep diving team he led, then turned to Yu Sheng. But you... It's been a while, you're making big moves right when we meet again. You say it like I did it on purpose. Yu Sheng spread his hands. How could I know something like this would suddenly emerge underground? Su Jiali smirked, glanced back at the battered battlefield, and couldn't help but sigh. Even telling me, it's hard to believe that Miss Hu Li could create such a scene. It looks like it was hit by an Atlas Nova cannon. Good thing she's on our side. She mentioned having a grand move left to use. I didn't expect it would be this grand, Yu Sheng remarked wryly, then inadvertently glanced behind Su Jiali. What does the girl following you do? He referred to an inconspicuous figure behind Su Jiali, a petite girl about 5 feet tall, appearing almost childlike next to Su Jiali's towering 2 meters. Despite wearing protection armor similar to power armor, her armor was visibly much thinner than the deep divers. And she carried no weapon, only cradling a strange mechanical ball with blue crystal lines in her hands, purpose unknown. Wherever Su Jiali went, the stranger girl followed. Moreover, Yu Sheng noticed every deep diver on site had such a figure trailing them. Male and female, tall and short, all having thin armor, even seeming non-combat compared to combat armor, carrying similar mechanical balls. Wherever the deep divers went, these figures with mechanical balls followed. "Oh, this is my spiritual servant, forgot to introduce." Su Jiali tapped his helmet, then raised a hand to introduce the petite figure to Yu Sheng. "Her name is Lingdang." He paused, then added, "Remember what I mentioned. Every deep diver's full deployment during operations includes a fire support shuttle, 2 walking tactical robots, several light drones, and a spiritual servant, so strictly speaking, each deep diver outside effectively forms a complete tactical unit. What you see now is the expedition state. Of course, due to the sudden situation, we didn't bring the shuttle for this mission." Yu Sheng listened to Su Jiali's stream of explanations, dumbfounded for a few seconds before recalling that there indeed seemed to be such a matter. Then his gaze fell on the girl named Lingdang, who also looked up at him and suddenly asked, "Are you friends with the boss?" "Yes, we're friends," Su Jiali cheerfully replied from the side. "He's called Yu Sheng, a angel combat expert from the Boundary Land, quite a big shot." "Oh, hello." Lingdang nodded, continuing to cradle the mechanical ball in one hand while extending her other hand to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng shook hands with this spiritual servant and suddenly noticed something peculiar about her eyes. They were vertical pupils, just like a cat's. Noticing the curiosity on Yu Sheng's face, Su Jiali proactively explained before he could speak. "Lingdang is Gyprolian. Most spiritual servants are Gyprolians. The Special Service Bureau has a long-term cooperation agreement with this alien race. They provide us with the most talented spiritual ability users, and we supply them with the most potent catnip in the universe." Yu Sheng's expression suddenly seemed a bit dazed. Huh. Then he noticed that the sharp structures on Lingdang's helmet didn't seem to be just decorative. "Gyprolians are a Terra species. You've heard of Terra, right? The Academy is on it, and it's also the homeland of the Wooden Gold people," Su Jiali continued to cheerfully introduce. "Gyprolians have some feline traits. They're very keen, especially in terms of spiritual energy. Our deep divers are good at combat, but not so great with magic stuff. Spiritual servants can make up for our shortcomings in this area, and if there's an attack specifically targeting the mind, they are our first line of mental defense. Of course, that's during expeditionary operations outside. When performing exotic realm, submergence tasks at the Boundary Land, it's a different process, and the umbilical cord can somewhat replace the role of spiritual servants." Yu Sheng, with a sense of curiosity, listened earnestly to Su Jiali's explanations. This was knowledge he had only heard a little about before, but had never deeply understood. During this process, the spiritual servant named Lingdang stood quietly behind Su Jiali, not speaking, only occasionally fiddling with the mechanical ball in her hands, seemingly uninterested in the external events. While Yu Sheng and Su Jiali were chatting, waiting for Sun's progress on the excavation, a sudden phone ringtone interrupted their conversation. Yu Sheng took out his phone and saw on the screen was a fox head, squinting with a big, toothy grin. He answered the call, and Hu Li's joyful voice came from the other end. "Savior, I'm full, open the door, I want to come back." Boundary City, Special Service Bureau Building. Returning to work on his first day after completing a task leave, Li Lin stood dazed with a meal card in hand at the entrance of Employee Cafeteria Number 2. The cafeteria's doors were tightly shut, with an electronic screen at the door scrolling a message. "Due to special circumstances, Cafeteria Number 2 is closed today. Please proceed to the third-floor main cafeteria for meals if needed." Li Lin blinked. In his time working at the Special Service Bureau, it was the first time he'd seen this situation. Curiously, he peered through the glass window on the door, only to find nothing unusual inside, just spotlessly clean with nothing there. Several Special Service Bureau officers passed by in the corridor behind him, their voices faintly reaching Li Lin's ears. What's going on? Why's it suddenly closed? No idea. It was open when I came this morning. I heard it's because of a Fox incident. They say it's the travel agency Fox. I don't know what that means either. Li Lin listened silently, looking down at his meal card, then up at the cafeteria, feeling at a loss. So who's going to make up for the discounted chicken leg I missed? Chapter 422, Crystal Graveyard. Chapter 422, Crystal Graveyard. Hu Li, holding a chicken leg in each hand, walked out of the door with a grin. Then she immediately handed one of the chicken legs to Yu Sheng. Savior, have a chicken leg. Hu Li, having eaten her fill, seemed to be in quite a good mood. Yu Sheng casually took the chicken leg and pointed to the main excavation pit not far away. Sun's team is digging down there. Once you're done eating, go and lend a hand. Oh. Hu Li happily agreed, quickly gnawed clean the remaining half-chicken leg, both meat and bone in her hand, walked forward a few steps, laid down, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a gigantic silver-white demon fox, excitedly trotting to the edge of the excavation pit. With the concerted effort of a bunch of construction workers, the main excavation pit had been expanded quite a bit, allowing even Hu Li's massive form to jump in and dig. At the freshly uncovered pit bottom, one could see a large expanse of crystal structures exposed. The inactive crystal branches, crisscrossed in the rocks and soil like a massive root system, intertwined together. Despite the workers having expanded the pit several times in all directions and downward, they still hadn't found the source of those crystalline branches. Only the deeper they dug, the more they discovered these crystalline materials occupying a larger proportion. Moreover, further down seemed to have an even sturdier main trunk structure than the surface layers. Sun was a bit curious about Yu Sheng's persistent and apparently very specific excavation directive. What exactly are we digging for? Are we really going to excavate the entire crystalline structure underneath this crater? No, Yu Sheng slowly shook his head. I'm looking for its heart. Sun's eyes immediately changed. Heart. This is a massive entity. During a previous battle, I managed to understand its structure using certain methods. There should be some large cavities under it containing its core parts, though I'm not sure whether it should be called a heart, as it's not a typical creature. But the large crystal located in the central cavity is, without doubt, the most crucial part of its body. Sun listened, bewildered, while Su Jiali muttered thoughtfully. This reminds me of digging out a worm nest on Tarolnim 7 back then. Damn, even thinking about it now gives me goosebumps. Sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, Aaron, who had been unusually quiet, quite rare for her, suddenly chipped in. How has such a big chunk of thing been buried here for 1,000 years without anyone noticing it? Hearing Aaron's ponderings, Yu Sheng slightly furrowed his brows and gently nodded. Yes, I'm pondering over that question too. It feels a bit off. His gaze swept around the surroundings. Those eerie pale crystal clusters weren't completely buried underground. When they arrived here, a considerable part of the clusters were exposed on the surface, and the branch structures underground were directly connected to the surface clusters. Their surface parts weren't buried deeply. Even without digging down, some probing methods should be able to detect the enormous, foreign object hidden beneath the crater. 1,000 years ago, Yun Qingzi perished here. An ancient strongman suddenly dying at the border wasn't a minor affair in the Feiyu Star domain. From the subsequent handling and records, Taixu's spirit hub seemed to have paid much attention to the matter back then and sent people to carry out the aftermath thoroughly. But in the intelligence provided by Xuan Qi, there is no mention of the crystalline structure buried beneath this battlefield ruin. Was it because these crystals were dormant, leading the personnel back then to deem them as some harmless, residual mineral? Or was it because these crystals hadn't emerged from the surface at the time, growing to such a scale only after a lengthy 1,000-year period? No matter which possibility, there's an enormous inconsistency behind this matter. Guard 3 is extremely remote and barren. It's normal for the place to go unvisited for hundreds of years, but even if Taixu's spirit hub neglected this desolate spot, what about Shuji nearby? The place is right under Shuji's nose. Didn't the Star Guardians from Shuji check here during their annual patrol of the neighboring subsidiary planets? While Yu Sheng was deeply pondering, the construction workers at the main excavation pit retreated along with all their equipment. Because Hu Li's digging movements were too intense, they couldn't stay beside her. The massive nine-tailed demon fox burrowed entirely into the expanded pit, digging quickly with her head lowered, paws tirelessly tossing dirt, rocks, and shattered crystals out of the pit, creating a chaotic scene within a radius of dozens of meters, making even the machinery's efficiency pale in comparison. But just when she was digging with enthusiasm, Yu Sheng suddenly heard a heavy breaking sound from the pit bottom. He didn't even have time to react before seeing the fox girl, who was digging, suddenly sink downward, accompanied by an ouch sound as the gigantic demon fox vanished before everyone's eyes in a blink. Oh no! Yu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat and sprinted towards the excavation pit immediately. At the bottom of the big pit, a hole had broken open, as if the structure that originally supported the dome of an underground cavern somewhere had collapsed. Below the big hole was a dim, vast underground cavity, vaguely visible with many faintly glowing crystal materials covering its depths, and in the gloom, one could just make out a silver figure. Erin lay on Yu Sheng's shoulder, poking her head downward and shouting loudly, "Silly fox, are you okay down there?" Hu Li's voice quickly came from below, sounding quite spirited. "I'm fine, but I got startled. It suddenly collapsed. Savior, it's a very spacious place down here." Yu Sheng turned and exchanged a glance with Erin and Luna. "Let's go down and take a look." He turned his head and shouted down the pit, "Throw a tail up." As soon as he finished speaking, a blaze of fire rose from below the pit, followed by a large silver tail flying up from within, hovering in front of Yu Sheng. Sun, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, and Lingdeng, who was following Su Jiali, jumped back several steps upon seeing a fox tail fly up. This Jipulo girl, who usually seemed uninterested in her surroundings, had her eyes wide open, showing great wariness and a hissing impulse at the fox tail spewing fire. After holding back for a while, she stammered out to Su Jiali, "Boss, there's something wicked about this Naya." Su Jiali's expression was also a bit dazed, but having dealt with Yu Sheng many times, she quickly reacted and reassured her attendant. "It's okay. Things around Yu Sheng are basically quite strange. You'll get used to it." Yu Sheng, long accustomed to people around him being startled by such trivial details, didn't take it to heart. He simply hoisted Erin onto the fox tail and nodded to Sun. "The situation down there is unclear, so you all stay up here. A few of us will go down and check it out." "I'll go down with you." Su Jiali stepped forward. "Lingdeng and I have experience with this kind of task." Yu Sheng thought for a moment. "That works. Do you need the tail?" No need." Su Jiali quickly waved her hands repeatedly. "I have equipment that allows short-range flying, and Lingdeng can use her flying skill." Yu Sheng nodded without saying much and rode the fox tail down toward the bottom of the pit. Beside him, Luna took a step forward, and her body transformed into a series of phantom images flickering between shadow and reality, following him. Su Jiali watched the scene with a subtle expression, turned and waved to Sun, and the thrusters of her power armor roared to life, leaping down from the edge of the pit. Lingdeng, staring wide-eyed at Yu Sheng's bizarre sight of riding a fox tail, reacted a moment too late, quickly catching up. "Boss, wait up, Naya." Before she finished speaking, the mechanical ball in her hand floated up from her grip, and she herself floated lightly into the air, quickly catching up with Su Jiali's figure. The group soon passed through the large hole that Hu Li had dug out. The surroundings gradually darkened, and after some time as their vision adjusted, Yu Sheng began to see the astonishing structure below. He first saw a giant junction point, like an intersection, where vast underground spaces connected to numerous cave entrances leading to other areas. Throughout the entire underground structure, large and small crystals could be seen everywhere, whether like crystal clusters in rock crevices or intricate network structures like enormous roots, or columns supporting the entire cavern. The crystals were everywhere, like bones, flesh, and organs, filling this boundless underground world. The fox tail slowly descended into the center of this crystal cave, and Yu Sheng saw Hu Li, who had fallen earlier. She had already returned to her human form, sitting on a large rock, holding a new drumstick in her hand, nibbling while waiting for Yu Sheng, looking quite at ease. "Savior," seeing Yu Sheng come down, Hu Li happily came up to greet him. Yu Sheng cheerfully ruffled the fox's head, confirmed she was okay, and then focused on the surroundings. Crystals of various forms everywhere instinctively made him frown. Aaron, sitting on his shoulder, noticeably shrank her body, and Yu Sheng could even feel the little puppet tense all over. "The atmosphere in this place makes me uncomfortable," Aaron mumbled. "It feels like we're inside something's corpse with a sense of stench." Yu Sheng said nothing, merely heightened his alertness, while using the faint connection in his heart to search for the core structure of this crystal-forged underground labyrinth. He squinted his eyes slightly. The vast and complex crystal world flickered through his mind, like dimly glowing skeletons in the dark. "This way." Chapter 423, Heart of the Crystal. Chapter 423, Heart of the Crystal. The vast cave structure twists and turns, filled with dizzying forks and paths. Strange crystalline materials are scattered all around, emitting an unsettling faint glow in the dim light. In certain areas, those pale crystals even tremble slightly, as if they still harbor life within, though this is actually the lingering spasms in its limbs after the death of this massive structure. Clusters of bright foxfire float around Hu Li, illuminating the path forward in the cave. Erin remains extremely cautious, constantly alert to her surroundings. Every so often, she summons a mass-produced puppet to guard the intersection, as she is always worried that something might emerge from the dark side paths to attack the team from behind. Su Jiali looks at the emerging mass-produced Erin in shock. "How many Erins do you have now?" he asks, dumbfounded as another mass-produced puppet flips out of the twisted space rift. He watches as the small figure with a dead fish-like expression quietly walks into a nearby stone recess and squats down, leaving him bewildered. "Hey, weren't you increasing one by one before? How come there's suddenly a whole group of them now?" Mass-produced ones, Yu Sheng explains, chuckling as he anticipated this reaction. "Isn't the travel agency short-staffed? Such a large valley, so many facilities, and way too few people." Su Jiali's eyebrow twitches. Generally speaking, when normal organizations are short-staffed, they recruit people from outside. Yu Sheng waves his hand dismissively. "Hiring takes time, making them right away is faster." "Su Jiali." Lingdeng holds her mechanical ball, walking at the back of the group, occasionally glancing at her boss, and then at Yu Sheng. Her vertical pupils show a hint of doubt, her face presenting a conflicted expression of, "The boss has made a bunch of slightly shady friends who technically aren't bad people but don't seem like good people either. Should I report this?" Just then, Luna, walking at the front of the group, suddenly stops and signals to those behind her. Yu Sheng and Su Jiali immediately stop their conversation, exchange a glance, and quickly move forward. Luna raises her hand to point at a fork ahead, over there. A ball of foxfire floats over immediately, following Luna's gesture. Illuminated by the foxfire, Yu Sheng sees a figure. Or rather, an intricate tangle of crystal branches gathered and swelled into a vague, human shape. The body completely formed of white crystals, half fused into the nearby stone wall, with its upper body protruding from the crystal cluster, hair and beard bristling in anger, with an aged face identical to Yuan Qingzi. "It's that old man," Erin suddenly whispers in shock, clutching Yu Sheng's head and tensing up. After all, she and her Erin army were miserably defeated by this old man before. His real body is here. Yu Sheng remains silent, cautiously examining the elder's body fused with the surrounding crystals, then hesitates slightly. He raises a hand and turns to look at Luna. "Lu." Luna swiftly moves over, cutting a moderate wound on his hand. "Yu Sheng, thanks." With a subtle expression, he smears the blood oozing from the wound onto Yuan Qingzi's body and the surrounding crystals. Observing the blood quickly seep into the crystal, his brows furrow slightly. "No, this is just a node. The central part I perceive should still be a head. This body has no difference in internal structure from the surrounding crystals." Lingdeng widens her eyes at Yu Sheng's actions. This person on the alien planet without a protective suit, roaming recklessly in a crystal cave that might contain contamination, and in an unfamiliar environment using a small knife to make a cut, smearing his own blood on suspicious crystals. The boss says he's the angel combat expert of the Boundary Land. When did the experts of the Boundary Land look like this? The young spiritual servant shakes her head, pupils slightly dilated, continuing to observe those dark places in the cave with caution. Then she suddenly sees something. "Boss, over there." Lingdeng widens her eyes, gesturing to Su Jiali as she raises a hand to point at a small path ahead of the fork. Another ball of foxfire floats over. Yu Sheng and the others rush forward, only to find another encased body in the crystal there. Another Yuan Qingzi. Witnessing this bizarre scene, surprise and unease bubble up in everyone's heart. Yu Sheng frowns, contemplating for a moment before suddenly thinking of something. He turns and heads further into the cave. Clusters of foxfire float closely around him. Hu Li follows first, with the others trailing behind. The eerie blue flames light the path forward, and ahead the crystals become even denser. Amidst the increasingly numerous and massive crystal accumulations, there are more crystal-formed bodies. There's more here too. There's another one over here too. This one also looks like Yuan Qingzi. The path ahead had almost completely transformed into a tunnel forged from piled crystal, and almost every few steps, a Yuan Qingzi could be seen emerging from the nearby crystal clusters. Each Yuan Qingzi was entirely forged from pale crystals with hints of gray and black, merging with the surrounding crystal clusters and branches. Their faces differed in expression, some angry, some ferocious, others struggling, and some dazed, as if different states of a person had been sealed within these crystallized shells spread deep underground. Just how many more could there be ahead? Dozens, hundreds, even more. The team was unusually silent, everyone remaining speechless in the eerie atmosphere as they continued to move forward. With Yu Sheng leading the way, they swiftly advanced towards the deepest part of this vast underground maze. A stretch of crystal radiance, distinctly brighter than the previous paths, suddenly appeared at the mouth of the cave ahead. Everyone instinctively slowed their pace, with Yu Sheng signaling the others to heighten their alertness, gradually approaching the cave entrance. As they stepped through the entrance, another expansive underground space came into view, an entire cavern enveloped with crystalline material. The faint light emanating from the crystals was enough to illuminate the surroundings. Large sections of crystal branches spread from the cave's walls, converging in midair, drooping down, and expanding, while a few thick crystal pillars rose from the cave's floor. These lifted and suspended a central core with a diameter of several dozen meters. It was a grotesque mass made entirely of crystal, hanging at the center of the cave like some revolting swelling. Its surface shimmered with faint light, occasionally trembling and throbbing lightly, seemingly still active. The last vitality of this underground realm seemed to converge at this place, centered within that crystalline mass. Watching it, everyone was inexplicably reminded of a heart. "Damn, this thing is still moving," Aaron muttered quietly, clutching Yu Sheng's head tightly. "Is it still alive?" Yu Sheng frowned, but before he could respond, a weak and aged voice suddenly emerged from a corner of the heart. "No, it's almost dead." Everyone was startled at the sound, with Hu Li's tail turning into a forest of sword tombs on the spot. Su Jiali raised his rifle, which seemed capable of piercing a hole in a city wall. Luna immediately positioned herself in front of Yu Sheng, while a faintly glowing, translucent barrier appeared around the team out of nowhere. Lingdeng's mechanical ball hummed, her body floating midair as she erected a spiritual protection shield for everyone. But upon hearing the voice, Yu Sheng relaxed, waving his hand to signal the others not to be nervous as he moved forward, guided by the perception established through blood. He saw another Yuan Qingzi. This Yuan Qingzi was embedded within the faintly writhing crystal heart, or rather, he was part of this heart. Unlike the Yuan Qingzi they had seen before, the expression on this body's face was very serene, and he was still alive. The Yuan Qingzi, merged with the crystal heart, lifted his head, seemingly focusing his gaze on the person before him. After a while, he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "I've been dreaming all along, and in the dream, I did meet you. But there have been too many dreams, and I can no longer distinguish reality from illusion." The faint glow on the surface of the crystal heart started to surge, as though the remnants of vitality in this heart were reinvigorated by Yuan Qingzi's awakening. Yu Sheng frowned, cautiously asking, "Are you the real Yuan Qingzi?" The old man furrowed his brows. "Real. On our way here we saw many figures just like you," Aaron, seated on Yu Sheng's shoulder, immediately chimed in. "But they didn't move. They looked dead." Real, Yuan Kingzi seemed to slip into a daze upon hearing this, muttering a few inaudible words before suddenly shaking his head slowly. They all are, they all are. Everyone you saw is a Yuan Kingzi. This thing iterates me each time it cycles, trying to cast me off, expel me. Iterates? Yu Sheng's eyes widened slightly, comprehending many key points upon hearing this term. Observing this singular, awake, Yuan Kingzi integrated with the crystal heart, he immediately frowned again. We were entrusted by the Taixu Spirit Hub to investigate the recent anomalies occurring in the Feiyu star domain. What is the origin of these crystals? What exactly happened on this planet 1,000 years ago? Yuan Kingzi lowered his eyes slightly, and only after a long while, just as Yu Sheng couldn't help but want to urge, did he seem to wake up again and begin speaking. That thing descended from the sky, brilliant as the stars. I don't know what it is, but it seems to want to parasitize this planet. Chapter 424, Parasite. Chapter 424, Parasite. The Yuan Kingzi, who is attached to the crystal heart, appeared muddled and disoriented, with thoughts breaking and resuming intermittently. He often needed a long time to understand Yu Sheng's questions and respond, but undeniably, at least for now, he was communicating with the world with the rationality of a human. It's just uncertain how long his rationality can last. And in Yuan Kingzi's fragmented memories, Yu Sheng finally learned what really happened on this planet 1,000 years ago. A crystal-like meteorite descended on Guard 3 without any warning. According to Yuan Kingzi's description, its initial size was much smaller than the current crystal heart in the cave, appearing at first like a mundane grayish stone, with no sign of activity. But just moments after landing, that stone began to exhibit characteristics of a living entity. It started to penetrate into the interior of Guard 3, swiftly assimilating and devouring all surrounding materials in the process. At that time, Yuan Kingzi just happened to be on this planet, though today he no longer remembers why he came here then. I do not know its origins, but after confronting it, I saw many things, Yuan Kingzi slowly said, as if plunged into memories. It has been to many places, and wherever it goes, it parasitizes the planet, and once the parasitism starts, no one can stop this process. It was originally meant to land on Shuji, but deviated from its course when descending. I thought I mustn't let this evil thing leave, yet I never imagined I would not be its match. Yuan Kingzi paused again, his thoughts seeming to interrupt once more, and after a moment he lifted his head again, slowly looking around. At the last moment I buried myself and this thing underground, hoping to suppress it forever, but this thing's malice exceeded my imagination. Every Yuan Kingzi you saw on your way here is the result of us mutually devouring and balancing each other. The original Yuan Kingzi died during the first encounter many years ago, but before dying, I refined a strand of my soul into this evil thing's heart, breathing and growing with it. Whenever it transformed, I was resurrected once, and by now I have lost count of how many times. As Yuan Kingzi spoke, his face made entirely of crystal unexpectedly smiled, a hint of pride in his smile. Indeed, I couldn't defeat it back then, but it hasn't won until now either. Yu Sheng listened to this account dazedly, myriad pieces of information and clues rapidly connecting in his mind. But he quickly discovered doubts from past clues and unconsciously spoke. Wait, you mean to say you have been here the whole past 1,000 years? Then which Yuan Kingzi were the black-clothed cultivators of Shuji following? And what about the Yuan Kingzi I saw in the illusions? Saying this, he suddenly paused, recalling another detail. And also when we fought fiercely with the crystal jungle on the surface before, the jungle also had crystals transforming into your appearance, muttering about Emperor's legacy. How much of that was you? He noticed that as he finished speaking, Yuan Kingzi's expression immediately changed. Serious, grave, mixed with a touch of regret. That was also I. Any Yuan Kingzi you saw was Yuan Kingzi, all evolved from the strand of essence I initially left behind, the crystallized old man slowly said. I thought the prohibition back then could be effective, at least lasting more than 1,000 years, yet unexpectedly this thing found a way to break loose early. Once unaware, it found a loophole in one of the iterations to escape its true form. And took away a Yuan Kingzi, completely polluted and controlled by it, leaving behind a bunch of empty shells here. I know what you're talking about, the patron in the mouths of Shuji's followers, the person you saw in the illusions, and those Yuan Kingzi that grew out of the crystals. We are all linked together, endlessly entangled in a chaotic dream. I often dream in this 1,000 years, the thoughts and memories of each Yuan Kingzi have mingled together, and it is long impossible to tell us apart. In fact, if you hadn't appeared suddenly today, eradicating more than half of the iterations with overwhelming force, I wouldn't even have this moment of clarity. You would only see another muddled monster on this heart. Saying this, the crystallized old man seemed to suddenly remember something, exerting effort to prop himself up, straining to look outward, seeming to search for someone, and after a good while his gaze finally landed on Hu Li. Currently, Hu Li had returned to human form, but her distinctive 9 tails remained particularly eye-catching. Yuan Kingzi looked fixedly at her for a good while, then tugged at the corners of his mouth into a smile. For so many years I have been dazed, finally awakened by that earth-shattering strike, truly magnificent, magnificent. If only I had that strike assisting me back then, perhaps. Alas, perhaps still not enough, as that evil being seems invincible to ordinary force. He mumbled to himself, his thoughts seemingly chaotic again, but shortly regained clarity, staring straightly at Hu Li. Fairy fellow Taoist, does your strike have a name? I've lived in vain for thousands of years, witnessed the ultimate techniques of many renowned sects and clans, yet never have I seen such a move descending from close orbit. I'm truly curious. Under which move are we ultimately defeated? Hu Li looked dumbfounded at the crystallized elder before her, seemingly never pondering this question. She subconsciously glanced at Yu Sheng, then scratched her head and turned honestly to say, Fox Radish Shock. Yuan Kingzi. The entire cave was silent. Even the flickering glow on the surface of the crystal heart seemed to freeze, no longer shimmering. Standing behind Su Jiali, Lingdang almost dropped the mechanical ball she was holding, and then the first to break the silence was Luna. The artificial saintess nodded, right. Yu Sheng now understood. Luna saying those 2 words was essentially equivalent to hitting the spacebar after the computer entered screensaver mode, its main function being to exit standby mode in reality. Yuan Kingzi finally reacted at this moment, but still looked steadily at Hu Li. What name? Hu Li honestly repeated once more, Fox Radish Shock. Yuan Kingzi was stunned for 2 seconds, and then suddenly burst into laughter. For a moment, Yu Sheng even wondered if this old man was too shocked. After all, not everyone can accept the fact of being defeated by a move called Fox Radish Shock. But Yuan Kingzi seemed genuinely delighted, with an exhilaration that others could not understand. He laughed heartily. Even the crystals in the cave resonated with his laughter. Ha, good, wonderful, wonderful. This old man didn't win, and it didn't win either. In the end, what won is the return to simplicity, the great way to simplicity. Truly a magnificent move, truly a group of wonderful people. Come, is there anything else you want to ask? Do it quickly while this old man still has some time. Before long, there will be no more Yuan Kingzi to communicate with you, only a monster controlled by the evil being. As his words fell, a disquieting cracking sound came from within the crystal heart, and its shimmering glow suddenly flashed chaotically. Listening to Yuan Kingzi's words and watching this scene unfold, Aaron's eyes widened suddenly. Ah, old man, you. Can't you see? This old man is having a momentary clarity before death. Yuan Kingzi raised his head, speaking as if it had nothing to do with him. Don't dilly-dally. Those who can make it here should know how to distinguish priorities. This old man doesn't quite know what it's like outside right now, but you do, so if there's anything you want to ask, speak up quickly. Aaron opened her mouth, but quickly swallowed unnecessary words back down, while subconsciously grabbing Yu Sheng's hair. What exactly is the deal with the Emperor's legacy? Yu Sheng asked without hesitation. From what you've said, this Yuan Kingzi obsessed with seeking the Emperor's legacy shouldn't be on your side. He was controlled by the crystal body that escaped from here back then, so do you know what exactly he's trying to do? This old man doesn't know what that Yuan Kingzi intends to do, nor how the Emperor's legacy popped up, but one thing is very clear, all his ideas must be influenced by that evil being, Yuan Kingzi replied. The evil being's abilities are quite strange and complicated. It can split itself, disrupt thoughts, and parasitize on planets, but essentially it has no intelligence. It only acts on instinct, however. It affects those intelligent beings in the process, unconsciously making them help it achieve its objectives. So from this line of thinking, the controlled Yuan Kingzi likely wants to do things to assist that evil being's actions, unconsciously helping it achieve its goals. helping it achieve its goals. Yu Sheng frowned deeply, already having a vague guess in his mind. Then the biggest goal for this crystal body is... Hu Li suddenly spoke up from beside, parasitize another planet. Evidently, she and Yu Sheng had the same thought. Yu Sheng continued to follow this line of thinking. Then the connection between the Emperor's legacy and parasitizing a planet is... Aaron, sitting on his shoulder, surprisingly had a moment of clarity. What if the so-called Emperor's legacy is actually a planet? Yu Sheng felt a shiver in his mind. All the previously vague guesses were finally illuminated by this sudden realization. Takesu Spirit Hub. The real target of the Dark Angel is to parasite the Takesu Spirit Hub. Chapter 425, All Return to Dust. Chapter 425, All Return to Dust. Many clues have finally come together, and many things finally have explanations. Although there are still unsolved mysteries, Yu Sheng can now piece together more than 80% of the truth. 1,000 years ago, an unknown dark angel appeared in the Feiyu star domain in the form of a crystal meteorite, fell on Guard 3 at the border, and tried to parasitize Guard 3. This was detected by Yuan Tong, who was in the border area at that time. He stepped in to stop it, but did not expect his enemy to be an angel that could not be defeated by common sense, which led to his death and the disappearance of his path. Upon falling, Yuan Tong refined his last shred of spirit, forcibly merged with part of the Dark Angel, and attempted to suppress it underground in Guard 3, thus initiating subsequent centuries-long iteration process. The world believed Yuan Tong had fallen 1,000 years ago, not realizing that this ancient power's last lingering spirit had been entangled with the Dark Angel deep underground, iterating again and again, resurrecting repeatedly, locked in a stalemate. Later, the seal left by Yuan Tong was broken, and the Dark Angel successfully iterated into a version of Yuan Tong under its control, and thus broke free from the shackles of Guard 3, leaving only an empty shell and a large number of chaotic Yuan Tong on this planet. The Yuan Tong taken away was influenced by the Angel, essentially becoming a follower of the Dark Angel. Whether he can realize it or not, his actions have started to shift in favor of the Dark Angel, and his current move is to search for something known as the Emperor's legacy. Considering the various traits this unknown angel has exhibited thus far, its goal is likely to search for new valuable planets to parasitize, and thus it's easy to deduce. The Emperor's legacy that Yuan Tong is looking for is probably not an artifact, but a planet. Takesu Spirit Hub is the biggest possibility. Damn it, Xuanqi and the others have gotten themselves into huge trouble, Aaron exclaimed once she figured out this string of logic. If that's the case, that dark Yuan Tong has already sent people to the vicinity of Takesu Spirit Hub. So actually they've already completed location there. Wouldn't that mean they're about to take action? Yu Sheng quickly said, while taking out his phone, I'll tell Xuanqi and Yuanling about this so they can prepare defenses on the Takesu Spirit Hub side. But even if they do prepare defenses, they should only be able to delay a bit. This Dark Angel thing is normally impossible to kill. Back then, the Algredians used military forces but couldn't take down the beauty god. Su Jiali, although not familiar with the Feiyu star domain situation, understood enough. We must find a way to intercept ahead of time, or like we dealt with Anka-Ala back then. At least get that thing out first, right? Yu Sheng at this point had already turned toward the Yuan Tong fused with the crystal heart. Do you know where that thing and the Yuan Tong it took are hidden now? The elderly man fused in the crystal was once again lost in confused self-talk, and after Yu Sheng asked twice, he sluggishly came to and lifted his head, staring directly into Yu Sheng's eyes. Friend, that's a strange question. Yuan Tong suddenly grinned. Haven't you already seen the empty shell that I possess? Its remaining instincts force it to keep looking towards Shuji. Of course, I also guessed it's in Shuji, but we went to that planet and couldn't find Yuan Tong. Nor did we discover any signs of parasitism, Yu Sheng confessed. They seemed to use some method to hide themselves. We accidentally broke their barrier and found a seemingly fissure-like place on the edge of Mo City, but later went back and never found the fissure again. Yuan Tong furrowed his brow. I really don't know what this is about. The evil thing's eerie nature is beyond count, especially after it iterated into a controlled Yuan Tong. It's practically gained wisdom, help, Many things originally done on instinct are now likely to be consciously performed as divine skills. You said you found no traces of parasite in Shuji at all. Yes, none at all, Yu Sheng confidently nodded. Of course, our time in Shuji was short and we didn't search the entire planet, but the current Shuji is an extensively developed colonized star. Even sparsely populated areas have at least someone to watch, monitor, and special. Star Guardians conduct periodic patrols. If there's really a parasite on that planet and it has been parasitizing for years, theoretically there should be some traces. Unless even these traces have been hidden. Concealed from every pair of eyes on the entire planet, Aaron muttered on his shoulder. For a moment, no one could answer the puppet's mutterings. Until another cracking sound from the crystal heart broke the silence. Accompanying this cracking sound, Yu Sheng noticed that even Yuan Tong's body suddenly showed cracks, and the vitality in this crystalline old man's eyes visibly began to fade. Aaron got nervous immediately. Hey, old man, how come you're fading fast? Not fast, it's been longer than I envisioned. Yuan Tong smiled slowly, and after another round of cracking, his decline accelerated, his expressions turning more stiff and closer to a lifeless mineral every second. You, young girl, Yin presence fills you, yet you care for people. Normally, when Aaron heard a quip about herself, she'd immediately retort with a list about the other person's lineage. But now it's as if she didn't hear Yuan Tong's words, and instead she quickly turned and shook Yu Sheng's head. Hey, you better think of a solution. Aren't you supposed to be highly skilled in divine skills? Yu Sheng didn't speak. He just reached out and pressed Aaron's arm, then moved in front of Yuan Tong. Friend, is there anything else you'd like to ask? Yuan Tong slowly lifted his head. Now all the vitality in the crystal cave had gathered onto that heart. However, even so, the crystallized elder could only move the part above his chest, and his voice had become increasingly stiff and slow. My mind can stay clear for a while longer, so I can say a few words. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. I've asked all I wanted to ask, he said. But as for you, if there's anything you'd like me to do, you can tell me. Though I may not be able to accomplish everything, I will try my best. You've thrown a difficult problem at me. Yuan Tong pondered for a moment and then laughed. The real Yuan Tong died 1,000 years ago. What remains here are merely empty shells transformed by the cycle of obsession. The shell before you is no different, having wishes. Even if there were any true wishes, after 1,000 years they would have long lost their significance. Enough, I am not such a sentimental person. But if you truly have the chance to turn the tide, truly have the chance to meet that Yuan Tong who has fallen into the claws of evil things. His voice grew ever lower and slower. The cracking sound from the crystal heart was gradually spreading to the outside, and the faint light within the crystal began flickering chaotically like a candle about to extinguish. When the first piece of crystal shard fell from the heart, Yu Sheng heard the entrustment from this elder who might no longer be considered Yuan Tong. Don't hold back. The last sliver of life representing light faded from the crystalline body's eyes, and the gray of death spread from the crystal heart, quickly covering his surface. Along with it came an inexorable spread of countless cracks, large and small. In the very end, Yuan Tong turned to look at Hu Li with a smile on his face. It's wonderful that at my last moment, I can still have this brief humanity. The next second, this smile shattered into pieces on the ground. The crystal heart collapsed. The faint light within the crystal completely faded, and the power maintaining its crystalline integrity vanished with the complete cessation of the cycle. Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, this massive crystal turned into countless scattered debris, collapsing from between the pillars and crystal branches. Then, an intense collapse sound echoed throughout the cavern and the entire underground cave structure. This whole underground space relied on the omnipresent crystal branches for support. Now, with all vitality gone, the cave system could no longer sustain itself. Boss, this place is going to collapse, meow. Lingdang instantly exclaimed and immediately ran behind Su Jiali. The mechanical ball in her hand quickly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, a layer of spiritual barrier was erected. Yet, aside from a bit of tension, her vertical pupils held more inexplicable excitement. Next is an intense cave escape, just like last time when we blew up the Katash worm nest. Should we start running now? Run. But this Jipulo girl had just begun her excitement when she saw Yu Sheng on the opposite side casually open a phantom-like door, revealing the surface scenery behind it. Hu Li and Luna immediately ran through the door to call Sun, who was still digging on the surface, telling him to quickly lead his team to safety. Yu Sheng then turned back to look at Su Jiali and Lingdeng. "What are you two dawdling about? Hurry up and evacuate, go up and call Sun and his men. I'll open another door straight to the Special Service Bureau. You send the collected samples back first." Only then did Su Jiali react and quickly made her way toward the door while Lingdeng widened her eyes behind her. No, now I should. Hey, boss, wait for me, meow." Everyone else passed through the door and returned to the surface, leaving only Yu Sheng and Aaron standing in the continuously collapsing cave. Before walking through the door, Yu Sheng turned back one last time to look behind him. Yun Qingzi, over the 1,000 years, hundreds of Yun Qingzis finally returned to dust. "Let's go," he gently exhaled, turned, and stepped through the door. "There are many things still waiting to be done." Chapter 426, Penetration. Chapter 426, Penetration. The rain curtain was continuous and seemed colder than usual. Disordered winds blew through the buildings, whipping the rain into a tangled mess. The distant neon lights turned into large, indistinct patches of color in the mist, emitting ambiguous illusionary light. The black canopy boats and mechanical flower boats floating among the pavilions and towers received navigation warnings issued by the Control Division, and promptly moored beside the nearest building to dodge the worsening weather. A cold air mass was reportedly descending from the north, expected to transform into a cyclone near the refining tower, bringing a storm over the entire city. Through the wide windows, Xuan-Chi could feel the brewing unrest in the air outside. Something sensed the presence of an unsettling gaze within the city. Xuan-Chi steadied his mind, maintaining a calm expression as he looked at Moran sitting opposite him. Moran wore a smile, reporting to him about Mo City's recent modifications and repurposing projects for surrounding refining towers, occasionally turning his head to converse with the unseen, Star Guardian Elder Dao Heng in the air. 10 minutes ago, a servant entered the room and paid respects to Elder Dao Heng. Xuan-Chi showed no sign of anomaly. His divine sense scanned the room again, sweeping across the entire City Lord mansion. Moran harbored no hostility, nor did anyone hear. They were not those black-clothed cultivators. Even if Moran held malicious thoughts, she wouldn't use an invisible Star Guardian for such a comical act. Clearly, everyone's perception here had gone awry. Xuan-Chi continued to humor the opposite party for a while, before finding a reason to discreetly excuse himself. Moran and Elder Dao Heng saw him off to the mansion's entrance. "There will soon be a storm in the city." Moran looked at the nearly deserted street, then turned to Xuan-Chi with a slight nod. "If the immortal envoy isn't in a hurry, I can arrange for an immortal boat." "No need. A little wind and rain have their own charm." Xuan-Chi cupped his hands. "It's rare for Taixu's spirit hub to witness such weather. I intend to walk around the city. Thank you for the hospitality today, Mo City Lord. No need to see me off." They parted ways, and Xuan-Chi stepped out of the protective formation of the City Lord mansion. The wind and rain outside rushed toward him like a pack of predators scenting their prey, yet they were instantly repelled by the protective spirit chi around him, swirling and dispersing, leaving only a trace of chill seeping in, which instead made his mind clearer. He stepped deeper into the rain curtain, his pace seeming slow yet swift, reaching several blocks away in moments. A few passers-by wearing rain capes and straw hats hurried across the street, with one muttering about the abnormal weather change, while another reassured, saying Mo City's weather was always like this, and sudden heavy rains were common this time of year. A drunkard staggered out from a nearby tavern, and the cold wind and rain on the street made him stumble as soon as he stepped out. He looked up at the sky outside and began cursing, weaving and bobbing forward, his barely sustained protective spirit chi wobbling in the wind and rain. As Xuan-Chi drew closer, he heard the drunkard mumbling to himself, "Just for a drink. When did it start raining? What bad luck. I wonder how many people will be absent from the mine tomorrow." Xuan-Chi discreetly avoided the drunkard, and in the corner of his eye, he saw a decorated black canopy boat with floating illusionary lights passing low between two nearby high-rises. Faint singing emanated from the boat, and a young woman in a gauze dress stood at the prow. The woman seemed completely unaware of the increasingly strong wind and rain, showing no intention of docking the boat near any building. Yuan Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. The rain seemed not to fall upon the gauze-clad woman, nor the black canopy boat. He reached into his robe, retrieving the Lynxy mirror. The Lynxy mirror received a message from Guard 3, where Mr. Yu mentioned the deceitful crystal jungle, Yuan Kingsy's demise millennia ago, and the truth buried deep underground. The unknown Dark Angel possessed the capability to parasitize planets, with Guard 3 being the first victim and Shuji the second. Its next target could very likely be the Takesu Spirit Hub. Currently, the Dark Angel could still be concealed somewhere in Shuji. Simultaneously, there might also be a Yuan Kingzy replica under its control hidden on this star, and those black-clothed cultivators commanded by Yuan Kingzy might have essentially been converted into followers of the Dark Angel. As for those hidden monastery believers buried deeper, they might not necessarily target the Takesu Spirit Hub directly, but they would certainly act when the Dark Angel becomes active again. Yuan Tong swiftly perused these messages and discreetly extended his divine sense into the Lynxy mirror, relaying the situation he had just observed and his speculations back to the sect, as well as sending them to the master uncle remaining at Immortal Gathering Continent and to Mr. Yu, who had yet to return from Guard 3. Shuji's Star Guardian is highly likely to have met with misfortune, possibly disappearing decades ago. From the records checked from the City Lord Mansion, Elder Dao Heng only had close interactions and regular private communications with major cities on Shuji initially after taking office, but soon became a recluse. In the records, the Star Guardian's performance was very consistent, perhaps even too consistent, and aside from activities required of a Star Guardian Elder, Mo City's documented materials almost never mentioned anything else concerning Elder Dao Heng. Mo Ran herself had a clear mind. Conversing naturally, the issue is with her cognition. Everyone's cognition seems off, everyone. Master Yuan Hao frowned, looking at the message just received from Yuan Tong on the Lynxy mirror, and fell into contemplation. Moments later, he walked to the window and casually pushed it open. The wind and rain from outside surged in together, but were instantly blocked by the protective barrier of the hotel building, leaving only traces of cool dampness blowing into the room. On this colonized star, developed from a wild region, most buildings have this built-in environmental protection design, which is a special tradition for many developing planets. It's often strong enough just to block wind, rain, and temperature extremes. Master Yuan Hao gazed at the rain curtain for a while, then pulled out 2 jade-like bricks from his pocket and casually flung them out the window. Zheng Zhai, on the side scrolling short videos on his phone, happened to look up and see this scene, got startled, almost believing this handsome immortal was throwing objects at a person's glass, only to see the 2 rectangular pieces fly up into the rainy night, emitting misty spiritual light, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Master Yuan Hao watched those flying bricks with an increasingly solemn expression. Zhang Dao Yu, the old handsome man, suddenly turned back, looking at Zheng Zhai, who was getting up from the sofa. Have a look toward that refining tower. Do you see anything unusual? I feel something's not right, yet I can't perceive what's going on over there. Perplexed, Zheng Zhai got up and went to the window, squinting his eyes to look outside. His gaze pierced through the misty rain curtain, focusing for a long while. Then he suddenly widened his eyes. In the pale backdrop mingled with bizarre gray-black crystalline substances, like huge indescribable branches, rising from the edge of the city, currently entangling the refining tower, while the refining tower itself has somehow transformed into a pitch-black shadow, as if a rift piercing through the sky and earth, vertically splitting the city's edge. They didn't just appear now. It seems they've always been there. Zheng Zhai was shocked, instinctively stepped back 2 steps, but just as he was about to tell Master Yuan Hao what he saw, the frightening scene at the end of the rain curtain vanished without a trace. But his abnormal behavior had already been captured by Master Yuan Hao's eyes. Zhang Daoyu, what did you see? Gigantic structures looking like tree branches, entangling around the refining tower, appearing to be some kind of crystal. Zheng Zhai licked his lips, somewhat startled, and said, but as soon as he had finished speaking, he suddenly felt a piercing chill. It was as if an invisible gaze, previously wandering blindly around, suddenly noticed him, casting an eerie glance in his direction. It saw him. The next second, mutation arose suddenly. The warned storm arrived. The rain curtain outside the window transformed into a violent storm in an instant, with cold winds howling and the dense rain like knives, effortlessly tearing open the weak protective barrier outside the immortal gathering continent building. The wind and rain rushed into the living room, instantly drenching everything near the window, and the rain seemed to carry a weird power of devouring and erosion. All things tainted by the rainwater were seemingly cut away by invisible blades, quickly disappearing into thin air, but then restored as if nothing happened. Even the wind and rain flowing into the room rolled back out the window. The street outside the window vanished and reappeared. Towering buildings were sliced in half and then instantly restored to their original state. A mechanical flower boat tilted and flew out of the rain curtain, alert lights flashing on its sides, and the colossal vessel crashed into the nearby hotel rooftop like a stone falling into water, splashing an astounding wave. Within the wave, flowers bloomed furiously, and the flower boat reversed and flew back, perfectly intact. Melodious music came from the flower boat. Dancers with graceful figures danced elegantly at the window. A girl with a terrified expression appeared at the boat's railing, seemingly wanting to escape from the just-crashed ship. But just as Master Yuan Hao was about to intervene, the entire ship vanished into thin air amidst the wind and rain. The whole city started emitting a low sound, like a giant beast awakening. Knowledge barrier. Master Yuan Hao's face turned solemn, then suddenly turned to look at Zhang Zhai, Zhang Daoyu. Beside him was emptiness. Zhang Zhai's figure had long disappeared from the room. Chapter 427, Watch Post Silence. Chapter 427, Watch Post Silence. After returning to the surface, Yu Sheng immediately sent Sun and the sample recovery team sent by the Special Service Bureau back to Boundary City. Then, before the entire crater region completely collapsed, he evacuated to a safe zone with Hu Li and others. Not long after that, the entire area collapsed into an astonishing deep pit right before their eyes. The underground structure of the crater had long been completely hollowed out by the parasite of the Dark Angel. After the crystal heart in that cave completely perished, the unsupported strata continuously crumbled downwards, eventually dragging a significant surrounding area of the crater into this terrifying chain collapse. The collapse process lasted for dozens of minutes, ultimately leaving everything unrecognizable. The pit was still radiating residual heat, with lifeless gray crystals mixed among rocks and soil. The excavated stone, pipelines, and the compressed, deformed stratigraphic structures spread out in disarray, resembling the skeleton of some primordial giant beast that had been dead for millennia. This giant pit was clearly visible from space, and for the foreseeable future would likely become a permanent structure on Guard 3 that even time could not erase. Su Jiali and his spiritual servant did not evacuate with the others, but stayed behind with Yu Sheng to witness this earth-shattering collapse. "Boss, it's quite spectacular, meow." Lingdeng widened her eyes, gazing at the giant pit still shrouded in dust and fog. Then she pressed a button on her protective suit. A slender tube rose inside her helmet visor from which a mist extracted from catnip flowed. She took a deep breath and squinted her eyes. Strong stuff. "Does this count as witnessing another angel fall?" Su Jiali turned to look at Yu Sheng and remarked casually. Yu Sheng shook his head. "Not really. This is just an empty shell from the discarded remains of the Dark Angel, not even sure if it can be called its corpse." "Tusk," Su Jiali clicked her tongue, then shook her head. "The video data collection is complete. I should report back to the Bureau. Captain Song and the Chief are waiting for the news." Yu Sheng nodded and casually opened a door to the employee passage of the Special Service Bureau. Two passing agents on the opposite side were startled. They looked over here with their mouths agape but quickly reacted, bowing to Yu Sheng before rushing away. Lingdeng looked up at Su Jiali in surprise. "Boss, not staying to help your friends fight." "Help what? Help Yu Sheng? Fight the Dark Angel." Su Jiali immediately raised her eyebrows and lightly tapped Lingdeng's helmet. "Have you been smoking too much catnip? Come back with me. You haven't reported back to the Special Service Bureau for quite some time. It's about time you made an appearance." "Oh, all right, meow." With incessant chatter, the two of them passed through the door. Yu Sheng released the doorknob, leaving only him, Aaron, Hu Li, and Luna on this desolate alien planet. It's time to return to Shuji, Yu Sheng exhaled, took out his phone to check the time, and was about to open another door leading to the immortal gathering continent. However, at this moment, a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted his movements. The phone was in his hand, displaying the caller ID as Wayward Disciple 4000. An inexplicable sense of unease flashed in Yu Sheng's heart. He immediately answered the call, but before he could speak, he heard the urgent voice of True Man Yuanling from the other end of the line. "Where are you? Are you still on guard 3? Please quickly go to Shuji to confirm the situation. Xuan Qi and the others have lost contact." "What?" Yu Sheng was immediately shocked and swiftly reached into the air, where an illusory door formed in his hand. "I was just about to head over. Xuan Qi lost contact. I received a message from him just a dozen minutes ago." "The contact was just lost, along with my senior brother." True Man Yuanling's voice was urgent. "We don't know what changed yet, but just now, disciples reported urgently that all communications between Takesu Spirit Hub and Shuji have been cut off. Not even the emergency lines are responding. All communications between Takesu Spirit Hub and Shuji completely cut off." Hearing the situation described by True Man Yuanling, Yu Sheng instinctively inhaled a breath of toxic air, then quickly replied, "All right, I'm heading over now, and I'll contact you immediately if I find anything." Before finishing his sentence, he swung open the door leading to the immortal gathering continent's guest room, stepping inside with Aaron, Hu Li, and Luna. In the next second, the group passed through the door, returning to their resting place in Shuji. The hotel room was still as it was when they left, with the furniture neat and orderly. Outside the window, the continuous rain, the distant neon flickers, and faintly audible music from some unknown place could be heard. The sound of rain mixed with distant music filtered through the window, making the room feel exceptionally quiet in contrast. The living room was empty. Aaron jumped down from Yu Sheng's shoulder, quickly running to the adjacent room, then ran back. No one in the room. Neither in the kitchen nor the bathroom. Hu Li also searched around, sniffing as she returned. "But there's a lingering scent in the living room. Zhang Zhai and Yuan Hao should have been here. Also, there's some moisture by the window." Yu Sheng furrowed his brow and said nothing, merely picked up his phone and glanced at it. "No signal." He raised his eyebrows in some surprise. The next second he felt his phone vibrate, and suddenly the edges of the screen darkened, then a red warning box popped up, its conspicuous text flashing inside the box. "Environmental monitoring anomaly, possible deep critical condition." Hu Li happened to see this scene next to him. The demon fox girl's ears perked up. "Savior, this is." "Exotic realm?" Yu Sheng's expression was grave. It occurred only due to a recent deep change triggering this special warning. Aaron, who was wandering in the living room, stopped instantly and slowly lifted her head, reacting for a moment. "What the hell?" Boom! A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the distance. The rumbling sound rolled over the city like the roar of a giant beast. Yet no lightning appeared, only the wind and rain became much more intense than before. With the phone out of signal, unable to contact Yuan Hao, Xuan Qi, and Zheng Zhai, the hotel room showed no signs of their presence. The last message received was from Xuan Qi, stating he detected cognitive anomaly signs possibly prevalent among large groups on this planet, including Mo Ran, the city lord of Mo City. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows tightly, rapidly pondering the connection between Xuan Qi's last message and the anomaly before him, while Hu Li's voice came from the side. "Savior, what now?" "Check the room thoroughly again," Yu Sheng pondered briefly, suddenly recalling something. "Master Yuan Hao is an experienced adventurer and quite powerful. If something truly happened, he would definitely try to leave information to alert us. It might just be obscured by the current anomaly. Search again." It seemed an optionless option, yet Aaron, Hu Li, and Luna immediately set to action, starting to search for any suspicious clues within the not-so-large hotel suite. And just as the group was rummaging about, a jade screen ornament on a side table in the living room suddenly emitted shimmering brilliance. Yu Sheng curiously moved closer, immediately seeing the shimmering brilliance projecting a clear image. A lavishly decorated immortal boat was gliding steadily through the city's skyscrapers. with floating lanterns and festival banners hanging in the nearby air. On the forward deck platform stood a stalwart man in purple, sword at his waist, stage presence at the bow, his face obscured by a misty haze, indistinct and unseen. A voiceover came from the jade screen. The new Star Guardian, Elder Dao Heng, arrives in Mo City today. Celebration events will last until. Aaron sidled over. What's this? Local news broadcast. Then it must be news from over 100 years ago. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows. Star Guardian Elder Dao Heng's tenure at Shuji was over 100 years ago. As soon as he spoke, the image cast by the jade screen fiercely flickered. The recently broadcast celebration transformed into an overcast construction site, towering unfinished architecture amidst the wilderness, machinery bustling around the giant tower. Someone in the corner introducing. Refinement Tower No. 12 constructed by Yunlin sect. Once completed, Mo City will become the largest spiritual or refinement center at Shuji. The images projected by the jade screen continuously shifted, sometimes news broadcasts, sometimes entertainment shows, other times mere scenic documentaries, yet without a doubt, every image depicted events from a long past time. The timeline ranging from the thriving Shuji mining epoch hundreds of years ago, up to several decades ago. After cycling through countless mixed contents, the jade screen's projection suddenly dimmed, accompanied by chaos and static, then grew clear and stable again, no longer showing any program, just a blurry and obscure rain curtain. The rain persisted, with distant blurry neon streetscape. Yu Sheng stared at the projected image for 2 seconds, suddenly realizing and hastily turned toward the window. The scenery outside the window was identical to the projection scene from the jade screen. The next moment, Yu Sheng noticed that the rain trace on the window was bending, forming twisted streams like characters. Focusing intently, the twisted characters became neat. Knowledge barrier. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows, not having time to ponder before the writing was washed away by the rain. Thereafter more words appeared on the window. We are within a vast dream realm. Chapter 428, Reconstruction. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Reconstruction. We are inside a vast dream realm. Upon seeing this line of words appearing on the window, Yu Sheng felt as if a tremendous boom resounded from the depths of his mind, shattering the night like a thunderclap in the absence of light. Immediately, the curtain that sustained all the scenes around him began to rapidly disintegrate under this cognitive-level thunderclap. A cold wind suddenly swept into the room, carrying with it chilling rain. Though the doors and windows were tightly shut, the storm outside invaded the living room without obstruction, penetrating the windows, the walls, and everything in the room, after which all objects seemed to melt and collapse, accompanied by twisting and intense shaking. The wall not far away was the first to be eroded into a large hole, with edges flowing down like grease, revealing the winding corridor outside. Half of the corridor's roof had been lifted away, with the fierce wind and rain pouring into it. There was also a long bridge extending from nowhere, hanging upside down over the corridor, with shaky pedestrians and numerous darkened car silhouettes blurred into one. A strange rumbling came from a direction close at hand, and that window riddled with countless holes by the storm finally shattered amidst the rumble, dissolving into a chaotic swirl of colors disappearing from Yu Sheng and the others' sight. The living room shook violently, then tilted and collapsed askew, only to abruptly halt in midair as if held by an invisible hand, while nearby buildings grew skyward amidst the gale, simultaneously sliced into gigantic floating chunks by some unseen blade, with the metal frameworks used to support the structures spilling out between these fragments like hair, creating a forest-like structure that spread and entwined through the city, heaping and proliferating. The entirety of Boundary City had turned into an absurd and bizarre nightmare, with the storm whistling through the dream realm, uprooting the city, yet allowing it to proliferate freely in uncontrolled cognition and imagination. "Oh, Lord of Puppets!" Aaron instantly leaped onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, clutching his head with an exclamation. "What the hell is all this?" By Hu Li's side, layers of ghostly blue fire had already accumulated. She crouched slightly, a low growl threatening the storm blowing in from the outside. Meanwhile, Luna swiftly equipped her fingertip blade, leaping lightly to Yu Sheng's side, with her onboard radar system immediately scanning the surrounding environment. Not an illusion, Luna whispered with a high degree of vigilance. The transformation truly exists. A vast dream realm truly exists. Yu Sheng felt a huge contradiction and confusion rising in his mind. Immediately, he thought of the circumstances Xuan Qi mentioned in his last message, widespread cognitive anomalies. Is all this the result of cognitive anomalies? If the absurd scene before his eyes, defying common sense, is caused by cognitive anomalies, then is the anomaly happening to him now? But when the storm surged in earlier, he distinctly felt a thunderclap shattering some kind of curtain, as if in an instant he broke through an illusion. So this is reality. Was the previously normal Mo City the result of an anomaly? Which layer truly is the anomaly, or are all of them anomalies? A cold sensation suddenly seemed to penetrate his flesh, tagging onto his mind. Yu Sheng jerked awake from this momentary stupor, shook his head quickly, and instinctively looked in the direction of the cold sensation. Aaron sat on his shoulder, but the little puppet seemed unaware of anything, just looking around nervously. Threads of black spider silk unwittingly spread in the air around her. Seeing this, Yu Sheng hurriedly poked the little puppet to remind her, "Aaron, you're letting out threads." "Ah-huh." Aaron only then noticed the spider silk spilling out beside her, hastily raising her hand to retract them. "I wasn't paying attention. How'd this happen?" Yu Sheng, what do we do now? Everything has turned like this. Where do we find the others?" "Maybe this is how we find them." Yu Sheng, having settled in his heart by now, reasoned, though he couldn't grasp the causes of these changes. But reason told him that since those two reminders appeared on the window earlier, then Master Yuan Hao and the others were very likely also caught in this layer of distorted Mo City. Hu Li, send 2 Fox Radish missiles skyward, make them as conspicuous as possible. Then let's find a way down, see if any signs from Master Yuan Hao are around. "Got it." Hu Li nodded swiftly, then immediately fired 2 Fox Radish missiles towards the sky. With 2 bangs, the dazzling fox fire burst apart within the rain veil, its scattered firelight illuminating the sky above the entire district. Yu Sheng glanced briefly at the firelight flooding the sky, and without hesitation, stepped across the storm sweeping through the room, moving towards the skewed corridor seemingly leading to the building's lower layers. They left with only the room's pounding rain and gusting wind remaining. The barrier between reality and illusion had been punctured, the cognitive interference looming over Mo City for years crumbling like a severed curtain, the crumpled drapery stacking within the city into such a fantastical and bizarre form. Some time later, an empty room suddenly echoed with the soft click of an unlocking door. In one corner of the living room, the door to the master bedroom was pushed open from within. A girl with a head of golden hair casually walked out, holding half a pancake in one hand, with a water bottle tucked under her arm, while behind her was the scene of the living room at number 66 Wudong Road. On this side of the door, the raging storm slammed down onto her. The golden-haired girl, stepping out with little regard and not watching her step, was immediately soaked, her pancake wetted through. The long-haired princess raised her head dazedly, looking at the storm swirling through the living room, with the half-eroded roof and walls beyond revealing the wildly twisted alien planet scenery. A shattered, twisted black canopy boat teetered across the sky, crashing into a pavilion less than 100 meters away from her. The next second, the gold-haired girl turned around and started running back. "Oh my, I'm scared to death, I'm scared to death. Red Hat, Snow White, brother moved the house to a weird place again, today's hike is cancelled." Yu Sheng and his group quickly walked through the twisted and crooked corridor, then proceeded down more than 10 floors of already bent and deformed stairs, which even gave the illusion of having no end. Occasionally, large holes appeared on the nearby walls, outside which was the distorted street view of Mo City. Winds and rain passed through the holes or walls irregularly, swirling and dancing in the passageways and corridors. However, some areas strangely remained dry despite the wind and rain, as if the rain couldn't interact with the surrounding scenes, sweeping past walls and ceilings, and even the chill in the wind seemed illusory and brief. While traversing those corridors, Yu Sheng couldn't help but think of the rain descending in the Soul Wilderness, the same rain from Shuji, endlessly falling in the illusion. They arrived at the hall on the 1st floor. In Yu Sheng's memory, their room was originally on the 7th floor, but this time he had walked down more than 10 floors to reach this hall. This place was also besieged by wind and rain, and compared to his impression, The hall was significantly larger, with some indoor spaces that seemed like they didn't belong to this building, merged into the hall, abruptly integrated a short distance away. "There are people over here." Hu Li, sharp-eyed, pointed loudly the moment she walked out of the corridor towards a corner of the resting area. Yu Sheng immediately walked over quickly, and indeed saw a few silhouettes in the direction Hu Li was pointing. But upon getting closer, he realized they were just a few silhouettes. A few hazy humanoid outlines, seemingly pieced together by vague color blocks, lay in the resting area, 2 on the sofa, 2 on the floor, and 1 even on a bed that logically shouldn't be in the first-floor hall. These vague humanoid outlines tossed and turned, as if trapped in a nightmare. Yu Sheng reached out towards them, only to find his fingers easily passing through those color block outlines. Aaron blinked, one hand holding Yu Sheng's hair while the other tentatively stretched forward, with several fine threads extending from her fingertips, connecting to those humanoid outlines. "They're dreaming," the little puppet muttered, "but, odd, their dreams aren't in the dream. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Yu Sheng, "Of course not, that's nonsense." Aaron pouted, and just then she saw a few more silhouetted figures suddenly appear in the hall. These were also soft color block outlines that weren't there a moment before but suddenly surfaced at the doorway. The figures floated a few centimeters above the ground like disrupted projection images, flickering while maintaining a static pose or seemed about to step forward, suspended in midair. Black threads immediately spread to those new figures that emerged. "They're dreaming too, but it's a lucid dream," Aaron quickly said. "I can't quite understand their minds, but they seem to be entering this hotel preparing to check in. No fear, no confusion, as if everything in their world is just normal." Yu Sheng frowned deeply, with a faint understanding dawning in his mind, and at that moment a slight vibration suddenly emanated from his pocket. He quickly took out his phone, and was surprised to see a prompt flashing across the previously no-signal screen. "Anomalous fluctuation, signal recovery in progress." Straight after, several messages rushed in, causing the phone to vibrate incessantly. The messages were from the Special Service Bureau, Bailey Ching. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't know why the communication had suddenly resumed, he instinctively clicked open one of the messages. "There are records in the database. What you're encountering is likely the obscure angel inference star body. Beware of its IV-level cognitive reshaping. It could lead to reality reconstruction on a planetary scale." Chapter 429, Inference Star Body. Chapter 429, Inference Star Body. Looking at the message from Bailey Ching, Yu Sheng was slightly stunned, then immediately raised his head to look around. Level IV Cognitive Reshaping, Planetary-Level Reality Reconstruction. "Damn, this is getting intense." Yu Sheng muttered to himself, then without hesitation, quickly dialed Bailey Ching's number while he still had a phone signal. The other side seemed to have been waiting for his call, and the phone was almost immediately connected as soon as it was dialed. Yu Sheng didn't waste time and got straight to the point after hearing a hello. "The reality on Shuji Star has been reconstructed." It was expected, but still the worst-case scenario. Bailey Ching's voice remained calm, as if it carried an aura that could calm everyone down. "However, judging by the fact that the signal can still connect, the reality reconstruction on that planet hasn't fully closed, and the feather transformation process of the inference star body is not yet complete." "First, tell me what's really going on here." Yu Sheng spoke quickly, and in the corner of his eye he saw the cold wind and rain once again sweeping through the ceiling into the hall. Yet it seemed to pass through another dimension without interacting with anything in the hall. Several colorful humanoid outlines with poor signals suddenly appeared in the rain, conversing as they walked past the curtain wall near the reception desk. "I need all the intel about the inference star body. I've already sent the information from the Special Service Bureau over, and I'll try to keep everything as brief as possible with some extra details," Bailey Ching said calmly and quickly. "I just received a sample from Guard 3 and listened to the recovery team's report. We can now basically confirm that the Dark Angel parasitizing within Shuji is the inference star body, and the parasitic stage should be between the later phase of the feather transformation and the ascension body. Due to external stimuli, it's highly likely to prematurely complete the feather transformation and forcibly ascend from within the star, a process that will be completed within a few days. As for the inference star body, it might be one of the oldest known dark angels. We even suspect it could have appeared in our reality universe before the descent of the first angel, the tree angel, though we currently lack conclusive evidence. Compared to other dark angels, the inference star body has many peculiarities. The main two are, first, its activities seem to have a strong purpose, which is to continuously find new planets to parasite. Second, it has a suspected life cycle transformation process. At the beginning of parasitism, it appears meteor-like and instantaneously teleports over the target planet, then performs a straightforward and brutal orbital descent. This phase is referred to as subentity. After landing on the target planet, the inference star body quickly burrows underground and transforms into a crystal structure capable of rapid expansion within the star. This phase is called the sublimation period. We do not know how long this process lasts, but we are certain that its internal expansion will geometrically accelerate late in the sublimation period. After the sublimation period, the inference star body begins preparing for the next transfer. It consumes everything useful within the planet, including planetary veins and high-energy minerals. At this stage, it no longer expands but reorganizes a new core within its constructed nest. We call this phase feather transformation. The duration of the feather transformation is also unknown, and at the end of this phase, the essential part of the inference star body contracts into a new core and breaks out of the planet, ascending towards the universe. This ascension process is extremely fast, and the part that leaves the star is referred to as the ascension body. The ascension body possesses superluminal movement capabilities and may even perform instant movement through subspace or other unknown means. During this process, its core enters hibernation, and upon reaching a new target planet, the ascension body re-enters the subentity state, beginning a new round of parasitism. Aaron leaned on Yu Sheng's shoulder, listening to Bailey Qing's voice from the phone speaker, and suddenly murmured, "Simply put, it's just a cycle of eating, sleeping, and running." Yu Sheng's mouth twitched. That seems to be one way to understand it. Then he quickly thought of something else. Engaging in such large-scale activities in the real world, and no one can discover it. "That's exactly what I'm about to say," Bailey Qing quickly responded. "The most bizarre and dangerous aspect of the inference star body isn't its parasitism, but its ability to perform cognitive reshaping, powerful enough to cover reality within a certain range. From the moment the sublimation period begins, the inference star body releases extensive cognitive interference throughout its range. Within this interference radius, ordinary people cannot detect the presence of the inference star body, including all the abnormalities it creates. People live next to the crystals formed by the inference star body's spread, even building homes and cities above it after it drills underground. Historically, factions have discovered the inference star body's parasitism, notably detecting anomalies in the planetary parameters from very far distances using probes. But as soon as they approach to investigate, the investigators conclude everything is normal. Scholars from various factions spent a long time and put in a lot of effort, and thanks to some luck, they only managed to confirm the existence of the inference star body and generally summarize its cycle changes. Yet to this day, no one has successfully caught it during the sublimation and feather transformation periods. You are the first ones. A muffled thunder suddenly rolled across the sky, and in the wind and rain came a strange howl from afar. Yu Sheng looked up at the hall entrance, seeing the outside street seeming to lose gravity and drift away from the ground, various buildings disintegrating and floating in midair, while new roads grew from nearby buildings, winding to connect with several structures. Yu Sheng approached the hall's entrance, cautiously observing the changes outside while speaking quickly. "It seems now. The cognitive barrier created by it seems to have failed. The world in front of us has gone crazy and continues to become more chaotic." Bailey Qing's tone was grave. "What you are seeing should be the fault line at the boundary of the cognitive barrier. False reality and true reality are pressing and distorting each other. All observations have lost accuracy in this process, and what you're seeing is neither the real Mo City nor is it a complete illusion. This should have also led to the deep instability of your surrounding environment, and if I'm not wrong, this situation will continue to deteriorate. The cognitive interference of the inference star body has a very dangerous trait, which is that it presents resonating superimposition as the influence on surrounding intelligent beings deepens. In simple terms, every mind affected by the inference star body becomes a part of the cognitive barrier, and the illusions they experience enhance the degree of reality reconstruction further. This is another important reason why the inference star body's parasitic nature is hard to detect. The deeper its parasitism goes, the more people will perceive everything around them as normal, and this perception can actually reverse change the truth of the real world. In the later sublimation period, even if you possess true vision, you will see nothing unusual when you enter a planet parasitized by the inference star body because Bailey Ching's voice suddenly started breaking up, seemingly due to another change in the depth of the surroundings on Yu Sheng's side. Before the signal was completely lost, a faint sentence emerged from the phone. "You are inside a dream realm constructed by all the people on the entire planet." A burst of noise sounded. Bailey Ching's voice disappeared, and the phone screen once again popped up with notifications of depth changes and communication disruption. Aaron and Huli exchanged glances. Luna cocked her head in their direction. Yu Sheng looked at the phone with no signal, pondered silently for 2 seconds, then casually stuffed the phone into his pocket and raised his hand to open a small door beside him. The door led directly to Bailey Ching's desk. She was placing the phone on the desk while sighing. Yu Sheng leaned half his body out from the doorway, slumping on the desk in front of Bailey Ching. "I didn't catch what you said last." Bailey Ching jumped out of her chair. It was the first time Yu Sheng realized that the usually composed woman director could actually jump, and even grimace from hitting her leg on the desk. Then the two exchanged glances for 2 seconds. Yu Sheng felt a bit awkward, while Bailey Ching's expression was complex. 3 parts awkwardness, 2 parts angry but resigned, 5 parts uncertain, and the remaining 90% was indiscernible. In any case, based on her usually expressionless demeanor, she might have used up a lifetime's worth of expressions in these 2 seconds. After a brief silence, Yu Sheng apologized and proposed to the other party. "Should I go back and reopen the door?" "No need." Bailey Ching sat back down in the chair, subtly rubbed her leg under the table, and said with a stern face. Then a second later, she added, "I said you are inside a dream realm constructed by all the people on the entire planet. Billions of people on Shuji planet are using their cognition to assist the inference star body in its final ascension. You had better find a way to interrupt this process before its ascension body matures." Okay." Yu Sheng nodded and withdrew his body. As he was about to close the door, Bailey Ching suddenly raised her head, looking at him with a serious expression. "Don't underestimate the situation, though just be careful." Yu Sheng paused for a moment, glanced at Mo City outside the hall, which was already spiraling out of control, and quietly turned his head. "Don't worry, I definitely won't underestimate it. I'm scared half to death looking at this mess outside." Did Bailey Ching smile, or maybe her leg hurt and caused her eye to twitch again? Yu Sheng couldn't tell. He closed the door, took a deep breath, and stepped out towards the surreal nightmare beyond the hall. Chapter 430, The Mountain at the Center of Attention. Chapter 430, The Mountain at the Center of Attention. Boundary City, deep in the Special Service Bureau building, in the chief's office, Bailey Ching exhaled gently. Then, while rubbing her thigh that had just bumped into the desk, she stood up and walked to the wide floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, an intangible fog began to flow immediately, transforming into various images under her gaze. Most of them were scenes captured by Su Jiali at Guard 3, including sampling operations on the surface and deep, underground the Crystal Heart. The rest were many scenes recomposed from within her consciousness, about the inference star body and the intelligence just transmitted from the Feiyu star domain, all compiled, woven, deduced, and transformed into various possibilities for the planet's future. Vast crystal structures surged out from the depths of the planet. Crystal clusters blossomed like flowers on the torn crust surface. The enormous ascension body emerged from the planet. Uncontrolled crystalline matter grew wildly in the absence of the core. Cities were engulfed by crystal, billions drowned in a planetary dream realm emerging from its chrysalis. The flowing fog rolled and rose. The images presented in the fog continuously reorganized and dissipated. After a long time, the fog finally calmed, and a pair of light gray eyes floated deep in the dense fog. Sister, the eyes quietly looked at Bailey Ching. Constructing infinite possibilities from finite intelligence about the dark angel is meaningless. Moreover, this time the variable is Yu Sheng. Bailey Ching exhaled softly. I know. What are you thinking about now? Bailey Ching was silent for a moment, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Mostly, I've just slightly regained the feeling of overtime from the previous time. Anything else? And leg pain. There's no way around it. I don't have hands right now. As I know. Yu Sheng hurriedly browsed through the information Bailey Ching sent to his phone, and during this process, he gained some more understanding of the inference star body. As Bailey Ching said, the most mysterious and dangerous aspect of the inference star body is not its physical form, but rather its cognitive interference which intensifies with the deepening of parasitic levels, and the reality reconstruction built on layers of cognitive interference. Under the guise of everything normal, the inference star body's crystallization likely already covers the entire planet. It has long filled every corner of Mo City, anomalies right under everyone's nose, yet always in the blind spots of everyone's subconscious. Theoretically, if there was only cognitive interference released by the inference star body itself, then this degree of knowledge barrier couldn't possibly be hidden from Master Yuan Hao nor from Xuan Qi's divine sense investigation. However, there are billions of residents on this planet. Those ordinary people affected by cognitive interference use their collective observation to directly rewrite the reality structure of Shuji's surface. This coverage, established on the reality level, has surpassed the traditional sense of illusion, so much so that even those with talents like Zhang Zhai, who can briefly see through the cognitive barrier created by the inference star body, or like Yu Sheng, who once temporarily tore open the crack above the city during the previous encounter with the great sage of the hidden monastery, cannot truly puncture the entire curtain. Because the collective knowledge of countless dream walkers on this planet will immediately repair the gaps in the curtain, correcting this world to their subconscious, normal state. And now the only good news is that this layer of seemingly impenetrable curtain is clearly having problems. The dream realm built upon the collective cognitive barrier of the entire planet's people is colliding with reality. Both sides are mutually compressing and tearing, creating the bizarrely distorted Mo City now in front of Yu Sheng. Hidden in this warped and absurd city is likely a rift that could completely tear open the curtain. As for how this conflict occurred, Yu Sheng is not sure. Perhaps it was because of the battle at Guard 3, or maybe Zhang Zhai and Yuan Hao did something left behind in Shuji, or both. No matter what, this is clearly an opportunity. Yu Sheng put away his phone and looked into the depths of the rain curtain ahead. The slanted city buildings piled up like collapsed cream at the edge of visibility, gathering and rising along a common direction. A large amount of architectural structure piled there into a weird mountain. The surface of the mountain undulated slowly in the rain like a living thing. Various deformed neon lights and intermittently flickering projections flowed like water over the mountain. Amidst the flicker, one can still faintly discern the appearance of some landmark buildings and main city roads. Soundless thunder once again rumbled from the direction of the mountain, rolling across the sky. Ever since leaving the hotel room, similar thunder has been echoing from that direction. Although Yu Sheng doesn't know where Master Yuan Hao and the others went nor found other trace clues near the immortal gathering continent, the relentless thunder seemed to serve as a guide, hinting at the direction he should advance. Based on the materials provided by Bailey Ching, Yu Sheng can now roughly determine the state of Shuji. The inference star body's parasitism on this planet has entered the late feather transformation stage, just a step away from becoming the ascension body. At this stage, the cognitive interference it creates has already covered the entire planet. Thus, in theory, now the entirety of Shuji is actually in a distorted state. But this distortion is not uniform. The source is the inference star body, but what sustains its operation is countless, ordinary people affected by cognitive interference. Thus, this dream realm covering the entire planet is actually supported by numerous support points. Every populated place is a support point. Mo City is the largest city on this planet. The most densely populated area of Mo City is the support point of support points. That mountain should be it. Hu Li transformed once again into a gigantic nine-tailed silver fox, her protective spirit Qi shaking off the descending storm. Yu Sheng and Aaron sat on the silver fox's back, while Luna's figure flickered like a phantom in the shadows of the rainy night, closely following along the periphery. Another 12 brass knights, hazy silhouettes occasionally appeared in the rain. In this boundary, layer formed by the mutual compression and clash of the dream realm and reality, the line between illusion and reality became blurred, to the point that even the knights around Luna found it much easier to project themselves into reality than usual. "There's interference everywhere around us." Aaron sat next to Yu Sheng, tightly clutching the fox fur beneath her while frowning deeply. "Did you notice those humanoid outlines that occasionally flash by the roadside, and those colorful phantoms lingering in midair? They're all minds at the edge of the dream realm. My head is pounding." Yu Sheng nodded. "I noticed the closer we get to that mountain, the more there are. It seems we're heading in the right direction. The reality reconstruction focal point of Mo City is just ahead." Aaron blinked, and then suddenly seemed to realize something, looking up and staring directly at Yu Sheng. "It seems like you've got another disaster coming up, huh?" the little puppet suddenly said. Yu Sheng didn't expect this little guy to suddenly stare at him just to say that, leaving him at a loss for words. Fine, disaster or no disaster, I'm used to it. This time it'll be quite severe." Yu Sheng, "Well, thank you for your ominous words." Aaron, Yu Sheng. By this point, Hu Li had already crossed the last stretch of broken road along the city's axis. The nine-tailed silver fox leapt over a plaza structure floating in the air, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain. The mountain seemed to have grown in height once again, with buildings merging and twisting on its surface into even more incomprehensible and chaotic structures. A wide structure, potentially a former aerial track, enveloped the mountain's surface, winding its way toward the summit. Countless buzzing noises surrounded them, and Hu Li instinctively slowed her pace. Yu Sheng saw countless shadows, translucent, colorful humanoid outlines gathered at the foot of the mountain like passers-by from another dimension. Some walked along the road, others sat leisurely on winding benches, and some floated in midair, appearing to be reading. Others sat cross-legged, as if meditating in cultivation. These were the mind bodies lingering at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment, they might be performing daily activities in Mo City's real world, conversing with friends or engulfed in work. Yet their subconscious had begun to perceive the dissonance deep within their cognition, causing part of their mind to drift, hear and instinctively converge toward other minds. A massive outdoor display device was awkwardly embedded in the building at the mountain's base, with flickering holograms hovering above. Phenomena of sleepwalking are spreading throughout the city. Cases of demon possession are on the rise again. It is advised to stay away from the suburbs at night. The shadows surrounding the old refining tower have been confirmed as collective illusions. Residents witnessing anomalies need not panic. The storm has arrived on schedule, with a new wave of cold air entering from the south. The weather in the city is expected to intensify, and citizens who haven't reached energy introduction should not engage in prolonged outdoor activities. This city is fine, this planet is very percentat. Everything is fine, everything is fine, everything @% is fine. Yu Sheng's gaze was fixed intensely on the projection device half buried in the building, watching the constantly shifting texts, and the surreal and eerily familiar landscapes of Mo City alternately flashing between the words. On the steep mountain, more and more billboards brightened, and the sequentially illuminated projection illusions fluttered in the rainy night like a continuous row of welcoming banners. "Welcome to Mo City, the bustling metropolis at the border. Today, Mo City is at peace. Today, nothing occurred in Shuji. Welcome to Mo City, welcome to Mo City, welcome to..." Boom! A deafening thunder resounded, rumbling through the sky. The indistinct figures gathered at the mountain foot seemed to sense something, many raising their heads blankly to look towards the sky, while the flickering holographic projections on the mountain vibrated violently. Countless words driven by the thunder scattered into the air. Yu Sheng followed the sound and looked up. Under the enhancement of his extraordinary vision, he saw a cool, aloof woman dressed in a black long skirt, with jet-black hair neatly tied up, standing at the mountain's peak. She held a sharp sword, looking down with a hint of indifference at the mountain's base. The physical book of Deep Sea Embers is now available for pre-order, available at various platforms and stores. We hope for your support. There are exclusive gifts and an intermission theater only in the physical edition. Chapter 431, Convergence and the Awakened. Chapter 431, Convergence and the Awakened. Seeing the figure of the woman in a black dress on the mountain top, Yu Sheng and the others were all taken aback. A person in a normal state, a lucid one clearly out of place in this chaotic and mad environment. However, just as the woman on the mountain top seemed about to say something, a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Before anyone could react, the shadow had already pierced through her body. She only had time to turn her head in astonishment before her life was extinguished, and her body slumped to the side of the mountain. "Oh, what the hell?" Aaron exclaimed in shock upon seeing this scene. "This opening isn't right." Yu Sheng immediately grabbed the fox fur next to him. "Let's go check the situation." Hu Li began running towards the mountain, formed by the accumulation of countless twisted buildings and rising city roads. In the next second, the mountain seemed to come alive, with the buildings and road surface on its top starting to undulate and writhe like a turbulent dream, rapidly altering its structure. Hu Li tried to take off but found herself inexplicably entering a completely enclosed garage upon takeoff, with its surrounding walls collapsing and flowing like molten wax, and the road surface breaking into large holes. She hurriedly leaped over these holes, only to run into a corridor. The corridor stretched upward like a staircase, but suddenly broke off at the end, a rusty staircase dangling at the opposite entrance, while the road under her feet trembled violently like loose bricks. Hu Li let out a stunned cry and instinctively leaped forward, only to find her body lost its support, unable to jump up no matter how hard she tried, nor could she fly high. She narrowly leaped over a building lying flat on the ground and found herself back on the slope of the bizarre mountain, with the road before her extending infinitely forward, and the sides filled with seemingly empty shells of buildings. Inside the hollow doors and windows were haphazardly stacked stairs and corridors. Yet as everything around rapidly plunged into such dreamlike chaos, with all roads on the verge of collapse, a swift-spreading spider silk suddenly appeared amid the wind and rain. "What the hell is this mess?" Aaron, frustrated by the chaotic dreamlike scenario around, raised her hand without hesitation and released her threads. These dark and cold lines pierced the rain like living creatures, rapidly expanding in the area woven by misguided minds. As the spider silk spread, the turbulent mountain instantly came to a halt. Yu Sheng's heart stirred, and he instinctively looked back. He saw that at that moment, the swaying human outlines at the foot of the mountain were reduced by more than half. Hu Li seized the opportunity, dashed across the slope in an instant, and reached the mountain top. Where Aaron's spider silk covered, this mountain that had just seemed insurmountable and continuously growing upwards suddenly became a small hill. The gigantic nine-tailed silver fox easily ran a few steps and jumped to its top. Those twisted stacked buildings and long roads seemingly skipped, turning into a shrinking background behind Hu Li. Many strange, giant columns stood on the mountain top, forming a circle, with a vast open space shrouded in dimness in the center. Yu Sheng didn't immediately focus on the circled columns, but instead searched for the fallen woman in the black dress. He couldn't find her. The wind and rain swept over the mountain top, and where the woman had fallen, there remained only a piece of stone scrubbed clean. Yu Sheng frowned, and right then, he suddenly heard a sharp sound approaching from afar. He looked up quickly to see the woman who had died on the mountain top rushing at him, sword in hand, her expression icy cold, the sword edge shimmering with flowing brilliance, and the surrounding wind and rain seemed to avoid the edge of this sword, dispersing to the sides without needing an energy force to drive them away. But in the next second, another ghostly figure dashed forward. Luna, with dance-like elegance, gracefully moved through the rain, the fingertip blade instantly cleaving the black dress woman's sword momentum, and then the sharp blade went straight for her throat, forcing the woman in the black dress to land on the ground and retreat several steps. Just as she was about to gather herself, she saw 12 brass knights charging out of the rain, disrespectfully rushing up and starting a beating. The woman in the black dress retreated step by step, her expression slightly distracted, and at that moment, a shimmering sharp sword plunged through her chest from behind. Even Luna and the brass knights were stunned by the sight. The woman in the black dress twitched once, then fell limp, while another woman identical in appearance and attire stood behind her, slowly withdrawing the sword from her hand, expressionless, wiping it on her sleeve, softly muttering. The 37th. The brass knights' figures dissipated in the wind and rain, while Luna immediately returned to Yu Sheng's side, warily watching the woman standing not far away with a sword in hand. The woman in the black dress who had just been killed gradually turned into a writhing shadow in the rain, then melted away, washed clean by the rainwater. Yu Sheng seemed to have thought of something. He gestured for Luna to step back while his gaze fell on the sword-wielding woman, tentatively asking, "Are you the city lord Moran that Xuan Qi mentioned?" Moran raised her head, squinting in the rain to carefully scrutinize this group of strangely dressed individuals. The nine-tailed silver fox, as large as 2 cars. A nun, dressed like a star maiden, a male human who looked like an ordinary person but whose details were impossible to discern, and a small but very cocky puppet. Distinctive features. "I am," she nodded, then pointed towards the direction of the massive pillars. "There's another person over there, probably your friend." Yu Sheng was taken aback for a moment. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure peeking out from behind a pillar, nervously greeting him. "Brother Yu? Oh, finally you guys showed up." "My nephew," Aaron exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Ah, well," Zheng Zhai's mouth twitched. "It's a long story." As they spoke, Moran walked over. Her gaze swept between Yu Sheng and Zheng Zhai, nodding slightly. "It seems he is indeed your friend. He described your appearance quite accurately to me." Yu Sheng blinked, pointing at Zheng Zhai. "What about him?" "He was wandering in the city, provoked a group of wandering shadows, and ran here in panic." Moran's voice carried a hint of subtlety, seemingly mixed with 3 parts sentimentality, 7 parts confusion, and 90% of when will this matter end exhaustion. "Don't ask about the details. I was trapped on this hill, unable to help, and I have no idea how he managed to run all the way here without any fighting capabilities. I only saw him somehow dash up from the foot of the hill, avoiding the heart demons near the top, after which I had the chance to keep him safe within the formation." Listening to Moran's account, the gaze of Yu Sheng and the others inadvertently fell on Zheng Zhai, who just scratched his head awkwardly, looking innocent at Yu Sheng. "I don't know either. I was in the hotel room not long ago. Then I glanced out the window and saw a refining tower on the edge of the city suddenly grow full of crystals. Before I knew what was going on, I was trapped in the city." Before his words were finished, Yu Sheng's eyes widened. "Wait a minute. You said you saw a refining tower on the city edge suddenly grow full of crystals?" Zheng Zhai, "Yeah, grayish-white ones like branches, and it seems to be everywhere in the city, but I didn't have time to see clearly. The surrounding environment became chaotic, and even Master Yuan Hao disappeared." Yu Sheng and Aaron exchanged looks, both seeing in each other's eyes a minimum of 200 words worth of amazement. "So you really are the puncture point?" Yu Sheng looked at Zheng Zhai, finding the situation absurd but somehow reasonable, then couldn't help but sigh. "You have incredible luck." "I think this is beyond good luck. It must have something to do with spiritual energy," Aaron said, eyes widening as she examined her nephew not far away, clicking her tongue in wonder. "You pierced through the cognitive barrier made by the inferent star body. Even though it was just for a moment, you certainly made a hole through the barrier and landed in this nightmare border, surviving until now." She paused, her small face wrinkling. "Not to mention those wandering shadows. We didn't provoke those things either, so I don't know why they're chasing you. How did you avoid those heart demons Moran mentioned? Even the C-type buckle is a match for them." Zheng Zhai shrugged. "I don't know, I just dodged when they chased me and they stopped chasing. I mean, you know my combat abilities, I haven't even been fully promoted." Yu Sheng listened in stunned silence and could only marvel internally. Just a few days of internship for him seemed to be a lifetime of experience for many legendary investigators. It was unimaginable what the scenario would be like once he was fully promoted. Meanwhile, Moran merely listened silently to the exchange between Yu Sheng and the others, their talk of puncture point, inferent star body, cognitive barrier, and similar matters, when suddenly she furrowed her brow and broke the silence. "So you do know something. Can you tell me what is happening in Mo City? Why did a moment's distraction leave the city in this state?" Yu Sheng stared at Moran for a few seconds, Then after some deliberation, slowly spoke. It's not just Mo City, it's the entire Shuji. Your planet has been controlled by a so-called inference star body of Dark Angel. Chapter 432, Startling Dream. Chapter 432, Startling Dream. After Yu Sheng shared the information he currently held with the young woman in front of him, she was silent for a long time. I know it's hard to accept. After all, it does sound quite preposterous, Yu Sheng sighed, gesturing helplessly around him. But it's the truth. Just take a look at your surroundings. This is the anomaly squeezed out on the border of people's collective unconsciousness after the conflict between illusion and reality. I'm not completely sure why you suddenly woke up, but if you recall the past carefully now, you should be able to notice those ever-present yet blurry discrepancies. For a moment, Mo Ran said nothing, and after pondering for a long time, she finally spoke softly. Many years ago on the planet Shuji, there has always been a strange disease. Few fall ill, but the symptoms are bizarre and inexplicable. The afflicted suffer from sudden heart demon attacks for no apparent reason or fall into frenzy in broad daylight, claiming to see eerie and terrifying visions. Yet often, in a very short time, those afflicted suddenly return to normal, not even remembering their fits of madness, though they are left severely weakened with their cultivation levels stagnant. Moreover, cultivators living on Shuji are also slightly more prone to suffer from demon possession than those elsewhere. The proportion isn't high, just a bit more, but no matter how much investigation or resolution occurs, the proportion remains slightly elevated. All along, people believed it related to the geomancy of Shuji or the extraction and refining facilities scattered across the entire planet. With time, as no one could find anything, it eventually became something taken for granted. Shuji is a little strange. The remote area's energy channels are poor, is what people say. Mo Ran exhaled lightly, collecting her emotions before her gaze fell on Yu Sheng. Since you can move freely in this eerie realm and have come here to investigate, you must possess extraordinary abilities. Immortal envoy Xuan Qi must have taken precautions against me before, which is why he didn't reveal many truths. What should we do next? Please guide me, expert. I'll fully cooperate. For now, you don't need to do anything, but soon you might need to take the reins as the city lord to command the situation. Yu Sheng clearly had some ideas, casually remarking, "What we need to do now is quickly find the inference star body, and before it completes its feather transformation, find a way to expel it from this planet. To achieve this, we must enter the real Shuji. We have to figure out a way to puncture this nightmare border." Puncture it? Aaron reflexively glanced at Yu Sheng. How? Do you already have a plan? The inference star body hides the real Shuji using everyone's collective, cognitive barrier. So the key is figuring out how to bore a hole in this cognitive barrier. It needs to be a large hole, enough to tear apart reality over a considerable area. Yu Sheng mused, stroking his chin. Mo City is a large city, and the vast population within it is the best breakthrough point. If we can awaken a large number of people in a short time, I'm sure a barrier relying on the collective subconscious will show some vulnerabilities. Erin blinked, exuding an aura of struggling to keep up despite her efforts before she couldn't resist blurting out. So how do we do it? You're asking me? Yu Sheng glared at her. You handle it. You're the best at waking people from dreams, aren't you? The little puppet paused, belatedly realizing this, then glanced around before shrinking back. Damn, easy for you to say. Do you know how many people are in this city? Waking all of them. Even if you give me 20,000 mass-produced machines now, it may not be enough. Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. There are indeed many people, but what if you only need to intervene in one dream? Did you forget what I just said? Collective unconsciousness, the cognitive barrier covering Shuji is at its base, interconnected at least in a large gathering point like Mo City. It certainly is, Yu Sheng explained, recalling the moment when Aaron unwittingly released silk threads. If I'm not mistaken, you likely noticed this point when you entered this nightmare border, but instinctively ignored this collective dream realm because it's hiding from you. To it, you are a threat. The little puppet listened, in a trance, as if gradually recalling something, as if becoming aware of something. Aaron carefully recalled before we left the immortal gathering continent, when we first saw the reminder on the glass window, Yu Sheng suggested unhurriedly. Recall if you felt something back then and then. He stopped, because he saw wisps of black threads beginning to spread in the air. Aaron disappeared. Before disappearing, she first turned into an oil painting. But the process lasted only an instant, just long enough to be overlooked by a dream, and then the oil painting rose into the air, merging into the depths of stormy winds in Yu Sheng's sight. Black silk threads began to proliferate in the air, weaving together at an alarming pace. A massive spider web instantly covered the sky, and then began to slowly envelop every inch of Mo City, endless threads hanging down from the clouds. Inside the black silk-woven web, the entire city began to tremble and shake. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. Even Yu Sheng was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected that after receiving his reminder, Erin's power could spread in such an astonishing way within this special dream realm. She just hadn't realized the essence of this dream earlier, and once she did, everything changed. For a puppet capable of invading dreams, this was simply a hunting ground set up specifically for her. And this mountain, located at the center of the city, is precisely the most suitable place for her to unleash her power. The mineral veins have been exhausted, the city has declined, the past glory is gradually being forgotten, and the last thriving area has become a common pillar in everyone's heart. Within the dream realm, those buildings symbolizing past prosperity pile up and grow like living beings. The center of the city rises with mountains dotted with neon lights and welcoming speeches, and the mind entities gather around this mountain. Subconsciously reminiscing about the beautiful times when the refining tower could still rumble and operate, they gathered just right. A vast black spider web spreads outward from the mountain. Wherever the web reaches, countless mind entities turn into bubbles that shatter at a touch. Buildings twist and collapse silently. Chaotic city roads fall into endless darkness. A startling rift opens in the sky, wind and rain howling through the rift, the web crisscrossing, and a shadow seemingly larger than the entire nightmare manifests its presence through the rift. That is the Weaver, crawling at the edge of the hunting ground, rapidly weaving its web, and when the entire city is enveloped in endless black threads, when Mo City's millions of minds are simultaneously wrapped by the web and stripped from Shuji's overall cognitive barrier, at that moment, everyone saw two scarlet lights reflected in everyone's mind. Cold as if it could pierce the marrow, stab into the soul. In that instant, all Mo City people had a dream. Whether they were wandering the city streets in the previous second, resting at home, at school, in factories, malls, chatting with friends, or arguing with others, amidst what they assumed these normal lives to be, a brief dream realm intruded into the depths of everyone's consciousness. Mo Ran raised her head and saw the entire city transformed into a miniature insect, with everyone clinging to the insect like dust. She saw the insect fall at the center of a black spider web, and another weaver with scarlet eyes hiding in a vast shadow, slowly crawling along the web. She saw the weaver cast a glance, each breath like the last warning before the end of the world. Everyone heard the warning. "Wake up, damn it, get up and enjoy." The weaver's words were a bit rough, but without any malice. So the city woke up. Yu Sheng felt as if he heard a rumble, but there was actually no sound. What he felt was the collapse on a cognitive level, and after the collapse, he saw the entire city quickly stripped of its disguise. Neither the everything is normal Mo City, nor the grotesque dream realm of twisted and stacked buildings. Towering skyscrapers stood in the wind and rain. Old and ancient, countless crystalline substances grew like mold along every building in the city, overlapping layers, stretching endlessly. Pale crystal clusters were everywhere, opening cracks on the ground's surface, precariously piled on aerial rail surfaces, entwined around distant refining towers like branches and vines, even growing into crystal jungles covering the wilderness outside the city, spreading from one city to another. The mountain beneath everyone's feet also reverted to its original appearance. This was the rooftop terrace of the City Lord Mansion. Those strange pillars surrounding the mountain peak were actually models of the 12 refining towers. As the city's symbol, they had always stood at the highest point of the City Lord Mansion. But even the entire City Lord Mansion had been covered with crystalline substances, perhaps for hundreds of years. Mo Ran gazed in shock at all this before her, despite trying her best to prepare herself mentally beforehand. She couldn't help but feel a great shock, nearly losing her mental composure. But she immediately realized she must immediately begin to maintain order in the city. "It's your turn next," Yu Sheng nodded to Mo Ran, stabilize the situation in the city while we deal with the bigger problem. Okay. Chapter 433, Great Way to Simplicity. Chapter 433, Chapter 433, Great Way to Simplicity. When the entire city's populace suddenly awoke from a long-lasting illusion and realized that the everything is normal city they saw had actually been occupied by bizarre, planetary parasite substances long ago, and even the entire planet had turned into a nightmarish, bizarre, horrifying appearance, the ensuing chaos was imaginable. To be honest, awakening millions of people in this manner was not the best plan. If only the inference star body had left a little more time for everyone, Yu Sheng would have considered having Aaron and Mo Ran collaborate to gradually awaken Mo City from the collective cognitive barrier in stages, and prepare arrangements and measures for pacification and aftermath in advance. However, the now intelligent inference star body would not allow such things to happen in order to mature into its ascension body. Breaking through Mo City's cognitive barrier in an instant was the only way to tear open a path. As for the ensuing chaos, that could only be left to Moran to figure out. Now the curtain was pulled back, and reality rushed in, as the residents of the city woke up from their daily lives of a moment ago. In the artifact refining workshop on the outskirts of the city, countless craftsmen were bewildered to see the surface of the old furnace covered in thick, bizarre crystals, with crystal clusters emerging from the gaps in the pipes, recklessly growing on the roof. Citizens awaited the impending storm at home, when they suddenly looked up to see outside their windows covered in thick crystal clusters, the short nightmare of a spider-webbed moment ago still lingering in their minds, forcibly maintaining their awareness in a not at all gentle manner. In the mall, customers sheltering from the storm fell into chaos amidst exclamations and screams. They suddenly saw a gigantic crystal tree piercing through the entire building, although those enormous crystal branches had actually breached through the walls and ceiling 100 years ago and had even become part of the structure. An exquisitely decorated mechanical flower boat, full of passengers, thrillingly passed through the crystal thorns between the high buildings, the air filled with terrified shouts, though the boat had traversed this path hundreds or thousands of times. It was only this time that the passengers realized that each time they nearly brushed past the sword-like sharp crystals, the faces of the tourists standing on the deck were only a hair's breadth away from those pale blades. Chaos began to spread throughout the entire city, and in their panic, most ordinary people with shallow cultivation levels had no idea what to do. Even among the calm-minded cultivators, many wavered in their Tao hearts, finding it hard to maintain their composure. Moran quickly stabilized the situation in the City Lord Mansion, and immediately began contacting heads of various departments in the city. Time was tight. There was no time to explain the whole story. She had no choice but to order all cultivators under Mo City's control to immediately stabilize their minds and first maintain order within the city, while also ordering the closure of all external traffic in Mo City. Effective immediately, no one can enter or leave the city. Her orders raised doubts among many, but no one at this moment questioned the commands of the head of the Mo family. Mo Ran's final order was to cut off communication between Mo City and all other cities on Shuji, intercepting all external communication channels including civilian long-distance voice transmission and divine sense messages. She was not sure how useful this would be. After all, no one knew all the transmission paths of the inference star body's cognitive pollution. But one thing she was very certain of: at the moment when Mo City woke up, this city had already become the largest abnormality on the planet Shuji. Until the matter was resolved, all voices and gazes directed at Shuji from elsewhere on the planet were harmful, even if those were merely fellow citizens concerned about Mo City's situation. As for Yu Sheng, after that illusory roar, he felt that gaze from the depths of the planet. An eyesight loaded with shocking pressure swept through Mo City. The source of the gaze was this planet beneath everyone's feet. Although ordinary people seemed oblivious to its presence, Yu Sheng felt it clearly. His blood had once been soaked in the shell that the inference star body left on Guard 3, and now this blood-based connection once again made him feel the heartbeat deep within Shuji. The inference star body detected a crack in the cognitive barrier. It realized a city had awakened. The silver nine-tailed demon fox streaked across the sky, a brilliant firelight carving through the stormy weather. In front of Hu Li, The ancient refining tower, entwined with countless crystalline substances, shimmered a misty brilliance in the rain. The city defense array, with these towers as nodes, was closing up. Many panicked Mo family cultivators watched the symbols and nodes on the refining tower, then looked up in astonishment, watching the fiery fox streaking across the sky. They received orders from the city lord mansion. The person riding the nine-tailed silver fox is the ally of Mo City. All controls must allow passage. But the truth was, it made no difference whether they allowed passage or not, because before the city defense array could close up, the swift fiery fox had already passed through the barrier over Mo City. Erin tightly grabbed a tuft of fox fur beneath her, turning her head to glance at the energy shield over Mo City that had already closed up. She couldn't help but sigh. It's amazing their city defense array still holds up, considering the whole city has been so crystal-infested. During the feather transformation process, the infant star body will try its best to hide itself, creating too many inexplicable abnormalities. In the real world, will greatly increase the risk of the cognitive barrier being punctured. So before becoming the ascension body, it actually won't damage the city's basic functions, Yu Sheng casually replied. But on the other hand, things like the city defense array don't actually affect the infant star body. Ignoring it is very normal for it. Erin blinked. Useless. Then why did Moran raise this array? It's for defense against people. Defense against people? Yu Sheng's expression was grave. Defense against people from nearby cities, defense against those still affected by the infant star body, who want to help Mo City. They would bring the cognitive pollution back. Erin's eyes widened slightly in realization. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhai, sitting beside Yu Sheng, had his eyes wide open, observing the situation in the vast wilderness outside the city. The wilderness was filled with crystal structures like a jungle, much larger in scale than the crystal jungle on Guard 3, and the entire jungle seemed to pulsate and squirm like a living being. Over there, Zhang Zhai suddenly raised his hand, pointing to a certain direction deep within the jungle. It looks like there's a gap over there. Yu Sheng then pressed down Hu Li's head and rushed towards the direction Zhang Zhai pointed out. Just as they were halfway there, an astonishing fireball suddenly rose from that crystal area. The fireball was dazzling like a blazing sun, terrifyingly hot, its shockwave sweeping through the jungle, reducing countless giant crystal trees to dust in an instant. Then Yu Sheng heard the belated roar. The thundering sound rolled across the sky, even stopping the wind and rain, causing the rain curtain above the jungle to scatter and fly back, shattering the dark clouds and even allowing the sunlight to briefly shine on this land. Amidst the rolling thunder, Yu Sheng vaguely heard a voice. "Take my heaven-flipping seal." The next second, he saw another fireball rise in that direction, even larger than the previous one. Though not as powerful as Hu Li's earlier orbital headbutt, it was also a magnificent, jewel-like mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Accompanying the mushroom cloud was a second loud shout. "Take my primordial demon suppressing." Boom. "Take my heavenly demon suppression ruler." Boom. "Take my 8 directions purification seal." Boom. Continuous explosions rose in the crystal jungle, the dazzling fireballs and shockwaves rampaging across the land like savage beasts, stopping the wind and rain, shattering the clouds, and that voice shouting amidst the explosions sounded especially familiar. Yu Sheng stared dumbfounded at the distant upheaval, then unhesitatingly patted the fox's head. The nine-tailed silver fox transformed into a streak of fire, charging straight towards that construction site where tiles flew all over. From afar, Yu Sheng saw Master Yuan Hao standing midair. The elderly yet handsome figure with white hair blowing in the wind, robes fluttering, stood with hands clasped behind his back, floating midair, surrounded by layers of profound and mysterious immortal talismans. Tiny electric arcs formed a vast array as large as a city behind him, where wind, rain, thunder, lightning, gold, stone, fire, and earth cycled and transformed like they were performing various heavenly Taoist techniques, forming their own cycle endlessly. And within that array floated hundreds and thousands of magic treasures. Long, short, thick, flat, with air holes in the middle with grooves along the edges. 1,000 magic treasures circled behind Master Yuan Hao, forming another large array that kept changing and reorganizing. Yu Sheng even suspected this array might be called timber and earth. Both Hu Li and Yu Sheng, as well as everyone else on Hu Li's back, were stunned into silence by this scene. Aaron stared for a long moment before blurting out, "Holy shit, it's freaking AAA Building Materials Wholesale Master How." But those most shaken by the scene were Yu Sheng and his group, but another group on the ground below. In the devastated crystal jungle, Yu Sheng saw numerous deep pits like those left by meteorite impacts. With rolling heat waves, many black-clad cultivators lay dead inside. Yet even so, some strong ones managed to hold on. A few weakly glowing protective arrays scattered on the ground, barely held shields underneath which were several severely injured black-clad evil cultivators. Even through the bizarre masks, Yu Sheng could almost see their terrified yet maniacal eyes. In the moment, Master Yuan Hao was slightly distracted by Yu Sheng's arrival. A black-clad cultivator who appeared to be in the best condition suddenly raised his hand. A flying sword, imbued with a malevolent purple glow, silently slipped out of his sleeve. Clearly, it was a life-bound magical treasure that wouldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary, tempered with much effort, and imbued with many bizarre and elusive powers. The black-clothed cultivator had great confidence in this strike. He knew that not only was the sword extremely fast and powerful, but it also had the special effects of concealing killing intent and breaking through magic, with secret techniques that could sever souls and disturb the mind, and further, it could leave bone-erosive remains after each attack. Master Yuan Hao didn't turn his head, casually pointed a finger downwards, and a brick came crashing down. The Heavenly Demon Suppression Ruler without special effects, attack power 1 trillion. Chapter 434, When There's Danger, Shibo is Always the First. Chapter 434, When There's Danger, Shibo is Always the First. Yu Sheng did not see clearly how the final ambushing black-clad evil cultivator died. By the time he reacted, the opponent had already been evenly distributed across the battlefield. As for those black-clothed cultivators around him, who were struggling to sustain the protective array and had long reached their limit, they were affected by the aftermath of the massive explosion. As the arrays broke apart one by one and their protective Dharma treasures were destroyed, they all met their demise. Those in the best condition were found headless, and those in the worst condition had their remains scattered everywhere. Master Yuan Hao raised his hand and beckoned, and the Heavenly Demon Suppression Ruler he had just thrown out flew from the impact crater on the ground back into the large array of timber materials circling behind him. He then turned his head and happily greeted Yu Sheng and his group. "I was worried about how to contact you all. Thankfully, everyone is unharmed. Zhang Daoyu is here too, which puts my mind at ease. Have you seen the reminder I left on the window?" We noticed the reminder and then detected the flaw in the cognitive barrier, which led us to find Zhang Zhai, Yu Sheng said as he rode on the back of the nine-tailed fox, approaching Master Yuan Hao. As he spoke, his gaze subconsciously swept over the devastated battlefield below before lifting to look at the old veteran. "By the way, why are you here? Do you know where Xuan Qi went?" "Xuan Qi is fine. I had already joined him outside the city earlier and sent him north to investigate," replied Master Yuan Hao, and then began to explain his experience. "I originally came out to find Zhang Daoyu, but the knowledge barrier covering Mo City is truly difficult to tackle. I couldn't find any clues, but during my investigation I noticed a few sneaky figures. Trailing them, I somehow ended up outside the city, where I found Xuan Qi wandering aimlessly." He paused, glanced in a certain direction, and continued, "As you can see, the entire area outside the city has changed appearance. If this is also a knowledge barrier, then this barrier technique is quite astonishing. Those sneaky figures vanished into this forest, and Xuan Qi and I split up to investigate. Here I saw people coming and going. I initially intended to observe secretly, but I didn't realize several skilled individuals were among the black-clad evil cultivators, causing me to inadvertently reveal my presence." The old veteran spoke while wiping his sweat, exclaiming in awe, "Those evil cultivators have some skills too. A flamboyant show scared me into a cold sweat. Fortunately, I outmaneuvered them by a few moves." Yu Sheng listened beside him, breaking into a cold sweat even more than Yuan Hao. He twitched at the corner of his eye, glancing at the scene on the ground that resembled a meteorite bombardment, thinking to himself that he would never have imagined outmaneuvered by a few moves could be used in such a scenario. While he marveled at the old veteran's combat prowess, Master Yuan Hao seemed to suddenly remember something, and he looked worriedly toward Mo City. "You came from Mo City. What's the situation in the city now?" Yu Sheng coughed twice and explained. "Two things. First, what you mentioned about the knowledge barrier covering Mo City is actually not accurate. The accurate situation is that this cognitive barrier has enveloped the entire planet. All of Shuji has been affected by the inference star body. The knowledge barrier built on the collective cognition of billions has even created a reality reconstruction effect. The jungle you see outside the city is actually the true appearance of the planet. Second, the knowledge barrier in Mo City has been lifted. We have torn open a gap in the barrier that covers the entire planet." Master Yuan Hao gradually showed shock from the first sentence, and when he heard that the cognitive barrier in Mo City had been lifted, the old veteran finally couldn't help but blurt out, hold on, let me sort this out. This situation has somewhat exceeded my expectations. What is the inference star body? How does reality reconstruction that covers an entire planet work?" Simply put, the inference star body is the culprit for Shuji's current state. Yu Sheng wasted no time in revealing the information he currently knew to the old veteran, and meanwhile, he observed the distance. In his view, almost every inch of land was covered by that eerie grayish-white crystal, with crystal structures resembling plants seemingly mimicking the planet's original ecological environment. The mountainous region covered in a hazy rain screen appeared to have fewer crystals, yet there was a suspiciously large shadow covering the mountain, perhaps the handiwork of Yuan Tong. Master Yuan Hao listened in shock to the truth buried on this planet. Based on the current information, inference star body's earliest parasite activity on Shuji may date back 500 or 600 years ago. It had already escaped from Guard 3 by then, bringing a Yuan Tong replica under its control down here. At that time, this place was still a mineral-rich planet. Yu Sheng retracted his gaze to the distance, lightly sighed. After another 300 to 400 years of sublimation period, as the inference star body entered the feather transformation stage, the planet's mineral veins began to deplete rapidly. But neither the local residents nor the subsequent investigators considered this anything but normal. So the core of that thing is now hidden underground. Master Yuan Hao furrowed his brow, looking at the earth with particularly grave eyes. Indeed, there is a layer below that obstructs divine sense probing. With my cultivation level, I can only see shallow mud layers with large areas of shadow. So we're looking for an entrance, Yu Sheng nodded. Earlier, Zheng Zhai mentioned seeing a fissure here, but for some reason, as soon as we approached, that fissure disappeared. The fissure disappeared, Master Yuan Hao frowned, but those black-clad evil cultivators were indeed coming and going at this location. This means the inference star body can freely control the passage to its core area, possibly resembling a teleportation gate-like structure. Yu Sheng mused. It evidently noticed that the area was exposed, so it threw out a bunch of minions to block the way and then closed the gate. Aaron listened and immediately looked up. Teleportation gate? Isn't that your specialty? That would also require knowing where the passage opens in advance. Yu Sheng shook his head. Remember the rift we found near the refining tower on the outskirts? After it closed, we couldn't find it again. Passages opened by the inference star body should be similar. Unless you can jam them when they open, they disappear in an instant. The little puppet opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to curse, but Yu Sheng covered it beforehand. Just as Aaron started kicking and flailing like an agitated cat, trying to wriggle out from under Yu Sheng's arm, Master Yuan Hao suddenly looked up in a certain direction, his expression slightly changing. Yu Sheng, noticing this, couldn't care less about the squirming puppet in his arms. What happened? The life-saving magical treasure I left with Xuan Qi has been activated, Master Yuan Hao quickly said, simultaneously raising his finger towards the distance. Over there, we must go quickly. Before he finished speaking, the old dashing man transformed into a bolt of lightning, surrounded by hundreds of streams of magical treasure light, and dashed out in an instant. Seeing this, Yu Sheng and the others didn't bother to ask further. 9 fiery tails suddenly lit up behind Hu Li, and they urgently gave chase. The group soon crossed the vast crystal jungle, and halfway they saw bright flashes occasionally lighting up the distant sky. Thunder gathered in the rain clouds, the lightning drawn by invisible forces, continuously falling from the sky, creating a somewhat familiar scene. The nine-tailed silver fox swept across the sky, crossing the boundary of the crystal jungle, and a desolate wilderness came into everyone's view. This wilderness wasn't covered with endless crystalline substances like other areas. Instead, sparse crystal clusters could only be seen in certain regions, along with some abandoned ruins or equipment and pipelines, possibly remnants from an ancient pioneering era, standing among jagged boulders, mostly eroded beyond recognition. Yu Sheng's group descended from the clouds, spotting from afar a semi-transparent barrier standing amid the eroded boulders. Dozens of black-clothed cultivators and hidden monastery members in foreign attire were attacking around the barrier, with Yuan Tong standing at its center. It seemed he couldn't hold on much longer, even with a protective life-saving barrier around him. His face looked terrible, clearly heavily drained. Seeing this from the air, Master Yuan Hao got anxious at once. Without waiting for Yu Sheng to speak, he summoned a massive earth and wood array behind him. Instantly, the world changed color, rain and wind suspending inversely, and countless spiritual lights resonated from between his numerous magical treasures. Then the old dashing man pointed towards the barrier. "Don't harm my nephew." Struggling to hold on within the barrier, Yuan Tong looked up with joy upon hearing the commotion above, only to see a deluge of bricks coming down towards where he stood, each one with devastating power. Yuan Tong turned visibly green and immediately concentrated all his spiritual power, using the last of his protective techniques and treasures to brace for the aftershock grazes. Then the mushroom cloud rose. Dozens of black-clothed evil cultivators and hidden monastery believers attacking around had no time to react, being evenly scattered across the wilderness amid the rising mushroom cloud. Meanwhile, the barrier standing among the boulders flickered violently under the explosion's awe-inspiring residual effects, accompanied by a blurred exclamation, as if something quite cool flew out from within. "Stay calm, chair," Master Yuan Hao shouted loudly from midair, wrapping himself in winds and thunder as he pierced through the still-rippling battlefield, flying straight towards the figure blasted out. "Uncle is here to save you." Chapter 435, Polluted Subordinate. Chapter 435, Polluted Subordinate. When there's danger, senior uncle is the safest. When it's safe, senior uncle is the most dangerous. But in rare cases, when there's danger, senior uncle can also be the more dangerous one. The barrier that Yuan Tong managed to sustain under the attack of dozens of people shattered instantly with the fire support from Master Yuan Hao. But then again, he indeed did break through the enemy's siege. As far as the whole process goes, the intentions were good, the execution bad, but his physical constitution wasn't bad. "I suddenly feel that Yuan Tong has it pretty tough too." Yu Sheng sighed as he sat on Hu Li's back, looking into the distance. Aaron glanced at Zheng Zhai. "Both of you have quite the lives." Zheng Zhai quickly waved his hand. "He's hard to kill, I'm hard to die, we're not the same." "Is that so?" "All right, let's not debate semantics at this point." Yu Sheng interrupted the two. His eyes fell on the smoke-filled depths not far away. "There seems to be more trouble over here." As if to confirm this statement, right after Yu Sheng spoke, a flash of lightning suddenly lit up within the dust and smoke. The lightning rushed straight for Hu Li, who was flying in midair, but it was blocked by the protective spirit chi around Hu Li. The impact scattered the mushroom cloud Master Yuan Hao had just created, and then, as rain clouds regathered in the continuous rain curtain, Yu Sheng saw a familiar silhouette. Tall, imposing, clad in a white robe, like a classical demigod emerging from a marble sculpture. A middle-aged man wreathed in lightning emerged step by step from the smoke, walking on air, watching this side with a sullen face. In the instant Yu Sheng clearly saw the man's appearance, the vague suspicion that arose when he saw the lightning in the sky was instantly confirmed, causing him to be shocked. "You're not dead." However, the figure standing in the air seemed not to hear him. He only fixedly stared at the little puppet sitting beside Yu Sheng, expressionless, with eyes reflecting fine electric arcs yet exuding a crystal-like icy luster. Hu Li cautiously adjusted his position in the air, and the white-robed, great sage of the hidden monastery also moved his eyes along, still expressionlessly staring at the puppet on nine-tailed fox's back. Just as Yu Sheng was puzzled, Luna, who was floating in the air alongside Hu Li, suddenly leaned over. "Yes, a clone," Luna said in a low voice, keeping her guard while watching the great sage act. But something's wrong with its state. A clone? Yu Sheng widened his eyes a bit at the remark, realizing some things, but before he could figure out what Luna meant by something's wrong, the white-robed figure in midair suddenly moved again. He lifted his hand toward Aaron's direction, and in an instant, lightning layer upon layer appeared behind him, as if charging up the entire space. Even the falling rain curtain in midair flickered with countless tiny electric arcs, the protective spirit chi around Hu Li crackling with sparks. Seeing this, Aaron instead laughed. "Hey, using that move again, don't you ever learn?" Before the words finished, the little puppet had already raised its hand, and dozens of space rifts appeared instantly on the field. As the rifts rapidly opened and turned, one production line Aaron after another with vacant stares arrived at the battlefield. The first thing the little puppets did after being transported was to simultaneously lift their heads, raising their hands to fire Aaron's beams at the great sage in midair, casting a dense barrage. At the same time, Aaron forcefully slapped Hu Li's back. "Silly fox." No need for more words. Hu Li understood Aaron's meaning and immediately lowered altitude towards the ground. The great sage in midair indeed immediately shifted his focus. The dozens of thin, scorching beams weren't lethal enough to threaten him. They just rippled the air intensely around him, while his attention remained fixed on the real Aaron. As she dashed toward the earth on the nine-tailed silver fox, he suddenly waved his hand. The lightning in midair disappeared. At the spot where lightning gathered one last time, countless black rifts appeared instead, scattered across the sky. In the next moment, innumerable pale crystals surged out from the rifts, pouring down like a torrential rain towards the ground. "What the hell?" Aaron looked up, and the puppet was dumbfounded on the spot. Her original plan was to summon the production line puppets and catch on the ground, then she would draw aggro and fly across the production line fortress. So when the great sage struck with lightning, the summoned production line units would instantly recharge. Although it might not match the charging effect of the Pro Max form, a volley of dozens of overloaded beams should also kill the great sage. Her operational plan was quite perfect. However, the crystal storm hammered down and disrupted everything. Crystals fell like a meteor shower. The nine-tailed silver fox wove through the crystal storm, with clusters hitting Hu Li's protective spirit chi, causing continuous explosions. Meanwhile, scattered crystal shards splashed onto the ground. The production line puppets summoned just before were instantly thrown into disarray, running everywhere across the wasteland, only to activate their return instructions due to the unavoidable attack from the sky, disappearing back into the valley one by one. "Ah, what the heck, this isn't right," Aaron exclaimed frantically as she noticed the growing shortage of her mass production Legion. "Where did these crystals come from? Wasn't that thing supposed to have an electric attribute?" The shock Yu Sheng felt was no less than Aaron's. He looked up to see the white-robed great sage still persistently summoning strange space rifts. The crystal clusters bombarded and piled up on the wilderness, while various crystals emerged from the rift in the earth, as though responding to something, rapidly growing from the rocks and soil. This scene. It was so reminiscent of the situation on Guard 3. Hu Li let out a low growl, finally seizing the opportunity, finding a gap amidst the dense crystal barrage, then swiftly twisting her body. Several tails were launched forcefully. The fox's tails dragged long propulsion flames, darting straight towards the airborne great sage, who surprisingly remained stationary, seemingly unconcerned about life or death, accepting the bombardment head-on. Following deafening explosions that shattered the clouds, foxfire erupted into dazzling fireballs in the sky. As the fireballs dissipated, the silhouette of the white-robed cleric faintly emerged from the smoke. The white robe was no longer there. His body was almost torn apart, yet no blood flowed from the ruptured body. More than a dozen fragmentary limbs floated in the air, with crystalline, transparent luminescence shimmering at their severed edges. This horrifying shell drifted in the wind and rain, and then all the fragments began to convulse and writhe, transforming into even more bloated, grotesque shapes. Numerous tiny crystal branches emerged from the broken edges, interconnecting the fragments, seemingly trying to integrate into a complete entity. Now everyone knew what Luna sensed as something off. "My goodness, the puppet progenitor, this guy's already been consumed." Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. Weren't they supposed to be on the same side? Who do you say he's with? The controlled Yuan Kingzi? Or the infant star body behind Yuan Kingzi? Yu Sheng, oddly calm, remarked when he saw the white-robed cleric transform into a pile of mutated crystals. Instead of shock, there was a sense of inevitability. That's just the way it is when welding detonators to saw bulbs. I always thought these cultists would eventually go too far, and when they do, someone else has to clean up their mess. While speaking, the airborne great sage had slowly turned his mangled head, a pair of cold eyes embedded within the split skull. Despite the ruinous body, those eyes remained locked onto Aaron, while his crystallized brain was exposed to the air, frantically flickering with light from a residual implant component, brimming with resentment. Aaron felt goosebumps under this stare, instinctively shrunk into Yu Sheng's chest. What the heck, even in this state, why is there still so much anger? I suspect that before being devoured by the infant star body, his greatest grievance was being poked to death by a puppet with one finger, and the power of that finger was his own contribution, Yu Sheng mused. Anyone would remember that in their next life and kick Meng Po to speak for 2 hours when drinking Meng Po's soup. Aaron, who's Meng Po, met another new puppet. Yu Sheng said nothing, while Hu Li had completed preparations for the next round of Fox radish missiles, then fired another volley without hesitation. The already severely injured Great Sage was shattered into fragments scattered across the sky instantaneously. The pale crystalline material mixed with wind and rain fell from the sky, emitting an eerie glow amid the foxfire. However, witnessing this scene did not bring any relief to Yu Sheng's heart, but instead heightened his vigilance. Cuddled in his embrace, Aaron suddenly seemed to sense something. The small puppet peeked out and gazed across a spot in the wilderness. She blinked, and in the next moment, the ground in her line of sight abruptly swelled up, followed by a violent rupture of rocks and soil. A substantial amount of crystalline matter gushed out of the crevice like a fountain. At the center of the fountain, a familiar figure emerged. It was still the same great sage, one entirely composed of crystalline substance. I knew this would happen. Yu Sheng sighed helplessly, clearly already anticipating this when he saw the great sage reappear. Yet no sooner had he sighed than a second and third crystal fountain appeared on the wilderness. With the nerve-wracking sounds of crystal friction, fragmentation, and reorganization, one great sage after another emerged from the crystal clusters. Yu Sheng. Aaron poked his arm. Did you predict this? Yu Sheng, this isn't right. At Guard 3, those Yuan Kingzi at least regenerated one at a time. How can they all appear at once at Shuji? This is crap monster, Aaron sighed. Model unchanged, secretly modified mechanics, finally multiplying value by 10 to throw in your face. And after killing them, no good stuff drops. Chapter 436, Crawling on the Spiderweb. Chapter 436, Crawling on the Spiderweb. In the wilderness, 6 or 7 water crystal springs of varying sizes appeared. And then, one after another, a great sage emerged from the crystal clusters that kept gushing out, each one staring intently in Aaron's direction. The little puppet's hair stood on end on the spot. Just when Hu Li was summoning a round of Fox radish missiles to attack the nearest enemy, a sound of something breaking through the sky suddenly came from high above. Immediately after, a flash cut through the sky, landing in a nearby crystal cluster fissure, accompanied by a familiar voice. Take my infinite treasure seal. A dazzling fireball erupted from that fissure, and with the explosion came the ear-piercing sound of crystals being torn apart. Mushrooming crystal dust rose into the air. Yu Sheng looked up and saw Master Yuan Hao, who was dressed in fluttering white robes, standing in the air over a great array of timber materials. Beside him was Xu Huanqi, who had just been rescued from the brink of death. As for why he was nearly dead earlier, better not to ask. Master Yuan Hao clasped his hands towards Yu Sheng's direction, but before he could greet him, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in that rising mushroom cloud. The next moment, a magnificent lightning bolt struck the sky, bringing with it thunder and wind, pulling hundreds of lightning bolts through the clouds in a storm-like manner, rushing directly towards Yuan Hao and Xu Huanqi. At the same time, a violent wind rose, blowing away the smoke and dust filling the sky, and when the mushroom cloud dispersed, the great sage that Master Yuan Hao had just hit with a brick was still standing within the fissure. The crystal casing was scarred, but clearly still alive. His body was shattered, yet with the continuous supply of crystallized material, his wounds were healing rapidly. This is really troublesome. Master Yuan Hao realized at that moment that the enemy below was different from those he had dealt with before. His expression became serious. The great array formed by 100 magic treasures behind him rapidly shifted and reorganized with the changes of the 5 phases and 4 symbols. A layer of dense spiritual energy instantly condensed into a shield. Chair. Hide behind Master Uncle. Xuan Qi dared not run recklessly upon seeing this formation, especially since he was nearly crushed to death by a brick earlier. He had no choice but to retreat quickly and hide behind Master Uncle's array. And in the next instant, the lightning poured down like a storm with the force of divine retribution, striking down towards him and Yuan Hao. Almost simultaneously, the other great sages started to move, unleashing their fury upon all hostile targets on the battlefield. Thunder, crystal clusters, storms, boulder-like artillery, and monsters that seemed as if they were once human, but now bore no resemblance to their former selves, constantly surged from the earth's fissures. Yu Sheng immediately opened a door and tossed Zhang Zhai back to number 66 Wudong Road. After all, in such a chaotic battlefield, his young nephew's frail body might be killed by the slightest touch of anything. Master Yuan Hao tends to send bricks flying in combat, hitting both friend and foe alike. 2 great sages eventually turned to ashes under the bombardment from Hu Li and Master Yuan Hao's firepower, taking the crystal fissures beneath them with them. Yet almost in an instant, new fissures appeared elsewhere from which the figures of great sages emerged once again. Moreover, it was unclear if it was an illusion, but with each regeneration, those great sages seemed to become increasingly chaotic and distorted, looking more like creatures formed from a pile of grotesque lumps. Their attacks, in turn, became more frenzied and hysterical. Hu Li, feeling a sense of foreboding, Yu Sheng shouted, "Can you use that move again? You know, that impact thing." He hadn't finished speaking when Hu Li shook his head vigorously. "No way, that move requires a long rest afterwards." Yu Sheng frowned, and at the same time, the chaotic, low whispers in his mind intensified once again. Since leaving Mo City, he had started hearing these chaotic, low murmurs, and he knew very well what they were. It was the voice from the inferent star body in the cocoon of feather transformation, a doomsday countdown-like murmur coming from deep within this planet. The inferent star body had detected the changes occurring on the surface, sensing that something was destroying its cradle. This powerful yet chaotic dark angel was attempting to obliterate those disharmonious voices active above it because its ascension was imminent. The feather transformation process must be interrupted before the ascension body matures. Crystal clusters swept across like a storm. As if tearing the sky apart, lightning surged through the clouds and struck down to the earth. Erin hid in Yu Sheng's arms, her small body bumping along with Hu Li's movements across the battlefield. She clutched Yu Sheng's arm tightly, only poking her head out to open her eyes wide in a particular direction. Another new great sage was crawling out of a fissure, its massive, swollen, and deformed crystallized body swaying in the wind and rain, looking extraordinarily hideous and ugly. Rage, extreme rage, and what else? Resentment, malice, regret, and fear. The puppet slowly tilted its head, feeling as though the flow of time around her had unexpectedly slowed down. Even the silly fox's bouncing seemed to mellow out considerably. She fixed her stare on the frenzied crystal figure within this slow-moving time. A peculiar gleam of excitement gradually appeared in her crimson eyes. She saw inside that crystal-formed shell a trapped and tormented soul struggling violently, black threads slowly seeping from that soul, growing within its crystal prison, spreading and gradually oozing out of the crystal, drifting invisibly in the air. When did those threads wrap around that soul? When he was killed the last time. The time around her had slowed to near stillness. Erin's little mind couldn't quite grasp what was happening, yet she instinctively reached out towards the tormented soul trapped in that crystal prison. Then the black threads encircling the soul seemed to sense the offspring call of a progenitor, instantly becoming active. They wove into an invisible web, slowly connecting with the spider silk at Erin's fingertips. Erin knew why those great sages, resurrected from the crystal, were staring at her so intently. It's fear. She laughed joyfully, crawled out from Yu Sheng's embrace, and on this battlefield where everything seemed nearly static, she began to crawl along the spider silk toward the great sage of the hidden monastery swallowed by the inference star body. It's fear. The puppet's face showed a hint of excitement, and her crimson eyes slowly glowed. She passed over those flying crystal clusters, passed over those soaring huge rocks, and passed over those crystal monsters emerging from the ground. She passed by Luna, who was leaping into the air, intercepting the thunder with her fingertip blade. The stationary C-shaped clasp looked so ridiculous. Erin crawled on the spider's silk, a muddled thought popping into her head. Then she saw the body of the artificial saintess suddenly tremble. On the battlefield where everything was nearly static, Luna seemed to sense something, slowly turning her head as if searching for something in the air. Erin instantly gasped softly, swiftly continuing to crawl forward. Crawl, 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 I'm the fastest. C-shaped clasp scares people to death. She looked back again, only to see Luna still motionless in midair, the scene of her slow head turn seeming like it was just a figment of her imagination. The little puppet was puzzled for a moment, but her small head quickly stopped pondering over these matters. Because Sweet Fear was waiting for her not far ahead. She looked up, seeing the crystal cage silently dissipate, a soul pierced by countless black threads cowering in the darkness. The soul initially appeared tall, but the next moment shrank to resemble a tiny bug. Erin tilted her head, looking at the small figure crouching at her feet. She felt it had been many, many years since she had viewed others from this overlooking perspective. But a long, long time ago, she seemed to always talk to these small figures from such a viewpoint. What were those small figures again? The puppet didn't remember. She extended her finger, poked the soul. Hey! The great sage felt his body continuously plummeting, as if endlessly sinking in a nightmare from which he could never awaken. The immense pain and anger engulfed all his memories and perceptions, suffering spreading like poison within the soul. Pain without end and anger without release is a torment greater than death. When did all this begin? From the first loss of control in a hallucination, from opening his eyes and seeing all the believers bowing in allegiance around the crystal in the cave, or from even earlier, from the moment when that shameful betrayal was silently brewing. He should have known this betrayal was bound to happen eventually. No one can remain on the human side after prolonged contact with the Dark Angel. The creature who called itself Yuan Tong was never trustworthy from the start. Yet that bit of luck and urgency in his heart led him to a grave mistake. Now the eternal cage filled with pain is the result of all this. Hey! A voice suddenly exploded deep within the soul, puncturing endless chaos, abruptly awakening the great sage. He bewilderedly opened his eyes. Then within a second, he unhesitatingly gouged out his own eyeballs at the soul level. Huge pain arose within his soul, and he clutched his eyes in the darkness, letting out hysterical screams. But even so, he still inevitably, irretrievably saw all that shouldn't be seen, and simultaneously understood all the knowledge related to that scene. A great spider web named End covered the world, each thread on the web woven as a destiny, and the nodes of the web were gatherings of all the omens in the world. And on the web, the master of suffering and fear quietly overlooked him. Chapter 437, The End of Feather Transformation. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, The End of Feather Transformation. It was as if knowledge not belonging to this world roared in the sea of consciousness, transforming into a hunger-driven creature that instantly gnawed the soul into 1,000 holes. The great sage's self collapsed within a very short time, but was caught the next moment by the web and forcibly reassembled. In a space shrouded in darkness, the shivering soul lay crouched on the web. Its body was shriveled and wrinkled, hair and beard decayed and fallen away. Trembling, he raised his head. The eye sockets left behind by his own hands were empty voids, and the immense shadow had irretrievably imprinted itself into his cognition. Wherever he looked, it seemed the figure eternally stood before him. He felt as if he had become the legendary blind seer, Kongdaman, whose reckless peering had permanently burned his eyes onto the great web at the end, never to return to normality in life. But who was this blind seer Kongdaman? Erin watched with interest the thing shivering in the darkness. She could hardly make out what it was anymore, because in the past few seconds, that tiny soul kept shrinking, initially like a somewhat larger bug, but now it was almost the size of a grain of rice. How interesting would he continue to shrink? Would he compress himself into a speck of dust out of fear? Once compressed into a dust particle, could this soul still think and communicate? Erin suddenly had many thoughts, but soon they faded away in her not-so-bright head. She did remember that the outside was still in chaos, and that she should find a way to help Yu Sheng clear the obstacles in front of the inferent star body. Thus, she extended a piece of spider silk in the darkness, draping it over the shivering soul. She wanted to tie him up and take him back, though she didn't know how to take a soul away. In fact, she hadn't figured out what this dark, web-covered space was, but she felt there must be a way. Maybe she could bind him into a small ball to keep him from further contracting, and then, maybe put him in a pocket to take back. Her little dress had a side pocket, sewn on by Yu Sheng himself, usually used to hold marbles and rubber bands. It should be able to store a soul as well. If that doesn't work, she'd carry it back in her mouth like a silly fox. Yu Sheng would praise her. The silly fox and sea clamp could only fight and slay, whereas the powerful Erin could capture prisoners on the battlefield alive. The puppet squinted happily, but in the next second, she saw the trembling soul suddenly shatter. In the instant the spider silk wound around, he disintegrated into ashes in the darkness. Erin's eyes widened in an instant, and as the soul dissipated, she heard his voice pass through the spider silk, weak and with a joyful relief. "Ah, thank you for your mercy." "Erin." Stunned for less than a second, Erin jumped anxiously on the web. Hey, what the hell are you thanking your mother for? Damn it, how can this thing be so fragile? I didn't mean for you to die. But it was all irretrievable. A soul once devoured by the inferent star body was fragile beyond imagination. The puppet lost her spoils, and immediately afterward, the space also began to become unstable. The web constructed between the sacrifice and her quickly disintegrated. Erin looked up, turned, and swore as she scrambled back. She quickly escaped from the soul cage constructed by the inferent star body crystal, then traversed the battlefield, where time flow was slowly returning to normal. She crawled past Luna, this time not daring to make eye contact with the sea clamp, but slipped like the wind past the web on the verge of breaking, finally diving headfirst under Yu Sheng's arm. The shattered crystals swept across the sky, then feebly, as if losing momentum, they fell from the high sky. The lightning storm brewing among the clouds roared, but before it struck, it quickly dissipated in the wind and rain. Immediately, a bizarre, low rumbling echoed across the wilderness. The great sages built by the crystals disintegrated rapidly, in the rumbling, innumerable crystalline fragments scattered into the mud and rubble. The crystalline fissures across the ground trembled, yet no new great sages emerged from them. Yu Sheng watched this scene in shock, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. Then he felt a small head nudge under his arm. Looking down, he saw Erin sticking her head out, grinning at him sheepishly. I almost caught him," the little puppet said, somewhat guiltily. Yu Sheng, Just a little more, I even found that guy's soul and the threads were already wrapping him. But as soon as I pulled, he shattered. It was so dark in the crystal, I didn't realize he was so fragile. Plus, for some reason, he was terrified to death and had a severe self-destructive tendency. Yes, he must have self-destructed. I was careful, it really just took a light tug and he shattered. Erin babbled in a string at once. Yu Sheng even had no time to react to what she was babbling about. In the end, he half understood that the great sage's sudden death seemed to have something to do with this little puppet. She might have developed some new trick but wasn't skilled with it yet. As for exactly what new trick it was and what she had done before, he really couldn't comprehend. Clearly, now was not the time to delve into details. The strange rumble continued to echo and did not disappear with the complete death of the great sage. It seemed that something terrifying was brewing deep underground, and it was getting closer. The distant mountains seemed to be shaking. The crystal jungle, covering the mountains and plains, was undulating and writhing peculiarly. The crystal structures emerging from the depths of the earth appeared to have come alive, restlessly stirring amid the low rumble. Master Yuan Hao descended from the sky with Xu and Qi. They had already sensed something amiss deep underground, and Yuan Hao particularly wore a solemn expression. There is a demonic entity spreading malevolence. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a more intense chaotic noise than before roared in his ears. Immediately afterward, his mind was in a trance. In that trance, he saw endless crystals growing and piling up in front of him, forming an enormous cave made of crystal, and then he saw a figure floating among the crystals. Yuan Tong stood there, his head raised within the crystal wall, and his face, fused with flesh and crystal, was smiling. "Fellow Taoist, long time no see." Yu Sheng jolted awake from the illusion. Hu Li was the first to notice and immediately turned her head. "Savior, are you all right?" "I'm fine, I found that guy." Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Originally, I was fretting over how to locate the core of such a large thing. I didn't expect he would contact me voluntarily." Xuan Qi beamed at the news, but before he could speak, an even more dreadful rumble suddenly came from underground, abruptly interrupting everyone. The next second, everyone instinctively looked up towards the source of the rumble. The mountain at the end of the wilderness split open. The mountain seemed to have a living creature parasitized inside, and the thick rock layers were forcibly fractured like a fragile eggshell. In the broken mountain, hidden crystal structures flashed by, followed by enormous limbs, as translucent as crystal, with a strange sheen extending out of the mountain's fissures. That fearsome limb, like a mountain range, blindly stirred within Shuji's thick atmosphere in a terrifying manner. Rumbles sounded successively, originating from an even farther place. In Shuji's boundless rain curtains, another terrible limb seemed to appear among the distant clouds. It pierced the earth, infiltrated the atmosphere, turning over thick clouds, stirring fierce winds and torrential rain. Aaron stared wide-eyed. What is that?" Hu Li's body instantly tensed, her fur puffed up, and her tail bristled like a peacock opening its tail in the wind and rain, emitting a threatening sound. "Wu-war." Yu Sheng felt a cacophony of noise screaming in his mind. Amidst the tremendous, chaotic information assault, he desperately tried to grasp the current state of the inference star body. Suddenly, a realization exploded in his consciousness, making him break out in cold sweat. No, the inference star body is forcibly ending feather transformation. He wants to ascend early. What? Aaron was instantly shocked. But Bailey Ching said that even if this thing starts ascending, it would take several days. But the inference star body now has intelligence. He sensed his cognitive barrier and minions set in Shuji were having successive problems, so he needs to leave this now unsafe habitat in advance, Yu Sheng quickly said. Yuan Tong is helping him weigh the pros and cons. Xuan Qi stepped forward, then. Yu Sheng interrupted Xuan Qi before he could finish, forcefully gesturing with his hand. He frowned tightly as if listening intently amidst the wind and rain, quickly speaking afterward. "You and your master uncle go to Mo City. That city is currently Shuji's largest tearing point. As long as that city remains, the inference star body's activity will be somewhat suppressed. This will buy us some time." Xuan Qi and Master Yuan Hao immediately nodded. Understood. Hu Li turned her head. "Savior, what about us?" Yu Sheng looked towards the distance, squinting slightly. The earth was cracking, the dreadful crystalline limbs emerging from fissures and blindly writhing in the atmosphere. As if an invitation. But Yu Sheng's focus wasn't on the crystalline tentacle, but on a closer fissure. That was where the great sage emerged during the first resurrection. In the connection established by blood, he could see the intricate, profound structures beneath that fissure and the cavities pulsating deep underground. We'll head underground and greet the angel. Chapter 438, Conflict. Chapter 438, Conflict. Hu Li effortlessly dug through the rocks and crystal structures blocking the entrance of the rift. After the great sage died, the part of the crystal directly connected to him became exceedingly fragile, so much so that with just one swipe of her claw, the fox girl could gouge a large hole out. Once they breached the entrance, Yu Sheng and his party discovered a long passage leading deep underground, clearly bearing traces of human construction. The inner walls of the passage were supported by sturdy artificial materials, and its supporting structures bore the heavily weathered and eroded Taixu Spirit Core badge. As they proceeded deeper underground, they saw ancient machinery long abandoned for countless years, and arrays and talismans ruined by crystal substance. All signs indicated that this underground structure was neither excavated by the inference star body, nor secretly dug out by those hidden monastery believers, but rather an ancient outpost built by Taixu cultivators, now forgotten by the world. Perhaps a few hundred years ago, it had already become a lair for the infant star body, and after those hidden monastery believers colluded with Yuan Tong, it became a base Yuan Tong arranged for his allies. After descending hundreds of meters underground, Yu Sheng and the others discovered a large-scale underground palace. Like other places, this area was thoroughly occupied by countless pale crystals. Clusters of crystals, resembling roots and branches, emerged from the cracks in the underground palace, intertwining and spreading across the ground and walls. Due to the limited underground space, Hu Li reverted to human form and nervously followed closely behind Yu Sheng, clutching her large tails in each hand, her furry ears atop her head turning attentively and twitching occasionally with the various sounds continuously emanating from underground. The strange roar never stopped, and occasional tremors from the depths of the underground palace were interspersed with unsettling sounds of crystals and rocks breaking, as if at any moment this underground structure might collapse, or something terrifying might drill out from beneath their feet. But Yu Sheng ignored these unnerving disturbances, walking ahead as if familiar with the direction of their advance as if it were his own home. He easily found the path to the deeper part of the underground palace among a heap of junctions. After navigating the surrounding structures of the palace, he led Aaron, Luna, and Hu Li to a hall. In this hall there were many pieces of machinery. They contrasted sharply with the mechanical devices and immortal arrays seen earlier on the road, yet matched the style of equipment aboard the Otherworld Inn, evidently left behind by the Venerate Saints Monastery. In a corner of the hall, Yu Sheng found several large devices neatly arranged like hibernation pods. The containers were already ruptured, filled with bizarre pale crystals, with thin biological solution dripping from between the crystals. Judging from the fluid that had yet to dry, this betrayal that occurred deep underground must have happened not long ago. In Mo City, atop the middle platform of Refining Tower No. 4, City Lord Mo Ran stood at the edge, staring intently into the distance. The young City Lord, who took over the position of the Mo family head only a few years ago, had a somewhat pale complexion. Everything no longer looked the way it did in the familiar memories. The once peaceful wilderness was now covered with a boundless living crystal jungle. The distant mountains had collapsed, and from the ruptured mountains, terrifying tendrils extended skyward. Another rift was even closer to Mo City, with the tendrils emerging from that rift sometimes only a few kilometers away from the city defense array. Moreover, scouts who had dared to ascend into the sky recently reported that more rifts were appearing on the plains to the west. Communication with other cities had been cut off, and contact with orbital stations was mysteriously disrupted. Half an hour ago, an immortal boat controlled by an artifact spirit attempted to break through the atmosphere, but shortly after leaving the city defense array, it lost contact, evidently with little chance of survival. The only good news was that those tendrils had not appeared within Mo City, and the existing crystals in the city had not spread further. The awakened, Mo City had become the only pure land on this planet to resist the influence of the inference star body. At least for now, those terrifying crystals were still strongly suppressed within the Mo City area. Mo Ran took a light breath, her gaze falling downward to the ground outside the refining tower. A layer of hazy spiritual energy shield enveloped the entire Mo City, and at the boundary where this shield met the wilderness outside, the strange pale crystals squirmed slowly like living creatures. The crystal clusters continuously attempted to spread towards Mo City, but whenever they came close enough, some invisible force would roughly block them. During these confrontations, Mo Ran always felt she saw thin black lines. Some kind of spider-web-like structure seemed to be clinging to the city's city defense array. But when she tried to look closely, she saw nothing. Mo Ran knew that it was precisely these web-like things that had awakened the city's residents. Though the process was somewhat rough, these somewhat intimidating spider silks had pulled millions out of the cognitive barriers created by the infant star body and temporarily connected everyone into some clear-minded whole. Even now, these spider silks continued to work, fiercely resisting the erosion of the infant star body. But she did not know how long this resistance could last. There were vibrations emanating from beneath the city, sometimes so strong that even ordinary people could feel them. Those were the tendrils, just like the ones that destroyed mountains and tore apart plains in the distance. They existed beneath Mo City too. These terrifying limbs were always trying to drill into this city, but had not yet succeeded. But it seemed like only a matter of time. With a sound of air being torn, a Mo family guard clad in a raincoat, his face covered with a black cloud-patterned mask, flew up to the platform from beneath the refining tower. He knelt on one knee before Mo Ran. "City Lord, crystalline material has been observed in the geodetic well under the tower, and a tendril is active at the bottom of the well. The tendril is large in scale, its full appearance hard to distinguish. Are there signs of upward breakthroughs?" "For now, no," the personal guard shook his head. "That tentacle is being suppressed by the city defense array and is currently only crawling slowly underground." "And what about the other refining towers?" "Towers 8, 9, and 12 have also reported spotting the tentacle. It is initially judged to be the same one as under Tower 4. There is no sign of anomalies under the other towers for now, but crystalline substances are seeping out from the cracks in the earth veins." Mo Ran closed his eyes and took a light breath. There is a giant tentacle beneath Mo City, its scale likely large enough to surround the entire city underground. If not for the puppet intervening in time, this city might have been devoured unknowingly in its sleep. "All right, I understand. Continue monitoring that thing. If it shows upward movement, open the slag outlet pipes." "Understood." The personal guard departed. The cold wind pierced through the shield, and the cold rain swept over the tower. A vague sense of unease suddenly rose from the depths of Mo Ran's heart. He immediately looked up in the direction that tugged at his mind. In the storm outside the city, she saw some larger and smaller shadows suddenly passing through the clouds, rapidly approaching Mo City from below the clouds. Leading them was a large immortal boat with a pale moon-white shell and a tall ship's tower, followed by various other boats of different sizes and countless sword-controlling cultivators. Mo Ran's heart sank, as he immediately recognized a familiar figure appearing on the immortal boat. "City Lord of Tan Yuan, Lord Yuan Shan." The refined, middle-aged man standing on the deck of the immortal boat saw Mo Ran standing on the tower defending the city defense array and immediately clasped his fists from afar, with a hint of concern on his face. He spoke, his voice cutting through the wind and rain. "Mo family head, I received news of great chaos in Mo City and came to aid with people. On the way, I encountered the forces of True Master King Yun and Bai Hong Ferry. How is the situation in the city now?" "What was meant to come has indeed come." Mo Ran felt a deep heaviness in her heart, but she had long anticipated such a scenario, so her expression remained calm at this moment as she responded solemnly. "Thank you, Lord Yuan Shan, for your concern. Mo City is fine, just some communication devices are malfunctioning. Once everything is restored, I will inform all the cities of the situation." "Oh, that's good," Lord Yuan Shan nodded. Despite the oscillating living forest below, despite the crystalline covering before the eyes, he remained calm, showing no visible agitation toward Mo Ran's apparent rigidity. Instead, he slowly controlled the immortal boat to fly a little further. "If everything is fine, I'm relieved. Then please open the city defense array, Mo family head. It's been long since we've visited Mo City. We'll just take a look." The refined, middle-aged man's attitude was earnestly sincere as he said this, appearing quite natural. For indeed, the world in his eyes seemed perfectly normal. It's just that the atmosphere on Mo City's side seemed indeed a bit strange. He couldn't understand why Mo Ran would open the city defense array so decisively and even stand on the refining tower with such alert. Could it be that something really went wrong in the city? If that's the case, then it's even more necessary to enter the city to confirm the situation. After all, in this remote border, the cities are neighboring, looking after each other in ordinary times. Often looking after each other. The large and small immortal boats, along with the sword-controlling cultivators near the immortal boat, gradually closed in on Mo City, carrying the concern for fellow players, the sense of responsibility as border guardians and Yun Kingsley's command. Problems arose in Mo City. City Lord Mo Ran and its people needed help. Millions of nodes disengaged from the cognitive network. The strayers needed to be corrected. External forces severed this city from the planet, dastardly thieves contending with the benefactor for control of this city. There is a threat, and the threat needs to be eliminated. The numerous ancient arrays on the surface of the refining tower slowly lit up. The shield of the city defense array instantly became more solid, raising fully armed turrets in the city, and Mo family guards, wearing straw raincoats and cloud-patterned conical hats with masks, ascended the tower, their weapons glimmering with cold light in the rain. "Lord Yuan Shan," Mo Ran stepped forward, flying sword at hand. "Please return." "Oh, I see." A trace of realization surfaced on Lord Yuan Shan's face as he slowly nodded. "Mo family head, you have succumbed to demon possession, I see." Chapter 439, Getting Involved. Chapter 439, Getting Involved. Yu Sheng heard a discordant noise emerging in his mind. Deep within the noise, he seemed to hear the earth in the distance being shaken by battles, hearing cries at the border of the dream realm, something impacting the border of the cognitive barrier. He slightly closed his eyes, purposely strengthening the connection between himself and the inference star body. In the darkness, he saw scenes of illusions, seeing the entire planet covered with a seemingly real yet illusory pale light, and within the light there was a soul fissure, resembling a black hole that had separated from the whole of Shuji, with restless points of light gathering around the black hole, repeatedly attempting to enter its interior. "There's fighting over at Mo City." Yu Sheng opened his eyes and said to Hu Li and Luna beside him, "Many people influenced by the inference star body are converging toward Mo City." "Master Yuan Hao can fight," Hu Li pondered. "He should have already brought Xu and Qi there by now." Yu Sheng said nothing, only quietly nodded, his gaze looking forward. They had already traversed the vast underground palace. After bypassing the walls set up by the hidden monastery and a series of facilities resembling laboratories, ahead was again a maze-like cavern system. This clearly was no longer part of the past stronghold built by the pioneers. Those immense underground fissures and caves seemed more like the original geological structure of this planet. It looks like the ancient pioneering team built the entire stronghold based on this original underground cave system. And as time has passed, it has transformed into a nest for the inference star body. "This is as far as you'll accompany me," Yu Sheng sensed the situation ahead and said. "From here, I'll go forward on my own. You two hurry back to help in Mo City." Erin, sitting on his shoulder, slightly widened her eyes. But we still haven't found the core of the inference star body yet." "You can only accompany me this far," Yu Sheng shook his head. "That core is hidden within an extremely thick shell, which probably covers the entire planet. Conventional methods can't reach it. Hu Li, stop wagging your tail, you can't dig through it either. It's a geological structure kind of thing, much thicker than you might imagine." Hu Li's ears immediately drooped. "Oh." Erin casually ruffled Yu Sheng's hair. "Again, so you're going to use unconventional methods again, right?" "It's part of the plan anyway," Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. "Don't tell me you didn't foresee this." The little puppet giggled foolishly, obediently jumping from Yu Sheng's shoulder into Hu Li's arms, glancing back and saying, "Any last words?" "Be careful when you help, fight if you can, run if you can't. If it really can't be done, retreat first to the immortal gathering continent. There's a door there to return to number 66 Wudong Road." Yu Sheng waved his hand. "The inference star body won't trouble you through the door anyway." Erin froze, her eyes slowly widening. So even you're not sure." Yu Sheng had already reached out to pull open a teleportation gate to Mo City, his expression both laughing and crying. "It's not that. Why does everyone believe I'm sure to defeat the angel? Others saying it is one thing, but you believe it too. When contacting Anka Ayla, you were with me, weren't you? Don't you know how capable I am?" Erin was stunned, instinctively opening her mouth. Yes, she believed it, although she didn't know why, but she just felt Yu Sheng could definitely win, even felt Yu Sheng was omnipotent. She also knew the end of the inference star body had arrived, although that dark angel seemed really strong now, but she just knew. A foreboding omen will descend upon the soulless sower. However, the little puppet held back for a long time, unable to explain her reasoning to anyone. Just like every time in the past, whenever she tried to think about these complex issues, something always blocked her thoughts. She felt as if some part was missing from her thinking process, missing. What was it? The puppet's small head felt a fleeting moment of confusion, quickly forgetting this bit of doubt. then looked at Yu Sheng and smiled joyfully. No matter, her human would win. Aaron happily crossed the gate together with Hu Li. Before Luna crossed the gate, she turned around and solemnly bowed 3 times to Yu Sheng. The gate closed. Yu Sheng stood at the entrance, pondering for several seconds before reacting. Wait, no, Luna's gotten mischievous. Then he thought that Luna might have always been this way, from the fact that she blatantly calls the little puppet Aaron, using her accent as a disguise. It was plain to see that the holy lady had a hidden aspect. That usual gentle way of conducting herself was simply too deceptive. With a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips, lamenting his bright status among the group was at risk, Yu Sheng turned his head and continued walking towards the depths of the cave. He walked like this for an unknown duration, walking until he felt he'd forgotten about time, forgotten about space, forgotten his initial goal, only stopping in a cave at last. The low rumbling noise continuously echoed in his mind. True and false illusions, hallucinations, and whispers on the level of consciousness incessantly assaulted him from all around. Yet in this chaotic interference, Yu Sheng raised his head. He saw a giant crystal mirror quietly standing at the edge of his vision, and around it were simple items already submerged and assimilated by a vast pile of crystal cluster. Stone table, stone stool, pill furnace, bookshelf. It seems that for a long time after arriving on this planet, you still thought you were Yuan Tong. Yu Sheng looked at the objects buried under the crystal and murmured softly to himself. I am still that person now. An old voice echoed from all around the cave, and a familiar figure slowly emerged in the crystal mirror. An imposing elder with white hair and beard stood in the mirror, facing Yu Sheng sideways. Then he turned around, revealing the other half of his body completely assimilated by the inference star body crystal, and cupped his hands respectfully. Long time no see, my friend. Yu Sheng ignored Yuan Tong's greeting and casually spoke. Can I assume I am speaking with the inference star body? The inference star body does not converse, it does not think, it died a long, long time ago. Now it's just a shell endlessly repeating life, pretending to be alive. It's Yuan Tong who is speaking to you. I know what you're thinking, but I, Yuan Tong of Guard 3, am no different. There's never been a controlled replica. I simply chose another path to solve the problem. The elder in the mirror spoke unhurriedly, the light flickering unpredictably within the crystallized half-body. His tone was calm, seeming indifferent to whether the listener truly believed him. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow tightly, keenly capturing the crucial information within the other's words. So, what exactly is the inference star body? The Yuan Tong in the mirror stared at him intently, finally speaking slowly after a long pause. The inference star body is... A sudden whoosh of sound pierced the air. Alarm surged in Yu Sheng's mind, but he only had time to tilt his head slightly before several sword-like crystal spikes shot out from the nearby cave walls, impaling his torso violently, all fatal wounds. The Yuan Tong in the mirror appeared slightly surprised, as if not expecting such an ambush to be so easily executed. But he quickly revealed a hint of a smile. Sorry, my friend, I didn't expect it would be this simple. I thought you were strong. But it's good this way, you won't suffer much pain. I will build a fine grave for you after I solve the problem of the inference star body. The crystal spikes retracted slowly, leaving Yu Sheng standing in the cave covered in fatal wounds, blood pouring from him. He looked down at himself, thinking he should be dead, but recalling the few words Yuan Tong had inadvertently divulged earlier, he decided not to die yet and instead raised his head, continuing to stare at the elder in the mirror. Tell me first what the inference star body really is. You seem to know more than I do. Yuan Tong, The elder's expression finally showed a hint of surprised bewilderment, realizing the situation was not what he expected. Without delay, he raised a finger. The next second, over a dozen crystal spikes flew out effortlessly, pinning Yu Sheng to the ground. Following this, a muffled incantation echoed, and a sudden bolt of lightning struck the immobile Yu Sheng, splitting him into pieces. Perhaps still feeling uneasy, Yuan Tong frowned at Yu Sheng's corpse on the ground. Suddenly, he waved his hand once more, and a massive crystal from the cave ceiling crushed the remaining pieces of Yu Sheng into sludge. After quite some time, the cave's noise finally calmed down. No trace of Yu Sheng remained on the ground, leaving only formless bits and a large pool of blood. Yuan Tong widened his eyes, staring intently at the traces of blood. The blood slowly wriggled, gradually forming a line of text in front of him. So what exactly is the infant star body? Yuan Tong's expression changed. He had rarely encountered a situation so beyond his control. Without hesitation, he waved his hand once more. Spirit flame true fire instantly filled the entire cave. The blazing inferno, hot enough to melt gold and stone in the blink of an eye, rampaged through the cave for several minutes, incinerating all organic matter. As the flames finally receded, no trace of Yu Sheng remained, only scorching heat waves rising and molten lava flowing along the cave. The Yuan Tong in the crystal mirror frowned, looking solemnly at the scene before him. He hadn't felt this confused or even uneasy in many years. After a long while, he finally sighed softly. Behind him, Yu Sheng emerged from the mirror, sighing along with him. Yuan Tong was finally aghast, turning abruptly. Yu Sheng helplessly spread his hands. What exactly is the infant star body? Should I go down and ask myself? Chapter 440, Living Star. Chapter 440, Living Star. Yu Sheng certainly knew the infant star body was the Dark Angel, but that was not what he wanted to ask. Dark Angel is how common people refer to infant star bodies. All invaders from outside the world are called Dark Angels: Heka Star, Beauty God, Tree Angel, Shadowless Skeleton. They share such common names. But after interacting with Anka Ayla, Yu Sheng realized the truth behind these otherworldly invaders might be far more complex than people imagined. Dark Angel is just a generic term, and understanding their essence is the only possible way to resolve this invasion phenomenon. In this regard, Yuan Tong, who has already achieved a high level of symbiosis with the infant star body, obviously knows something. But unfortunately, Yuan Tong doesn't seem inclined to cooperate. He even sensed the erosion Yu Sheng was conducting, sensed the blood that was incessantly seeping deep underground. Within a millisecond, the infant star body reacted. A disquieting tremor emanated from deep within the earth, rapidly causing fractures in the surrounding crystal structures connected to the cave. The illusion of Yuan Tong in the crystal mirrors vanished in the blink of an eye, and then the entire cavern began to dissolve and collapse. The ground first split open with a massive crack, revealing faint streams of light from the earth veins, with interwoven crystal branches connected to those underground springs. The crystal structures containing Yu Sheng's blood components were entirely sliced away, plummeting into the earth through the fissure. Yu Sheng felt his consciousness disturbed by a powerful force, felt as though trapped in this abandoned crystalline cage, witnessing his rapid descent, the end of which was the lava lake deep within the mantle. And during the descent, in that scorching hellish underground space, he saw the extensive limbs of the infant star body piercing through the entire planet. The feathered shell supporting the crust, the tubular structures transporting energy immersed in magma and deep earth veins, the crystal giant structure akin to the skeleton of a giant beast changing position amidst vibrations, seemingly making final preparations for the detachment of the ascension body. In the next second, darkness descended, engulfing everything in the chaotic vision after death. In the grand cavity of the mantle layer, above the endless lake of magma, Yuan Tong's figure emerged from a crystal cluster on one of the crystal branches, gazing at that hellish sea of fire, watching the crystal pollutant cut from the main body fall into the lava, and in the blink of an eye, consumed by the terrifying heat. The pollution was curbed, the eerie blood intercepted outside the immune barrier. The ascension body, under layers of protection, remained unaffected. But what is this persistent unease? Yuan Tong tightly furrowed his brow, unable to pinpoint the source of such unease. No, ascension must be executed ahead of time. Too much on this planet has already gotten out of control. Lightning shattered the darkness, and gusty winds and torrential rain raged in the wilderness outside the city defense array, unsettling spiritual power aftershocks destabilizing the air, while burning dust slowly dispersed in the wind and rain. Two forces stood facing each other before Mo City's city defense array. Moran clasped her sharp sword tightly, standing atop the tower, feeling the chill of the cold wind almost piercing her bones. She intensely stared at the sky outside the city, and with the next thunderclap, She saw large and small immortal boats forming a battle array, sword-controlling cultivators lined among the clouds in the lightning. Before becoming entrenched in this standoff, both parties had already engaged in a brief yet fierce conflict. The scorching and agitated spiritual power lingering in the air, as well as the countless ravines on the ground, were results of that earlier brief battle. The reason Lord Yuan Shan and others gathered outside the city stopped, of course, was not because they were free from the control of the inferent star body, but because of one person. Mo Ran gently inhaled, with a slight reverence in her look, gazing outside the city defense array. Master Yuan Hao, in white clothing and white hair, stood with his hands behind, standing silently between the opposing sides, calmly overlooking all things in the rain. Behind him, the 4 symbols and 5 elements power transformed into a phantom talisman formation, circulating grandly between heaven and earth. Hundreds of spiritual lights interspersed in the formation, locking onto the army outside the city from afar. At Yuan Hao's feet, a fissure still exuding rolling heat stretched across the earth, separating Mo City from the army outside, extending far beyond. A single strike from the Supreme Unity Realm's mighty power instantly calmed even the cultivators outside controlled by the inferent star body. No one dared to act rashly. After all, they were only interfered with cognitively, unlike those black-clothed cultivators who had been brainwashed into Yun Kingzi's minions. Their basic judgment abilities remained intact. Shu Wenqi stood with hands down behind Yuan Hao, alongside Master Uncle, emotionlessly staring at a 45-degree angle at the distant horizon. The two communicated in secret. "Master Uncle, what should we do next?" "What else can we do? I'm also very anxious," Master Yuan Hao said expressionlessly. "The people outside the city are just trapped by the knowledge barrier, can't really go on a killing spree, can we?" "But what if they attack first?" Shu Wenqi secretly glanced sideways. "Can we win?" "Win what? You've read too many storybooks. How can we win against so many people? Moreover, there are so many warships. If we can't hold it later, just run straight into the city defense array. We're just here to stall for time." "Oh, won't that be a bit embarrassing?" "Silly child, your master uncle has been wandering the world for so many years, growing through countless hardships, relying on knowing when to yield and when to fight. Keep your eyes steady, hold tight." "Oh no." In the conversation, on the large immortal boat outside the city amidst the clouds, the scholarly middle-aged man was already staring with a serious expression at the unexpected visitor in midair for a long while, finally unable to resist stepping forward in midair and cupping his fists. "Senior, may I know?" "Qianfeng Ling Mountain, Yuan Hao, here to mediate this matter." Master Yuan Hao raised his hand slightly, his expression indifferent. "If you're willing to heed Texu Spirit Hub's orders, then leave now." Lord Yuan Shan slightly squinted his eyes. A buzzing noise echoed in his mind. He couldn't hear the words from the opposite side clearly, nor did he understand the occasional clear syllables in the noise. Yet he didn't find the noise strange, nor was he truly curious about the identity of the person opposite. In fact, he couldn't even make out what the two people standing in midair looked like in the distance. The entire world in his eyes was hazy, and this hazy feeling has lasted a lifetime. This is very normal, the world is like this, only that Mo City looks somewhat strange at the moment. Strange. Lord Yuan Shan suddenly felt a daze in his mind, feeling as if he had suddenly forgotten something very important. He raised his head in astonishment, seeing the few family retainers closest to him also raising their heads in confusion, casting similarly confused glances at him. "Why am I here? What's happening? I seem to be dueling with someone just now, but with whom? Why duel? Is that Mo City in the distance? The family head of Mo family seems to be standing over there, but why does he look so ready for battle?" A strange rumbling sound echoed between heaven and earth, as if resonating in everyone's hearts. On a hillock near the edge of Mo City, Hu Li's ears twitched, instinctively looking towards the crystal jungle outside the city defense array, while Erin poked her head from Hu Li's embrace, looking around anxiously. "What's that commotion? Is something else about to emerge from underground?" Hu Li couldn't answer Erin's babbling questions. She just tightly held the puppet, and then suddenly discovered that the ground at the edge of the crystal jungle was slowly rising, as if a new mountain was growing from there. With a loud thunderclap, The wind and rain between heaven and earth strangely paused for a moment in the sound of the thunder, as if missing a beat. In the rain, Luna reached out her hand, seemingly also staring at the mountain slowly rising at the edge of the land. Yet no one could discern the true thoughts and focus of this artificial saintess. From her pale, steel face, Shuji's eternal rainy season was reflected on her smooth metal shell. But in the reflection of wind and rain emerged a vast wilderness, where wild grasses stretched endlessly. Outside the city in midair, Xuan-Chi suddenly noticed the chaos gradually spreading among those immortal boats and sword-controlling cultivators on the clouds in the distance. "Master Uncle, the battle formation opposite seems to be in disarray," he immediately transmitted with divine sense. "The expressions of those leading figures have changed." "I see it," Master Yuan Hao, who was struggling to maintain a masterly demeanor while ready to flee at any moment, nodded slightly, unchanged in expression. "Don't make any rash moves, something's not right. The movements underground aren't right." On the clouds in the distance, the battle formation formed by cultivators gathered from several nearby major cities already showed obvious breaks, with people seemingly suddenly awakening and looking around in confusion. Some abruptly left the formation, some turned and fled, others fell from midair, as if hearing a call, rapidly diving into the writhing, swaying, living crystal jungle. At the edge of the plain, something astonishing was gradually emerging from underground. The terrain there was changing. The eerie rumbling from deep underground gradually transformed into the terrifying crack of earth splitting. Amid rising smoke and dust, large patches of pale crystals burst from the ground, rising like mountains. Mo-Ran gasped, her sword-holding hand trembling involuntarily, looking at the crystal mountain rising at the plain's edge, merely witnessing it, felt her mind already teetering. What is that thing? Silence surrounded her. The family retainers were evidently unable to answer her question. Only the same shivering and fear permeated hearts. And as an immense sense of powerlessness surged, Mo-Ran suddenly heard a voice from behind. A guard stumbled up the platform amidst the wind and rain, his voice sounding like a shout from a nightmare. "Though the track platform's communication is restored, they say there's a face on Shuji's surface." Chapter 441, Ascension Rainy Season. Chapter 441, Ascension Rainy Season. What happened to Shuji? What is happening on the surface? The people stationed on the orbital platform looked in horror at their mother planet beneath them. They saw that it had undergone earth-shattering changes recently. Eerie white substances were spreading across the planet's surface like a nightmare. Even the thick rain clouds near the equator couldn't conceal the terrifying mutation overtaking the entire planet. A mutation that had started hundreds of years ago, but only now came into their view. The cognitive barrier enveloping Shuji was disintegrating. This powerful cognitive interference had once extended from the planet's surface into space, pulling even those stationed in high orbits into a everything-is-normal dream realm. But now, the dream was ending. This wasn't because the inferent star body had stopped its activities, but because the angel parasitizing the planet's interior was now ready to ascend. The ascension body was severing connections with the feather nest. As those massive neural systems deeply buried underground and the crystal branch structures spread across the globe disconnected one by one, the cognitive interference field that had operated in Shuji for hundreds of years naturally came to a halt. The inferent star body decided to abandon its nest ahead of schedule. The numerous anomalies occurring within the nest made it feel an immense danger. Mo-Ran watched grimly as his subordinates brought him the Lynxy mirror, showing him the projected images from within. It was the scene recently transmitted from the orbital platform, observing Shuji from space. The eerie white substance undulated across the planet's surface, shifting from the polar regions to the equator. All surface structures were changing. A horrifying face had formed covering nearly a third of the planet. It appeared to be a complex nest structure, yet also like a face fused from humans and insects, and at the center of this face was that mountain. Mo-Ran raised his head, looking with a sense of suffocation toward the end of the plains. She saw that the geological structure rising from afar had surpassed the highest peaks near Mo City. It seemed like there was something slowly squeezing itself out of the crystal-composed mountain from beneath the crust. Scalding magma welled from around the crystalline cliffs, and as this process continued, The previously growing tendrils from underground seemed to have entered a terrifying state of loss of control. The army outside the city fell into chaos. The cultivators led by Lord Yuan Shan scattered in all directions from the clouds, some appearing to try to restore order, while others rushed suicidally toward the living jungle. But at this moment, Mo Ran could no longer concern herself with matters outside the city. Under her feet, the planet on which she was born and raised was coming to life. The homeland had become a murderous living planet, and the city seemed like an unwelcome blemish on the body of this monstrous living entity. The entire city shook. The protective structures beneath Mo City were close to breaking. With a thunderous roar that nearly shattered her liver and gall, Mo Ran saw a sinister flash of light in the distant rain as a massive structure fell from the clouds, and a series of explosions and tumbling massive debris impacted the shaky city defense array. The 6th refining tower collapsed. Something is coming out from underground. Someone shouted, and then everyone saw a massive crystal tendril piercing out from beneath the position where the refining tower had fallen, crushing down on the last shield at the edge of Mo City's urban area. Amid the shield's flashes that nearly spanned half the city, that tendril shattered, the scattered crystal debris falling from the sky. But before touching the ground, they transformed into countless crystalline creatures, swarming like bugs toward Mo City's city guard, which had already started to waver. "Don't retreat!" Mo Ran shouted loudly, immediately leaping off the 4th refining tower without hesitation, carrying her personal guards directly into the front line against the storm. "Seal the breach." They were everywhere. All around were the crystal swarms transformed from the remnants of the tendrils, the ground splitting open in countless places, yielding small flashing tendrils, alongside black-robed figures that appeared like phantoms cutting through the storm, attacking from unknown origins. They wore withered, twisted black masks, humanoid in shape, but no blood flowed upon their death. Only pale and dark gray crystals emerged from their wounds. The city guard ultimately didn't retreat, with the city lord personally taking to the front lines. The warriors stood firm once more and engaged in a fierce battle with the endless monsters. The fierce wind carried the torrential rain, the downpour like inverted seawater. Mo Ran panted heavily, even feeling the rain choking into her chest, making even breathing a burden. An unusual crystalline creature broke through the rain curtain, silently leaping behind her, its blade-like limbs slashing down fiercely. Mo Ran felt the danger from behind. Hastily turning, she let her flying sword loose, slashing towards the creature with a streak of light. However, before she could act, a hot ray struck the crystalline creature's shell with a brief and violent flash. The creature seemed to be lit up by the ray, then exploded into countless fragments. Mo Ran turned her head in surprise, seeing a small figure with a dull expression standing a dozen meters away. Soon after, one after another, similar figures appeared nearby. "Who are you?" Mo Ran instinctively opened her mouth, but she wasn't sure whom to ask among those present. The short figures that appeared out of nowhere looked expressionless, seeming to be just summoned mechanical men, and she even doubted they possessed the ability to communicate at all. But just as she finished speaking, a voice came from nearby. "Here to help." The giant nine-tailed silver fox stepped forward in front of Mo Ran, and atop the silver fox's head stood a small figure with an air of arrogance. Another figure, ghostly and elusive, passed through the curtain of rain, and in a dance-like spin, killed 2 black-clothed cultivators with her fingertip blade on the spot. Luna turned her head, watching the already scarred Mo Ran with a face that always wore a smile. "It's almost over." She spoke languidly, articulating each word with care. Mo Ran was taken aback, and was about to ask something when the corner of her eye caught sight of another crystal creature leaping high and pouncing fiercely towards the back of the nine-tailed silver fox. But before she could voice a warning, that crystal creature abruptly shuddered, then suddenly pulled back its offensive, and upon landing, it turned to charge at the nearest black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was caught off guard, never expecting an attack from the benefactor's servant, and was torn apart, losing half his torso. Soon, more crystal creatures emitted chaotic squeaks, suddenly turning their attack strategies in the rain and pouncing on the allies closest to them as if they'd gone mad. The number of frantic monsters grew rapidly, and chaos spread among those crystal creatures in the blink of an eye. like a rapidly contagious madness, driving enemies within and outside the city into a frenzy. The out-of-control crystal swarm began gnawing at the small tentacles emerging from the ground, while other affected tentacles started attacking the still advancing black-clothed individuals of the city guard, resulting in chaos even within the black-clothed ranks. The black-clothed cultivators with human exteriors but completely transformed into crystal creatures struggled in the rain, as though battling some unseen enemy. At first, they only retreated in panic, but then, seemingly realizing something, they began frantically scratching at their bodies, desperately seeking shelter. They rushed towards the closest ruins without regard, ignoring the blades and swords right behind them, but often lost their remaining shreds of sanity after a few steps. After a terrible convulsion, they would turn violently and attack the nearest comrade like beasts. Moran watched all this in astonishment, and after a long while, she finally vaguely understood the actions of those frenzied, black-clothed people before they lost control. They were avoiding the rain. She unconsciously raised her hand and wiped the rain off her face, then looked up. The rain fell densely, even heavier than it should be this season. The intense curtain of rain seemed like two overlapping rainfalls pouring from two dimensions, and among this dense rain, thin strands of crimson mixed through. Moran lowered her head, looked at her palm, and saw something akin to blood dispersing in the rainwater, and a thin red line separated from the stained crimson, slowly moving and gathering in her palm like a living creature, first forming a triangular strange sigil, and then gradually forming a smiling face. Moran screamed, terror-stricken, and flung the raindrops off her hand. This caused her to miss seeing the phone number behind the smiling face and the message, "If in trouble, find Angel." Then she heard the rumble from outside the city. The guards stationed at the refining tower of Mo City looked toward the direction of the rumbling, seeing the mountain at the plain's end, rising and gradually cracking from within. The mountain collapsed, and the pale crystalline material surged over the plain like an avalanche. A surge of heat escaped from the cracks, followed by a mass of light that swiftly ascended from deep within the earth. Surrounding the crystal mountain, the vast crystalline material became instantly active, but was then forcibly pacified by the torrential rain pouring down from the sky. A chaotic howl sounded from within the mountain. Something digging out from underground seemed to sense danger, but ascension had already begun prematurely, and the process could not be reversed. A massive, irregular crystal mass, even larger than the entire Mo City, arose from the collapsed mountain. It broke through the Earth's crust, soared into the sky, ascending in the raging storm, with large portions of crystalline material continuously peeling off its surface, and dim glows flickering among those falling fragments. The ascension body emerged from its embryonic sac, exposed in the torrential rains of Shuji. Chapter 442, Flying to the Stars. Chapter 442, Flying to the Stars. Inside and outside Mo City, countless eyes witnessed a scene they would remember for a lifetime. A mountain-sized ascension body tore open the earth, breaking out from inside the planet, and rose into the sky amidst the torrential downpour over Shuji. Crystal shards cascaded like waterfalls, mountains crumbled and lands destroyed. The crystallized tendrils, having lost core control, fell into their final frenzy, ripping open horrifying ravines and trenches on the planet's surface. The thick clouds were stirred by the tendrils and the ascension body, forming countless vortices in the sky. The atmosphere charged amid violent turbulence as storm and thunder rampaged across the heavens and earth. In the distant north, the plains beneath had been hollowed out, and with the collapse of the underground crystal structure, the entire land was subsiding. To the south of Mo City, a distant mountain range split into two. Terrifying flashes burst out from the mountains, the crystal cluster material squeezed out by tectonic movements transforming into a magnificent and terrifying fountain, visible clearly even from space. Moran rushed into midair, watching helplessly as another refining tower crumbled amidst the storm. Beneath her feet, the whole city emitted a wail on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of disintegration. Mo City was built atop a massive vein of spiritual ore, and in a sense, the city's foundation was even a monolithic mining platform. This unique structure made it more solid than any other city, capable of withstanding natural disasters of geological reshaping magnitude. but with the successive collapses of refining towers number 6, 7, and 12, the ancient mining platform that served as the city's base had reached its limit. For a moment, Moran even felt that the entire city had tipped past the critical point, feeling as though everything was going to end. She even suspected that the whole planet would disintegrate in the next second. Yet just then, she noticed that the process of collapse and tearing on the ground was gradually halting. The massive tendrils, out of control, twitched in the wind and rain and then fell still one by one. The tremors from deep underground were quickly subsiding, and even some of the most dangerous ravines were gradually healing. Moran seemed to realize something. She slowly raised her head to look outside the city, seeing the torrential rain pouring down as if washing the entire world. The ascension body, which had already risen to the clouds, was swept up in the storm's center, with the rain streaked with blood as if it had a consciousness rushing towards that gigantic crystal, wrapping it layer by layer, persistently dousing and saturating it with rainwater. Rain, she murmured to herself, unable to imagine what kind of extraordinary power was restraining this catastrophe through the rain. Right then, beams of flowing light suddenly appeared at the edge of her vision, startling her out of her brief daze. Moran looked up in astonishment to see several immortal boats staggeringly piercing through the rain curtain. Those cultivators from other big cities jumped down from the immortal boats' edges, darting straight towards the various nodes of the city defense array. Streams of spiritual light intertwined and flowed within the clouds, quickly saturating Mo City's city defense array. The array, which had nearly extinguished due to the collapse of refining towers number 6, 7, and 12, was relit at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the teetering city quickly stabilized. Lord Yuan Shan also jumped down from the immortal boat's deck, looking far from his usual elegant and leisurely self, with his hair disheveled and clothes in disarray, and a new blood trace on his forehead. He flew in front of Moran, his lips moving a few times before he clasped his hands in salute. "I can only leave these people, the rest need to be taken back to support Tan Yuan and White City. Mo family head just now. "Don't say so much." Moran swiftly interrupted the elder who in seniority should be considered her uncle, then took a light breath. "Let's survive first." "All right." Lord Yuan Shan flew away on his sword, and Moran turned back to see a glow crossing the cloud base, falling before her, transforming into a familiar, handsome young man. "Immortal envoy," Moran immediately bowed to Xuanqi, although filled with questions, seeing this upper envoy from the Taixu spirit hub still brought her some reassurance. "What should we do next? This rain." Xuanqi did not answer, merely waved his hand, then turned around, standing with Moran, watching the distant sky where the enormous crystal still slowly rose amidst the storm. "That's the ascension body," he said softly. "What happens next is beyond our intervention. Mr. Yu will handle it." In this incredible vision formed by the entire rain belt, Yu Sheng was intently staring at the ascension body, emitting an eerie glow. If not for the enhanced sensory experience gained previously in the valley and the Black Forest, he felt he might have struggled to adapt to the current vision so quickly. Now the connection between him and that crystal was being intensified to an unprecedented degree, growing stronger by the minute. He could even hear the roar emanating from deep within that crystal, though to ordinary people, that roar was just noise potent enough to shatter sanity instantly. "It's a trap," the frenzied voice roared, seemingly in Yun Qingzi's voice but mingled with the clamor of many others shouting, "You deceived us." Yu Sheng then laughed, even though he didn't even have a body at the moment. His smile was directly reflected in this storm. His face emerged in the clouds, mouth wide in a grin, happier than ever. "Yeah, can't I?" His voice mixed with thunder, resonating around the ascension body in the storm, echoing layer by layer in the atmosphere. Yu Sheng took a long time to set up this trap. To make it effective, he not only needed the long rainy season of Shuji, but also had to actively borrow the power of the infant star body. He allowed himself to be consumed by the infant star body, and then let himself be destroyed by it. He even imitated Yun Qingzi's method, making himself part of the infant star body's internal cycle, all to figure out the internal structure of this angel. The ascension body was protected by a thick, feathered shell layer. Its heavy and sturdy outer shell far surpassed imagination. If he used the usual blood penetration, Yu Sheng might not be able to penetrate its interior until the Dark Angel had torn the entire planet to shreds. The only method he could think of was to let the Ascension body actively leave its protective layer, exposing its relatively fragile core directly to the rain. The rain on Shuji had been falling for a long, long time. This long rainy season, occupying more than half the year, was a normal, natural phenomenon on this planet. Even the Dark Angel should find it challenging to detect a little anomaly in the rain. The only place where the whole process could potentially go wrong was the variable, Yuan Tong. As the brain of the inferent star body, the intelligent Yuan Tong was quite likely to detect the changes occurring in the rain. Once he became aware prematurely, the chances of success would decrease significantly. Fortunately, Yu Sheng's judgment was correct. Yuan Tong's perception of the surface world was not that sharp, neither was his thinking that clear. Yuan Tong and the inferent star body shared a chaotic symbiotic state. As a series of accidents continued to occur on Shuji, the inferent star body's instinctual reaction to the crisis would prevail. In the end, it chose to initiate the ascension prematurely. The crystal exterior of the ascension body began to disintegrate in the storm, and the crystal structure corroded by blood rain seemed to decay and wither in an instant, turning into a fragile, loose, gray matter, washed down to the ground by the rain. Minutes later, smoke began to emerge from the massive crystal structure inside the ascension body, as if strong acid had invaded its interior. Large patches of lifeless, blurred gray stains began to spread rapidly in its deep layer. But even so, this mountain still clawed its way up through the atmosphere, like a tenacious seed, continuing to fly towards the top of the atmosphere in the blood rain that was strong enough to melt it. The roar from within the ascension body vanished at some point, and in the connection established by blood, Yu Sheng only sensed an extreme, unsettling stillness. Then he discovered that the seed had started accelerating once more. It seemed to have utilized all its reserves, all the energy accumulated over centuries of parasitism on Shuji, on this one acceleration. Following a series of unsettling explosive booms, the outer shell of the ascension body finally disappeared completely, bringing with it a large portion of the internal structure, which quickly crumbled and disintegrated. At this moment, it simply abandoned maintaining the integrity of its structure, casting all unnecessary parts into the rain clouds. This time, shedding momentarily blocked the storm in the clouds. An ugly mass of intertwined, gnarled, gray-black crystalline material that resembled withered roots broke away from its core, and suddenly burst through the clouds. Yu Sheng's heart tightened. Damn it! There was no rain above the clouds. The next moment, he saw that ugly seed breaking out of Shuji's heavy atmosphere, the final core of the infant star body bathed in blinding sunlight, its surface moisture evaporating instantly in space. Moments later, the twisted, curled-up gray-black crystalline roots within the core began to slowly unfurl in the sunlight, and unsettling black fissures appeared around those roots. These fissures then connected into a vast vortex. In the depths of the vortex, the dim light and shadow characteristic of a hyperspace pathway could be faintly seen. The next second, the seed plunged into the vortex, and the hyperspace pathway closed behind it. In the following brief moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. The destructive geological activities on Shuji's surface gradually subsided, and all crystalline materials ceased operations. The storm outside Mo City gradually weakened, and the wind and rain returned to the normal state they should embody in this season. The battles within and outside the city came to an end. Those who survived looked around in bewilderment, anxious about what might come next. Then the calm was shattered. The Otherworld Inn docked in the high orbit of Shuji, issued a broadcast of the highest emergency level alert. Inferent star body has entered super space. Takesu Spirit Hub is in danger. Chapter 443, Motionless in the Darkness. Chapter 443, Motionless in the Darkness. Everything seems to have returned to its original path. The crisis that began with the Takesu Spirit Hub ultimately points back to the Takesu Spirit Hub. As a hyperspace communication warning came from the high orbit of Shuji, alarms sounded instantly across the entire capital star, from the Yaelan sect to the Netherworld Valley, from the fixed heaven star array located at the pole to the near-Earth guard station over the equator. The wailing alarms echoed through the atmosphere of Taixu star, striking at everyone's heart. Ancient planetary defense protocols were activated, and thousands of towering palaces in the orbit of Taixu star began emergency orbital maneuvers. A series of defense arrays were lit up, forming a rapidly closing misty light screen over the planet. The capital Star Guard assembled and took to the skies in the shortest time possible, building both an inner and outer defense line with the support of Teiyu. The sect elders and reclusive ancestors still in seclusion were summoned and awakened. Without having time to adjust their auras, they brought their sect-defining magic treasures and weapons to space, filling positions on the defense line. Qianfeng Ling Mountain. A hazy rift of light and shadow opened between the mountains, and as the rift continued to flip and expand outward, the starship Otherworld Inn, with its cathedral-like design, transmitted directly from the high orbit of Shuji to the Cloud Sea before Qian Palace. True Man Yuanling stood on the plaza in front of the Great Hall, watching the massive ship gradually descend into the Cloud Sea, his expression solemn. The nine-tailed silver fox flew across the sky, landing before the Great Hall and transforming into human form. Yu Sheng and his group returned to this familiar place once again. Having traveled directly from the heart of the thrilling storm over Shuji to the Cloud Sea Hall of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, the sudden change in surroundings was almost hard to adapt to, especially for Yu Sheng, who had just moments ago been viewing the alien planet from the perspective of the storm, and then, a few minutes after resurrection, had forcibly transmitted the Otherworld Inn to the Taixu Spirit Hub. Jumping off Hu Li's back, he almost toppled into the Cloud Sea behind him if Luna had not reached out to steady him. True Man Yuanling walked over quickly, but before he could speak, Aaron, who had just landed, hurriedly spoke up. "Old man, has the inference star body come?" "Not yet," True Man Yuanling quickly replied, "but the defense line is formed, and experts and armaments from various sects are still ascending. I will also take the Mountain Guardian disciples to the near-Earth orbit later, although we don't know which direction the inference star body will come from." "Honestly, I doubt your defense line can block that thing," Aaron sighed, "but having some preparations is better than none." Yu Sheng had somewhat regained his composure by now and waved his hand after hearing the puppet's comment. "Stay optimistic. The inference star body now only has an ascension core left, and it's severely damaged with its energy almost exhausted. Maybe it really can be stopped." Aaron pursed her lips and didn't respond, while True Man Yuanling turned his gaze to the two figures behind Yu Sheng. Master Yuan Hao stood there with Xu Wenqi, the former still composed, but the latter already showing signs of fatigue. "Is there no way to intercept it earlier?" Master Yuan Hao stepped forward and asked straightforwardly. "No way," True Man Yuanling shook his head. "Anything that enters superspace is almost impossible to intercept, not to mention that the inference star body's transition method is completely different from that of regular immortal boats or starships. On my side, I received only a faint tracking signal automatically transmitted from Shuji at the start, but then the signal broke off, and now we can't even be sure of the inference star body's transition speed." Yu Sheng immediately frowned. "So you're saying that the thing might arrive at the Taixu Spirit Hub in a few days, several months, or maybe even appear in the orbit the next second?" True Man Yuanling said nothing, only nodding his head with an unsightly expression. After a moment he broke the silence with a faint hint of worry. "How's the situation at Shuji?" The explosive speed and intensity of the current events exceeded many people's expectations, and the tricky nature of the inference star body was even harder to contend with. He had sent a team to Shuji for support earlier, but the border was far off, and the sect teams convened from the nearest planets hadn't arrived on time. The entire Shuji was sealed off into an exotic realm by the Dark Angel, and when communication resumed, Qianfeng Ling Mountain directly received the alarm that the inference star body was already heading straight for the Taixu Spirit Hub, raising grave concerns about Shuji's current condition. Though at this time, Taixu Spirit Hub was also shrouded in shadow. Shuji suffered great losses, but they primarily stemmed from the inference star body's erosion and transformation of the entire star over the past centuries, Yu Sheng sighed. "From the final results, that star at least has been preserved, along with most of its population. I used some means to force the inference star body into an early ascension, thereby weakening it while avoiding the disintegration of the entire star. That's already the limit of what I could manage. True man Yuanling blinked his eyes. A moment later, he directly bowed deeply to Yu Sheng. This is a monumental achievement. Let's not talk about achievements now. We must first think about how to deal with the inference star body. Yu Sheng waved his hand. If that thing really makes contact with the Taixu spirit hub, all my previous efforts will be wasted, and without subsequent assistance from the Taixu spirit hub, those who survived in Shuji might not live for long. True man Yuanling's expression turned serious. What do we need to do? All the Taixu sects will fully cooperate. Yu Sheng did not respond immediately. What was needed, if the inference star body appeared in orbit the next moment, then probably nothing could be done in time. He needed a storm like Shuji, another trap, a renewed preparation. He needed to soak the inference star body's ascension core in a bloody rain once more, and the inference star body, Yun Qingzi, would have to willingly cooperate with this process. It seemed almost impossible. And just as he was thinking this, another sharp alarm suddenly pierced through the sky, the unsettling wailing echoing in the clouded misty sea of Qianfengling Mountain. The expressions on the faces of Yuanling, Yuan Hao, and Xuan Qi changed almost simultaneously. The next moment, Yu Sheng saw an inner sect disciple quickly descend from the clouds, almost crashing down in front of true man Yuanling, his face pale. Master, it's here, the inference star body is here. True man Yuanling took a light breath. So soon? So soon? Although this worst possibility had been mentioned before, the real appearance of the inference star body on the orbit still made everyone's heart sink. Yu Sheng turned his head and glanced at the Otherworld Inn, which was anchored in the cloud sea. He knew how fast he had come. Although he briefly adjusted his state before departure, mainly reshaping his flesh from the storm and readapting to the human perspective. It didn't take long, and after that, he directly opened the door to teleport the ship to Taixu Star without passing through any super space channel in between. And the inference star body was only slightly slower than him. If this is the warp speed of the inference star body, considering the far distance of Shuji from here, its navigation speed is almost comparable to instant movement. How did it do that? Or could it be the true power of descent possessed by a fully mature dark angel? Startled, Yu Sheng knew this was not the time to think deeply and waved his hand. Don't think about it, ascend first. The powerful engine array roared to life, and the Otherworld Inn slowly ascended from the cloud sea, accompanied by dozens of fully armed Spirit Mountain immortal boats, all soaring from various places in Qianfengling Mountain, a stream of lights rushing straight towards the near-Earth orbit. In the command hall of the Otherworld Inn, the holographic communication platform dimly lit up, and Yu Sheng looked towards the holographic projection above the communication device. Yuanling, Yuan Hao, and Xuan Qi were now on the main flying boat Taya of Qianfengling Mountain. The communication screen showed the wide spirit plate hall behind them, along with the busy boat control disciples in the hall. Behind Yu Sheng was the wide observation window of the Otherworld Inn. Beyond the sturdy polymer window and the faintly glowing shield, the rapidly sinking edge of the planet was visible, alongside the vast, looming space. Countless twinkling light points filled the space, and between these light points, a semi-transparent hazy barrier enveloping the entire planet could be vaguely seen. Where is the inference star body now? Yu Sheng came to the communication platform, asking urgently. It's still staying in the high orbit, Xuan Qi said, looking a bit strange. A crack opened a few moments ago and a mass of gray-black crystal drifted out of it, but after that it hasn't moved from its place. Yu Sheng frowned. Stopped on the orbit, not moving. Yes, Xuan Qi nodded, then directly shared the returned footage with the Otherworld Inn. This just came from the Sky Dome Hall, you can have a look. Watching the shared footage, Yu Sheng's brow furrowed more and more deeply. The ascension core of the inference star body was right there in the vast expanse of space, seemingly. It had completely ceased any activity. Tiny black fissures floated amid the starlit glow, the fold projections left in space-time by yet fully dissipated super space channels, and set against this backdrop of a seemingly shattered cradle was the ugly gray-black crystal mass left by the inference star body core. The crystalline matter, shriveled and entangled like withered roots, twitched in a spasmodic death throe, with a faint glow remaining within the crystal mass, but it seemed only that faint glow was left. Luna had come to stand behind Yu Sheng without him noticing, staring intently at the footage on the holographic display. After a while, she suddenly spoke. "It looks like it's dying." Yu Sheng said nothing, only tightened his frown. He attempted to sense a connection through his blood, to call out to the crystal frozen in space. But what responded was only a hollow and unclear howl, like the wind that occasionally blows through the soul wilderness. Chapter 444, In Death. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, In Death. A mass of gray-black crystalline substance, resembling withered roots, floats silently in space, bathed in the distant starlight, with the planetary shield of the Taixu spirit hub just a few kilometers below, emitting a hazy glow. The ugly seed thus remains just a stone's throw away from its final target, silent, perhaps already dead. The hastily launched planet-guarding forces linger near the shield nodes, building a defensive line with the towering immortal palace maneuvered into emergency orbit, with experts from various sects vigilantly on edge against the bizarre crystal, ready to defend against its sudden fall to the mother planet. But after several minutes, the infant star body still hasn't moved at all. Is it really dead? Aaron leaned against the observation window in the command hall, staring wide-eyed at the distant, crumpled crystal cluster in space, her curiosity tinged with nervousness. Could it be that the C-type was right, and this thing ran out of fuel just by coming over from Shuji? This unexpected situation left the experts gathered at the planetary defense line in a dilemma, with no one daring to make a rash decision just yet, attack or not. If not, then this thing just hovers over the mother planet. But if they attack, what if it gets provoked? After all, it doesn't seem to have any apparent intention to initiate attacks. But faced with the Dark Angel, does it really have a concept of intention that can be interpreted rationally? Yu Sheng received a communication from the Taya. We released a mechanical bird, but the entity didn't react at all to its approach. Yuan Hao's figure appeared above the communicator, his expression grave. The divine sense can't penetrate it, but we can roughly confirm that there's still some energy reaction at its core. We dare not let anyone get too close, fearing the influence of mental contamination. Yu Sheng listened intently, then slowly raised his head, gazing at the inferent star body in space, seemingly weighing the situation. A moment later, he gently exhaled and broke the silence. "I'll go myself." Master Yuan Hao opened his mouth, seemingly instinctively wanting to dissuade him, but stopped abruptly. Recalling the blood-red storm at Shuji, his expression shifted slightly before he continued. "How confident are you?" "Hard to say, but this might be our last chance," Yu Sheng responded slowly. "I can't replicate that storm at Taixu Spirit Hub again. If the inferent star body really falls into the atmosphere, not even I can stop it. It's better to try while it's inactive." Yuan Hao observed Yu Sheng through the communication interface for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Understood. What do you need us to do?" "Nothing, just pull back further," Yu Sheng thought for a moment and then added. "And if I fail, make sure to intercept it at the atmosphere. By any means necessary, prevent it from reaching the surface of the Taixu Spirit Hub." "Okay." Concluding the communication with the Taya, Yu Sheng gently exhaled and rose from the captain's seat. Hu Li immediately stood up beside him. "Savior, shall I take you there?" "No, this time I have to directly contact the core of the Dark Angel. It's too dangerous." Yu Sheng waved his hand. "I'll handle it myself." Then, Hu Li thought for a moment, then pulled out a tail from behind. "I'll use my tail to take you there." Yu Sheng's eye twitched slightly. To be fair, this was indeed a regular method for solving problems at the travel agency. Typically, he and the Fox girl always handled things this way. But on this occasion, he suddenly had another idea. "We do have a spaceship after all," Yu Sheng grinned, a look of eagerness on his face. "I have a new trick." A moment later, Yu Sheng arrived in a compartment located midway through the Otherworld Inn. Inside the spacious hangar, a large number of intimidating silver-gray ordnance were neatly secured on racks, a heavy fortress torpedo being transferred onto the loading track by robotic arms, as others busily dismantled the warhead's protective casing. Standing by this torpedo, akin to a small launch vehicle, Yu Sheng's eyes sparkled. Aaron was bewildered by the sight, looking up at Yu Sheng dumbfounded. Didn't you say the ship's weapon subsystem was offline? It is offline. The fire control and guidance units are still offline, Yu Sheng said offhandedly. Only this one launch tube is operational, and even that requires direct neural control from me to activate. He paused briefly, then added, but torpedoes don't need complex subsystems for launch. Shooting at a stationary target just needs a clear aim and a solid push. Once the engine ignites, it's all about brute force. Aaron was dumbfounded, struggling to contain herself. So your new trick is stuffing yourself inside a torpedo and firing yourself out. Isn't there a more conventional way? Maybe reconsider using the silly fox's tail. At least everyone's accustomed to its style. Yu Sheng placed a hand on Aaron's head. Hu Li's tail lacks penetration capability, he explained seriously. It's primarily about explosive damage, and there's a real chance it might scatter most of me into space upon detonating. I've got to find a way to drill into the infant star body, and this might be the only shot at a jumping opportunity. A fortress torpedo, designed to counter main battleships and heavy fortifications, is the optimal choice. The little puppet listened in a daze. So this TM was the result of your careful consideration. Nonsense, I've always been someone who thinks things through, Yu Sheng glared. Ever since I learned about the infant star body, I've been pondering various ways to deal with it. Do you think all my usual brilliant ideas and fantastic plans rely solely on a flash of inspiration going dark? Aaron nodded blankly. Yeah, what else? As soon as the words left her mouth, she jumped behind Hu Li with a swish, poking her head out from a bunch of tails to look at Yu Sheng. No settling personal scores using public grounds. Also, does this trick of yours have a name? Yu Sheng couldn't be bothered dealing with the puppet, and upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, he just grinned and casually said, considering the nature of this tactic and the carrier used, I call it jumping Yulei. Aaron. The little puppet pondered for a long time before she realized how the four words, jumping Yulei, were combined, and just as she was about to say more, Yu Sheng had already turned around and walked towards the giant warhead that had been processed. The warhead of the heavy fortress torpedo was completely dismantled, with temporary welded fixed brackets and a seat in the empty payload cabin. Yu Sheng went inside, secured himself in the seat, and the nearby mechanical arms immediately started moving, beginning to weld the protective cover of the payload cabin. As the protective shell was about to close, Yu Sheng sat inside the payload cabin and looked out, seemingly thoughtful. Should I say something now? Something a bit more stirring and impassioned? Say a P, Aaron glared with crimson eyes. You've got such a grim task and now you're thinking about bright things. Hu Li thought for a moment, stepped forward and said, Savior, come back for dinner when you're done. Luna nodded beside her. Yes, indeed. Sitting in the torpedo's payload cabin, Yu Sheng suddenly felt like life was a bit bleak, and thinking of such a brilliant idea only to get these reactions made him sigh at the people around him. The next moment, everything around him truly turned dark. Seems like I should have installed a light in here, Yu Sheng thought belatedly in the darkness. He then switched to the perception and view of the Otherworld Inn and issued the launch command. After a slight tremor, there was acceleration enough to instantly kill an ordinary person. The airlock opened, and the pipeline depressurized. Accompanied by a trace of gas dispersing into space, a silver-gray speck of light shot out from the launch tube in the midsection of the Otherworld Inn. After a brief glide, the torpedo engine ignited, and the specially modified ammo drew a silent bright line in space, flying straight towards the quietly hovering Dark Angel in the distant darkness. Countless immortal boats stationed in high orbit simultaneously observed the tiny missile. Despite its huge size compared to humans, it still appeared as an insignificant insect in front of the gray-black crystal cluster. A moment later, the insect made contact with the infant star body. The anticipated big explosion or scene of a secret weapon unleashing its power, changing the world, did not occur. The entire contact process was silent with almost no fire. The fortress torpedo, with its warhead removed, struck a tangled node of roots on the crystal cluster, creating a small collision flash there, then directly shattered its loose and fragile outer layer, broke through several crystal branches, and finally got stuck deep in the crystal structure. After that, the small amount of explosives carried in the torpedo's payload cabin was triggered, and a weak flash briefly lit up inside the crystal cluster. Yu Sheng also disappeared in a flash. In a chaotic darkness, with his 5 senses deprived of any anchor, Yu Sheng felt as if he was floating in an endless void. The feeling was so familiar it felt like coming home. He could even deftly rebuild his self-awareness quickly in this void, and preemptively restore his perception of the real world through the connections established by blood. Just like now, he felt himself dispersing within a cold, hard mass, felt himself seeping into the crystal cluster, as if infiltrating a new shell. He sensed himself making contact with remnants of certain things within the crystal cluster, and perceived a dim light gradually appearing in the darkness, and sounds. Go, find a new home, take root, and find a way to survive. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the chaotic interplay of light and shadow, a hazy yet familiar figure stood not far away. Friend, you've arrived. Chapter 445, Drifting. Chapter 445, Drifting. Reality or illusion? Yu Sheng could no longer tell, and he felt that perhaps there was no need to distinguish between the two anymore. He stood amidst a kaleidoscope of light and shadows, surrounded by boundless, endlessly shifting crystal curtains glowing with magnificent phantom light. In this ever-changing crystalline spacetime, the concepts of up and down, left and right, cause and effect all seemed to be lost. Vague illusions and indistinct voices constantly appeared among those curtains, and in this space where everything was constantly changing, a white-haired sage stood quietly on the opposite side. He was no longer in that terrifying form fused with the deformed crystal, and he was also slightly different from the Yuan Tong Yu Sheng had seen on Guard 3. A different aura. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, slowly approaching the sage's figure, then hesitantly broke the silence. Yuan Tong. Indeed, it is I. Which one are you? Yu Sheng asked again. The sage smiled. Does it make a difference? Yu Sheng did not speak, only slightly furrowed his brow. He then belatedly realized that he actually had a body here and wasn't just a cognitive projection. 1,000 years, 122 iterations, the original Yuan Tong has long since died, yet the great Tao has myriad facets. Yuan Tong might never have died, I might have always been here. Yuan Tong said slowly with a faint smile on his face. Compared to my shallow changes of life and death, isn't the secret on you even greater? For instance, right now, are you alive or dead? Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then spread his hands. It seems a part of me may have died a bit. Yuan Tong paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. What is this place? Yu Sheng asked curiously after waiting for the other to stop smiling. Inside the infant star body. Does this place truly exist, or is it a kind of consciousness space? Yuan Tong gradually put away his smile and shook his head. It could be anything you think it is, for a wanderer coming from outside. Our understanding of space-time and order does not hold much meaning. So what exactly is the current state of the infant star body? Yu Sheng asked again. You seem to have broken free of its control, so is it really close to dying? The infant star body was never really alive from the very start. Perhaps the same is true for other dark angels. When they came to our world, they had already died countless ages ago, Yuan Tong said lightly. But if you're referring to the vitality of the infant star body, then it truly died the moment it left Shuji. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow. That leap out of the atmosphere drained its power. Yuan Tong calmly looked at Yu Sheng. My friend, you were successful at that moment. Unexpected, yet seemingly not so unexpected. Yu Sheng slowly lifted his head, gazing around at the chaotic light and shadows of this space, filled with crystalline textures, while simultaneously recalling the voice he had just heard in the darkness. I heard a voice earlier, he broke the silence, the voice urging it to root and survive that seemed to be the memory of the infant star body. So is it merely a seed? Is it simply repeating this process of rooting and surviving as it parasitizes one star after another? That voice you heard, I have heard for 1,000 years, Yuan Tong said, gently shaking his head. I actually do not fully understand either because the infant star body lacks clear logic and wisdom. Its chaos is beyond your imagination. However, he paused suddenly, then turned around and gently waved his hand. There are some things here, hidden deep in its memory, Perhaps those are the answers you seek. The splendid crystal curtains before them began to ripple, and within the transparent light and shadow curtains, some blurry images gradually appeared. A planet, magnificent and dazzling, sparkling like a space gem under the sunlight. A plant more majestic than mountains, more vast than oceans, more ancient than civilizations. It rooted itself on the planet. For the first 100,000 years, it was part of the planet, and for the next 100,000 years, the planet was part of it. During the days when the branches of life were at their densest, it could even open its crown towards the sunlight, using gathered energy to reheat its somewhat cooled core, or capture nearby passing celestial bodies to replenish nutrients for its garden. Yes, it had a lush garden, although at first, even it didn't know what was in that garden, or even remember when the garden itself appeared. Because it was merely a plant, and for the first 100,000 years, it didn't even understand what thinking meant. But one day, the garden just appeared, seemingly just a small accident during the growth and mutation of its excessively large body, where some debris that fell from its surface occupied a small space between the crystal branches, and then proliferated in that living crystal jungle. The garden became a unique, ecological patch on its body. And within this ecological patch, a variety of strange little things gradually grew, very fragile, very small, very busy, but very clever and capable of thought. They carved things from crystal, knew how to gather heat sources from underground, and could make various gadgets from the metal residue left after the mother vine was digested. Some of those gadgets could fly, some could emit light, and some made noisy sounds. They called this process creation, and they even created a more abstract concept called civilization. The giant planetary plant doesn't quite understand what civilization means, but it gradually realizes. It is also learning to think. It took nearly 1,000 years to figure out what its thinking was about, and in the process, it referred to the biological structures of the bustling small creatures in the garden on its belly. Finally, it reached a conclusion. The small creatures in the garden have an organ called brain, and now it also has a brain. Its brain is the garden itself. The small creatures think in the garden, so the mother vine can think with the garden. Very interesting. Among the small creatures, there is a group called scholars who also find this interesting. They even created more abstract concepts, such as planetary will, such as collective intelligence. They argued for hundreds of years just to discuss whether the thinking of the species led to the consciousness of the planet, or there was first a noble and sacred planetary consciousness, and then the creative mother vine bestowed its soul upon all living things. These discussions are also very interesting. If only this world could remain so interesting always. But one day the stars fell. It was a day when the entire world was engulfed in red light. The stars kept falling, like masses of abstract and crude graffiti lines, like grotesque celestial bodies imagined by a child's clumsy drawing skills. Large and small colorful blotches fell to the ground, igniting multicolored flames. On the burning earth, countless spots of light, large and small, rose from the sea of fire. Devices storing knowledge, metal plates engraved with last words, containers carrying biological specimens, and curled up, deceased corpses. Forests and rocks swayed and rose under the starlight, with the sky hanging askew on the horizon. The remaining shadows of fallen stars hung like extinguished lamps at the edge of the sky. The mother vine couldn't understand what had happened, just as it didn't understand how a thinking organ called a garden suddenly appeared on itself 10,000 years ago. At first, it thought this was just part of a growth mutation. Just like strange changes sometimes happen to its body, maybe this world would suddenly look different as well. What if after all the stars fell, another interesting garden appeared? But soon it heard a new word from the mouth of the scholars: doomsday. Doomsday had arrived. All interesting things would disappear, and so would the garden and the small creatures in the garden. The mother vine anxiously asked the clever little creatures what should be done, but the little creatures said there was no way anymore. At least this planet could no longer survive. Then they had no choice but to find a way to preserve the seed. At the reminder of the small creatures, the mother vine recalled, yes, the seed. It can create seeds. The small creatures helped the mother vine design the structure of the seed in the shortest time, designed the device to launch it into space, designed the growth curve after the seed. They actually wanted to design more, but there wasn't enough time. In the end, the mother vine, the garden, the small creatures, this vast, complex, and wondrous symbiosis intelligence managed to design only one instruction for the seed. Go, find a new home, take root, and then find a way to survive. If it really manages to take root, then find a way to flourish again. Then grow a new garden, to think, to observe, to learn, to. But there is no suitable new home for it to take root in the endless darkness outside the world. Even if it reaches another world, there would be no place left for an uninvited guest in that isolated ark. Scenes from memories recede like tides, and a magnificent crystalline curtain appears in front of the eyes again. Yu Sheng blinked and looked at the old man beside him. Root, grow, wither, root again, grow again, and then wither again. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Sheng slowly spoke. I've discovered before the feather transformation and ascension cycle of the infant star body seems meaningless, because the ascension body, transformed by accumulating vast energy, is merely for transforming into the most basic form to take root again on the next planet. Essentially a meaningless regression from ascension body to sub-entity. All the energy is wasted. Its life cycle is idling. Now everything has an answer. This is a seed that lost its homeland, drifting in alien soils where it cannot take root. Chapter 446, Yuan Tong's Scheme. Chapter 446, Yuan Tong's Scheme. The translucent, flowing, illusionary light floated in the endless void space, like a curtain woven from crystalline material. In this strange spacetime constructed from the memories of the infant star body, Yu Sheng quietly contemplated some questions. Enka Ayla, infant star body, what will be next? Beauty god, Heka star, tree angel, what lies behind these known dark angels? One after another, dark angels appeared in this world, and their very descent seemed to herald something. At the far end of the known universe, certain truths seemed to be emerging in a disturbing manner. In a space dominated by memories and consciousness, there seems to be no clear concept of time. Yu Sheng didn't know how long he had been lost in thought, and when he came back to his senses, Yuan Tong was still quietly standing before him. For many years this seed has been seeking a place to take root, the old man slowly began. I was consumed by it, yet inadvertently gained its memories. After repeatedly examining these memories, I reached one conclusion: with mortal power, we cannot resist these extraterrestrial demons. Yu Sheng stroked his chin. Extraterrestrial demons, huh? Yuan Tong's expression was wooden. Different positions. For humans, all enemies are demons. No matter how pitiable or lamentable, they're still disasters. Perhaps it only desires to live, but its existence means others must die. Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. So you're really trying to solve the infant star body issue? Yuan Tong was silent for a few seconds, then sighed with a tone of regret. I admit that over the past few centuries, I have indeed started to be influenced by the infant star body, and the influence has deepened day by day. So much so that in the end, I'm not even sure how much of those thoughts and methods align with my original intention, but at least one thing is certain. The Emperor's legacy was the only possible solution I could conceive of at that time. Hearing this familiar phrase again, Yu Sheng couldn't help but frown. What exactly is the Emperor's legacy? Yuan Tong didn't speak. He simply turned around and gently waved his hand through the crystalline curtain. The curtain swiftly turned transparent, with the clear and translucent illusionary light seeming to dissipate in just a few breaths. Then he saw the vast expanse of space, where various immortal boats, orbital cannons, and a synchronous orbit palace serving as a planetary defense node were all on high alert. Behind those formidable defense lines was their vibrant home planet, the Taixu Spirit Hub. Gazing at the beautiful, cloud-shrouded planet in space, Yu Sheng was a bit curious about Yuan Tong's intentions. Before he could ask, Yuan Tong broke the silence. Fellow Taoist, do you know of the annihilation disaster from ancient times and the story of the ancient saints reconstructing the Kaiyan? Yu Sheng thought for a moment and nodded. I know a bit. Good, then there's much I don't need to explain. Yuan Tong nodded slightly. Then, do you know that according to the original blueprint of the ancient saints, this reconstructed Kaiyan wasn't meant to have the Taixu Spirit Hub, nor even the existence of the Feiyu Star Domain? Yu Sheng. Many years ago, while pursuing the Tao, I hit a bottleneck. Yuan Qingzi seemed oblivious to the expression of shock on Yu Sheng's face, continuing at his unhurried pace. Not to boast, but when it comes to seeking Tao, I do have some talent, so the bottleneck I encountered was more troublesome than what ordinary people face. The problem was, where did the heavens and earth come from? Outside the Kainkun realm. To break free from this shackle, I searched tirelessly until 1,000 years ago, on Guard 3, I encountered an opportunity. An opportunity? Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Wait, do you mean? The moment the inference star body descended on Guard 3. Disaster is also an opportunity. Yuan Qingzi nodded slightly. Everyone knows that the descent of a dark angel will briefly puncture the world. So is there a possibility that this moment of puncture is also giving us mortals an opportunity to glimpse outside the Kainkun realm, to see the underlying structure of the world? Yu Sheng, aren't you cultivators incredibly bold with your daring approach? When the world gets a hole blown in it, your first reaction is to go have a look. In that battle, I did indeed try my best and achieved nothing, but at the same time, I finally understood a few things. Yuan Qingzi seemed unaffected by the look in Yu Sheng's eyes, speaking to himself. In that brief rift where the world was punctured, I saw fleeting glimpses beyond the river of time. It was the shadows cast on the boundaries of the world when the ancient saints reconstructed Kainkun. In a sense, they were the original blueprint of our world. Listening to Yuan Qingzi's unhurried narration, Yu Sheng was moved, and couldn't help but recall those things he had seen during hyperspace travel, using the perspective of the other world in. The colossal structures of information beneath the observable universe, along with the annotations supporting the operation of the world. At the time, he only skimmed over those light and shadow images, unable to think deeply, but recalling now. Those things, their foundational information, could it be the blueprint of the world? Could that be what Yuan Qingzi saw at the moment of the angel's descent, the shadow, or at least have some connection? Yuan Qingzi's voice continued to reach his ears. This old man's mortal body can't perceive the profound paths within those shadows, but even with just a hurried glance, I realized many things. Yu Sheng did not interrupt, but continued listening attentively. In that blueprint, the whole region marked as the Feiyu Star Domain was originally supposed to be uninhabited, with no Taixu civilization circle, and certainly no Taixu spirit hub. Centered around the Taixu star, several thousand light-years should have been desolate without even celestial bodies. Yu Sheng couldn't help but speak. Not even celestial bodies, then why? I've thought about it for a long time, constantly pondering even after being devoured by the inference star body, amidst thousands of simulations. I suspect the truth here might relate to a seemingly insignificant footnote in that blueprint. A footnote? In the blueprint, although the area surrounding the Taixu star is void, there is something marked as the Emperor's Legacy, which isn't a celestial body, but something more like an object. Though unknown why, it occupies the very position of the Taixu spirit hub planet itself. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow as he listened to Yuan Qingzi's narrative while thinking, realizing this matter might even point towards some of the deepest secrets at the inception of this universe. A barrage of confusing conjectures made him somewhat dizzy for a moment until he shook his head vigorously, casting aside those incomprehensible thoughts, then looked up into Yuan Qingzi's eyes. So, you're also uncertain about what exactly the Emperor's Legacy is, only roughly deducing it to be somewhat of an anomaly in the process of this world's creation. And what does this have to do with the inference star body? Initially, I never considered what relation the Emperor's Legacy could have with resolving the matter of the inference star body. Yuan Qingzi shook his head. But after being consumed by the inference star body, unable to move for so many years, I had nothing else to do but think. In those repeated reflections, I suddenly thought of something. 3,000 years ago, I once joined forces with several old friends to capture a demon called the Omen Wandering Star at the Taixu Spirit Hub. Yuan Qingzi spoke unhurriedly. That demon survived by gnawing on earth veins, reigned unrestrainedly among the stars, but when it came to the Taixu Spirit Hub, it was poisoned by Taixu's earth veins. Yu Sheng was taken aback upon hearing this, his expression quickly changing as he came to a swift realization. The Omen Wandering Star fed on gnawing earth veins. Though not as eerily terrifying as the infant star body, it also had a parasitic, devouring nature on planets. The Texu spirit hub, non-existent in the creation blueprint, seemed to be an anomaly product itself. To the Omen-wandering star, the Texu spirit hub was toxic. Its earth veins could not provide any nourishment to the latter. Seeing the realization dawn in Yu Sheng's eyes, Yuan Tong's face gradually showed a smile. "My friend, it seems you've understood." "Yu Sheng, but how can you be sure?" "You should know after the infant star body parasitized Shuji, people began to be influenced by it, some indirectly becoming my eyes and ears. Although these people were unclear-minded, unfit for important tasks, they were somewhat useful. I dispatched these eyes and ears to verify many times. The most recent one, by leveraging the power of the infant star body, I directly pried open the demon suppression tower of Qianfeng Ling Mountain, finding the place where the Omen-wandering star was confined. This matter you are aware of." Indeed, that was actually a test. Initially, I hypothesized that the Emperor's legacy might be some kind of ancient treasure, hidden somewhere in the Texu spirit hub, averting the erosion of the Omen-wandering star by influencing the earth veins. I thought finding it and bringing it back to Shuji might solve the problem of the infant star body. Only recently did I realize the so-called Emperor's legacy turned out to be the Texu spirit hub planet itself, compelling a revision in my plan. Yu Sheng finally felt a sense of enlightenment within. So that's how it is. All clues now completely aligned, all connections behind the events finally surfaced. First, the crack was opened in Teiyu, attempting to locate the exact position of the Emperor's legacy. Then opening the crack at the Texu spirit hub, prying the depths of the earth veins under the demon suppression tower using the power of the infant star body for test touches. Then exerting influence on the infant star body, trying to induce it to change its parasitic target. And all of this is to make it parasitize an anomalous planet that doesn't exist in the creation blueprint. "I want to poison it to death," Yuan Tong said calmly, looking into Yu Sheng's eyes. "My cultivation level is limited, unlike your boundless capabilities. I have been at a deadlock with the infant star body for a millennium, unable to find another way to break it. This method might be reckless, might fail, might be clever in its own way, but with the infant star body poised to ascend again, I truly have no time or other options." Chapter 447, Bloom. Chapter 447, Bloom. Everything finally came to light. In the space filled with splendid crystal colors, Yu Sheng let out a gentle sigh. He noticed that the crystal-like curtains around him had dimmed significantly compared to before, and an unsettling noise was faintly ringing in the surroundings. Yuan Tong, however, seemed unconcerned with these changes, still standing there with a slight smile, appearing remarkably relaxed. It was the relief of finally shedding a burden of 1,000 years, and apart from that burden, everything in the world seemed meaningless to him. Thus, every moment now, every breath was just a pleasure to him. Yu Sheng then asked the final question regarding the other's plan. What if it fails? Yuan Tong remained silent for a moment. "You're leading the infant star body to the Texu spirit hub, trying to use this planet's anomaly to kill it. But have you considered that the Dark Angel's vitality is extremely strong? It might not die immediately. This process could even last for years or more so." Yuan Tong gently nodded. "Many people will die." "Yu Sheng, I have said before this method is quite reckless, inherently prone to failure, but at the time I had no other path to take. In comparison, this was at least the only viable route, and no matter what, as long as the infant star body takes root at the Texu spirit hub, it would have no chance to leave here, and the energy required for reascension is staggering. It cannot receive any supply on this planet, so as long as the Texu spirit hub can endure a while, the world can be permanently rid of a catastrophe. As for the cost..." Yuan Tong paused as he spoke, suddenly chuckling self-deprecatingly. "Over the years, I have integrated with the infant star body. Many things were not by choice, but just by the result. I am already a villain with nothing but heinous deeds. Anyway, after the star fall, my name will be forever reviled. A few lives lost to calamity are no worse." Seeing the old man's reaction, Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised, but he quickly understood, then shook his head with a complex emotion he couldn't quite describe. "In any case, you took one of my lives too." Yuan Tong's expression stiffened for a moment, and with a complex look he cupped his hand toward Yu Sheng. "Honestly speaking, at the time you truly frightened me, my friend. Besides, I indeed owe you." "Whether you owe me or not, let's not dwell on it," Yu Sheng interrupted with a wave of his hand. "After all, you were merged with the infant star body at the time. Most of your thoughts were influenced by the Dark Angel. The specific responsibility can't be clearly sorted out. Plus, my life isn't worth much anyway." Yuan Qingzi listened to Yu Sheng's words in a daze, his face changing several times, all kinds of reflection and confusion ultimately merging into a sigh of relief. His figure flickered a few times among the crystal curtains, dimming alongside the surrounding environment. There really are too many things in this world that remain incomprehensible. The pursuit of the Tao is endless. What a pity. The old man sighed as he spoke, but then smiled and shook his head. "Well, at least now I don't need to make that risky move, my friend. The disaster of the infant star body is settled at your hands." Yu Sheng adopted a serious expression. "Your condition." "What condition could I possibly have?" Yuan Qingzi still smiled. "This time the infant star body is truly dead. I've long since become part of this drifting solitary seed. Naturally, I'll accompany it now. In fact, this moment should have come when leaving Shuji. It was just that I thought to." He slowly stopped, turned around, looking through the haze of the curtain at the vast outer space, and beyond the layered defenses, the distant and radiant Taixu spirit hub. "This ought to come back for a look." The old man's figure further dimmed, then began to flicker slightly like a signal gone bad. Only at this moment did Yu Sheng suddenly realize it wasn't actually a complete figure. Before Yu Sheng stood Yuan Qingzi, who was actually just a dramatic illusion created by the numerous crystal curtains around him at various angles and refracted together. Yuan Qingzi, transmitted all the way from Shuji to this place, could no longer even maintain a complete spiritual body. Yu Sheng reached out his hand, but before he could speak, Yuan Qingzi, back to him, had already taken a step toward that vast space. After one step, the old man's figure disappeared into the rippling crystal curtain. The next second, the entire space began to quake violently, and the crystalline curtains filling the view plunged into chaotic flickering. Then all the flickering lights swiftly collapsed. Yu Sheng felt himself suddenly pushed out by an irresistible force, and as his view rapidly stripped away from this strange space, he felt as if he had traversed a chaotic rift of light and shadow. That homeworld shimmering with crystal brilliance under the sunlight, basking in the sun, with its crystalline vines and leaves as magnificent as mountain ranges. That lush garden, the noisy little creatures, those interesting happenings, thoughts, recognition, observation, discovery, those creations, those stars falling from the sky, that seed, that darkness. The last memories of the infant star body swept through the light and shadow rift like frothing bubbles, and in the blink of an eye turned into countless faded fragments at the end of time. Yu Sheng fell from the rift into reality, opening his eyes in the dimness. The wreckage of the fortress torpedo was wedged between cold crystal branches, with weak flames flickering within the torn hull, winding crystalline substances twisted and entangled. Among the crystalline tendrils, the stars were cold, the deep space ultimately dark. Yu Sheng lowered his head, seeing his body bruised and battered, pierced by a sharp crystal branch, his blood soaking into the crystal branch, then diffusing in space, turning into fine ice crystals floating around him. The gray-black crystal tendrils were silently disintegrating in the vacuum. There was no sound in space, but Yu Sheng seemed to hear the sound of this seed tearing bit by bit. He slowly closed his eyes in the darkness, listening to the faint tearing sound, listening to the broken and weak noise emanating from the core of the infant star body, perceiving yet another passage of life, and the sensation of blood gradually cooling. After an unknown amount of time, he gently sighed in his heart. The next second, his body spontaneously turned into ashes. Countless swirling ashes floated towards the depths of the infant star body's wreckage under the guidance of consciousness, and then seeped into those gray-black crystals. In the vastness of space, a faint light flickered. At the Taixu Spirit Hub defense node, an alarm suddenly sounded on the large immortal boat Taya. A cultivator responsible for monitoring the movements of the Dark Angel loudly warned. "Report! The interior of the infant star body is heating up. There are signs of activation." Alarms blared from all directions. Everyone instantly tensed their nerves. cultivators hurriedly assumed their combat positions. Yet true man Yuanling, standing in front of the star disk platform, merely raised his head in silence, quietly watching that shadow in space. Under his gaze, a piece of pure white light suddenly blossomed from the gray-black crystalline vine. Then in an instant, those illusions like white suddenly expanded. Magnificent crystal giant vines frenziedly grew from the seed. A structure larger than a mountain spread wantonly in space. Within a few breaths, it transformed into a cluster of resplendent crystal as splendid as a new star. And then within a few more breaths, countless crystalline leaves and enormous flowers that could be described as majestic bloomed atop that crystal cluster. More magnificent than mountains, more vast than oceans, the crystalline flowers bloomed wantonly in the cold darkness of space. The resplendent sunlight of a distant homeland splashed across that sea of pure white and radiant flowers and leaves. As if igniting a blazing flame in space, the glistening brilliance reflected by the crystal cluster even illuminated part of the night on the Taixu spirit hub, causing pure white radiance to flow across the line of dawn and dusk. Then within a few breaths again, that sea of crystalline flowers resembling a new star abruptly lost all luster, shattering silently in space like a pricked soap bubble. The crystal cluster turned into countless fragments of various sizes. The fragments then instantly transformed into illusions like microdust, devoid of weight and substance. Fine crystalline debris evaporated in the sunlight in an instant. Everything so fast it was like a dream unrecorded in the morning. Several immortal boats initiated turrets in response to the emergency. Several blazing light orbs streaked through the darkness, only managing to pass through the scattered light dust. And before the weapon systems of other immortal boats could react, the new star that burst brilliantly and then instantly wilted had already vanished from the orbit of the Taixu spirit hub. Even the core's gray-black, ascension body, wreckage was completely reduced to ashes in this intense explosion. The cultivators on the immortal boat stared in astonishment at the scene in space. They looked at each other in confusion, then began discussing the current situation in low, tense voices. Someone hurried to the star disk platform on the Theia to ask the sect leader and vice-sect leader how to proceed. Another cultivator stepped up to report, stating that they had entirely lost the ability to track the inference star body's signal. Even the gravitational response, inherent to a material entity, had disappeared. True man Yuanling and Master Yuan Hao seemed deaf to the surrounding sounds. They simply waved to reassure the anxious sect disciples. Then their gazes simultaneously fell on the nearby spirit rhinoceros platform. Above the spirit rhinoceros platform hovered an illusion projection of the triangular emblem of the Otherworld Inn. The communication channel was silent. After an unknown period, just as Xu Wenqi's expression began showing a hint of unease, the triangular emblem suddenly trembled, followed by Yu Sheng's calm voice coming through the communication channel. Angel fall. After a brief silence and delay, cheers erupted. Even true man Yuanling, who had been stern-faced, suddenly relaxed his expression in the disciples' cheers around him. He let out a long breath, then raised his head, looking beyond the misty shield. The homeworld safely hung high. Announced to all regions angel fall. Chapter 448, After the Fall. Chapter 448, Chapter 448, After the Fall. The angel has fallen. The magnificent process was clearly visible even on the surface. Near the dawn-dusk line of the Taixu spirit hub, people witnessed in full the moment when the pure white mother vine blossomed in space like a new star. A fourth moon seemed to appear in the sky, second only to the sun in brightness. The flowers bloomed at the moment of transition between day and night, and at the peak of its blossom, people could even clearly discern its petals and leaf structures. But the bloom was gone in an instant, and before those remaining on the ground could comprehend the scene, the pure white new star, suspended at dusk, silently disintegrated into countless crystal shards. These crystal substances, fluttering in the space, formed a sun-reflecting mist, nearly covering half a continent, most of which evaporated into the universe during the dispersion, while some larger crystals remained in this world. These powerless crystal remnants fell towards the direction of the Taixu spirit hub, but were intercepted on the spot by the planetary defense forces that were already on high alert. A mere handful of debris slipped through the defense net and turned into bright flames as they burned up in the atmosphere, lighting up the night sky as they fell from west to east, burning out completely before hitting the ground. Feng Ling Mountain, in the deepest part of the Demon Suppression Tower. The earth veins flows of this day were exceptionally active. Veins of varying sizes emitting faint light gushed from the depths of the earth, flowing silently in the cavern filled with demon suppression stone pillars. The surrounding lava carried an extraordinary glow illuminated by the earth veins, gently rising and falling with the flow. Snake Princess, who had coiled herself into a massive ball and was snoring loudly beneath one of the demon suppression stone pillars, woke up from a nightmare caused by eating poisonous mushrooms that turned her scales black. Hearing the rustling noises by her ears, she looked up in surprise towards the direction of the sound, only to see the terrifying omen wandering star floating midair, continuously flipping and crashing about. The demon suppression stone pillars used to secure the chains were emitting a low hum, lighting up with dense runes as the omen wandering star moved, an intimidating sight to behold. What's wrong with you? Snake Princess shouted loudly, trying to appear fierce but trembling inside. If you're not sleeping, I am. The omen wandering star suddenly turned around. Its hollow black eyes seemed to reflect infinite horror and disaster, making the bluffing snake recoil into a smaller coil. But only for a moment, the stone ball shifted its attention away from the non-threatening trash of a snake demon in front of it and continued to roll in midair, murmuring incessantly, "Something's not right, this is not right. How can nothing be happening, how can nothing happen? The great disaster has already shrouded this planet, it was supposed to happen. This is the most certain feeling I've had in years, how could it, how dare it?" The stone ball suddenly became inexplicably angry, muttering, "How dare it, how could it," while beginning to ram madly against the surrounding prohibitions, interspersed with incoherent self-talk like only the omen goddess has the right to rewrite it. "I'm weakened, I've been abandoned," looking nearly manic. In the next moment, the surrounding demon suppression stone pillars and countless chains reacted immediately to this. A buzz of metallic resonance sounded, and all the demon suppression stone pillars instantly overflowed with golden light. Densely packed runes lit up at once. Each chain was infused with spiritual power and covered with finely detailed electric gleams. And then, along with countless thunderbolts shooting out from between the stone pillars, all iron chains suddenly tightened. And the omen wandering star was instantly tied tightly midair. Following closely, the earth veins flows around were also immediately drawn by numerous arrays in the cave. Streams of light rushed along the stone pillars and chains simultaneously, inundating the stone ball in the blink of an eye. The earth veins flows roared through the cavern, with true spirit thunder dispersed and erupted all over the platform. The Snake Princess, coiled beside a pillar, couldn't dodge in time and got struck by thunder about 6 or 7 times, causing her entire body to convulse. While crazily wriggling on the spot, she started to yell, "Damn it, if you're going to strike, strike at it. I'm minding my own business here. Yuan he. I'm done. Let me out, damn it." The omen wandering star at the center of the platform also trembled violently within the chains, emitting terrifying noise while desperately trying to dodge the influx of earth vein light streams coming at it. But it was inevitably surrounded. It instinctively let out a shout, only to have one large gulp of the earth vein influx poured into its mouth as soon as it opened, causing the entire ball to thrash and struggle madly in midair. With its struggles, the surrounding demon suppression stone pillars reacted more brutally, and then more thunder began indiscriminately bombarding the entire cavern. The Snake Princess was struck into wailing hauntedly. "Yuan he, damn you! Hell, don't feed that ball with that damn thing. Damn it." This shout caused the omen wandering star, who only just managed to close its mouth, to lose its control in fury and curse. "You long insect, don't make it sound so disgusting." Only to be stuffed with another big gulp. At this moment, the Snake Princess finally uncoiled herself, but before she could even crawl out, she was struck by an immortal thunder on her body again. Completely convulsed, she could only raise the only functioning part of her tail, pointing it desperately upward towards the cavern. "I hate you inconsiderate bastards, feeding the ball with shit, but still using thunder to strike protected species. I told you not to make it sound so disgusting. Crack. Damn, I'm scorched." On the upper layer of the demon suppression tower, several inner sect disciples responsible for monitoring the spirit vein flows of various parts of the tower were guarding at the array nodes. One of them suddenly tilted his head, showing confusion on his face. "What's that noise below?" Another disciple looked around, I didn't hear anything. As the two were speaking, a third person examined a jade token and suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh, brothers, quickly look at this flow of the spirit veins, this mutual compensation. This increment and decrease mirror each other, faintly implying a great harmony and conjugation cycle. It's marvelous. We brothers have been guarding this array for 10 years. Never have we seen such scenery. Even I've been stagnant in my current realm for many years. Seeing this conjugation cycle seen, I faintly have some insights, feeling hopeful for a breakthrough within the recent year. The two younger brothers, hearing this, immediately clasped their fists and bowed. Oh, congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother, to be able to perceive such mysteries in the flow of spirit veins. How delightful, senior brother, you must treat us after your breakthrough. The room suddenly fell silent, and the three of them exchanged glances, then suddenly reacted, rushing towards a nearby jade platform at the same time. Something's wrong. In front of the grand hall of Qian Palace, true man Yuan he looked up, watching a pure white remnant glow fall into the distant night sky, gradually dissipating among the stars, and after a long while let out a soft sigh. This disaster is finally over. True man Yuan he shook his head, looking at the ancient mirror floating beside him, which reflected the scene on the Taya. True man Yuanling was standing in the frame. Second senior brother, how's the situation in the sky? We are working hard to gather those scattered crystal fragments. True man Yuanling smiled and said, although according to the experience from Boundary Land, the remnants of Angel Fall are generally no longer dangerous. But after all, there are still those evil path practitioners from the hidden monastery eyeing these remnants. We cannot let the angel catalyst fall into their hands. What about Mr. Yu? True man Yuan he asked again, his expression involuntarily becoming more serious upon mentioning Mr. Yu. A being capable of destroying 2 dark angels in succession. It's hard to describe him with the usual term, expert. At this moment, even true man Yuan he, who usually didn't participate much in sect management and devoted himself to studying Taoist techniques in the mountains, truly felt the mental state of that special service director from Boundary Land in his everyday life. The Otherworld Inn just sent a message. He said he needs to rest for a while. True man Yuanling's expression turned a bit subtle as he said this. Said fighting an angel was a bit tiring. Yuan he. The two old men both felt that this statement was somewhat inhuman, but couldn't immediately come up with a specific point to retort. So they just exchanged glances through the Linksy mirror for a while, then simultaneously let out a breath. It was a relaxed sigh. Until now, Angel Fall has occurred twice, true man Yuanling said with a bit of emotion. This at least proves that there is indeed death for dark angels, and this process can be replicated, reducing one unsolvable disaster hanging over all beings. Next, I will send the news to Boundary Land. Honestly, I'm a bit curious about how the director will react this time. True man Yuan he thought for a moment, a quirky smile appearing on his face. Probably won't show much change in expression. Bailey Ching, sitting behind the desk, suddenly frowned slightly, then raised her hand to rub her nose. In the midair before her, a pair of indifferent eyes briefly appeared, a cold voice entered her mind. What's wrong, sister? Nothing, my nose itches a bit, Bailey Ching responded casually. Then it might be a sneeze, but the signal attenuated because the distance was too far. Bailey Ching stopped her motion, looked up at the pair of floating eyes in the air. What strange things are you talking about? The pair of eyes drifted aside. Bailey Ching barely perceptibly frowned, hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking. Is it my illusion? It seems like you have regained some of your previous. The pair of eyes did not respond, disappearing quickly from her view. The next second the office door was pushed open abruptly, and Song Cheng appeared energetically before Bailey Ching, his face glowing. The moment he opened the door, Song Cheng sensed a murderous aura. The director sat calmly behind the desk, her serene gaze like a cold light piercing his face, instantly making him break out in a cold sweat. Did he come at the wrong time? Did he interrupt what the director was doing? Would returning the same way protect his vacation this week? Song Cheng's mind buzzed, but his wild thoughts were quickly interrupted by the voice from across. What's the matter? Song Cheng hurriedly gulped, controlling his breathing while adjusting his expression. Angel Fall, director, We just received news from the Feiyu Star domain that the inference star body has been delisted. The murderous aura vanished abruptly. Bailey Ching rose swiftly from behind the desk. In an instant, this director, who rarely showed any change in expression, had her face change several times. Song Cheng even felt like he saw the corner of her eye twitching, and he instinctively looked nervously at the director across from him, hesitating whether he should add something. Director, over at Wutong Road. Bailey Ching merely took a light breath, then waved her hand at Song Cheng. Over at Wutong Road, I have my own arrangements. Besides, there's one more thing. Go tell the administration department to replace this damn desk. Chapter 449, Brief Calm and Triumph. Chapter 449, Brief Calm and Triumph. Returning from the depths of death's chaos, Yu Sheng opened his eyes in the captain's cabin of the Otherworld Inn, but he didn't immediately return to the ship bridge to reunite with the others. Instead, he dimmed the room's lights and sat quietly in the chair, emptying his mind, savoring the momentary tranquility in the dimness. The newly revived body was robust and vigorous, but having just undergone a crisis spanning the stars, the weariness accumulated in his subconscious couldn't be resolved by a single resurrection. Moreover, the many things learned when interacting with the inference star body were still circling in his heart, making Yu Sheng's head feel chaotic. He needed some time to sort out his thoughts. He rested with his eyes closed in the dark for quite a while before suddenly hearing a slight sliding sound from the cabin door, followed by footsteps so faint they were almost imperceptible. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a pair of bright golden-red eyes peering at him in the darkness. Realizing she'd been noticed, the eyes narrowed slightly, and a pair of furry large ears twitched in front of Yu Sheng. The fox girl let out a silly laugh. Hee. If my ears weren't sharp, you'd have startled me awake, Yu Sheng exhaled, smiling as he reached out to stroke the fur behind those ears. How do you manage to walk without making a sound? Hu Li squatted directly on the floor beside him, looking up happily. I didn't wear shoes. Yu Sheng. Very reasonable. In the dimness, a furry big tail silently draped over, rubbing back and forth on the back of Yu Sheng's hand. Hu Li looked up. Aaron said you came back, but we didn't see you on the ship bridge. She sent me here to find you. Why didn't you go over, Savior? Taking a break and sorting out my brain. Too many things have happened lately. Yu Sheng found a comfortable posture on the chair and casually tugged at the demon fox's tail. Despite his meditation being interrupted, the warm, lazy big fox squatting beside him brought a special kind of relaxation vibe, making him instinctively sigh. Furry things are such a wonderful civilization. Hu Li, still in a squatting position, moved closer to Yu Sheng. She didn't understand what her savior meant by the last sentence, but she happily squinted her eyes. Well, then let's rest for a while. So the two of them spaced out together in the dark. Yu Sheng was still thinking about the dark angel, while Hu Li seemed to be in good spirits, looking around with big, bright eyes. After a while, Yu Sheng broke the silence. Hu Li. Do you remember the eye that covered the sky in the valley? The fox tail in his hand tightened slightly, causing the fur to bristle, but it calmed down almost instantly. I remember, the demon fox girl nodded and nudged closer to Yu Sheng, this time leaning directly against his leg. I heard the Special Service Bureau has given it a name, the Supervisor, also called the Supervisor Angel. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and then said seriously, next time we meet, we probably won't have to hide. Hu Li looked up, her eyes widening as she stared at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng didn't say much, just reached out and stroked the fur behind the demon fox's ear again, softly muttering after a while. Your savior really has become an expert on fighting angels now. Hu Li stared at him intently, then seriously uttered a sentence. But if we can't win, we have to run. That eye is really scary. Yes, if we can't win, of course we run. Looking at the earnest fox girl, Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Then he took a deep breath, stood up from the chair, and said, All right, I've rested enough, let's show up on the bridge, and then we should meet up with Yuanling, Yuan Hao, and the others. We've still got a lot of things to handle. With that, he opened the door leading to the ship bridge, and Hu Li quickly pulled her shoes out from her tail and put them on before the two of them went through the door together. The next moment, just as they steadied themselves on the ship bridge, Yu Sheng felt a blast of wind beside his ear. Before he could turn his head, a boisterous voice came from afar, closing in. Yu Sheng, you're finally back. Yu Sheng didn't even turn his head as he casually caught the lunging Aaron with one hand, and then carried the wriggling little puppet over to the captain's seat. Aaron, dangling from his hand, seemed unfazed and was in quite high spirits, chattering away incessantly. Hey Yu Sheng, you wouldn't believe the commotion just now. The fleet from the Taixu Spirit Hub was flying around in orbit like it was market day, all scrambling to collect those crystal fragments. Old man Yuanling kept sending messages, and I even had C-Clip open the listening channel. The fleet's public channel was as lively as that market near our place. By the way, we haven't been back to Wudong Road in a while. Last time you promised to take me shopping. Could you buy me a phone? A smartwatch would do. I've wanted one for ages. Even that silly fox has a phone, though she can't even manage a simple game. What was up with that infant star body blooming at the end? Was that your doing? Spectacular, even more so than the Anka Ayla incident. Why aren't you saying anything, Yu Sheng? Did you leave me any space to talk? All I hear is you endlessly jabbering, Yu Sheng said with an amused expression, giving the little thing in his hand a glance before casually setting her on the armrest of the chair. Then he opened the communicator in front of him and sent a message directly to the Taya. I've rested enough. Let's rendezvous at Feng Ling Mountain. The Otherworld Inn will land at the same spot as before. I have quite a bit of intel on the infant star body, origins, and Yun Kingzi's latest status. Aaron sat dazedly on the chair armrest, only looking up when she saw Yu Sheng sending the message. She opened her mouth to start chattering again. You done? Are you done? Listen to me, I wasn't finished. Just now my nephew sent a message saying he was as panicked as can be at number 66 Wudong Road. Over there, when you open the door, it's still Mo City. The battle in the city is over, but everything's a mess. People from the Mo family are running around putting out fires and rescuing people. There's also wild ones running amok in the streets, and those possessed by demons streaking in the sky. He even saw two immortals fighting on an overpass, each claiming the other had entered the demon path, fighting fiercely until both were a bloody mess. Later, Mo Ran came and hauled them away. My nephew asked when we'd fetch him out or return the door at number 66 Wudong Road back to Feng Ling Mountain. I told him to stay in the valley for now. The little puppet started to chatter on, and the peace Yu Sheng had barely managed to find in his room was instantly shattered by this noisy little thing, making his mind race again. But after a moment of helplessness, he just smiled and sighed, placing Aaron back on his shoulder as usual, letting her continue to chatter endlessly in his ear. After all, he was used to it by now, like background music in life. Moments later, the Otherworld Inn returned to the Taixu surface, landing once again amidst the cloud-covered mountains of Feng Ling Mountain. In front of the Kuaiyun Palace Grand Hall, True Man Yuanling had already returned to the mountain gate ahead of time. Upon seeing Yu Sheng and company riding on Hu Li, disembarking from the spaceship and landing on the plaza in front of the hall, he immediately led his senior and junior brothers and a crowd of disciples to welcome them. Yu Sheng hadn't even dismounted from the nine-tailed fox when he saw Yuanling's senior and junior brothers leading a massive crowd to the plaza. Before he could speak, the three true men already solemnly raised their hands in unison, performing a deep bow. Following them were the hundreds of inner sect disciples and countless Feng Ling Mountain disciples gathered on the mountain roads, in front of each hall and between the corridors, all bowing, saluting, and kowtowing in the direction of the Kuaiyun Palace Plaza along with their masters. Had Yu Sheng ever seen such a scene in his life? He nearly broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. He felt tenser than when the dark angel had pierced him everywhere and he was bleeding. The next second he jumped down from Hu Li, dashed to old Yuanling and said, Hey, stop, no need for this, you're going to give me a heart attack, I'm telling you, we're all friends here. Yuanling, however, maintained a stern face. Friends aside, can the grace of saving the world go unthanked? Today, because of you, countless lives were saved between Shuji and Taixu, and it's only right for everyone at Feng Ling Mountain to offer this bow. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than Aaron came rushing over, puppet face upturned. Exactly, Yu Sheng, have them bow again? I didn't get the pose right earlier. Do it again. Yu Sheng picked up the little puppet, despite her flailing, and stuffed her into Hu Li's tail, then turned to Yuanling with a helpless smile. Ignore her, she doesn't know when to stop talking. All right, I've accepted your thanks, but if there are any big gifts to follow, let's skip those. I'm not used to this sort of scene. But you could settle the Otherworld Inn's expenses for us afterward, treating it as a mission for the Inn to take on the task of challenging the angel. Hearing this, Yuanling was momentarily stunned but quickly smiled. Of course. As he spoke, Yuan Hao and Yuan he dispersed the crowd of disciples, half of whom had actually come out of curiosity, keen to see what kind of person was formidable enough to defeat the Dark Angel, leaving only Xu and Qi by their side. Together, they made their way toward the main hall. However, they hadn't walked far before Yu Sheng was about to bring up the backstory of the inferent star body, when a beam of rosy light suddenly shot from a nearby mountaintop. The rosy light landed in front of True Man Yuan, coalescing into the figure of a Cayenne Feng Ling mountain disciple clad in white helmet and armor. The group came to an abrupt halt, and True Man Yuan frowned slightly. What has you in such a rush? Master, the disciple in white armor bowed to True Man Yuan, speaking urgently. The demon you locked in the tower has been struck by lightning and knocked out. Chapter 450, Ominous Sign. Chapter 450, Ominous Sign. Upon hearing the disciple's report, True Man Yuan's eyes widened instantly. What? Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was still pondering what a strange demon was. After 2 seconds, his mind finally linked it to a crazy snake. Immediately, the reporting disciple quickly explained the situation at the bottom of the demon suppression tower. Halfway through, True Man Yuanling could no longer remain still. The Omen Wandering Star has suddenly gone berserk. Let's hurry over. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something, quickly turned his head and cupped his hands towards Yu Sheng. There's been an unexpected change in the demon suppression tower. I need to go take a look, truly. No problem, I'll go with you. Yu Sheng waved his hand before the other could finish. I just have some things I want to talk to that Omen Wandering Star about, too. True Man Yuanling nodded, saying nothing more, and raised his hand, ready to ride the clouds and set off. However, just as he raised his hand halfway, he saw Yu Sheng open a door casually opposite him, leading to the demon suppression tower. I forgot you had that trick, Yuanling blinked, clapping his hands. That's fine, quicker this way, let's go. At the bottom of the demon suppression tower, within the enormous cavern directly connecting to the Earth's spiritual spring, the glowing streaming light intertwined with the red glow of subterranean magma and the eerie spiritual light from the surrounding Earth's veins. Above the vast platform at the center of the vein flow, the lingering restless thunder light remained, but the demon suppression stone pillars surrounding the platform had returned to silence. Between the pillars, the crisscrossing rune chains tightly bound the gigantic stone sphere with a terrifying face. The latter remained unmoving, as if in a deep slumber. Upon arriving, Yu Sheng immediately noticed the faint traces of static electricity in the air. Turning his head, he saw Hu Li all puffed up. Both the demon fox girl's tail and ears had fluffed up due to static. She curiously drew a tail from behind and rubbed it in her hands, causing it to crackle instantly. The sparks illuminated the fox girl's glistening eyes, and she happily rubbed her tail against Yu Sheng's arm. Savior, there's static electricity. Yu Sheng was shocked immediately, quickly backing away. Stop, keep your distance from me, go stay with Luna. Luna tilted her head in confusion. Yu Sheng casually explained, you're metallic, grounded all over. Luna nodded, yes, right. Hu Li sheepishly retracted her tail, letting one droop to the ground as a ground wire, and then sniffed. What's that smell? Burnt, Yu Sheng sighed, pointing to the edge of the platform. A straight giant snake lay unconsciously between 2 demon suppression stone pillars, with some tower guard disciples nearby looking nervously. That snake was the Snake Princess, knocked unconscious by lightning. Now sparks occasionally flicker between her different heads, her body twitching now and then, her scales charred with a scent of grilled meat. Fortunately, she was a great demon, only fainting despite such a miserable state. True Man Yuan stepped forward with a subtle expression, signaling the disciples to leave temporarily, then bent down to check on the Snake Princess's condition, finally sighing in relief. Just some surface injuries, but a few lightning strikes hit her heads, causing her to faint. Aaron sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder. Which head? Human head, True Man Yuan replied casually. She mainly uses that head for thinking, although her thoughts are usually all over the place. As soon as he stopped talking, the Snake Princess on the ground seemed to hear the sound, her body twitching slightly as she struggled to open her eyes, her breath weak. Yuan, you damn thief! You damn! True man Yuan immediately retreated 2 steps, while Yuanling had to step forward with courage. Snake Princess, what exactly happened? What happened? You darn old priests dare to ask? The human head of the Snake Princess glared widely, but her body remained rigid due to spasms, her tone almost tearful. You damn people feed that ball shit. Once it's fed, it gets triggered. When it gets triggered, I get struck by lightning. When I'm struck, I curse. I curse, it curses back. It curses, I get fed shit. It gets fed shit, it gets triggered when it gets triggered. The Snake Princess was obviously deeply wronged. Launching into a rant without stopping, Yuanling had to quickly interrupt. Stop, stop, stop. All right, I've understood completely. No need for such detail. Aaron poked Yu Sheng's head. Hey, Yu Sheng, this girl talks cruder than I do, doesn't she? Yu Sheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it got stuck in his throat, unable to express himself. A silver lining was, he now roughly understood the situation at hand. At this moment, Yuan Hao's attention was on the unmoving, gigantic stone sphere in the platform's center. Omen Wandering Star has always been well-behaved these years. Why suddenly cause havoc today? Even triggering the suppression array. Handsome Yuan wrinkled his brow, turning to the Snake Princess. What did Omen Wandering Star say before going mad? Any unusual signs these past few days? It's been mumbling, how would I know? The Snake Princess retorted immediately. But after seeing Yuan Hao pull a brick from his sleeve, she instantly switched tactics, showcasing snake adaptability. I just heard it say something about Taksu's spirit hub facing catastrophe over the past few days, and then earlier it snapped, saying something about omens vanishing, impossible this and that also. Oh, and only the Omen Goddess has the right to something, and it mentioned being abandoned. I really don't understand it. Yu Sheng listened nearby, subconsciously muttering, Catastrophe, Omen Goddess. He lifted his head, just in time to meet true man Yuanling's serious gaze. The Omen Wandering Star has some ability to predict disasters. When it mentions overwhelming disaster, it's not hard to connect it to the current inference star body, disaster. True man Yuanling spoke solemnly. But I have no idea what Omen Goddess means. I've never heard it say this name before. Yu Sheng looked at the well-informed master Yuan Hao, but he too shook his head. I've never heard of it either. Anyway, it doesn't sound like anything good. Aaron sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, swaying her body back and forth while mumbling, calling it a goddess. It must be some kind of evil deity. Don't move around, you'll fall off if you keep shaking. Yu Sheng reached out to steady the wobbly little puppet, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at Yuanling, leaving aside the name Omen Goddess. For now, the key is, does a ball like the Omen Wandering Star even have belief? That is indeed suspicious. Yuanling furrowed his brows, mumbling as he stepped to the center of the platform, looking up at the terrifying stone sphere. The stone sphere, with a horrifying face, was tightly bound to the ground by chains. It seemed to have fallen into slumber due to the backlash from the previous demon suppression array, with reddish scorch marks left by the immortal thunder still on its gray-white shell. The Omen Wandering Star showed no reaction to true man Yuanling's approach. Yu Sheng, carrying Aaron, also came to the side of the stone sphere, and they both looked up at the thing together. The little puppet, stroking her chin, thought for a long time before blurting out, I can't imagine what the goddess would look like from the perspective of this ball. Maybe it's also a sphere. Maybe it's pink, Huli wandered over, analyzing with great seriousness. I like black, Aaron said with her hands on her hips. Black is mysterious. Yu Sheng did not participate in this pointless discussion. After silently pondering for a moment, he suddenly stepped forward and raised his hand. Aaron was startled instantly. Yu Sheng, what are you doing? Just going through the usual routine. Yu Sheng didn't even lift his head. The next second a shadow flashed by swiftly, a hand rising, blade falling. Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, turning to see the holy lady gracefully retracting the fingertip blade, standing elegantly. I hadn't even said anything yet. Luna replied slowly, Night with the Lord, the mind should be connected. Yu Sheng wanted to remind the holy lady that this usage of mind connected wasn't right, but before he could speak, he noticed the cut on his hand was already healing, so he quickly swallowed his words, pressing his hand on the surface of the Omen Wandering Star, focusing his concentration to control the flow and connection of his blood. Actually, he wasn't sure if this would be of any use. After all, the omen-wandering star looked extremely sinister, not like a human, not like a solid object, and certainly not like an angel. God knows what effect a bit of blood would have on it. But Yu Sheng had one trait. When trying something out, he never considered those extraneous thoughts. Thinking broadly, if this thing weren't a rock, he'd at least try to scrape some fragments off to taste the salinity. Previously, when the omen-wandering star was active, it didn't seem likely to cooperate patiently, so Yu Sheng didn't dare act. But now that it seemed to have passed out, of course, he'd seized the opportunity to give it a try. The blood was absorbed by the stone sphere almost instantaneously. Yu Sheng appeared slightly dazed, blinking his eyes. The absorption was so fast, it didn't even give him a chance to react. Instead of the blood pervading and soaking into the creature, it seemed like the omen-wandering star was actively drawing the blood inside. "What is this?" Even Erin was taken aback, blinking her eyes and mumbling, "Aren't the targets usually slow to absorb during the first contact?" Yu Sheng also furrowed his brows. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed his palm on the surface of the omen-wandering star again, slightly closing his eyes. He didn't sense a connection being established through the blood, but he directly saw a chaotic curtain. The curtain seemed to be constructed from layers of intricate mesh, very near yet untouchable, very far but seemingly just enveloping everything in front of him. Somewhere deep within the curtain, something colossal was slowly moving. Horrifying illusions appeared from a distance, stirring with long limbs and disturbing the edges of the chaos. He attempted to extend his hand forward, but in the next instant, Erin's voice directly pulled him out. "Why are you calling me?" The little puppet on his shoulder glared with her crimson eyes, casting a puzzled look. Yu Sheng,